everyone and welcome to the channel for membership drive number 8. This is how this is going to work. I will start after the intro with a 45-minute timer above me. When that timer reaches 0, the stream ends. However, every time one of you gifts a membership or gives £10 worth of super chats, 3 minutes gets added to the timer. In the first hour, it is all doubled. So a membership gives 6 minutes, £10 worth of super chats gives 6 minutes. And also, for the entire stream, if someone gives 10 or more members at a time, it is automatically doubled. So to just add an hour to the timer, 10 memberships will automatically do that. So that's what's going to happen today. There's going to be lots of good stuff going on. We're going to be starting in a couple hours with a podcast that David Weiss was once on. I'm going to go on there and debunk some of his claims. Before that, we're going to go over the actual podcast that he was on to look at the things he said, so I know what to debunk when I join it about 10:30. At midnight, we've got a debate with Michael Aftias, and Max is going to join us for that. We've got a bunch of stuff to debunk. If we've got time, we'll go over Nathan Oakley's new book. Tomorrow, if I'm still going, we've got a bunch of debates lined up with evolution deniers, creationists, all that kind of stuff. Thanks to Sarah the Raging Tomato and the team over there. And it's going to be a lot of fun. So if you guys want to support the channel, you can do that and keep me hostage whilst you're doing it. To support the channel, it's very, very easy. You just gift a membership, become a member if you're not one already, or super chat. And that will add 3 minutes to the timer automatically. I just lied a little bit because we're not going to start with 45 minutes. Because of the absolutely incredible Katliana Verin, there is already 10 hours on the timer because they gifted 100 memberships earlier, which doubled up to 10 hours of time. So we're starting the timer with 10 hours and 45 minutes. So I'll be here for at least 10 hours and 45. For full rules of the stream, just go and check out the description. And yeah, have some fun. I do not stop streaming until you let me. You keep me here as long as you want, doing debunks, debates, whatever. Let's have some fun together. Thank you guys for being here. Now, of course, this is a live stream, and you know what that means, don't you? That means that you can watch this later on as a VOD, and you can just skip the next 90 seconds or so because it's an intro with some music. But if you're here watching live, you don't get a choice. You've got to do what I say and watch what I do. So I'm going to play some music now. It's pretty bad music, but I'm going to play some music anyway because it's an intro. And you have to dance. That's the rule. If you don't dance, and I can see you, right? If you don't dance, what I do is I press this button on my desk, which connects to the chip in the back of Daniel Pratt's spine, and he's automatically directed to your house. So if you don't dance, you get Daniel Pratt. If you do dance, you get a cookie.
Flat Earth expert Mark Sargent thinks the moon landing was a hoax.
Technically, the moon itself is a hoax.
Right, but betting with Sportsbet's new iPhone app?
I could do this standing on my head.
Thanks, Gravity. Sportsbet's new iPhone app. It's foolproof.
The FTFE show. Welcome to the FTFE show. Welcome to the FTFE show. Earth thinks that evolution is real. Chemtrails don't exist, vaccines work. Climate change is happening, we landed on the moon. The FTFE show. Welcome to the FTFE show. Welcome to the FTFE show. Study is not alright. Baby, it's not alright.
We're living on a disk, floating through space. With
No, we're
a
not.
tiny sun.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. How are you doing? Let's get this going. As you can see above me, there is a timer. That timer says 10 hours, 45 minutes because there's already 100 members added thanks to Katliana Verin. So what I do is I press this button and it starts counting down. Now remember, every gifted membership that you give in the next hour, so up until, let's say, 9 p.m. UK, Every gifted membership will add 6 minutes. Every £10 worth of super chats will add 6 minutes. And after that, it goes down to 3 minutes. But at any time during this stream, you gift 10 memberships or more at a time, it automatically adds an hour because I double it up to 6 minutes for each. So if you want to keep me here and have some fun while we do it, then gift some memberships, give some super chats, and we'll have some fun. What's a gut membership? No, a gift membership. Rosina. It's a gift, a membership. You can either become a member, or you can gift a membership to others. If you just become a member, it'll be 6 minutes. If you gift a membership, it'll be 6 minutes. But I guess if you gift 10 memberships during the first hour, I have to make it 12 minutes per member because it's doubled and then doubled again. So if you gift 10 memberships at a time, I'll have to add 2 hours in the next hour. Oh, you are mopped. There we go. So Katliana Varen gifted 100 members and added 10 hours. Hey, I've done it wrong. Oh no, because that's just gifted a membership. And that was 6 minutes. Yeah, no, it's just doing it automatically. Craig. F Grudge, who's been a member for 20 months, says, let's get this stream to last a week. Well, that is up to you guys. You are mopped, who's been a member for 30 months, says, I'm working. What do you want? And then gifted a membership, adding 6 minutes to the timer. So it's now back up to 49. Is that right? Yeah, because 2 minutes is gone. So, hey. Right, so help me test it, guys, because I think I've set it up right. And thanks to the amazing Plan and Walk for programming the thing that automatically does this. So if someone could gift a membership right now and I can check that that goes up another 6 minutes. I'm pretty sure it did when you are Mop gave that. Russ Allen, £5. Nathan Oakley snorts crayons, pass it on. Dihydrogen monoxide gifted £10. So that means 6 minutes have to get added. So let me do that manually because the super chats don't add manually. So 10 hours 54. Just another £5 to get another 6 minutes on there because Ross gave £5, so it's every £10 worth. So thank you very much, Dihydrogen Monoxide, who says £10 of super chats. Well, fuck you then. Here's to more exposure to Nathan Oakley. I mean, that sounds fucking gross. Who wants to be exposed to Nathan Oakley? Nathan, what's your thoughts?
Hi, my name's Nathan Oakley, and I have been lying to people about the Earth being flat for a lot of years. I did this to hide the fact I have a small penis.
Hello, I'm Nathan Oakley. I like getting pegged with a pepper grinder.
Those are things I didn't need to know, frankly. So yeah, at 10:30, so in about 2.5 hours, I'm going to be joining a podcast. Nathan Oakley, fuck's sake, my brain's, I'm screwed already, guys. Oh, there we go. F Grudge gifting 10 memberships, right? Which added an hour, but I have to add another hour because it's doubled. There we go. Thank you very much, F Grudge, for your 10 memberships. So we are already at 12 hours, 53 minutes and 20 seconds. Remember, in the first hour, everything is doubled, including the doubling, and Dihydrogen Monoxide just added another one, so let's add another one. Thank you very much. There's another 10 memberships in Dihydrogen Monoxide, taking up to 14 hours and 53 minutes straight away. When am I going to learn my fucking lesson, eh? I'm not, am I? So have you all heard Nathan Oakley's book is out? Oofed! That's going to be awful, isn't it? Gain of mic is a little bit high, right? I can sort that out. Sometimes the properties change. Ooh, the gain shouldn't be very high. And Martin Pendry gifted another 10, which means another 2 hours. There we go. Let me go into here to turn the gain down a little. Is that better? Gain has been turned down. So we're already at 16 hours, 52 minutes and 11 seconds. Right, what was I saying? Yes, so in just over 2 hours, I'll be joining a podcast. The name of the podcast is 21st Century Dystopian. It is this guy. who has had Dave Weiss on. So what we're going to do to start is go over the stream that David Weiss was on. Guys, thank you already for the stupid amount of memberships. So we've already had 131 new members, which is incredible. I mean, like, it's just mind-blowing. It really is. Right, yeah, so this is the podcast that 4 months ago, Flat Earth Dave joined with this guy who is 21st century dystopian. His name is actually, what was it? Jonathan Val, and he had David Weiss on, and we're going to be joining that podcast in about 2 hours to debunk the things that David Weiss has said. So let's go through that and make some notes of the things that David Weiss has said so that we can debunk them as we go along. Your pal Al Retro Gamer says, how can Oakley write a book when he has all the crayons up his nose? I know, he had to stop eating them for just a minute. F Grudge coming in with the 20 gifted memberships, which will automatically add 2 hours, and then I add another 2. Thank you, dude. That's incredibly generous. So we're already up to 151 new members, and I started the stream 12 minutes ago. As it is, we'll be finishing in 20 hours. Who am I fucking kidding? But let's say hello to everyone in the chat. We got F Grudge, we got Conspiracy Music Studios, Dorse Open. We've got Dihydrogen Monoxide, Your Pal Al, Watchmaker, No Diggity Patrick, Kiwi Busk, Tay Redgrave, Ottomax, Ryan Cooper, I Am Raven, You Are Mopped. Hello to all of you awesome people in the chat. Zoomy, how you doing? Nice to see you there, Nikki Lauder. Jelly Bell, Crashes, Kiwi. Oh my goodness, there's so many of you there. I can't read out all your names, but I want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart for the support. It is, you know, it means the absolute fucking world. It really, really does. I can't say thank you enough for the support that you give me. So, yeah, let's get on with it. Now, in case you weren't aware also, I am contractually obliged to read out what you guys put in a super chat. So if you're going to super chat, £10 worth of super chats to increase the timer, then remember that whatever you put in the super chat, I've got to kind of read out. I don't have a choice. If I don't read it out, Neil deGrasse Tyson doesn't give me my Christmas bonus, right? Hey, Abarax, how you doing, my friend? Hey, Tom, or Tomb, 2623. Right, yo. Make sure you share the stream, everyone, to get more people in here to keep me here longer and longer and longer and longer. But let's go into this.
Earth, I believe that I'm not a scientist. I have no skin in the flat Earth game. I'm not a flat earther, but I am open to redefining what...
Oh, well, Panties, you're right. Absolutely. I do apologize. Happy Shark Week, everyone. Well, Panties, where is my Shark Facts readout? What use is Happy Shark Week if I don't have a Shark Fact to read out? Have you given one already? I can't scroll back that far if you've given one. But yeah, happy Shark Week, everyone. What is your favourite shark? Mine is the hammerhead. Danny Turner, £5. Craig, are you mad? Offering more time to deal with more derp. Are you mad, brother? Hope you and the family are well. Fuck Nathan Oakley. Fucking Nathan Oakley sounds a bit gross, to be honest. Well, that is a 6 minutes to add to the timer. Come on. Well, Panties, where's the shark fact? Oh, I'm waiting. Member for 9 months, dihydrogen monoxide H2O says, pro tip, playing Minecraft whilst an FTFE streams on in the background is quite hazardous. I had creepers explode on me mid-face palm. Oh, I've been playing, as well as Satisfactory, Power World's creep back up on my radar. If you guys haven't played Power World before, the 1.0 release has just come out and it is fucking fantastic. Right, no shark fact. So, oh wait, there we go. There's the shark fact. Shark fact of the day: to retain metabolic heat, to retain metabolic heat, salmon sharks use rete mirabile bile, a complex series of blood vessels to maintain body temperature up to 21 degrees Celsius above ambient water temperature. Zumi says, I got the Voyager game out. You ever think of getting it? Once I hear all the bugs are sorted, I probably will get it myself. But what little time I have to game, I like to dedicate to the ones I'm totally addicted to. And Satisfactory and Power World leaves very little time for anything else. Hey, Anna Handel, stop giving game recommendations. I'm in enough trouble being addicted to Satisfactory. Oh, guys, wait till you see my city. Oh, yeah. I could quickly show you it, I guess. Oh, why aren't I signed in there? Oh, well, maybe I can't show it because it's signed me out of Xbox. Never mind. Insider, who's been a member for 20 months, says, I just joined. Could you restart the stream? I've only been going for 15 minutes, mate, but you can increase the stream timer by donating a membership. Or 10. Anyway, let's get on listening to some derp. So this guy isn't a flat earther. I don't know his stance on science in general, but he did have Dave Weiss on.
The Earth is because I believe that a great many theories of science are taken as law. They call them theories themselves, and I believe a great deal of deception has...
Oh, for fuck's sake, dude. Insider Donkey Kong gifted 5 memberships, which adds 30 minutes, so I need to add another 30. Because it's doubled. Thank you very much. I do appreciate it, Insider. Thank you very much. We're at 21 hours and 50 minutes already. Tay on a leg 499 says, you pocketed £200 for TikTok Flerf hunts. All you delivered is excuses. The only thing being hunted is everyone's patience. I did the TikTok Flerf hunts. What are you on about? Did you not see the stream? I went hunting for TikTok Flerfs. I got like 5. And the rest ran away, and now I'm currently banned from streaming on TikTok. Well, thank you for the super chat, Tay. I do appreciate it. Does that take it up to 10? No. Right, I need another 5 to add another £6, another 6 minutes. I don't know what you're on, Tay. I did do the TikTok Flerf thing. I don't know why you missed it. It took a couple of weeks because I had to get ability to stream back, which I got, and then was taken away from me again. Well, thanks for the super chat.
Sort of infiltrated and manipulated the sciences as originally given to Adam by God in the Garden of Eden. This is just common sense. As all things change over the course of time, so too did science, especially when it was sort of abducted and taken captive.
Right, yeah, so this guy starts with saying they're theories, not laws. Not understanding what a theory is. I'm going to have to sort him out on that. Seems like a science denier. We'll see how it goes.
By these forces, such as the fallen angels and the Nephilim, okay? That is a fundamental part of the foundation here at 21CD, and so, of course, I base most of my beliefs off of the concept that all of the sacred sciences have been sort of manipulated to fit an agenda. We've been talking about the Nephilim a lot lately, and how they essentially may have stolen these sciences and fit the world around us into a funnel that would feed their agenda. And they do this through cults like the Brotherhood of the Snake and Freemasons and many others. But when it comes to...
Freemasons are a drinking club. Oh, Jesus. Well, this is going to be a fun podcast.
To this specific episode, I am just a thinker. I'm thinking, I'm philosophizing, I am having a conversation. I'm pondering. I'm thinking logically according to the logic that I have in my head and according to my own beliefs.
Doesn't seem much logic in there. Ross Allen for £2. The figure of this is higher than Oakley can count. Thank you. That's £7. Need another £3 to add 6 minutes on the timer. Syrian, what the fuck are sacred sciences? I know, right? That's 100 of you watching already. Thank you very much, guys. Make sure you smash the like button. Get the stream out to more people. Tay, I want to hear your response. Tay, not Tay. Whoever you were. Tay, yeah, Tay on a leg. I did do that. I don't know what you're on about. F-Grudge, no, it was before the hour. So you know, that doesn't count. I mean, come on, we're already at 21 hours. Dave McKeegan in the chat. Everyone, FTFE, I'm starting a new Freemasons. We will be protesting that all people named Mason should be released from prison. Come on, Tay Redgrave. Tay on a leg, sorry. I want to hear your response. I did do the TikTok Flerf hunting stream that I said I would.
And then I am asking questions. And I believe that most of our monsters do exist in our own heads, despite the fact that a great many of them also walk the earth. We talk about cryptids, we talk about conspiracies, we try to redefine these things and get a better picture of what...
Is the video loud enough, guys? Just let me know. Yeah, yes, no in the chat.
...they are through logic and ancient texts and a biblical sort of foundation. Through all of these things, we try to define the world around us. I'm also an ex-interrogator, and I have degrees in military intelligence and sociology. I've been to school for a while, and...
I don't know why, but I don't believe that. He was a military interrogator.
My game is not necessarily trying to prove anybody wrong scientifically. My game is understanding why minds believe what they believe and where those minds find their stability so that I can sort of ascertain the
Dihydrogen monoxide with £5. Science deniers be like, if I drink 10 tequilas, I won't get drunk. Oh, believe me, tequila gets you fucking drunk. I found that out last week. That's 6 minutes added to the timer.
Legitimacy of the thought process and extract any beneficial information that might be useful to you guys. I'm not here to define what proof is, what mathematical equation or scientific system or graph or picture means what, according to which perspective is trying to use it to prove their points. I want to know why people believe what they believe. I ask these questions.
Evidence and logic.
In this interview, sort of utilizing that sort of model. And I think when people are sort of requested to explain why they believe what they believe, the validity of what they believe is more easily able to be measured and subsequently judged. For instance, notice how every element of the flat earth theory is explained through science that it has been presented and given to us by the very same organizations that, according to...
I'm sorry, but what the fuck did he just say?
For instance, notice how every element of the flat earth theory is explained through science that it has been presented and given to us by the very same organizations that, according to...
Every element of the flat earth theory is explained by science. No, it's not. There's no science in the flat earth anything. F-Grudge, €5. Science deniers climb trees wearing scuba gear. Just need another £5 worth of super chats and I'll put another 6 minutes on there. So what I'm doing right now is I have tasked my assistant, Emily, who's trapped in my basement, doesn't really have a choice, in contacting all the podcasts that Dave Weiss has been on. And no matter what they are, I'm going to join them if they respond. So I'm trying to, every audience that Dave has infested, I'm trying to get there as well. I've got this one. I've got another one in a couple of days. And we're contacting more and more all the time. We already did one the other day, which is on members only at the moment. Tay on the leg says, you weren't banned. Last time I checked, you simply weren't live. Yeah, I'm not banned from TikTok, but I'm banned from streaming. I've had that ability on TikTok removed. But I did the stream, Tay. while I wasn't banned from streaming on TikTok, I did the stream hunting for TikTok Flerfs. So I don't know what you're talking about. Guys in the chat, can you explain to Tay on a Leg that I did the hunting for TikToks Flerf stream? That's a thing that happened after I said that it would. I'm not sure how this isn't getting through, Tay on a Leg. I've done it. I'm not... I mean, I actually haven't checked in a while because TikTok pissed me off. But I lost my ability to stream on TikTok because they said that I was bullying and harassing or something. In fact, it even happened live. Whilst I was streaming, they cut the fucking TikTok. Dark Fang Nightcrawl, who's been a member for 11 months, says, 11 months, nearly a year, Fuzzer Thank you, dude. I appreciate it.
Flat Earth believers like David Weiss are being used to explain why the globe theory is the right theory, okay? Essentially, both sides, they use the same sciences and the same mathematical equations and all of this kind of stuff.
No, the Flat Earth does not use any maths or equations. What the fuck are you talking about?
Different ways to explain their theories. So why does one side believe it's flat when the other believes it's round, even though they
brain damage, I assume,
use the same tools for measurement? Imagination, in my personal...
Flat Earthers don't use any tools for measurements. Jesus Christ.
Opinion is one of the most valuable assets of the human. It's one of our most powerful tools, and also simultaneously can be one of the greatest traps that we lay for ourselves. We have to continually sharpen our minds using a sense...
Dark Fang Nightcrow added 3 minutes to the timer of membership. Thank you very much. So I need to double that with another one. There we go. We're at 21 hours 55 minutes with 157 new members already. Right, Tay on a Leg, do you understand yet that I did it? Let's see if I can find it. It'll be a while back. No, it was after that, surely. Pardon me. No, it was before that. So it was a while ago I did it. There we go. So here we go. Tay on a Leg. It was 4 months ago, after the Super Chats. I did a hunting for Flerfs on TikTok stream, lasted an hour and 38. That is the one that I said that I would do from the Super Chat goals. There it is. Can you stop crying now? Dihydrogen monoxide for £2 says, last time Flerfs used a tool, 15 degrees per hour. Right. That equals £10 of Super Chats. Let me just check. What's this? 37.41. Well, I need another £2.59 of Super Chats to add another 6 minutes. Right, we're 28 minutes into the stream. Right, for the next 32 minutes, all donations for time are doubled, by the way, just in case you've forgotten. So that means if you gift a membership, it adds 6 minutes. £10 worth of Super Chats, it adds 6 minutes. If you give 10 memberships, it'd be 2 hours.
Of logic that has been instilled in us. When we abandon logic, we have no real way of limiting imagination. The deception comes into play when logic is defiled for a sinister end, which is right now the limitless imagination of the predatory class of elites that's running this planet. They have created a simulation for us all to live in, a flesh and blood world where our experiences are funneled into ends that benefit them, therefore defining this life as a simulation of sorts. Everything we do is simulated by some sort of digital ping, digital lure, some sort of machine or program or whatever you want to call it, some sort of electrical signal. okay? And then you go into society and how society teaches you certain sciences are true while certain other ones are pseudo and all of this kind of stuff. And you come to the realization that this is indeed a simulation, though maybe not.
Oh, for fuck's sake. So this guy is a science denier as well. Yes, I'm going on his channel in about 2 hours' time. Well, not on his channel. We're doing a podcast which he's going to be recording and then putting up. I'm going to try and get through this before then to debunk the nonsense that he says. I am Raven for $5 to contribute to the hostage fund until Rubik is freed. I'm pretty sure that's how this works. No, it's not. 6 minutes added to the timer. Thank you very much. Oh, Conspiracy Music Studios says, magic donation. How did this happen? You did it, dude. You did it. So that takes up to $45.49. So another £4.51 worth of super chats. And I'll add another 6 minutes.
Like all the science fiction movies say, in a sort of different way, it is exactly like they say. So I want you to watch this interview with that in mind. And take from it what you will. Please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Throw me some hype points. Maybe give me a 5-star rating. If you want to be on the show, you can check out 21cdstudios.com. I've got some merch and a reading list up there as well. I'm not going to debate with you. I'm just genuinely curious about the flat Earth and all of that kind of stuff. I've never really had. I've seen some of your YouTube videos, and you got a lot of people who just want to drag you for an hour, and I'm not that type of person at all. So I'm really just coming at this from the curiosity angle. All right.
Heard that
Yeah, but you're a science denier, so.
before, but I'll take your word for it.
Yeah. But we'll get right into it. Hey everybody, welcome back to the 21CD podcast. As always, I'm your ghost John. If this is your first time being here, welcome in. Take a seat.
Did he say I'm your ghost, John?
Podcast. As always, I'm your ghost John. If this is your
Yeah, I'm your ghost. Is he doing that on purpose, or is he trying to say host?
first time being here, welcome in. Take a seat. We have a really big show for you today because today we have a very special guest. We have David Weiss, also known as...
I mean, he's right. David Weiss is very special. Just not in the way that he means. More in the licking the window at the back of the short bus special. Hey, Kyle Lloyd. Welcome to the channel. How you doing?
As Flat Earth Dave. This is one of our guests that you guys have requested me to bring on, so here we go. David, thank you very much for being here. If we could start off by you just letting everybody know what you're all about and where they can find you.
Well, you can find me at Flat Earth Day, and
Don't
why
care.
I just heard about Flat Earth thing ever. But then when I was 4, they're annoying me, they're wasting my time, and apps.
We've heard his
But the second
nonsense
thing,
intro.
I believe in almost like a plane. Like there is room in my brain for an endless plane. Okay.
Okay. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Right, exactly. And, you know, a lot of people don't like it when I say stuff like that, but I believe in dimensions, and dimensions to me are kind of layers that intersect, and circles don't usually intersect like that in my... Exactly like what you're showing here. Now, I would not say that I am necessarily a flat earther or a glober. I'm more just open to many different concepts.
There you go. So my goal is to get people to...
Oh, my God. I should probably check these people out before I agree to go on their fucking podcast, eh? Ah, well.
realize that the globe is the one thing that can be proven to be impossible. And that's where we're going to go today. People that defend the globe, most of them don't know.
Kyle Lloyd says, if I donate some money, will you finally feed Simon Dan? Dan got killed. Did you not see the end of the video? He escaped. I had to let the snipers take him out.
Anything about it. For example, do you know the radius of the globe, the supposed radius?
I do not.
Circumference?
Nope.
Distance from the sun, how they figured it out?
I'm sure I learned that in high school at some point, but don't remember anymore.
You didn't learn it, you were told something. So,
Right, okay.
Yeah, that's how you learn it. That's how you learn things, Dave. Someone tells you something, and then you've got that. That's the process of learning.
But you memorize, you half memorize it because you've forgotten it. So the people that come on and say I know absolutely 100% the Earth is a globe can't answer any of those questions, and neither could you, and neither could I when I was asked. And they still try to defend the globe. So I live in Connecticut, and there's two islands, beach type islands off of there. One's called Captain's Island, the other one's called Island Beach. Right? We're going to have a quick little debate here. Which one is better to hang out for the day? I'm going to take Captain's Island. You're going to take Island Beach. Right? So defend Island Beach for me. Why it's better than Captain's Island.
because it's got a beach.
Well, don't make anything up. How do you know it has a beach? Captain's Island has a beach also. All right. It actually has a bigger beach. So the answer that you should say is, I don't know anything about it. I really can't. Right? Right. You were trying to play along. I get it. But that's where most globe defenders come from. Right. So you say you lean.
Well, who gives a fuck? Yeah, a lot of people don't know all the ins and outs, but they still know it's a fucking globe because they're not retarded. Nivox Bilkelman for £2 says special fried Weiss. Thank you, Nivok. I do appreciate it, and I hope you're doing well, my friend. Remember, reach out if you ever need to talk. Did Tay on a leg disappear after paying me money to be wrong?
Towards the globe. Is that because you're a trusting, loving person that believes that other people are trusting, loving, truthful people?
Well, that's a good question. Because scientifically, I can't prove that it's anything.
Well, scientifically, we can prove that it's not a ball.
Okay.
No, you can't. Because science doesn't deal in proof as a start. But there's no evidence that Earth is not a globe. It's not a ball. Earth is not a ball. It's a sphere. Not all spheres are balls. Balls are things that you kick around and you play sports with. Massive giant rocks in space that are spheres are not balls. They're just spheres. Planets, even. The Turtle Moves with £2 says copycat music. Weiss, baby, Weiss. We just need another... Well, you know what? It's 50p off, so I will just add another 6 minutes there. Oh, and there we go. Nick, 62415 Canadian Durf says that, yet also doesn't know any facts about Flat Earth. That's because there is no facts about Flat Earth. All right, guys, 36 minutes in. Remember, for the next 24 minutes, 23 and a half, every membership adds 6 minutes. Every £10 worth of super chats adds 6 minutes. 10 memberships gifted at once will add 2 hours to the timer, which is already at 21 hours and 57 minutes. Ryan Cooper for $5. Unsure if you drink, but it sounds like you will need to after this. Either way, cheers to all. Not you, Gary. Yeah, Gary knows what he fucking did. And Kyle Lloyd for $5 says, awfully ironic of Dave saying average people don't understand the science for the globe when he doesn't understand science at all. Let's add another 6 minutes for that. Thank you very much. 22 hours and 3 minutes.
Can you explain that?
We'll do that today. Would you agree that all balls, no matter what the size, have curvature to them?
Yeah.
Okay. And over a certain distance?
I misread the copycat. What? Copycat music. Weiss. Sorry. Weiss, baby. Dun, 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 dun. There we go. Sorry. Getting excited. Is tail and leg still there? No, you ran away.
Things would go over the curve, right?
And
You
they
would
do.
think, yeah.
Well, they definitely would have to. Right?
Well, I believe in gravity.
Well, you believe in gravity. You want to start there? Which gravity? Einsteinian or Newtonian?
Derp! They're the same. They describe the same thing. One's more accurate than the other. As simple as that. He's no idea what he's fucking talking about.
I think the scientific terms for these things... let me tell you how I view science. I view science as we've been given it extremely skeptically because I believe that these are sort of distortions on the way that the world is supposed to be viewed. So I heard you once say that the reason something might not make sense is not because you're too stupid to understand it, but because what they are saying doesn't make sense. Right, there you go, right on your shirt.
You're not stupid, it's stupid.
Right, so personally, on
You're not
21
stupid.
CD,
David
one of the
Weiss
things I
is
really stress
stupid.
is essentially everything we've been spoon-fed to
Hey,
believe
Mr.
should be
Andrat.
thought of as a lie. And that the greatest weapon that the powers that be, the predatory class or whatever, the demonic interference, if you want to say Satan, whatever, the greatest weapon that they utilize is deception. So when I think about science, I'm going to be 100% honest with you. If you ask me science questions, most of the time I'm going to say I have no clue because I don't.
Dihydrogen monoxide with £5 says, I'd love to see science deniers try to manage 6 separate chronic illnesses like me. Good luck doing that without science, without dying. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that you're so ill, dihydrogen monoxide, but, you know, praise science that you're alive. Thank you very much. £65.10 in chat revenue, so another £4.90, and we add another 6 minutes. Remember, guys, get in those memberships while you can. Every membership right now will add 6 minutes. 10 memberships will add 2 whole hours.
Really listen to that, you know?
Right. And by you saying that we should just assume everything's a lie, that's even more extreme than necessary. I think you should assume that everything needs to be checked into. But if you wanted to bet on everything that you hear on the news is a lie, I would take the lie side because you'll be a rich man. Because if you got a dime for every time they lied on the news, you'd have a lot of dimes.
All right, let's just, I'm going to make notes of things that he's saying. Right. Gravity, Einstein versus Newton. Okie dokies.
This is called the 3-body problem. I got 3 bodies the same size, same gravity. So this is an easy equation, right? We can take a supercomputer and put any 2 masses in there, a sun and an earth and a moon and an earth, whatever, and put them in orbit, and it can predict what they're going to do forever. But we can take the longest supercomputer, the best supercomputer in the world, you put 3 bodies in. Now I'm putting 3 bodies equally spaced, same size, and they go into chaos mode in no time, and no computer can figure out what they're going to do next.
Completely incorrect. We can analytically solve it for any amount of bodies. It doesn't matter. The thing is, there is no single equation that can solve the 3-body problem, because it doesn't work like that. But you can break it down analytically and map out as many bodies as you want. The 3-body problem is about there not being one single equation to map it out. That's it. The 3-body problem isn't a problem. It's been solved for a long time. It's just we don't have one single equation to plug a bunch of bodies into. We have to analytically solve it, piece by piece. But that's relatively easy to do.
Right? But we live in a solar system of, I don't know how many objects there are, counting all the moons, 80 objects, that works like a perfect clock, right? This is what our solar system should be doing, but way crazier than that. But it doesn't. And it's based on gravity, right? So what is gravity? And I asked you which gravity, Einsteinian or Newtonian. It used to be mass attracting mass, but then they changed that to Einsteinian, which is now the bending and warping of space-time.
It wasn't changed. It was superseded with a better explanation. Newton never had an explanation. He had an observation and a mathematical equation that showed it. Einstein gave us the reason why it happened and allowed us to calculate it a lot more accurately. Okay, we've got Tom W3ZX199 says, watching Dearth makes me hungry for French fries, because he's a fucking potato. Dihydrogen monoxide for £2 says, 3-body problem. Flerfs can't do polyamory. Where that takes us to 68.62, so £1.38 of super chats more, and we add another 6 minutes. Thank you very much. Yes, Riker is barking in the background. Someone dared to walk past my fucking house. Orion Cooper says, why is there a Mr. Potato Head being interviewed? It's a good question. Let's ask Mikey, see what he says. Mikey, why is there a potato being interviewed?
You don't like the truth. And I want to know. So that was my other question. Why does the truth bother you? You globies out there. The AI generated person himself, Craig, Fight the Flat Earth. He is an AI generated person. He's not an actual real person. At least that's my theory. And he looks like an AI generated person. Why does the truth bother you?
Am I AI? Are you just giving money to AIs right now? Tacos Janos for 1,000 huffs says wrong. No equation means no analytical solution. We can solve it numerically, for example, with Newton-Raphson iteration. What I was saying, what I mean is that there's not one single calculation. We have to solve it analytically, numerically. using like Lagrange solutions, Euler solutions, restricted three-body problems where you can ignore some of the gravity or whatever. There's no like, it's not like FG equals GN1 M2 over R squared. Boom, there we go. It's not as simple as that. Is my point. But thank you, Tanis. That takes us up to another 6 minutes on the timer.
This is the dumbest thing ever. They show you a bowling ball on a trampoline and they roll some balls around it, right? Why is the bowling ball going down? Why isn't it going sideways or up or this way or every way? Why isn't that space-time bending in other directions? It's just a concept. It's just a ridiculous theory that makes no sense. Now, the question is, there's other forces that are not theories. One of them is called the electrostatic charge. Right?
Except there is electromagnetic theory. There is electrical theory, just like there's gravitational theory. They both have a scientific theory. He's just completely wrong. Three-body problem. No. Gravity is a theory. Electrostatics isn't. Okay. Right, guys, we are 45 minutes into the stream. Tom just became a member. Welcome to Scrappers. That will add 3 minutes, and then I need to add another 3 to double it up. Thank you very much. 22 hours and 9 minutes to go. Right, for the next 13 minutes, every membership adds 6 minutes to the timer. Every £10 of super chats adds 6 minutes to the timer. For the entire stream, 10 memberships gifted at once adds 6 minutes each, so an entire hour. So in the next 13 minutes, if you add 10 memberships, it will add 2 hours to that timer there. Not that way. There.
We can witness it, the balloon, and hold it near your hair or just charge somebody up. This is electrostatic charge that we can manipulate, and we can test it. So I'm going to show you. We had some left.
Yeah, how do you manipulate it? By changing the voltage and the current, etc., and the distance. Just like with gravity, you manipulate it by changing the mass and the distance. It's exactly the fucking same. Manipulate it. Not gravity.
Over helium balloons. Have you seen this?
Yep.
Yeah. Have you seen this?
I've seen this concept before.
Okay. Yeah, so we the ground has a neutral or negative charge. The sky is a positive charge. These are not theories. These are testable. And anything up in the air is surrounded by the positive charge. The ground isn't moving. So when we let something go, if it's more dense than the air, it will go down, right? So
why? Here's the thing about the whole it will go down if it's more dense than air. Why? Why is that direction where there's more density? Why did it arrange? Why is the density arranged that way? That's because of gravity. Yes, if something's more dense than air, it will go down. But that's because of gravity. Inciter, Donkey Kong for 20 Donkey Kong dollars says, does this help raising the hostage ransom? Let me see what that did. That took us up to 73.33. So we need another £6.67 of super chats to increase the hostage situation. So thank you very much. I do appreciate it. Abrak says Free Body Problem was an okay Netflix series. I haven't watched that yet. It is on my list. But honestly, the only time I really watch TV is when my wife and I are having dinner. We choose a series to watch while we're eating. And that's about it.
This wire goes to a Van de Graaff generator, and we're going to add a little positive charge to that, make it more attracted to the ground. So we just did a real scientific experiment where we manipulated an independent variable, and we made it go down, we discharge it, and it goes back up. We can do the same thing in the opposite, right? So we tested that. That works. So we can test it.
Yeah, and we do it with gravity as well. We manipulate the independent variable, which would be the mass or the distance. And it changes the gravitational attraction, as per the Cavendish experiment. But all these things that he's doing is just creating a force that opposes gravity. But try doing that with a fucking car. It's not going to work. Sparky NJ says, what is that in US dollars? It'd be like $5, I guess. Because now we are £5.13 away. Well, £5.13 away, which is about $7, maybe $6.50. I'm not sure. From another 6 minutes being added. So thank you very much.
We put a negative charge in, it goes up, right? Turn it off, it goes back down. Do it again, it goes up, right? So we're manipulating the electrostatic charge. This is a drone called the Silent Drone from MIT, and it flies with no moving parts. It's flying off the electrostatic charge. So this is a proven concept. It's not a theory, right? So the electrostatic charge exists.
Not what theory means, Dave, in science. Dihydrogen monoxide for £2 says, go down, go boom boom. Could be an 18+ film title. And Sparky NJ with $20 says, okay, let's see where that takes us. That means I have to add 12 minutes. Because that took us up to £90 of super chats. Watch the timer go up. There we go. Thank you very much, Sparky. Much appreciated. Guys, 10 minutes left on the first hour. Remember, in the first hour, everything is doubled for the stream. That means if you gift a membership, it's not 3 minutes added, it's 6 minutes, as that says there. If you give £10 worth of super chats, it's 6 minutes. 10 memberships at once will add an entire 2 fucking hours.
Yes, and the theory of gravity exists. So the question is, some people, well, gravity's not a theory. Okay, we'll say gravity's real. I'll give it to you, right? It's not. It's a theory. Nobody knows how it works.
Yeah, we do. Mass attracts mass because of the curvature of space-time. We know how it works. It's actually quite easily explained. Just like we know how electrostatics work.
But the heliocentric scientists, pseudoscientists, say that the electrostatic charge is 10 to the 36 power stronger than gravity.
At the microscale, at subatomic level. Like, if I take this Red Bull can and this cup, the attraction between them with electrostatics at this distance is not 10 to the 36. It's not. Times stronger than gravity. It's simply not. It's a lie. 10 to the 36 times stronger. All right, I've got to make sure that everything that Dave says, I explain why it's a fucking lie.
Let's pretend gravity's real. 10 to 36 zeros times stronger than gravity. Can you conceive of what size that number is? Because I can't.
No, of course not.
Only at the subatomic level. So don't fucking lie. Conspiracy Music Studios for €5 says, boom, it's flat. If you know, you know. I will play that at some point when I go to the toilet, my friend. Don't worry. Another £3.81 to add 6 minutes. Zachary Bowden became a member. Welcome to Scrappers. That will add 3 minutes. I will add an extra 3 as well. Janos Tacos Janos, even for 1,000 huffs, says Electrolifter pushes ionized air down. Flerf, it flies on its own. Rocket pushes reaction. Mass out. Flerf, it pushes off of atmosphere. Yeah, they're not very smart, are they? Thank you very much. Orion Cooper for $2 says, if Dave didn't lie, he would never speak at all. And that is another 6 minutes added. Boom, boom. Thank you very much.
Right. So 10 to the 36. Let me explain what that is. If you had a grain of sand and you made it 10 to the 36 power bigger, it would be 10,000 times wider than the universe claimed to be. Right? It's just a ridiculous number. So that would be that would be like a tug of war between every person on Earth times 1,000,000 and a flea. All right? I mean, there's no competition. So the electrostatics are making things go up and down, provably. Where the hell's gravity? It's 10 to the 36 times less powerful. So even if it was real, it's nothing. It has no hope. All right? So that's from them. They tell us the truth. And people are just like, I still believe in gravity. It's
yeah, but the truth is that the attraction, like that strength, is only at the subatomic level. And that's, he either doesn't know, or he purposely omits that because he's a fucking liar. Of course he is.
Gravity is a religion. Heliocentrism is a religion. The ball.
Spitfire, a sub doesn't add anything. I do appreciate the sub. Thank you very much. But it's only new memberships when you buy or gift a membership. If you look down below the chat, there's the little $sign. If you become a member of the channel, it will add 3 minutes. Unfortunately, subs don't count. I do appreciate the sub, but that doesn't add time to the timer.
It is literally a religion. So
when do you think this deception really began? Because you've got people, you've got the older explorers who talk about how they believe that the Earth, is flat and all that kind of stuff, and they were afraid that they could sail right off the edge of it. Some of them believed that they had actually seen the waterfalls going off the edge of it. So when do you think that deception really started?
The deception started.
Bong the Ripper for $2 says, what would your DJ stage name be? Probably the same name I had in the military, Big Mac. I mean, that's kind of been my nickname my whole life, really, Big Mac. Because I was a tall guy and my surname's McNeil. Right, guys, 5 minutes left in the first hour. For the next 5 minutes, every £10 of super chats adds 6 minutes. Every membership adds 6 minutes. After that, it goes down to 3. At any time during the stream, if you add 10 memberships at a time, it will be 6 minutes. So for the next 5 minutes, if you add 10 memberships at once, it will actually add an entire 2 hours to the timer. And there's Truth Nerds doing exactly that. So that will add an hour. But then I need to add another hour myself. Thank you, Truth Nerds, for those 10 memberships. I do appreciate it. We're at 169 new members already. The stream will now be finishing tomorrow at 9 p.m. as we are at 1 day and 26 minutes already. Thank you very much. I appreciate it more than you could ever know. 4 minutes left for the first hour where everything gets doubled. Punish me as much as you like.
Not that long ago, they were teaching flat Earth in the 1900s here in America in public schools.
No, they weren't. That's a fucking lie.
Right? History will tell us other things. So history will tell us, as Eratosthenes figured it out, and then we have these historical men, Pythagoras, Copernicus, Galileo.
Just gonna not mark that down. Teaching flat Earth in schools in America. I wonder if he's going to show any evidence of that claim. Sparky NJ says for $5, is this a recent podcast? Are you going to do this one as well? Yeah, I'm on this one in like an hour and a half. Another £4.67 in the next 3 minutes, and it gets 6 minutes on there. Otherwise, it'd be 3 minutes.
Kepler, Newton. I think these are just made up stories. I don't even think these are real people. So the story of Eratosthenes, where he theorized, where he saw the sun shining on the bottom of a well, and then he put a stick in the ground. There was no shadow, and he sent his buddy 500 miles away, who counted his steps to figure out it was 500 miles away, and somehow they were able to communicate. And he had a shadow, and Eratosthenes did not have a shadow.
So he doesn't know the story of Eratosthenes, because Eratosthenes did have a shadow. And they literally, it wasn't his body. There was people whose job was to measure distance by walking.
And he did some really good math to figure out that the Earth was a globe, right? Here's Carl Sagan.
No, he already knew that the Earth was a globe. Eratosthenes didn't try to prove the Earth was a globe. He was measuring its radius, knowing it was a globe. Eratosthenes knew it was a globe.
Remember the show Cosmos? I was in college when it came out. And he's showing, the sun, the rays come in straight. They don't, but let's just say that they do. And the only way...
they do, and I can prove that quite easily. I'm going to put there. Sun rays aren't parallel. Yes, they are.
To have no shadow, and a shadow would be if the Earth is curved. So he takes the paper and he curves it. So he's pointing that one at the sun. It's bent.
Right, guys, 90 seconds left to get the memberships in for double the time added, or £10 of super chats to double it as well. 10 gifted memberships in the next minute and a bit will add 2 hours to the timer.
That one has a shadow, right? And he says that's the only way you can have different shadow lengths. Cool story, but it's not the only way. It's not the only way, right? First off, no one has ever seen rays come in parallel. They come in crepuscular. So
yeah, we all see rays come in parallel, because that is literally a trick of perspective. What we're seeing there is the same that we see in train tracks. So let me crepuscular rays equals train tracks.
The whole experiment's dead anyway. But you can take a local light, do it on your desk, put two upright things on your desk, hold a light over one of them, there'll be no shadow, and the one off to the side will have a shadow. You can use the exact same math Eratosthenes allegedly used and figure out the sphericity of the flat table.
No, it's not figuring out the sphericity of it. Yeah, it kind of works with just 2 points on Earth. But if you do it with more than 2 points, like's been done countless times, it can only be a globe. Right, there we go, guys. First hour down. So now we are back to just 3 minutes for each membership. And 3 minutes for £10 of super chats. Thank you very much for that first hour. Insane. We're already at 1 day, 22 minutes. Like a bit insane. Thank you, Ryan Cooper. Please don't ever apologize for not being able to send super chats or anything. You being here is a massive, massive boost for me, as always. Just thank you for being here and being involved in the stream. I really appreciate it.
So again, it's empty claims that are not exclusive to a globe Earth. So this doesn't prove the Earth is flat, unless you can prove that the sun is local, which I think we can. It works on both. So every claim that they have for a globular Earth is either just an outright lie, or it's something that's not...
The fucking irony of him calling things a lie, by the way. Zachary Bowden, $5 says, Milan Jade Bowden is 6 and knows the sun is 93 million miles away and the Earth is a globe. She's much smarter than Flerf, Dave. No, you're not fucking wrong. Right, well, that adds another 3 minutes to the timer. Oh, wrong one. There we go. Thank you very much, Zachary. I do appreciate it.
Not exclusive to the globe.
Okay, so how... I guess how would you explain the sun moving? Does the sun move in your opinion?
So when you go to the beach for the day, and you're there all day, does the sun move across the sky?
If you're there long enough, it appears to, yeah.
Yeah, let's say you're there.
And then it goes behind the horizon.
For all day, from sunrise to sunset. The sun moves across the sky.
Right.
Welcome to flat Earth, right? But in your world, the sun's not moving, you're spinning, right? When you're watching a sunset over the ocean, in your world, you have to believe that you're on top of a ball, falling over backwards faster than the speed of sound, which is making the sun look like it's setting.
No, you don't fall over backwards and not faster than the speed of sound because the speed of sound is relative to a medium. There's no medium in space. Is he about to show his lying video?
Okay.
The Flerfment supervisor says, Oi, did we find out how Emma's hand is doing? FTFE official. Let me tell you about Emma's hand, so tell you what happened, right? We'd gone to the park with the dogs. Riker is a good dog. Apart from a couple of things. One, he barks a lot of things going past, like he's trying to protect the house. And two, he can't control himself when he sees another dog when he's out. So what we started to do is put him on a really long lead so we can still throw a ball and stuff for him and have a play with him at the park. And we were at the park and Emma had the lead because me having it with my legs is a bad idea. And it kind of slipped out Emma's hand as Riker started sprinting towards another dog to go and say hello because he's desperate to play with them. So Emma grabbed the lead, but as she grabbed it, it wrapped around her thumb, well, on her left hand, right? So she had it like that, wrapped around her thumb. And as Riker got to the limit of the lead, going full speed, quite a big dog, border collie, yanked her thumb. Snapped the tendon in her thumb that goes down into her arm and pulled away part of the bone. So now she's got her thumb in a cast like that for at least 8 weeks. So yeah, it was pretty fucking painful. Although she's a fucking trooper, she never shows that she's in pain. As soon as it happened, she kind of looked at me and her face is a bit white and she's like, I've just broken my thumb, need to go to hospital. And instant swelling, you could see that. Yeah, so cheers, Riker. So yeah, 8 weeks of Emma not being able to use her left hand. Luckily, she's right-handed, so she's all right. You know, it's a bit of pain and it's a bit of a hassle having to. You know, she can't ever let it bend because for 8 weeks it's got to be completely straight because of the tendon, right? It needs to repair. And if during that 8 weeks, as she's changing the dressing, it bends, the 8-week period has to start again because it takes 8 weeks for that tendon to set properly again.
Crazy, right? Isn't that a little scary? Falling over backwards faster than the speed of sound?
F Grudge €5 says the sun is actually overwhelmingly local on a galactic scale. You're not wrong. When you're right, you're right. Thank you for the €5, dude. I do appreciate it. Remember that your super chats can be used to make me say stupid shit. I will literally say anything that you put in a super chat.
Yeah, well, when you put it that way, absolutely. What do you think the sun is?
Great question. I don't know. I think it's consciousness. I think it's God consciousness. I don't know.
I don't know. I think it's God consciousness. What a fucking nonsense.
The sun that we see, the moon that we see, the stars that we see are not physical objects.
So if it's consciousness, would that mean that you think it's different for everybody?
We all see the sun in a apparent position for ourselves. So let me show you what that. Let me just jump to that.
Sorry, the firmament supervisor says, did I ever tell you how I lost my big toe? It involved water skiing and a tow rope. I don't want to know, because that sounds like something that will make me vomit.
And just to clarify, as a baseline, you do view the world in like through a biblical lens. You believe in the creation story?
I became a flat earther before that. That's not the reason I'm a flat earther.
No. I'm just asking.
Biblically, the Bible is a flat Earth book, but that's not how I became a flat earther.
It's not a science book, and it's not a flat Earth book. It's a book that describes the Earth, sometimes poetically. Simple as that.
Flat Earth brought me to the Bible.
Okay, interesting. How so? I'm curious.
Because I was pretty much on the fence. I don't believe any of this. I tell the story when I was a young teenager. I went to Bermuda with a group called Young Life. And they did a Bible study on this cliff. And the first verse they read was about where the stars fell to the earth. I think it was Daniel, where the stars fell to the earth. Well, wait a minute. A star is 1 billion times bigger than the earth. How could a star fall to the earth? And I discarded the Bible for 45 years. Okay? so that's a bit crazy there. So you ask how we see the sun. I think that the sun itself is above or within the firmament. We're under the firmament. And it's projected. Yeah, we see it kind of projected through the firmament. So I put this sheet here, dividing my room in half. And about 8 feet on the other side, I have a flashlight, which has actually got a square lens, but it looks round. That's also something to keep in mind, that everything becomes a circle in the distance. And I see it right here. Now, my wife is off to the left of me, right? So she's looking, and she sees it in a...
How the fuck did this potato manage to get married? Orion Cooper, $5, says, I'm taking care of a foster chihuahua who is so scared and confused he bit me a few times. Not a bad guy, just terrified. I sympathize with Emma. Yeah, it was quite painful for her. Right, give me 1 second. I'm just setting up the Zoom link for the dude that, for this dude, for this the thing that I'll be joining. Let me send that to Rubiks. Wait, where? There we go. Chihuahua, it's not Chihuahua. When I was, I take Esther out, our dog, our other dog, who isn't actually our dog. We're just looking after her for a couple of years while my brother-in-law is in the Army Intelligence Corps, and he is currently in America working in the Pentagon. So we've inherited their Hungarian Vizsla for a couple of years. And I take her out because she needs to run. So I'll go on my my electric scooter that I sit down on, and just hold the rope, the lead, and she runs next to me because she's like half horse. And I was out with her the other day, going on the front of Kirkcaldy, and there was a guy walking his ferret, which I was like, the fuck is happening there? Esther seemed very confused because she normally meets other dogs.
In a different place.
Hello. Oh, my daughter's here. You want to say hello, Violet?
Yeah, hi.
This is Violet, the half demon, half alien child that I somehow inherited. Where did you come from again?
None of your business, buddy.
Was there like a falling star or something?
None of your business, buddy. You don't need
No, what it was, there was this crack in the ground with flames and fire and like lava, and she just crawled out of it one day, and there she was.
Sure thing, buddy. Sure thing.
How are you doing?
Hi.
What are you up to?
Fighting you.
Come on, then.
Oi, this is rude. How could you? You're abusing your own child. This is abuse.
No one saw me punching you. It's fine.
I think there's a little something right there.
Oh. So, I've got a whole day added on already.
Imagine.
Yeah, I know. I've had 169 new members.
Damn.
Yeah. Are you going to miss me?
No.
Oh.
I'm actually really glad you're gone. I don't know why I'm here.
Why are you bothering me then?
I don't know, man.
I'm not going to feed you anymore.
Well, Mum's gonna feed me.
I'm going to tell Mum she's not allowed to feed you.
She's gonna feed me anyway.
Oh, God damn it.
She's better parent than you.
Anybody want a child?
No, you're not. You should get Mum to agree. She's not gonna agree with this.
No, go have a shower. You smell.
What a freak, bro. I showered yesterday.
Love you.
I'm gonna kill you.
Sparky and... Oh, Violet. Come back. Sparky NJ for $10 says, blink twice if you want us to call the police.
Oh. That's an interesting thing to say.
Stop blinking! Hamish the Crazy for €2 says, old people are embarrassing. Are you calling me old? Am I old?
I have some news for you, buddy.
What?
You're quite old.
Oi, get out! Love ya. That is, however, another 3 minutes added to the timer. Where's the thing on? Is there? Thank you very much, guys. Hey, F. Dot, how you doing? Yeah, and beating your child on stream, it's absolutely fine. Nathan Oakley showed us all that you can do that, right? At least mine didn't scream.
She sees it off to the left. Hold on, so I'll move over here, right? So I see it here, and she sees it right there. So if I put a little X on the sheet.
I Am Raven says, I'll take the child. Does she do housework? She's a fucking teenager. Getting her out of bed is hard enough.
She's seeing it over there at the same time as I'm seeing it there. She's seeing it over there. So we're seeing the sun in two apparent positions. Make sense?
Okay, yeah.
So here it is. We have 3 people, and this is, of course,
except the sun isn't behind a big sheet.
The scale. All right, the sun is here, so it's noon for this person.
Mm-hmm.
Right? This person sees the sun there. This person sees the sun there, and this person sees the sun there. So they couldn't triangulate the sun because their ground position is real, but the sun position is different. So they couldn't triangulate it to figure out where it is.
Well, actually, they could, based on where they were seeing it. According to this diagram, where they are seeing it, there's still an angle here going up to this point. So this, Dave, shows that you would be able to triangulate it. Sparky NJ. Oh, missed your membership chat. I'm sorry, my friend. Member for 79 months says, I am using my membership chat to say you're all mad. Cats are better than dogs until I die and they eat my face. I've always been a cat person, and I love cats, and we've actually got a 21-year-old cat called Esmeralda Weatherwax and a 10-year-old cat called Frisbee. Violet named it. Dogs are just something different. I think dogs would probably eat you when you die as well, to be fair. Iron Raven says, how many of us are older than Craig? I was 43 the other day. If you're older than me, put a 1 in the chat. If you're younger than me, fuck off. How dare you?
It's an
How does this relate to telling time?
Distance to the sun. I'm going to put that here. Distance to the sun.
In your opinion?
Well, time is super easy. The sky clock is what time is.
Holy fuck, you're all older than me. Am I the young one here? Oh, I like that. The Tet Spam Goz here says, I don't know how old I am. I passed 40 and I'm sure someone would tell me if I was 50. You would hope, right?
All watches are set to the sky clock. So the sun is the hour hand on it's 24 hours around. So right now, I'm on the East Coast here, and it's about 4:20 in the afternoon. So it's showing me it's 4:20 in the afternoon.
Yeah, except this doesn't work, does it? This doesn't accurately show the position of the sun and the moon. We've shown that. App doesn't work. / leaks data. Sustaining Nimbus 199 says, you're not the young one, just a child. I'm a bit of a child, aren't I? Watchmaker's 39, he's younger than me. Sparky NJ says, you mean you don't know your streams are how they calm the nursing home patients? You think my streams make people calm? People break their monitors because of my fucking streams. Let's see where we are on Super Chats. 127.90. So another £2.10 to add another 3 minutes. We're about an hour 15 in, guys. Remember, we are doing a membership drive. For every new membership, 3 minutes is added to the timer. If you give 10 memberships at once, it will double. So that will do a whole hour if you give 10 memberships at once, or more, obviously. So, well, thank you very much for that. I really do appreciate it. We're already at 169 new members, and you know, a couple hundred quid. Well, 130 quid in super chat. So I sincerely appreciate the support that you guys show me. It's absolutely incredible. Thank you very much.
That's where the sun is. And the sun goes around once every 24 hours. So wherever it is, let me slow it down. I'll turn on the time zones.
So the sun is continually rotating around the flat Earth, not across.
Wherever the sun is, it's noon, right? And this outer yellow line here is the Tropic of Capricorn. The inner yellow line is the Tropic of Cancer. The sun is now migrating in, and on June 21st, it'll be over the Tropic of Cancer, closer to us people in the inner north. That's why it's our summer. And then out here, it'll be winter. But in December, the sun goes right over Australia. That's why they have their summer in December, because it's close. Right? If you were at a campfire, big campfire, you're standing 5 feet from the campfire, let's say, right? And it's nice and warm. If you step backwards 10 feet away, it's now colder.
Yes, correct.
There you go.
Funny how the sun isn't bigger in the summer than it is in the winter. Because it would be, but it's not. I'm going to put that down. Sun. Oh, go away. Isn't bigger in summer. I love how Dave's cock doesn't work at all. I know, it's fucking brilliant.
So that's where our summer and winter come from. Let me show you a quick thing. So let me go to images, seasons. So I was on the Yucatan Peninsula in February. This was last year, but it's the same thing happened this year. It was about 90, 95 degrees. And at the same time, up here in the Northeast, it was minus 10 Fahrenheit, 100-degree difference. 100-degree difference. That's huge. It's only like 1,100 miles or something. And the difference from the sun from here to here is 0.00003% farther, which is nothing. It's a rounding error, right? So the 93 million miles away minus...
I don't think he knows what a rounding error is.
1,000 miles. How much difference is that going to make? Right? 100-degree difference. Now let's look at it on the flat Earth. On the flat Earth, the sun was right here. Remember, it's February. So January, February, it's migrating back in towards the equator. And if we look, it's twice as far from the Northeast as it is from where I was. The yellow line is where I was.
Yeah, but that map's been debunked. Why winter happens. A map debunked.
The green line it's twice as far. So if you were standing next to a campfire and you turned, it's not going to make much of a difference. But if you went 10 feet back, it's now colder. Okay. This is simple. Seasons only work on a flat Earth. The sun goes from...
No, seasons only work on a globe because there's no flat Earth map. That's not what the fucking countries look like. They are not that shape. That map has been debunked by people going to Antarctica that you, Dave, were fucking invited to. I'll put that as well. Dave invited to Antarctica.
This line to this line, it spirals in for 6 months and then it spirals out for 6 months. The moon does the same thing, but it does it every 2 weeks.
You're right.
2 weeks in, 2 weeks out. How about that?
It's very interesting. How does when I mentioned before we started recording here, the philosophical questions are ringing in my mind. So what does that have to do? How does that factor into consciousness? Like, is the consciousness and seasons and all of that kind of stuff, the tides, all of this kind of stuff? How does conscience determine that?
So, are you on the mind frame of understanding that your thoughts create your reality?
To a certain degree, I think so. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, you've heard of vision boards. You ever make a vision board?
No, I didn't do all that because I'm not really like, I'm not gonna, white girl it to the point where it's like what you are is what you is and all that kind of stuff.
I'm with you. I knew about vision boards for years, and I was like, nah, I'm just like you. And then I was like, I'm gonna make one day, and I didn't make it for 20 years.
I don't care about vision
boards. And then
boards.
one day I said, you know what? I saw a great vision. I want this my right? Are things that you have brought into your life. You're a little about just a lot of fear, false evidence appearing real, and so if you're limited, your thought
it limits you directly. But
map that was found in a Buddhist temple
are on a flat Earth. How are we unlimited then?
Well, there's more resources. I mean, look at this. So this was a map that was found in a Buddhist temple 10 centuries old, and it was published in 1907. What are these other continents out here?
That's from a fucking story. Buddhist map. News story. It was from a literal fiction piece. For fuck's sake.
Here. What if there's other civilizations out here? What if there's more resources, technology? What if this is where all of the old civilizations moved out to? And we're trapped in here. What if the world was set up like this? Right? This is our local pond, right? We're here in the middle. This would be Antarctica. And out here is more land, more civilizations, more resources, more people.
This is a flat version of a different argument too, though, that is present on the globe, in my opinion. And correct me if you think I'm wrong. That's totally fine. But they tell us we can go to space. They tell us we're going to go to Mars. And in a lot of conspiracy circles, there's even the inner Earth.
Mr. E-Man gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much. That will add 15 minutes to the timer. It just did that. Thank you very much. We're at 174 new members already. Thank you very much, guys. Remember, every membership adds 3 minutes to the timer automatically. And every £10 of super chats will add 3 minutes as well. If you gift 10 memberships at once, it doubles and adds an entire hour.
CERN opening up the possibilities of dimensions and stuff like that. These are all globe viewpoints. So
I don't think so. I think CERN is a flat Earth thing. There's many of us believe that there's 7 levels above us, 7 levels of density of reality above us. So, you can call it the heavenly layer just above us. And it's not far. I think it's in our. I think right where the clouds are. What are clouds?
In Genesis, it says that God.
Jason became a member. Welcome to Scrappers. Thank you very much. That'll add 3 minutes to the timer automatically.
God put the birds in the firmament.
Yeah. Why? Well, the question is, why do clouds float in the sky? They're heavier than the air.
Buoyancy. Well, they're not heavier. Well, they're less dense than the air, and when they get too heavy, they fall down in the form of rain. Clouds. Why do clouds float? Right, I need to use the loo. I'm going to take a Riley. So, whilst I am gone... No, wrong one. Whilst I'm gone, you can listen to the new video from Conspiracy Music Studios. We're back in just a couple of minutes, guys.
There it is. Case closed. Boom, 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 say elements. You heard the experts say, ignore the rest. You need a flat earth for that. Horizontal's 90 degrees to every vertical. That's a flat earth prerequisite. It's mathematical. You measured something level. You walked from A to B. Congratulations, go believer. Welcome to flat earth. One more sentence, one more quote, one more thing taken out of context. Boom, it's flat. That's the evidence. Boom, it's flat. No coincidence. Need a local tangent. Boom, it's flat. Read one chapter. Boom, it's flat. Every single answer, every photograph somehow ends exactly where. Boom, it's flat. I'm the GOAT, don't you forget. Street activism, no regrets. Filmed another rainbow star. Now I know just what you are. Mars behaves just like the stars. Jupiter does too. Every blurry rainbow vortex proves the globe ain't true. Chromatic, no, that's not the case. That's the cosmos showing phase. 86 stars all agree. Boom, another victory. Grab binos, point them up. Watch the colors spin. Every strange artifact becomes another massive win. One more screenshot, one more ring, one more thing completely out of focus. Boom, it's flat. That's the evidence. Boom, it's flat. No coincidence. Rainbow vortex. Boom, it's flat. Looks all fuzzy. Boom, it's flat. Every single answer, every photograph somehow ends exactly where. Boom, it's flat. Need a cardboard sign. Boom, it's flat. Tell the neighbors. Boom, it's flat. Street corner Saturday. Boom, it's flat. Rainbow blobs at midnight. Boom, ba bum ba ba bum ba bum. Same way, buddy. It's flat. Case is over. Boom, it's flat. Read no further. Every quote's a victory.
Just scared.
Every graph's a laugh. Ignore a little context. Boom. It's flat.
Subscribe to Conspiracy Music Studios or I'll send Daniel Pratt to your home. Okay, where are we at? We're at 1 day, 19 hours with 175 new members. Thank you very much, everybody. Sparky NJ, $5. I have to step out, actually spend time with my wife after work. Who'd have thought? See you later. You mean you were messaging me while you were at work? Thank you very much. 3 minutes added to the timer. And then we've got Ryu9000 became a member. Another 3 minutes to the timer. Thank you very much. Did that do it? No, I think I need to press that. There we go.
Why are they floating? Well, electrostatics explain why the clouds float, right? So again, we can speculate about what's going on in the sky all we want, but the sky makes absolutely no sense, right? We can try to figure it out. Like, well, how does the sun work? The sun's made of helium and hydrogen.
The sky makes perfect fucking sense.
That defy gravity on Earth. Gases violently fill the available space, but they exist in a space vacuum and condense into a burning sun that has enough mass to hold on to Pluto. But it ignores our moon that burns 640 billion tons a minute or an hour or whatever.
It doesn't ignore our moon. Our moon isn't flying off into space, is it? Our moon is orbiting the sun, the same as us. Except that, it's also orbiting us. It can orbit two things at the same time. The entire Earth-Moon system is orbiting the Earth. How does the sun work? Why ignore moon? Right, in just about an hour's time, I will be joining this podcast that Dave is on right now. I'd like to try and get through this video. I'm going to increase the speed slightly. And then once the podcast is done, we'll be getting Michael Aftias back on for some debates with me and Max.
Stupid number is, but it never gets any smaller. And everything works perfectly like a clock. That's impossible.
So you probably don't believe in like, and this is okay, a lot of people don't these days, but you probably don't believe in like the moon landing or the space station.
Yeah, absolutely not. The International Space Station, we can, you catch NASA lying once. That's all you need, but we caught him lying 1,000 times. Joe Rogan.
You've never caught NASA lying, not once, not a single time.
Just the other day, had a guy on who was kind of playing middle road. He's like, I don't know, flat Earth. I'm not a flat earther, but they make some good arguments. And he was laying down some stuff. And Joe goes, well, what about the space station? He's like, well, it's fake. And he goes, well, you can pull up a live stream. And he pulls up a live stream on the show. Joe goes, pull up a live stream from the International Space Station. And this is the one he pulled up. Hold on, let me find it. He pulls up.
Those are both just studio productions in your mind.
Well, they might be filmed from aircraft in the sky. Hold on, I'm just trying to find the one video. Here it is. Yeah, so this is the one he pulls up. He pulls up this one, and it has a seam going across the Earth. Live on his show, he exposed the fakeness of the space station. They're taking real footage of the Earth from high altitude, maybe 100,000 feet, and they're wrapping it around a ball, and sometimes there's a seam.
This is what Joe pulled up
Except that wasn't a NASA live stream he pulled up
on his show.
Yeah.
And what did he say about that? Because that is crazy.
He stumbled and fumbled for quite a bit. Yeah.
So when we see stars and planets and all this stuff, like let's go back to the just most basics. When I look up into the sky and I see all these things,
what do you see?
Exactly, because like one of the things that I believe is when you have these radical ideas, these extreme ideas, these diabolical ideas, which doesn't mean they're necessarily bad. It just means they're very they're exciting in the grand scheme of things. You kind of have to have some sort of idea for what these things you're seeing might be instead of what you're being told they are. One of the big things is that birds aren't real.
Yeah, no flat earther believes that. But here's the question: if birds are androids, well, maybe that's why they sit on power wires to recharge. I don't believe that. Nobody believes that. It's just
I'm just using it as
meme.
It's just an example. But those people who say that birds aren't real, they still have to provide me with an explanation for why they think they're drones instead. And so in the same way, when I look up at the sky and I see the moon and the sun, the planets, the stars, and even the satellites, what am I seeing?
I don't know, and neither do you. Right? What is this? I'm sorry. I don't know what this pattern is here. Something's going on with my screen.
No, it looks fine. It's okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Normally it's a lot sharper. This is a star. What is that? I think it's angelic. That's my opinion. Right? I don't know. The thing is, nobody knows what.
It's an out of focus camera, not supposed to be used to look at the fucking stars. Try a fucking telescope. Jesus Christ. Right, guys in the chat, let's not have arguments about AI. All right. Some people like it. Some people don't. Just enjoy it for what it is. It's a bit of fun. Like that video is just fun, and not everyone has the ability to make GFX and graphics and stuff. So AI gives them ability to be creative in the way they want. All right, it's not for everyone, but let's not turn it into a fucking argument in my live chat, please. Thank you. I don't think Strayer One is a flatty. They are sometimes what's the word? Critical of me and other things, but let's not argue in the chat, please.
Stars are. Nobody knows. This is
unless there's a Flerf in there, then fucking have at it.
In the book of Ezekiel, it talks about angels are in the sky and they're a wheel inside a wheel. It kind of looks like a wheel inside of a wheel. I don't know what it is, but it isn't a burning ball of hydrogen in the sky. It isn't a burning ball of hydrogen. This is what NASA shows us. This is what we see. 211 trillion miles away.
Or you could actually look through a telescope and see it properly.
Able to zoom in on it and get this clarity.
So your opinion, you think that they're probably just all angels?
I don't know what it is. That's just my guess. I'm not hanging my hat on it or anything. Here's something. Think about this. It doesn't take an optics expert, right? So the star Sirius looks like this compared to the star Orion, which looks like that, right? Yeah. So the zoom focus it's 8.6 light years or 50 trillion miles away, right? So we can zoom in and make it this big inside the lens. It almost fills up the whole lens, right? So we can zoom in on this little dot and make it this big.
Yeah. Ever heard of infinity zoom?
Right? Then we can take the same zoom and make Orion this big. Well, it's not quite as big, but it's pretty close, right? We can increase its size. Here's the problem.
Well, maybe those stars are different sizes.
This one is 52 million times farther than this one. It's not 2 times farther. It's 52 million times 50 trillion miles. Okay? So Orion would have to be 52 million times bigger than Sirius to look like it's the same size. Not 52 times bigger. Not 500.
Yeah, no, hold on. Orion's a constellation. It's not a single star. Orion is a constellation, not star. Fuck's sake, this guy is... This is why he won't debate me. Right? Now, don't tell anyone. Shh. But Sarah the Raging Tomato is trying to get him on for a panel, and I'm going to join. I'm not going to tell him. Shh.
20 times bigger. Not 5,000, not 500,000, not 5 million. 52 million times bigger for me to be able to zoom it in. So I just proved that this is bullshit and that these are something else. Very small, very close. You ever look up and see Jupiter in the sky?
Yeah.
It's like the brightest star. It looks like the brightest star in the sky, right? It's like, it's really bright.
Yeah, and you can use a telescope and see the fucking moons around Jupiter.
Jupiter, they tell us, is a gassy, large planet. Gassy, right? And it's dirty, gassy planet, right?
Mm-hmm.
Would you say that gas is highly reflective, or does it absorb light? What would you get a better reflection off of?
Everything reflects light. I mean, especially when it's so dense. I mean, if gas is sparsely, separated, then it's not going to reflect as much light. But it's not just a little bit of gas. It's an entire fucking planet that's, bigger than every other planet in the solar system. For fuck's sake.
A ball of gas or a pound of water?
Probably the water.
Yeah, of course. It would reflect the light much better, right? So Jupiter, they tell us, is 400 million miles from the sun. We're only just under 100 million miles away, so it's 4 times farther away, right? And if we use the inverse square law, we would say if the sun is the size of a coin held at arm's length, if we doubled the distance, it would be a quarter of that size. So it would be the size of like a pencil eraser at arm's length. And then if we doubled it again to 400 million miles, it would be pretty damn small. So you have to believe, you're on Jupiter, that little tiny sun in the far distance, tiny, tiny, tiny sun, is reflecting off of our non-reflective surface. And then that's traveling 300 million miles to Earth, where you can see it. But to you, it looks as bright as the sun, just small. It's a bright star. How's that possible?
Well, no, Jupiter doesn't look anything anywhere near as bright as the sun.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know.
Okay, no, well, you don't know, but what you do know is it's not possible, right? And the other thing,
it's not possible that you're this stupid, Dave. You have to be a lying fucking grifter. So the sun is 3.3 times 10 to the 9 times brighter. So 3.3 billion times brighter than Jupiter. Even when Jupiter's at its brightest, the sun is 3.3 billion times brighter. Fucking hell. Jupiter as bright as the sun. 3.3 billion times. Wrong. Orion Cooper for $2 says, I refuse to be downgraded to a star by a potato. Don't worry, dude. We all know you're a fucking constellation. Let's see where that sits with... I need to add 3 minutes to the timer. All right, guys. We are at 1 day, 20 minutes. So it's 24 hours, 20 minutes, and 11 seconds with 176 new members. Remember, you control how long I stream for. So if you want to add time to that, you just need to become a member, gift a membership, or £10 worth of super chats. Each one of those will add 3 minutes. So if you gift 5 members, it'll add 15 minutes. If you gift 10 members or more, I double the reward or the punishment for me. It's not really a reward, is it? I double the punishment. So if you give 10 memberships or more at once, it's 6 minutes per membership, which means 10 memberships would normally be 30 minutes. So 10 memberships at once will automatically add 1 hour to the timer. Punish me. Punish me. Paul Scober says he's learning a lot. Jupiter is as bright as the sun and Orion is a star.
You know why they say the sun and the moon are they look like the same size? The heliocentric explanation?
Right, yeah.
You know why they say it? Because the sun is 400 times bigger than the moon and it's 400 times farther away. Therefore, they look like they're the same size.
Yes.
Right. That's the official explanation. Flat Earth, maybe they're just the same size. Okay. And same distance. And so
all the
then why don't they crash into each other during a fucking eclipse? Watchmaker says, if you want Craig to stop streaming, steal memberships and super chats. Don't ask how.
measuring and everything that they've ever done, you just don't agree with any of.
It's all just made up nonsense. They actually didn't do any measuring. So they're telling us, this is the sun.
Right.
This is the sun. Right. This is the
didn't do any measuring. Fucking hell, I've got a lot of things that he said. Gravity, Einstein versus Newton, free body problem. Gravity's a theory, electrostatics isn't. You can't manipulate gravity. Electrostatics is 10 to the 36 times stronger. They taught flat earth in schools in America. Eratosthenes proved that the table's a globe. Sun rays aren't parallel. Crepuscular rays, distance to the sun. The app doesn't work, also leaks data. Sun isn't bigger in the summer, which is about seasons. Why winter happens, a map debunked, Dave invited to Antarctica. The Buddhist map news story, why do clouds float, how does the sun work, and why does it ignore the moon? Orion is a constellation, not a star. Jupiter is as bright as the sun, but it's not, it's 3.3 billion times less. And we didn't measure distance to the sun so far. Fucking hell.
far sun. Let's say we move the sun. The sun is 860,000 miles wide. Let's say we moved it to a mile over your head. This is what it would look like, right? You look up, the whole sky would be the sun, right? If we lived on a small marble and the sun is a yoga ball and I had a yoga ball a millimeter over the marble, you looked up, all you would see is yoga ball, right?
Right.
Right. So if we move the sun 93 million miles away, it goes from filling up the whole sky to this. Now it's not smaller. It's just apparently smaller because it's so far away, right? Move something farther away, it gets smaller. If we doubled the distance to the sun, it would be a quarter of the size. So that's twice as far. If we doubled it again, it would be a 16th of that size. Now it's 4 times as far. And if we doubled it again, it would be a 64th of that size. Now that's 8 times as far. Well, they tell us the sun is 8 light minutes away. Have you heard that before? 93 million miles takes 8 minutes for light to travel.
Right. Yep.
In theory.
It's a Rubiks gifted 20 fucking memberships, which means it's going to add an hour automatically, and I need to add another hour. How did they do that from my basement? Where'd you get that money? Whose credit card is that? What? Oh, it's not mine. Well, where did you get it? You found it. You found it where? It was in the dirt. I mean, oh, if it works, it fucking works. Anyway, how you getting on with the shorts? Well, I know that you need feeding, but I fed you last month, so, I mean, you should be all right for now. Yes, I understand you're hungry. I mean, I don't care, but, you know, if you're going to cry, I'm just shutting the lid. Fucking captives. Fits of rage in the chat. Fits has their facepalm protection, so they are protected during this.
So 8 times 8, 64. Let's call it a light hour. At a light hour away, the sun would appear to be the size of a star.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just give the globe the benefit of the doubt. Instead of a light hour, we're going to make it 24 light hours away, a full light day away. At a light day away, its angular size would be far too small for the human eye to see, right? 24. So 1 light day away, it's scientifically provable that the angular resolution limits of our eyes could not see the sun. And the brightness issue, we won't even go there because it would just be so dim you wouldn't be able to see it, but we'll ignore that. Well, they tell us Polaris is 46 times bigger.
Yeah, but you would still see the light from it. You might not be able to make out the shape of the sun like you can now if you look at it, right, and burn your retinas out. But you would still see the light because light doesn't stop. Inverse square law not reducing to 0. Still see sun at light day. I have got a lot to go over with this guy.
Than the sun. So if Polaris was 46 times farther than the sun, it would look like we had 2 suns in the sky, right?
Sure.
If Polaris was 93 million miles times 46 times,
Yeah.
we'd have 2 suns in the sky. One of them being Polaris, right? But at a light day away.
Assuming Polaris is the exact same size. Is Dave implying that every star is the same fucking size? Some are thousands of times larger than our star. Some are smaller than our star. Some of the stars we see aren't even stars. They're multiple stars.
We couldn't see the sun, so we made Polaris a light 46 days away. We could not see it. Round up 2 months, like 2 months away. Could not see it. Do you know how far they tell us Polaris is?
No.
433 light years away. Now, if you process the simple math that I just did, you would realize we could never see Polaris. Therefore, they're lying again.
So is the purpose of all of this lying, it's just to give us a limit?
No, the purpose of this lying is to deceive us, right? It is to limit us. It's to steal our connection to God. I know there's a lot of people that believe in God, right? They have faith. When you...
Well, why do you lie, Dave? Oh, yeah, to sell your shitty fucking app.
Understand that we live in an intelligently designed system. You can no longer deny God's existence, right? There's a verse in the Bible that says, once you see my creation, basically what it says is Romans 1:20. Now, again, me quoting Bible verses, that's insane. Dave Weiss, he's not a Bible guy, but basically it says, so that they are without excuse. Once you see my creation, you can no longer deny my existence, is basically what it's saying. And that's the truth. Once you see that the earth is intelligently designed.
Jazz B J1P says, how can this guy use the phrase scientifically provable? Because he's a fucking idiot. Dipshit. I tried to say dipshit and idiot at the same time there. Didiot. All right, he's a didiot. We just made a new word. Dave Weiss is, in fact, a didiot. Okay? Paul Scober says, every nation on earth wants to turn us from the Christian God? I know, right? Even though there's been religions here longer than Christianity.
Design, you can't deny existence. Like it's your first day on earth, there's nobody here, you're walking through the jungle, and you come across the World Trade Towers in the middle of the jungle. Do you know for a fact that there's a builder?
Yeah.
Do you know who built them?
Dave, I don't know how to tell you this, dude, but the World Trade Towers aren't there anymore. There was a thing of a plane. Somebody should tell him about 9/11.
No,
but you know one thing. There's a builder. Yeah. Okay. So when you understand what this place is, you can no longer deny creation.
So why do you think that these arguments on the flat earth aren't ever sort of...
Inquisitive Infidel for $2 says, Dave shouldn't be comparing. Scale matters. Yeah, but Dave's a didiot. So, you know, I'm owning that. Didiot. Dipshit and idiot together. Didiot.
Why don't they take off like
they have, because I'll tell you why. And you can believe it or not. They have taken off. We've done all of the proofs. There's no more proofs needed. We've done this. The indoctrination is so strong. There's a Nazi scientist that said, give me your child before age 7 and I'll create the person that he is for the rest of his life. So let's say in college, you went to graduate school and you learned about some specific thing and you aced it.
All those who think Dave went to college, raise their hand. Yeah, me neither. It's Rubiks says, I still love the podcast we trapped him on, yes, and I will always be grateful to you for doing that. Fuck it, it's just brilliant. Inciter DK for 20 Donkey Kong dollars says, oh my god, I'm old. 9/11 was 25 years ago. I know, right? It's actually fucking crazy. You know, like, if Back to the Future was now, and he went back in time the same amount as he did in the original film, he'd just be going back to the 90s. Like, he went 30 years, right? So he'd just go back to 1996. I can remember 1996. Rubik says, does Clown College count? He flunked out of Clown College. He couldn't do the practical assessments.
Every test and you got a degree on this thing. And then 30 years later, somebody comes and tells you the exact opposite of what you learned. You're immediately going to revert to that 25-year-old in college and defend it from that point of view. That's just how the human mind works. You go back to when you learn these things and you become that age as far as your maturity goes. When did you learn about the flat earth? You learned it when you were 5, right? And it became the foundation of truth in your life. And then everything you saw after that, every movie, every cartoon, your...
Ryan Cooper says, shut your whore mouth. I'm not that old. Yeah, can you imagine, like, bouncers and stuff right now, like IDing people? Don't be silly, you can't come in. This says that you were born in 2005. Oh shit. Oh shit. You can come in.
NASA sheets, your Star Wars, everything. You built a web of beliefs based on a lie. And so your whole foundation is a false foundation. And when someone comes and tries to take that out, you instantly argue like a 5-year-old. So there's also, there's lots of spiritual
brainwashing. Everybody's just brainwashed.
Totally brainwashed, totally programmed. And then there's also spiritual forces on this world that it's a whole nother podcast. And evil forces literally work together. Demons work together. And people are literally.
He says I'm a demon. I'm one of those. Hey Rubiks, I found a fucking use for your card. When I first opened this card, I don't want to open it in case it does it again. It started playing my outro, fight the flat, and then I realised that it doesn't stop. I had to wait until the battery died. So what I eventually did was put it in this office on this chair, underneath that pillow, and shut the door. But if I open it, there's glitter inside. You hear that? Thanks, Rubiks. You cunt.
Defending the globe it's like Stockholm syndrome. You defend your captors. So the elite, with all this stuff going on in the world, I'm sorry, I'll let you go 1 second.
It was my birthday on Sunday, Potatotron.
Dave, what difference does the shape of the earth make? I still have to go to work on Monday. There's still trafficking children. There's war going on. Well, all of this, the foundation of it is you're lost in space. You're out of control. You don't think that you have any power. You think that we're limited. You think that there's no more resources. You think that global warming is real. You think that all of this stuff that they use to keep you in fear, false evidence appearing real, FEAR, that's how they control us. So the flat earth truth, the globe lie, is the foundation for all the other lies. If you believe you're spinning out of control, flying through an infinite universe, God may be diluted in that universe or whatever, you can believe that breathing on grandma will kill her in 2020.
It's actually the other way around. Flat Earth, if you believe the Earth is flat, then you believe everything else is a lie, which makes you a fucking idiot, because now every conspiracy ever is real. Chemtrails are real. Climate change now is real. AIDS is man-made is real. COVID wasn't a thing. 9/11's a hoax. If you believe in Flat Earth, all of these are false, because now they have to be lying to you. Because if you're a Flat Earther, every single person in the world has to be fucking lying to you.
Okay. Is there room in your mind that maybe the Earth isn't flat, but it's also not round? Or is it...
Sure, there's room. There's room. The room is... I hate the term simulation theory. Well,
yeah.
I think we're in a simulation.
Well, we are in a simulation theory. Yeah. It just might not be a digital matrix.
Yeah, I think that, listen, we're experiencing...
Fucking idiots, both of them.
As I showed you before, we live inside an energy field, and we live on this dielectric or this plane of inertia. This is where physicality is. This is where we are. If I was in the same room as you, I could punch you in the shoulder, and it would hurt, right? Mm-hmm. And so we are dealing with physical things. Now, what happened? Where do we come from? Where's our consciousness? We can talk about that forever. But we're here in a physical world. We can measure this world, and it measures flat. It measures flat.
No, it doesn't measure flat. It measures curved. Every measurement ever shows the Earth is fucking curved. You lying potato-shaped moron. Inquisitive Himself for $5 says, college teaches why it's a fact. Dave only knows how to regurgitate words. The starch in his head pads the mythical thoughts other people put there. Yep, absolutely. Let me just see where that puts us on Super Chats. That adds another 3 minutes to the timer. Oh shit, nearly out of the hour there. So watch the timer go up by 3. There we go. Thank you very much.
Right? People say, the higher up you go, the farther you can see. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. No, you're increasing your angle view. Go to a Home Depot or a Walmart or whatever. Put some coins on the floor. Then go to the other end of the hallway and lay down and look at it with your eye closest to the floor. You can't see them. They're gone. There's a horizon in front of you, way in front of you.
There's only a horizon if it's a curve.
Lift your head up. There they are. Put your head down. Right. Put a stack of them. The stack will disappear. The bottom of the stack first. Right? So that's this angular view. And the thing is, if you're going up higher, unless you see farther, that means the horizon should get lower and lower and lower. The Earth should curve down and away from you in all directions. But it doesn't. Go look at the ocean.
No, it doesn't curve down and away from you in all directions. It curves up to the horizon first and then down. Unless you're fucking literally lying, your eyes are here in the sea. Right? But if you're on a globe, there's a ramp to the horizon, and the horizon is the point where it starts curving away. What is a horizon? It should curve down straight away. I've also made notes of all the things that Dave got right. It's empty.
Ramps up. The ocean ramps up. It ramps. Here, let me just pull this up. And then climb a mountain or go on top of a building or up an elevator or whatever, and look at the water. It'll rise up. It'll rise up. It'll rise up. It'll rise up to your eye, to apparently your eye level. That's the ground horizon. There's
no, it doesn't rise up to apparently your eye level. The higher you go, the more the horizon dips, as predicted.
multiple horizons, which is again a longer conversation on my app.
See you later,
Yeah,
Ryan. Thanks for hanging around.
Your app is projecting a round
user.
Earth. So how do you?
So imagine this Earth without any sun. All the oceans would freeze. Mm-hmm. So we have the campfire sun that circles around and around and around like a rotisserie chicken, right? The chicken that's closest to the rotisserie chicken if the rotisserie was turning, right? But it's right. The same thing. So the sun just warms this area up. That's why in between the tropics is the coolest place on Earth. It's the tropics. The sun travels over you twice a year. In the north where we live, the sun never even gets to us. It gets to Miami and then it turns around and goes away, right? That's why it's always warm in the tropics, right? So the sun circles around and it creates this circle. This is the shoreline of our world. The question is it open? Are there other ponds out here? Who knows what's out there? And again, all of the countries in the world agree on two things. Nobody can independently explore Antarctica, and everybody has to become a human pincushion.
Complete lies. You can absolutely, you can explore Antarctica. The Antarctica Treaty does not permit you to going to Antarctica. You're allowed to go there, right? There are local laws. Like if I, as a British citizen, if I just went to Antarctica without requesting a permit, and then I came back, I would be charged under British law, right? I would be fined, possible jail time, right? But no one's going to stop me going there. I can get a boat and just go there and explore it. No one's going to stop me. You're not, you'd be fined under British law because they don't want you to do that because they want to maintain the naturalness of Antarctica. But there's no military force stopping you going to Antarctica.
2020 again.
How do you explain like the Ice Age or any like the little Ice Age from like the late 1500s and stuff like that?
I wasn't there. I don't know if it's true. I mean, have you looked into the mud floods and the old world tech? I mean,
I have, yeah.
On the app, I have this old world page. You click the griffin, and there's all sorts of information here. I highly recommend My Lunch Break. You can find him on YouTube.
I'm a paid subscriber to him, actually.
There you go. He's the best.
Yeah.
Kenny is fantastic. And another one, I'm actually doing a podcast tomorrow night, live actually with I'm the Improbable Dreamer. He's on Instagram mostly and TikTok and YouTube.
F.111 for $4.99 says Dave believes in talking snakes and donkeys and has the audacity to say other people are brainwashed. Crazy. Big W FTFE. Thank you very much, buddy. I appreciate it. And then for 100 secs from Andreas Eldritch says, I noticed that the Didiot used the inverse square law when calculating apparent size. That's because he is, in fact, a fucking Didiot. What does that do? Right, that means another 3 minutes. Thank you very much. Right, guys, I really appreciate the support. I appreciate the super chats. I appreciate the memberships. But don't forget, right, that when you super chat, you can make me say whatever you want. All right? I appreciate it. You're being all nice. But when you do a super chat, I will literally read whatever you put in it. Don't waste it. I mean, I really appreciate the super chats, but none of you have made me say anything ridiculous yet. And you could have. You have the power to control me. I can't stop streaming until you say, and I will literally say words that you make me do. So, don't waste your super chats.
And he's just looking into real amazing old world stuff. So the Ice Age, there's maps of Antarctica without ice on it before we allegedly discovered Antarctica. So all of our history is a lie. So when someone tells me anything that's beyond 1890, I say, how do you know? How do you know? How do you know? Right?
So your idea then is that every text that is to be found has been faked.
I was, some Christians told me that the Bible cannot be faked, cannot be changed. I'm like, men print the Bible. They could change it. But and somebody said, I asked that question on the podcast just the other day. I was doing a podcast with a bunch of really cool Christian guys. And they said their interpretation of that is God's word can't be changed. The actual, like the original text, but everything after that can be changed, and it has been changed.
Yeah.
It has been changed, and it's been misinterpreted, even if it wasn't changed, right? So, you know, page 1 of the Bible, line 1.
It's the abuse of the 7 sacred sciences as given to Adam, you could say. You know, Enoch is said to have written 30,000 some books. The Library of
Watchmaker says, make it so you will say super chats well on this guy's stream. You'll be streaming for days. Right. Even though not fan of this guy, when I'm on there, I kind of want the podcast to go well because I want him to post it, right? Every podcast that Dearth has been on, I want to go on and have them post it. If I just go on there and fucking rip into this guy, they're probably not going to post the podcast, right? So when I'm on it, obviously I won't be reading out super chats during that. I'll read them all out afterwards.
Alexandria that has been lost, all this kind of stuff that would have the knowledge from before. Your argument is essentially that, yes, that was all basically a movement to change the way that humanity would view the world going into eternity, essentially.
Yeah.
Okay. We're getting close to an hour here, so I just want to hit a couple more questions that I really just personally wanted to ask you because it's one of the things that I'm really interested in. Antarctica. What is it? Why did you not go there when you were invited to? And I'm asking you that because I've wanted to go so badly, so it shocked me that you didn't actually go. And what do you think is beyond it?
It's a great question. What's beyond it is a great question. So I have very good spiritual discernment, right? That's just me saying it. It's not my ego or anything. I do. And
no, you don't. You call people demons when demons aren't a fucking thing.
Got that first email from Will Duffy. I'm like, I immediately got a really, this is not right. And so he said, secret experiment coming up. I'm like, just tell me what it is, and I'll tell you what I think of it. He goes, nope, you're going to have to wait. It's 6 weeks. It's coming out or something. And I said, never email me again. I don't deal with demons. That's what I said, right? Mm-hmm. And so going into it, years ago, early in my flat Earth community, I said, a circling sun in Antarctica would prove the globe. Well, that's not true. Because if you want to say a light in the sky circling around proves the globe, first you have to prove that helium and hydrogen can exist in a space vacuum, have gravity, burn forever, not get smaller, right? All of the stuff that people in Narnia laugh at, right? It makes no sense. If they saw a circling sun in Antarctica, which I don't believe that they did, it just proves how much we know about the sky. Now,
he doesn't believe that they did. Why would you be invited there if there wasn't going to be a circling star? A circling sun. Oh, this guy has entered the waiting room. I'll let him in a bit because I do want to try and finish this. We've got half an hour for the before the podcast, so I'll just leave him in the waiting room for now.
A couple people like Joe Hanvey and some others have made some models that, wow, that really could work on a surface in the sky.
Joe Hanvey's model does not work even in the fucking slightest. Right. Oh, you know what I need to do is actually turn on NDI. Give him the split cam. All right, there we go. That'll work. He's in the waiting room now. I'll leave him there for about 10 minutes while I try and get through just a bit more of this video.
On the south sky, and depending on the luminosity of the firmament, if it's higher than the reflectivity of it, if it's higher than a diamond, then it could project a perfect sun in the sky. I don't believe that. There's more evidence coming out that they were completely fooled, whether the Globers were in on it or not, or maybe they were all fooled. But I did a video on Will Duffy exposing who he really is. 7-minute video. Have you seen it?
Mm-mm.
I'll send it to you, and you can link it under this video, and I want people to watch it, and then you tell me if this man, is somebody to be trusted. And no universe.
When did this happen? This
happened December 2 years ago. Okay. December 2 years ago. And so,
yes, Paint Slayer.
So many strange things. There's so many anomalies, so many problems, right? This camp that they allegedly went to was high season, and they were the only ones there. Wait a minute. Were they even there? I think they were brought to another place in Antarctica that wasn't.
They weren't the only ones there, actually.
That camp. And it was just a complete and total show run by NASA. It's as important as the moon landing hoax, but it's way easier to pull off. Way easier. And this was planned for years in advance. And why was it planned? This is, again, not my ego. It was planned to take me down and this app, because this app is waking up too many people, and they don't want that. So just to show you, when people say, there's no flat earthers, I think who's the scientist that says that, right? These are the flat earthers that have my friend finder, right?
So let me ask you something about this app here. So this app, And in this age that we live in, how do you explain stuff like Starlink and satellites and all that kind of? Are they actually up there?
No, there are balloons up there and stuff. But let's talk about Starlink, because that's a head scratcher, right? If Starlink, if satellites aren't real, then how do you explain Starlink service, right?
Yeah.
So Starlink service,
or internet, or anything that.
Yeah. Well, Starlink service. Yeah, so they say it's bouncing off satellites, right? So I was on an airplane. Here we go.
I mean, the Chinese, I think it's the Chinese, maybe the Japanese, either way, one of them just the other day launched the first wooden satellite into space, they said.
Yeah, that's a cool story, bro. So here's an airplane, we're at 30,000 feet, and you got your cell towers, and just like when you're driving down the road...
There's a reason, right, planes have their satellite dishes on the top. Simple.
Your cell phone. I drove from South Jersey to Connecticut. I must have been relayed to 50 different towers, and I never had a hiccup in the call. No problem. So as you're flying along, watching videos and stuff, you're just going from tower to tower to tower, just like on a car. Make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Right? So this has been going on for years, and I was on a flight. I'm listening to a TikTok live. I'm uploading videos. I'm checking emails. I'm messaging people. I'm like, this is great, right? But then this pops up on my screen. Stay in touch while letting others know that you're available via satellite. This is brainwashing, right? So how does that...
Well, I mean, how does this work when you're flying over the sea, Dirth? I mean, I went to America twice in the past, 18 months. I could still get internet whilst flying over the sea.
Work, right? Let me ask you a question. If somebody went along and unplugged all of these cell towers, would they work?
No.
Okay, you need power. You need a lot of power. You need to service them. Things go wrong, right? Let's say we have a really cold winter. Yeah, things might break. In space, there's a 500 swing. There's a 500-degree swing every 20 minutes or whatever, right? Hot, cold, hot, cold. There's no connection to anything. There's a couple tiny solar panels that degrade, but these things work forever. So we got our satellite up here. The Starlink satellites are 350 miles up. So that means when they're directly above you, that's the closest they are, 350 miles. When they're over there, they could be 700 miles away. So they want me to believe that my signal now, the airplane is getting my signal, it's sending it up to the satellite, and then the satellite's sending it down past the airplane to a tower. Does that make any sense to you?
No, not necessarily.
Why not? Light travels at 186,000 miles a second. 350 miles is going to be instant.
Yep.
It works. So let's talk about why it works, right? So
yeah, because when I'm out in the middle, I go way out into the wilderness a lot of times, climb mountains and stuff. And when I'm all the way out there and I've got my Starlink Mini, how is that working for me?
I'm going to explain it right now. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. Because yeah, this video you're showing too is crazy too.
Yeah, I've seen this. Have you seen this?
Yeah. I mean, you can look up in the sky and see that night.
When's the last time you saw them?
Maybe a month ago.
Okay, so there's a few up there. I saw it one night. I've only seen it once, and it was several years ago. And this is exactly what I saw. Now, a Starlink satellite is tiny. Right? A Starlink satellite is
Yeah, you're seeing the light reflected off of it.
Is tiny. So it's smaller than it. You can probably fit a dozen of them inside of an engine of a 747, right? Just because 747 engines are giant, you put them in there. So a 747, you ever stand next to one outside?
Yeah, they're huge.
They're huge. Put it up 7 miles high at cruising altitude. It's a tiny little speck, right? You can see the wings, but you really can't make out the engines, right? 7 miles high. If I doubled it to 14 miles, could you even see the airplane? No, you could not.
Inquisitive Infidel says Joe just needs conditions and never happens. I think you're talking about Joe Handry's model. And yeah, you're absolutely fucking right. Well, I tell you what, let's get this guy in. I think the rest of it is just talking about Starlink. And he plugs his app a few times. Right. So I've got enough to be working with. Here is the things that I want to say that he lied about and explain why they're lies. Right, so thank you everyone for the support so far. I've been streaming for 2 hours now, and I have 26 hours left. Well, 25 hours and 56 minutes, which is incredible. We've had 196 new members. We've had £155.35 in super chats. So it's increased it a lot. I really do appreciate it. I mean, if you want to increase that timer even more, that timer there, the way you do that is very, very simple. You support the channel. You support the channel by becoming a member, gifting a membership, or upgrading your membership. Any of those things would increase the timer by 3 minutes. If you gift 10 memberships at once, the reward doubles to 6 minutes. So it will be a full hour added if you gift 10 memberships at a time. Also, you can increase it by 3 minutes with a £10 worth of super chats. They do stack up. So basically every £10 I get, and I'm keeping an eye on it, and every time it reaches the next £10, I add another 3 minutes. So you can keep me streaming as long as you want. Now, whilst I'm talking to this guy, probably won't have the chance to read out super chats because I want to, he's going to be recording for his podcast as well. So probably radio silent, talking to the chat for a little bit. Any super chats I get during that, I will read out afterwards. Any memberships will automatically add, but I will check and see if there's any 10s that have been added. I will add the extra 30 minutes on top of it as well. So, right, let's get this dude on. I have admitted them. Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
How you doing? Welcome. How are you?
Good, thanks. Let me get my video going here.
Just so you know, I am live in the middle of doing a membership stream.
Perfect. Just give me 1 sec here.
No worries. Yeah, so thank you everyone for watching. So far, I really do appreciate it. We are at 2 hours in, and we've got 1 day and 2 hours left to go. You keep increasing that timer every 3 minutes. Thank you. Yeah, I'm doing a membership drive stream, which I do every few months. I start with 45 minutes on the timer, and every new membership or £10 worth of super chats adds 3 minutes to the timer. We're at 26 hours so far. My record's 72 hours.
Wow, that's impressive.
Recording in progress.
There you go. Just giving you permission to show, to record. Obviously, while we're recording your podcast, I won't interact with the chat so that you can record it and post it like that. But yeah, do you want to say hello to the chat and everyone that's here? There's about 200 watching right now.
What's going on, everybody? I know it doesn't look like I'm looking at you. I just got back from Ecuador, so my studio is kind of a little discombobulated right now. But my name's John. I'm the host of the 21 CD podcast. It's great to be here with all of you. My little shindig with Flat Earth Dave was definitely one of the most interesting episodes that I've ever done, so it's a pleasure to be here and talk about it again.
All right, I counted at least 30 lies that he told you.
I counted at least 30 times that I wasn't able to get a word in edgewise. So
he does like to talk. He's got his script down. That's a fact. Now, just a quick question: did you download his app?
Of course not. No.
Good. Do you know about the app? The fact that it just leaks data. Anyone using that app, I know where they live.
Oh,
we've got a backdoor into the app because he doesn't know how to do security, even though he's been told about it. And our white hat hackers, tried to get him to sort it. But I know where Dave lives. I know where everyone that uses that app, if they log onto it, I can find their exact address, their passwords. He stores the passwords for it in plain text, for goodness sake. It's like there is zero security. And he's been told about this, and he does not get it fixed.
That's his idea of dating, because he made sure to stress the dating. Yes, anybody can appear at your doorstep and date you at any given time.
Yeah, basically, that's kind of how that would work. And the worst thing is that he has been told. He's been... Our white hat hackers went to him first before they told everyone. They were like, you've got these issues with your app. You should get this sorted. And he didn't care. He's not done anything to fix it. He just adds more features that allows it to leak more data. And it's awful. He also lies about the amount of people on it. There's not that many people. It's just all those dots he showed you. That's just every instance of it being opened on a different account, not different people that have the app. He is a pathological liar.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely, I didn't know what I was getting myself into when I had him on in the first place. I basically just set up a poll for all of my own followers, and I was like, who do you guys think should be on the show? And he ended up being one of the people who responded first, and so he got on the show first. But
he likes to shill his app. I mean, have you seen any of the other podcasts he's on? Because they're all the same. He has his script, he has his app, he just goes on there to shill his app. He didn't go to Antarctica because he knew his app would then be defunct and he'd have no money.
There you go.
I mean, his app even uses the Haversine formula, like in all its calculations, for goodness sake. The clock thing on the front, that doesn't work. That doesn't show the correct position of the sun. We've told him all this.
when I tried to ask him why he uses, GPS and all this kind of stuff on his app, and he kind of wasn't really able to answer that for me. That's when it got really confusing.
Yeah.
Considering satellites don't exist or whatever.
Yeah. The Starlink thing, he just, like, he shows you that plane and saying, oh, why does it go up to the tower? And that, well, the question that anyone should ask him is, why do planes have satellite receivers on the top and not the bottom, All right. So anyway, I'm Craig, by the way. You can either refer to me as Craig or FTFE or Fight or Oi, you dumbass with the big nose, whatever you like.
Fair enough.
I'm ready to start whenever you are. I know it was supposed to be 22:30, but I'm here anyway. So
no, yeah, we're good. We're here. We're going. We're moving. Let's get her going.
Right. Cool. Yeah. So how's this going to work? Have you got questions to ask me, or do you just want me to go through the things that I know Dave lied to you about? Because I've literally over the last couple of hours watched the video of you and him and made a bunch of notes of the lies that he told you. So however you want to do it. If you've got questions, it's your podcast, so you run it how you like.
Well, I've never been on a streamathon before, so this is new territory for me. But I assume that it'll work best if you just dissect this thing, and when I've got questions, I'll ask them. Because you've done your homework, obviously. You know what you're talking about, and you've probably watched that episode more recently than I have. To be honest,
literally just now. I started the stream like 2 hours ago, and I thought, well, I'm seeing you at 10:30. I'll just literally, so I'm fresh with it, go through the video before I see you. So
perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's just you go through it, and when you see those hot points that you want to bring up, let me know, or just start talking about them, and we'll get them going.
All right. You got an intro and stuff to do? You want to do that first, or like to record?
No, sir. I'm an easy guy.
Cool. All right. No worries. So anyway, yeah. Thanks for agreeing to have me on. Myself and my assistant Emily, who was the one that emailed you, we're doing a thing right now where every podcast that Dave's been on, I'm trying to get on myself to let their audience know that Dave lied to you, and mainly to let, if anyone in the audience has downloaded Dave's app, uninstall it immediately. Please, if any of the people that watch this channel regularly have downloaded and installed and logged on to Dave's app, uninstall it immediately. And if you do the thing where you use the same password for everything, because I know a lot of people do, change your passwords immediately. Because we can just get your password. The passwords are not encrypted, which blows my mind, because it's a Google and Apple rule, right? The passwords on the account for the apps that they have should be encrypted, and his aren't. His are stored in plain text. So I don't even understand how Google and Apple still have his app up. But yeah, so there was a couple of things that you said at the beginning that I just wanted to go over. And this isn't me having a go at you, but it's common misconceptions about science. I've got a degree in physics. I've got a degree in nuclear engineering. I am an engineer. I've built wind farms. And I hear a lot of people that maybe are not into science saying things which are misconceptions. Like at the beginning of the stream with Dave, you said that there's a lot of things in science that are theories rather than laws. And I think the problem is that there's a difference between a theory and a scientific theory. In science, a theory is the highest accolade you can give something. The theory contains the laws. And Dave, during the stream, mentioned how gravity is a theory, but electrostatics isn't a theory. Well, that's not... Gravity isn't a theory. There's the theory of gravity. The same way there's the theory of electrostatics and the electrical theory. The same way that there's music theory. That doesn't mean that music is a theory. It just contains all of the knowledge that we have about that subject. And if you're saying things like, well, gravity is just a theory, not a law, then you have to apply that to things like music and driving as well. 'Cause in Britain, we take a driving theory test. Does that mean that driving is a theory? No, it's just showing that we understand all the knowledge around driving that we take before we then take the practical test. So it's just something that you said at the beginning of your stream that I feel needs to be corrected for people that aren't into science like myself. A theory in science is not the same as just a theory in the colloquial sense. It's not a guess. When you say about a theory in science, it means that it's been tested to the highest degree. There is laws, there is equations, there is experiments, and they're all part of the theory of this thing. Gravity isn't a theory. There is the theory of gravitation, which contains everything that we know about gravity. And it's the same with electrostatics, with electronics, with anything in science. There's the theory of it, which just explains what it is. Do you have any questions about that?
Well, do you think all theories within science then are that's just it? It's a done deal, or can they be disproven?
Anything can be disproven, and that's the great thing about science. Nothing is set, right? We never say that we have all of the answers or that science is finished, because if a better explanation comes along, then we'll change what we understand and we'll update the theory. We'll update the everything. Like Newton's law of gravitation has never been proven to be incorrect. But science doesn't say that you can't try and show that it's incorrect. That's what, when you do an experiment in science, you're not trying to prove something. There's no such thing as scientific proof, because science understands that there can be a better explanation that comes along. It's just the best explanation that we have at the moment. The idea of science and doing experiments is to try and disprove what someone has said. So if someone comes up with a new hypothesis and they say, well, here's all the evidence for it, right? The entire scientific community, peer review, do their best to rip that apart. They will do the same experiment. They will change it slightly. They will do everything they can to try and disprove what that person has said. And if no one's able to disprove it, if there's no way to disprove what someone has said, we don't say it's proven, but we say, well, we can't disprove that. And, we can then say, well, here's a law that can't be disproven. And, and then we've got a theory that contains all of the information that we've just discovered. But theories can always be updated with new information that we discover.
Sure.
Right?
Okay, so for my followers, let's just set up a base here. Are you a Christian? Are you a non-believer?
No, I am an atheist, 100% atheist. Although, to be completely clear, I don't hold the position that I could disprove God, because I think that's stupid. That's something that is outside of science, right? Someone says to me, what's outside the universe? I don't know. That's not something that science ever, that's outside of science. Like, science deals in the natural world, which means anything of physical matter or energy. God, supernatural, right? I don't personally believe in a God, and I've got my own reasons for that, but I would never be able to disprove a God. I could never say to someone, I've got proof that God isn't real, because that's an unrealistic and frankly, wrong thing to say. I am an atheist. I don't believe in God. I believe science can explain the world. But if people have a belief in God, then that's a personal thing. And generally, I've got no issue with it. I have an issue with like Christian fundamentalists that, try and push it hard and things like that. And I don't like it when people knock on my door and say, you should believe in the word of Christ. I then say, well, here's some science or something. But, I am an atheist. But if you believe in God and that's a personal relationship that you've got, that's fine. A lot of my good friends are Christians. I even went to one of my best friends when I grew up in the band that I was in. His dad ran a church, which I played guitar in the band. But I was asked to leave Sunday school as a child though because I asked too many questions. So
I was asked to leave Sunday school because I told somebody good luck before a kickball game. So I totally understand. There's a lot of I'm in the process of weeding fundamentalists out of my own group right now. So I totally get it. But thank you. Yep. Carry on.
Right. So one of the first things that Dave started talking to you about was gravity. Mm-hmm. Right. He talked about he said to you, well, which gravity do you believe in, Einstein or Newton? Do you know what he was talking about with that?
No, he completely confused me with that question, and I just figured must have been stupid. So
it is pretty stupid, right? So this is what flat earthers do when they try and talk about gravity, is they try and confuse the matter. In the 1600s, Newton came up with his law of gravitation, right, where he witnessed something happening. And he realized that, well, the planets and that orbit us, and there was a ratio that he could calculate, and he came up with the law of universal gravitational attraction, right? Fg equals g m1 m2 over r squared, which says that the product of terminal masses, the gravity is proportional to the product of terminal masses and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between them. And that works. That's for anything on a local scale, traveling at a normal speed, even for our solar system, in the majority, that works perfectly. Engineers use that formula to calculate the force needed on bridges, right? That is Newton's gravity, right? And it works. But it's not 100% accurate, because Newton assumed that gravity traveled instantly. It doesn't. There's a universal speed limit to the universe, which is the speed of light. When Einstein came along with the theory of relativity, he explained that, well, gravity isn't just a mass attracting mass, and it's limited by the speed of light. Gravity is actually a warping of space-time. Like, imagine a trampoline and a big bowling ball on it, right? It'll bend down that trampoline, and you put a marble near it, and it'll go around, right? So, but it makes the smaller mass go towards the bigger mass, and it's, the speed of light is the limit of it. So there's a lot more equations involved, and he's got his tensor equations, which describes it a lot more accurately. And if you're using extremely massive things like black holes and things going really fast, then you would need to use Einstein's tensor equations, because it's a lot more accurate than Newton, right? Even though Newton's fine on a local level for us, for things traveling close to the speed of light or extremely massive things, it's not quite accurate enough. But they're basically the same thing. One, you can even derive Newton's law from Einstein's equations. So what Dave and other flat earthers do is they try and go, oh, well, it used to be this, but then they decided it was this, and they, which one do you want it to be, to try and confuse the matter? But it's just the same as, you've got a PS4, and that was superseded by the PS5, right? One's a lot better than the other, but both can still play Call of Duty. One's got better graphics, might be connected quicker, but they both still do the job. One not as well as the other. And it's just that. It's just a more accurate, better way to describe gravity. We discovered more about it. And Newton's law is a law because it works. And like I said, engineers, if you're building a bridge, they don't use Einstein because there's no need. It's far too complicated. They use Newton
for sure
because it works, and unless it's bad construction, you don't have bridges just collapsing everywhere. So Newton's law for the force of gravity that you need to take into account clearly works. So this is
tools for different purposes, you could
say. Exactly. If we were trying to figure out how to travel near the speed of light and what would happen to us and things like that, then we would we wouldn't use Newton because it wouldn't be accurate enough. But we don't do that here on Earth. We travel at very slow speeds, universally speaking, Even if you're in a plane going 700 miles an hour, that's still pretty damn slow compared to the universe. So Newton works perfectly. But Dave and other flat earthers like to try and confuse the matter and be like, which one do you like, Newton or Einstein, as though it's some kind of gotcha, when it's just a complete misunderstanding of anything around gravity.
Right, and he uses these graphs too, and all these graphics and everything like this to try to explain these things. But to be honest, I just couldn't help but feel like most of these were just made to further the agenda. You know what I mean? Like, they weren't necessarily proving anything to me. If anything, they were confusing me more because it was like a bunch of Pixar graphics that just seemed to mold to what he was trying to say.
Yeah, and if you've watched his streams enough, like I have, I've watched far too much Dave Weiss in my time. You see the lies that he puts in the graphics. He didn't use a lot of the ones which are blatant lies on you, more just kind of misconceptions. But he does this thing where he'll like try and say how things move away, and that makes it go behind a horizon, and then hold his hand and then move something down behind his hand, saying, "Oh, it's just moving away." It's a very well constructed and well rehearsed set of lies that, if you have no discernment, you can quite easily fall into. So
I think my favorite one was the one where he had the balloon tied to the power plug in or something, and I could literally see him pulling up on the screen, and he was acting like it was some kind of gravity or something like this. I don't even remember what he was trying to explain.
Well, what he was doing... Sorry, go on.
No, I just saw it visually. I could see that the experiment was not doing what he wanted it to do.
I mean, what he's trying to show is that you can use electrostatics to make things float. And you know what? You can. If you rub a balloon on your head, you can make it like stick to stuff, right? And he will use that as to say, well, gravity's not real. I can defy gravity. Look at me. It's clearly electrostatics. I turn off and it goes back down. But he doesn't understand the concept of there being more than one force at a time. Yeah, you can use electrostatics to overcome the force of gravity, but then you turn off that and it goes back down because gravity's there. And that's what he was trying to say, that, electrostatics isn't a theory. Except I took electrical theory in university in my engineering degree. I know that there's a theory of electrostatics and electromagnetism. Just like there's a theory of gravity. But he will just lie to people and say, well, gravity's a theory, but electrostatics isn't. Because he's no... I don't even know if he is a flat earther, right?
I had that question myself. The more I listened to him talk, the more I was like, I wonder if he actually believes this or if he's just already too deep in it. And that's why I asked him the question, is there anything that would change your mind? And he essentially said, no, but yes, but no. And I was just kind of like, I really don't know if this man even believes what he's saying to me right now.
That's the reason he didn't go to Antarctica. Because he, for his, all up until that point, until the final experiment happened, he always said that if there's a 24-hour sun, then the Earth's a globe. But then they went and saw, he knew when he was invited, oh shit, I'm going to go there and see a 24-hour sun. So he couldn't go. So he had to start calling people, demon. I was invited to that. I was supposed to go to Antarctica, but I've got a really duff leg and I couldn't. So I turned it down because I didn't want to be a bird. I would need help getting around, and I didn't want people to be focusing on me rather than what they were doing there, right? I'm gutted I didn't go. I could have gone. And the fact that he turned down a free trip to Antarctica because he was
something
scared.
That most of us would jump on at the earliest opportunity.
I mean, I when Will emailed me and he was like, you want to come to Antarctica? I sat with my wife for a while. I'm like, I want to go. I want to do it. Right. But I just know the other people that are going to go there, they're going to have to be helping me, and I didn't want to be selfish, even though when they came back, they're like, it would have been fine. Right. Toon and McKeegan and Jeranism, they were like, it wouldn't have been an issue. There was rides to places. There wasn't much walking involved. I would have probably been okay, but I didn't want to spoil it for anyone else. So I didn't go. But that's a legitimate reason. He had no reason to go to say no other than Will Duffy's clearly a demon.
Right.
Because if he went and he saw the 24-hour sun, his app is now bunk because his app uses the AE map, which says that there can never be a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. So if he'd gone and saw the 24-hour sun, even if he tried to come up with some excuse as to why it's still flat Earth, his app is done. And he knew that. Right. I mean, who turns down a trip to Antarctica when you're perfectly capable of going, right?
Well, and that's the thing about conspiracy theorists, though. Once you find the circle of conspiracy theorists, pardon the pun, that you can go ahead and manipulate, and that becomes your customer base, then once you get rid of that, you lose your your customer base. You can't, if you're not going to shill for them anymore, then they're not going to dish out money for you.
Yeah, he's in too deep. He can never say, the amount of times that I've said that I would debate him, and we've had hosts arranged, but he won't speak to me because I'm a demon. Do you know how I spoke to Dave? Right? To speak to Dave, my assistant spent months making a fake podcast called the Conspiracast. They even got guests on to have fake shows so that he would come on.
I like the way you move. I like your infiltration techniques.
So we eventually got him on, and then myself and MC Toon, who also went to Antarctica, joined, but with our cameras off using voice changers, and spent an hour actually having a conversation with Dave and debunking him live until we turned on our cameras at the end and he ran away. He won't speak to us because even though MC Toon's a Christian and Will Duffy's a Christian, they're demons. But I'm a demon because I'm an atheist,
Hey, you got to pick your demons.
So, this is just what Dave does. He has his grift, and he's got it very, very well down. He's done it hundreds, maybe thousands of times. He's got his his thing set up so all that appears, and he's got all his talking points, and he knows them so well that he can sound confident. And like you saw, he didn't give you a chance to speak, really.
No, and it was obvious that the script was well in play, because anytime I tried to, because there were multiple times throughout the show that I tried to get him off his script, and I tried to ask sort of bizarre questions that maybe he hasn't been asked before, and those always made him very uncomfortable, and he had to immediately come back to the script.
Yeah. If anyone's watching this, it might be a good idea, if you haven't, to watch the Dave Weiss interview. Obviously, get this man some views. So go and watch the interview that's on the channel so that you understand more of what I'm going through, because there is a lot of points that he brought up that I'd like to go through. Like, he tried talking to you about the 3-body problem. Do you remember that?
Yes. Yep.
Right. So he's got the 3 dots up there, exactly the same size. And he's like, well, the three body problem, we can't ever calculate anything that's with three bodies. And that's just a complete and utter
He completely misunderstood the three body problem.
Oh, yeah.
I noticed that, like, he wanted it to fit his narrative so bad, but even while he was, and I'm relatively scientifically stupid compared to somebody like yourself, and even I understood that you don't really grasp the three body problem.
No. So when he's like, the three body problem's never been solved, it's just untrue. There's no general single-use formula that gives the exact future positions of three bodies for every possible starting arrangement, all right? For two bodies, you can write down an equation for the orbit and calculate the position at any time. Nice, clean. But for three bodies, each object constantly changes the motion of the other two, and the equations become coupled and non-linear. But that doesn't mean we haven't solved it. I mean, we've got ways of solving it. We can calculate numerical ways, calculate the forces involved. We can analytically solve it by bit. And there's many different ways of actually doing it. You can use the Lagrange way of solving it. There's countless ways of solving the three body problem with way more than three bodies, right? And it's just a lie that he will say so confidently that people that don't understand anything about it will go, oh yeah, well, why is it called the three body problem then? How do we know what's going on in this? How can we calculate the position of asteroids and planets if there's more than two? Because he's just lying about it. We've got Lagrange solutions, Euler solutions. You can, if a satellite is one of the bodies, you can just ignore that because its gravity is so small compared to the others, and that's called the restricted three body problem. There's so many different ways to actually solve it. It's been done for decades. And he acts like it's, you get the best supercomputer ever and we can't solve it. Yeah, there's no single use formula, but there is many other ways of doing it. And it's just one of the lies that he confidently spews that people might not check up on if you're not scientifically inclined.
Exactly. And even if you use those words, like those scientific words that maybe your general layman wouldn't understand, it makes him sound like he does know what he's talking about. And that's one of his skills as a manipulator that I've noticed. I'm not here to talk smack about anybody, but I was an interrogator in the U.S. Army, and my job was to basically read people. And one of the first things first things that I noticed was that he uses words, he uses language and lingo that would make somebody else feel uncomfortable if they didn't have, as you said before, discernment.
Yeah, exactly. And that's, he preys on the gullible and he preys on the uneducated, right? No one that is a fan of Dave Weiss has a physics degree. I mean, you can't be a flat earther if you've studied physics. They're completely incompatible, right? Physics shows that the Earth is a globe. Frankly, to me, the world screams that it's a globe. I've measured the shape and the rotation of the Earth myself. So I'm not just believing what people say. I did my physics degree. I was in the Royal Navy. I had to calculate fuel consumption. And, it's all based on a globe. All my pilot friends know that it's a globe. And when they plan their routes, it's based on a globe. I've got PhD friends that use satellites and gravity to find minerals and oil underground as their job. I've got a professor friend, Professor Phil Bell, who literally put something on the moon. He was involved in the Indian Chandrayaan landing. So it's like every scientist and engineer in the world is wrong, or Dave Weiss is wrong. These are the choices.
Well, you're not stupid. It's stupid.
Yeah, well, my friend MC Toon, who is also a flat Earth debunker, has a T-shirt that says, "It's not stupid. Dave Weiss is stupid." That's the much better one. When he was talking about that experiment with the electrostatics, and he's like, "Well, we manipulate the independent variables, and right, yeah, so you change the voltage or the ampage, and it gives a different force." And he's like, "You can't do that with gravity, but you can." To manipulate the variables in gravity, you just change the mass or the distance. And that's what the Cavendish experiment is about. Do you know what the Cavendish experiment is?
I don't.
Imagine a wire with a bar on it, right? Hanging like that. And on the end of the bar, you've got a mass there and a mass there. You let it rest for ages so that it's just sitting perfect. And then you put two larger masses either side. And it puts torque on the string because the mass is now attracted to each other. It's such a small force that it has to be done very, very precisely. It was first done by Lord Cavendish a couple of hundred years ago, but it's repeated by school children now to show that there's a gravitational attraction. And you can do it with any material, and you get the same result. It doesn't matter. Electrostatics doesn't matter, because if it was electrostatics, it would different depending on the material. But no matter the material, the masses is what decides how that attraction works and the distance between them. So we can manipulate gravity in the same way that he manipulated his, thing going up because of electrostatics. And he just lies that you can't do this in gravity. And then he says like, oh, well, electrostatics is 10 to the 36 times stronger than gravity. That's true at the subatomic level. But if I get this mug and this cup, they're not attracted to each other 10 to the 36 times stronger with electrostatics because they're on a macro scale. Gravity is really, really weak, but electrostatics at this level is billions of times weaker. Yeah, sure. If you're talking about at the atomic level, with the strong the electrical forces at that level, yeah, it's stronger. That's what holds atoms together. But when anything, even like individual atoms, it's not the electrostatic forces that decides how they work. It's the gravitational attraction, he slips in little bits of truth. Like this 10 to the 36 times. And then he says, oh, this 36 with 10 zeros, blah, blah, blah. But it's a way to, again, lie and sound smart.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, any questions about any of that? I don't want to do the same as Dave and just bocart it,
The way that when I have people on my show anyway, the way I let them cook, because I always think it's more interesting if the person is able to get their points across aggressively. So I don't like to interrupt too much. So keep on cooking.
Any questions that you've got at any time, please feel free to interrupt me. And I really don't mind. Okay, so the next lie that he told, without even a beat, he told you that they taught flat Earth in schools in America in the 1900s. That's just a complete and utter lie. That comes from a newspaper article of a flat earther from the early 1900s that tried to sue governments and states in America because they weren't teaching flat Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And the newspaper article talks about teaching flat Earth in schools, but it's in it's in the context of this crazy flat earther trying to force flat Earth into schools, when the schools have been teaching that the Earth's a globe for hundreds and hundreds of years, And it's, again,
I went and I had to look that up afterwards because I was like, really? Are you telling me the truth here?
Well, I'm sure you found that what we all know then, that it's a complete fabrication.
Right.
But he'll have a screen on his app. He's got a screenshot of them talking about teaching flat Earth in schools, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he doesn't show the whole article because, of course, he can't show the whole article, because it debunks what he says. But all anyone has to do is just look up and read the article themselves. And you're like, oh, right. So, no, they weren't teaching it. This guy wanted them to teach it. Now, there was a place in America called Zion, which was a flat Earth city as such. It was a bunch of flat earthers that got together and they did teach flat Earth. But, it went away very quickly because obviously it's not true. But it's just, again, what Dave does. He says these lies so confidently. And this is why...
Sounds like Utah.
Yeah. He spends his every day going on podcast after podcast after podcast. And he targets podcasts like yours, where you talk about some out there stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
So your audience are probably quite susceptible to hearing alternative ideas, right?
Yep.
You talk about simulation theory and things like that. And, any audience that is into that is maybe not going to be completely on board with the mainstream. So then he thinks, well, there's an in for me with my flat Earth and a chance for me to sell my app. So
yeah, it's very safe to say that my audience is by no means in with the mainstream.
Yeah.
I tackle a lot of those topics that are like, well, this is just another topic. You don't have to believe it, but is it? Let's just talk about it for entertainment's sake. And unfortunately, yeah, a lot of those topics come with people who are very die-hard. But in the case of Flat Earth Dave, surprisingly, there were very few people in my fan base who agreed with him.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that.
It was a breath of fresh air. I'm not gonna lie.
It's funny. This is the second podcast that I've got on recently after Dave, and it's kind of the same. Where they're like, "Yeah, I don't really like talking to him." So
yeah, it was an uncomfortable experience, mainly because I just didn't feel like I literally could have. I didn't have to be there. You know what I mean? He could have just been speaking to a wall, and that's one of the issues that I had with him. That just made me realize that he's a fraud.
Yeah, he was using you, and
Yeah.
And I know this is what you do. You do podcasts and you get guests on. So it's you didn't do anything wrong. You got a guest on that you thought would be an interesting conversation, but he uses that as an in, and it's all just to sell his app. That's it. That's what he does. And like I said, and if you did download the app, anyone watching, please uninstall it, change your passwords, because I can just find out where you live, and you don't want me turning up at your house. All right, I'll eat all your cookies.
Right.
So the next lie he told you was when he was talking about Eratosthenes and the experiment with the sun rays and the sticks, in Syene and that, right?
Right.
And the first thing he said was, well, Eratosthenes was trying to prove that it was a globe. Well, he wasn't. Eratosthenes knew the Earth was a globe. Eratosthenes was just trying to measure the radius, right? There was no doubt in Eratosthenes' mind, or the majority of the Greeks and everything around there, that the Earth was a globe. They for centuries they observed ships disappearing hull first and stuff. They knew the Earth was round. They didn't know how big it was because they hadn't been everywhere. And Eratosthenes assumed the sun was quite far away. Didn't know exactly how far away, but far enough away that the sunlight came in parallel, which it does. That's another lie that he says, that corpuscular rays show that the Earth, the sun's, but in the same way, does a train track show that the train is local? Because they're parallel, yet they do that. It's just literally perspective.
Yeah.
Corpuscular rays are parallel.
Right.
And so Eratosthenes was just trying to measure the radius. And Dave said that, well, you can get the same result if you just have two things on a flat Earth. And you know what? He's right. With just 2 points of data, you could kind of get the same result on flat with a globe. But the Eratosthenes experiment has been repeated hundreds of times throughout history with multiple points. My friend Simon Dan, you might have heard of him, he's got quite a big YouTube channel, nearly 600,000. He organized probably one of the world's biggest Eratosthenes experiments. And he had like a couple of thousand people take their own measurements of the angle of the sun at a particular time. And that would have been completely impossible if the Earth was flat, to put all that data together and get the Earth being a globe. Another one of my friends, Slice Barcane, did the same thing with not quite as many people, but maybe 6-7 years ago, and even did the graphics to show that, well, with all these angles, here's where it directs towards the sun. And then he put it onto a flat Earth, and if you take all the data points on a flat Earth, it means the sun's in multiple places at the same time, which wouldn't be possible. So again, it's half truths.
Isn't his argument for that something like there's multiple suns or something?
Yeah. Of course, there has to be, right? And it's not necessarily there's multiple suns. It's that we all see the sun in an apparent position because there's this magical dome firmament that is somehow a hologram at the same time, and the sun appears on the firmament, even though the sun's outside the firmament. And then he says you wouldn't be able to triangulate the position of the sun, even though you would, because the angles would still be the same. It's all, everything he says is a well-rehearsed lie. Oh, Eratosthenes was trying to prove the Earth was a globe. No, he wasn't. He knew it was. He was just measuring the radius. And these things aren't even hard to check. But yeah, sun rays, they are parallel. There's a good video that I like to use. I can't really play it right now, but if any, I'll send you the link, and you can maybe put it in the description. And it's of a guy that's in my community, and he's got a drone looking at some posts with shadows. And when the drone's on the floor, the shadows from the posts look like they're diverging out. But as the drone raises up and looks down, you can see the shadows are all absolutely parallel, because the rays of sun, the rays from the sun are all parallel. Therefore, the shadows are parallel. And yeah, if you want to put that, I will send that to you, and or get my assistant to, and you can put that in the description. But the biggest debunk to that is just train tracks. Train tracks are parallel, and they have to be parallel as the train falls off. But when you look at train tracks going into distance, what do? They do that. Does that mean that you can calculate the distance of where they touch at the end? No, they don't. They're parallel, but perspective makes them look like they do that.
Right.
It's ironic because flat earthers like to use perspective as saying we don't understand things, when they use perspective and clearly don't understand anything.
Well, it's the oldest trick in the magician's book.
Yeah.
It's just perspective, literally.
Yeah. Any questions about any of that?
No, carry on.
Okay. He keeps claiming that we don't know the distance to the sun. That's one of his biggest things. Oh, they just say it's 93 million miles away. We don't know the distance. We've known the distance for a long time. And if we're going to give a definite, well, when did we definitely know it? In 1959, we bounced radar off of the outer chronosphere of the sun. And it took 1,000 seconds to get a return signal. 1,000 seconds, traveling at the speed of light, 186,000 miles per second, means that the sun is 93 million miles away.
Mm-hmm.
And then every experiment since then shows that it's 93 million miles away. I've measured the distance to the sun myself using the transit of Mercury across the sun, with me and a friend in another location, being able to triangulate, use our position, do a basic bit of trigonometry, and literally we got 93 million miles. We've sent probes to the sun, NASA's Parker Solar Probe, which is actually in the sun's chronosphere at the moment. And it just happens to be 93 million miles. So it's just another lie that Dave says. We don't know the distance to the sun. It's just a guess. And they do this thing where he says that...
Do you know why he says that? Like, what is his logic behind that lie? Do you know? Like, has he ever explained how we don't know?
Because he wants the sun to be local. He doesn't know. He quite clearly says he doesn't know what the sun is or exactly where it is. But it can't be 93 million miles away, because that would mean the Earth's a globe in space.
I think I actually asked him what the sun was, and he said it's like consciousness. Or
he said it's
like
God's
that.
consciousness. He doesn't know, but he thinks it might be God's consciousness, which is batshit crazy, to be fair.
Yeah, that was another one of those moments where I was just kind of blown away by the lengths that he would go to make his point.
Yeah. So the distance to the sun is not some mystery. It's something that science has tested. It's something that amateurs can. It's something school kids do when there's transits of Venus or Mercury. You get together and you calculate the distance to the sun. And the fact that we know that radar bounces off of things. So when we point the radar at the sun and we get a return signal, yet we don't point it at the sun and we don't get a return signal, that kind of tells you something. It's hitting something and it's taking 1,000 seconds. Basic bit of maths. 93 million miles away, right? Same as, that's how, you were in the military, so you obviously know how radar works.
Right.
It sends out signal. That's why
there's to bounce off of something and come back.
Yeah. That's why there's a radar horizon, right? You can't see outside that radar horizon because that's the curve of the Earth.
So either the sun is not a consciousness or a consciousness has mass.
It's one of the two, right? So yeah, that's the lies he tells about the sun. So he talks about winter and summer a lot, and he'd bring up his app and he'd say, well, in the north when it's summer, the sun's around the outside, but in the middle when it's the summer for the south, it's around the outside. But let's think of the implications of that, right? That would mean if you were in the north, which is the middle of his map, and it's winter for you, so the sun is going around the southern bit, then the sun would be smaller for you in the winter than it is in the summer. But the sun is the same size all of the time. Throughout the day, throughout the year, the sun's angular size, it changes by the tiniest amount. The Earth's orbit around the Earth isn't completely spherical. It is slightly elliptical. So there's a slight bit where you're further away and a bit where you're closer, but it's nearly spherical. So the angular size changes by like 0.03% throughout the year. But if the Earth was flat and it was going around the inside and then the outside, then throughout the year, the size would change. But throughout the day, it would be even worse. Because if the sun's going right over you, it's there, it's big. But then as it goes, the thousands of miles away, its angular size would change dramatically throughout the day. If it's just there, if it's local, just above you, and it's going away, then it should get smaller and smaller and smaller, but it doesn't. Now, if you point a camera at the sun and you don't put any filter on it, it might look like it's doing that as it goes towards the horizon because that's glare. Stick an actual proper solar filter on it, and you see that the sun's angular size stays exactly the same throughout the entire day, which is, if the Earth is flat and that's impossible. It literally couldn't help if the sun was small and local. So yeah, that's an easily debunked lie. And he's like, well, that's why winter happens, because it's when it's summer for Australia, the sun's around the outside, so we're further away from it. And do you know why the seasons happen?
Well, because of gravity, right?
Well,
I mean, the tides and the
seasons happen because of the tilt of the Earth, right? So when it's summer for the northern hemisphere, the Earth's, if this is the sun, and this is the Earth, right? We were tilted like this. So you've got northern hemisphere up here. So in the summer for the northern hemisphere, it's tilted towards the sun. In the winter, it's tilted away, and now the southern hemisphere is tilted towards the sun. That means that the sun's energy is spread over a larger distance for whichever part is the winter, because it's tilted away. So even though the same amount of energy is coming from every bit of the sun, because the Earth has a tilt and rotates, when it's the winter, the bit that's tilting away has to have that same energy spread over a larger distance, which means it's colder.
Okay,
and
gotcha.
That's the reason for the seasons. It's because the Earth is tilted.
I spent a lot of time down in South America and in Ecuador, literally the equator, and so I don't get a lot of seasonal changes and whatnot like that. I when he was trying to describe that to me, I was just kind of like, this sounds like your theory is different based on where you are throughout the world. Like, it will be different if I'm in Minnesota versus if I'm in Ecuador. It'll be different if I'm in Norway versus if I'm in the Congo. Like, it's all going to be a different. You would have to explain it for each independent place that you are if you're going to use that argument.
Yeah, that's the thing about the flat Earth, right? Is that for the globe, there's one model, and it explains everything, every phenomenon that we have, everything in the sky, for seasons, for the sun, for the moon, for the stars. Model explains absolutely every single phenomenon cohesively. For the flat Earth, you have to have hundreds of different models to explain every little thing. Exactly. And they all disagree with each other, because if this one is so, then how does that one work? If the Earth was flat, you would have a map for a start, but we know the A map isn't right because Australia is not a fucking sausage. And, you would have one cohesive model that explains every phenomenon that we experience in our daily lives, but we don't. There is no model of the flat Earth, because they have to make up all these ad hoc explanations for all the different things that they need to try and explain. Why?
And as soon as you start disproving one of those explanations, the whole puzzle starts to fall apart.
Yeah, exactly. My friend MC Toon's in the chat, one of the people that went to Antarctica.
Excellent.
Dave Weiss didn't go because there was going to be demons, except MC Toon is a devout Christian himself.
Sure.
Right, so that covers what he said about why summer happens, and the fact that, nothing he said about the seasons makes sense when you think about it logically and what would happen to the sun. Also, why is the sun moving in and out? What's causing that? How is it floating? There's no explanation for anything he says.
Well, it's God's consciousness, so it can do whatever it wants.
I once spoke to a flat earther that told me the moon was dug out of the Grand Canyon by giants, melted into quartz while it was still warm. They filled it with helium. That explains craters, because it was bubbles popping. And then put it in the sky to mock us worshipping the sun. The sun was a interdimensional portal to God's light.
Oh.
Flat earthers are not sane people.
Is that why it rings when we hit it with stuff, too?
I guess so. Right. So the next lie that he told you... Oh, the map. The Buddhist map with the continents outside. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. That was a literal fictional story in a newspaper. It wasn't even real.
Yeah, I went and traced that one back, too. It's one of the greatest stories ever told.
Yeah. The map that they use was not even the original that was apparently found. It was a copy of a copy of a copy of a copy passed to someone else, copied and copied and copied, right? So it's like Chinese whispers, right? You're not going to get the same at the end. And then the newspaper story that he talks about was literally a fictional story in that newspaper. But he treats it as though, well, here's these newspapers in the early 1900s showing you that the Earth was flat with these maps. You know?
I think at one point that map was even transcribed 100% from memory, not even from
Yeah.
actually seeing it. Yeah.
Exactly. So, and then that the article that he cites literally just used it as the basis of a fictional story. You know,
It's a bit like Pirates of the Caribbean.
yeah. So you see how easily he lied to you, right? How he's got no problem straight up just bullshitting you. And
Oh yeah, I mean, it's not hard to tell anybody who has an open-minded conversation with them. You got to be, if you're going to be open-minded, you have to be both for and against the thing, in my
Yeah.
opinion. And so I went in there ready to be convinced if he could, because that's just what I was prepared for. And I came away just feeling even more confused than I started.
Did you feel a bit yucky?
Yeah, I needed a shower afterwards. I felt like I didn't have enough water in my system. Needed to go and look at God's consciousness for a while.
Well, I mean, you know, I don't agree with everything you say, and that's cool. People have different opinions, but I'm really glad that you realized that he wasn't being truthful to you.
Yeah.
I think
no. Yeah.
My biggest goal with doing this thing, going around to the podcast that he's been on, is I want people to know that he came on your show and lied to you and your audience. I don't want you to remove that video, right? I want that video to stay there, but I want people to watch this video that you post to know that everything he said was a lie. And I'm sure you get some flat earthers in the comments of this when you post it, like going, oh, that guy's just a shill for NASA or whatever. Yeah, sure, a dude living in Scotland, I'm a complete shill for NASA. Cool, guys, whatever, you know.
Well, I'm a shill for the CIA, so we're all shills for somebody if you talk about anything online.
Right. What else? Oh, clouds floating. Just basic ignorance of physics. He was like, well, clouds are heavier than air. Yeah, but they're less dense. So the buoyant force is the thing. So the air has more mass in a certain volume than the clouds. So the air is pulled down by gravity harder, which creates a force in the opposite direction, pushing the clouds up. And then there's wind up there, which keeps them up. But what happens when the clouds get too heavy because there's too much water? It rains, Dave. You know?
When you started talking about that, I wondered if he had ever been in an airplane or ever been up in climbed a mountain, anything at all.
I know, it's crazy. But that is just a really big ignorance of physics. But it's an argument that spreads throughout the flat earth community. Oh, clouds weigh hundreds and thousands of tons. How are they floating? Well, yeah, but how big do you think cruise ships are? How much do they weigh? Yet they float on water. It's not magic, you know. It's exactly the same concept. Okay. So then he went back to gravity, and he was talking about how in a vacuum gas should just expand.
Yes.
Therefore, how is the sun, which is, you know, gas, hydrogen, and helium and stuff, how is it there? Well, gas doesn't just expand. If you have gas in a pressurized container and then you open that container, the gas will expand to fill and equalize with the pressure, right?
Yes.
But what it will do on Earth is it will settle into the gradient of pressure that we've got on Earth. So, you know, at sea level is 14.7 psi. As you go up, it gets less and less and less. Why you need oxygen at the top of Everest, right? And that's because of gravity. You know, the gas is more dense where there's more gravity. And the sun is just, there's so much gas that the gravity is pulling it in and pulling it in. And, you know, vacuums don't magically make things expand. If gravity turned off, then, you know, the kinetic energy of the sun, it would probably, you know, separate. But gravity is a thing, whether Dave believes it or not. And the gravity of the sun is so strong that it squishes the hydrogen atoms together and turns them into helium. And then what's left over is released as energy. And, you know, he keeps calling the sun fire. But it's not, you know? Do you see what I mean about how there's nuggets of truth, like the tiniest bits of truth that he puts in there with complete and utter waffle nonsense on top?
Yeah, it's what you do with your dog when you wrap their pills in a bit of sausage or something like that.
Yeah, right? And then he's like, well, why does the sun ignore the moon? Well, it doesn't, Dave. The moon is also orbiting the sun. But at the same time, it's orbiting us. You can have more than one thing happening at the same time. You know, put a merry-go-round on the back of a truck and have it spinning and have that truck going rounding a circle. There can be more than one thing going round at the same time. You know, and the entire Earth-Moon system as a gravity well is orbiting the center of our solar system. Right. But, you know...
I can't remember what he said when I asked him about the moon, because I'm pretty sure I asked him what the moon was, and he either said, I don't know what the moon is, or the moon doesn't exist, the moon is a lie, or something like that. I can't remember what his explanation for the moon was.
He kind of just says that the moon is there, but it's just another thing just like the sun. And he didn't do it with you, but he normally starts talking about yin and yang, and how the sun's the yin and the moon's the yang, and they're, you know, one's positive and one's negative, and one, you know, he didn't do it with you, but he tries to say that moonlight is cold, which is always hilarious because he doesn't understand what radiative cooling is. Of course, the Earth heats up during the day and then radiates that heat back into space at night. But if you've got a cover, there's less heat radiating. So, of course, the moon light is going to be colder than the moon shade because there's more radiating. So, but he didn't do that with you. So he says the moon emits its own light and that it's something that causes things to rot or something. It's a bunch of nonsense.
Fair enough.
He didn't do eclipses with you. I wish he had, because he says that when there's an eclipse, it's actually something behind the sun, not the moon going in front of it, which is always hilarious.
Something behind the sun. How would that explain an eclipse?
Yeah, exactly. He puts a torch behind a bed sheet and then passes some of it between the torch and the bed sheet, trying to say that, well, what we see on the bed sheet is effectively the sun on the firmament, and there's something going between the firmament and the sun. I mean, radar would know there was a firmament, right? We'd be able to point radar up and be like, oh, there's a massive bowl above us. But unfortunately, that doesn't happen. So, all right, here's the good one. He started talking to you about stars.
Wait, well, let me ask a question quick.
Yeah, please go ahead.
You don't believe there's any type of firmament whatsoever?
No, otherwise we wouldn't be able to point a radar at the sun, unless the firmament's more than 93 million miles away.
Sure, okay.
You know, I mean, is the entire universe inside some kind of bubble? Who knows? Could that be a firmament? You know, I think when the Bible talks about the firmament, it's more talking about the expanse of space. You know, the sky looks flat. It doesn't really talk about like a dome or anything. It means like it's hammered out, and you know, one of Von Braun put on his gravestone Psalms 41, which talks about, you know, the firmament declares the glory of the heavens, etc. But the dude put stuff on the moon, so he obviously interpreted that as firmament meaning expanse, which you know, that's kind of what the translation, when you go back to the word rakia, that's kind of what it means. It means expanse. And you know, the Bible, which he references a lot, is it's poetry mostly. You know, it's stories, it's allegories. It's not supposed to be used as a science book. You know, oh, the earth is like a seal pressed under clay. Well, that's talking about how when you see sunlight coming during the day and the features of the land appear. Like when you put, you know, it's not talking about earth being flat under, you know, it's all just poetry, right? But he will, you know, use the Bible to get the Christians. I don't think he's a Christian in the slightest, but he will quite easily cite things in the Bible to try and get the Christians to believe that the earth is flat.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
Do you think there's a firmament? Just out of interest?
There's a lot of like interesting things when it comes to the firmament that I feel like haven't really been like, okay, so like I am a believer. I wouldn't call myself a Christian who follows the doctrine of these churches and whatnot, but there were various programs where we were launching nukes up into the sky, and you know, the whole ozone layer issue and the rockets that can't penetrate and all this kind of stuff, which does form its own category and its own sect of conspiracy theories, some of which are just absolutely diabolical. But it does seem like there is some sort of difficulty around the globe. I'm, like I said, I'm not a scientist, so I can't prove this with any of my own experimentation. But just based on all of those programs and experiments, it does seem like there is some sort of resistance, at least when it comes to getting out or getting back into.
I mean,
Earth, right?
it's hard to go to space, and rockets do explode sometimes when they go up. The nukes, that's easily debunked by the fact that it was so many. They did it at 30 miles, they did it at 100 miles, they did it at 200 miles, they did it at 300. Why would they do it at so many different heights if they were trying to break the firmament? You know, they were just literally trying to see what happens when you put nukes up there and explode them, which was stupid. But you know, there's still problems from that today. Getting back into Earth is really hard because there's an atmosphere that you're coming into, which causes a lot of pressure and heat. So yeah, that is hard, and I mean, could you describe the atmosphere as a firmament? Maybe
I think that's what generally is considered the firmament among people who believe in one, would be just the atmosphere.
Yeah,
and it gets a little bit tricky because it used to be much thicker according to the Bible, right?
Yeah.
If you believe traditionally in what the Bible says, the Great Flood was essentially aided in coming about because the firmament was destroyed. It in part was destroyed and fell to earth, and that was allegedly also the first rain that occurred and all of this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So can any of that be necessarily proven? Not really. It's kind of more of a belief set, I think.
Yeah. But a lot of people, flat earthers, will say that the Van Allen belts are the firmament, but then that would have to be agreeing that the Earth's a globe and space is real because it's a donut around Earth. But there's no issue getting through the Van Allen belts. You just go through the weaker parts and do it quite fast. I mean, the astronauts that went through the Van Allen belts got less radiation than the MRI. So okay, so yeah, then he starts talking about the stars. And straight away, he's an idiot because he calls Orion a star when that's a constellation. Yeah.
Right.
Did you pick that up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He seemed to have a fundamental misunderstanding of stars. I think at one point, I don't remember if it was in my interview or an interview of his that I watched, but I think he tried to call them all angels.
Oh yeah, he showed you a star looking through the Nikon P900. And it's all flashy and glowy. And he's like, I think that's angelic. Well, no, that's just an out-of-focus star using something that shouldn't be used to look at stars. I mean,
right.
Any amateur can look at a star through a telescope, and it doesn't look like that.
Yeah.
But flat earthers think for some reason the P900 or the P1000 is some kind of magic globe-destroying device that can make stars glow in a weird way, except if you just focus the camera, they don't even look like that, it's crazy.
Yeah.
You literally just go on YouTube and type in P900 stars in focus, and there's people in my community that have debunked that.
Yeah, and people of a spiritual nature, and I myself am one, so I'm not going to try to shit talk anybody like that, but they've been looking up at the stars and trying to explain them for the entire scope of mankind. And there's several people on YouTube who will say that even the northern lights are God's tabernacle and stuff like that in the sky and all this kind of crazy stuff. And in the end, people will always be looking up at the lights in the sky, and they will be trying to explain them in diabolical ways. So
yeah.
Flat Earth Dave is just...
See, for me, that's what I kind of think religion and a belief in God is. It was a way to explain the things we didn't understand.
Right.
Which makes sense to me, right? Back in the day, we didn't know what stars was. We didn't know, when you see Jupiter and Mars, we didn't know what they were. So, it's God put them in the firmament. It's an easy explanation that fits in with the belief.
There's
I get
fundamental
it.
difference between spirituality and religion. Religion is a control mechanism that is designed
I agree.
to keep... Yeah. But when it comes to you could... I don't know what I believe when it comes to ghosts, but people who believe in ghosts are not always, for instance, religious people.
No,
They
yeah,
just,
yeah.
why is my grandma in the room with me? You know, and there's my grandma keeps knocking my mug off the table and all this kind of stuff. But, yeah, I just want to make sure that the people who are listening do know that I believe that there's just a distinct difference between believing in something that can't be explained and applying a spiritual perspective to that versus religion, like Catholicism or Islam or something.
Personally, I think religion's one of the biggest poisons that the earth has ever made.
I've been working for the past couple days on a write-up on that, how religion is probably single-handedly the thing that has destroyed mankind more than anything else that we've ever invented.
Yeah. If you want to have a belief, that's cool. I've got no problem with it. Everyone's got their own reasons for having beliefs, right? But it's when you turn it into a control mechanism and kill them because they don't believe the same as me. You know, it's like, it's one of the stupidest things. But then people go along with it.
Control through shame and fear.
Yeah.
Because how greater can you, how much more power can you have over a man than if you control his God in whom his faith relies on?
Yeah, exactly.
You control a man's God, you control the man. It's that simple.
Okay, so he tells you that Jupiter is as bright as the sun, which is one of the dumbest things I've heard him ever say, because Jupiter is 3.3 billion times less bright than the sun. And I don't even know where he was really going with that. He's trying to talk about the inverse square law and how, well, if all these stars and everything are so far away, we shouldn't be able to see them. But the inverse square law doesn't say that light reduces to zero. It says it reduces in intensity, but it's inverse squared, so it can never be zero. So even if you can't see the physical thing, like you can't see a star, you can't see the Starlink satellites, you can see the light coming from them. Like, we see stars because they've emitted light. We can't make out the shape of the star with our eyes, but we can see the light coming from them because all our eyes need is 1 or 2 photons. I think 2 to 3 photons our eyes can register, right? So as long as the light has traveled and entered your eye, your brain's going to perceive that there's light there. Like, if someone's standing a couple of miles away and flashing a torch, you won't be able to make out the torch, but you'll see the light from the torch. And he started talking about the Starlink satellites, right? And like, oh, well, how can we see them? They're so small. No, we don't see the satellites. We see the light reflecting off of their solar panels, which is now dimmer than it used to be because Elon Musk was pressured by stargazing groups into changing the angle of the solar panels so they weren't so bright, because most of solar photography is getting ruined by Starlink.
I honestly think that the reason that he cut the interview short, because it did feel like he kind of rushed to a close near the end.
Yeah.
And I think that he did that because I started scaring him with the satellite questions. Because when I started getting into satellites, he really didn't have any explanation whatsoever. And I tried to play along and make jokes about, the Chinese just launched a wooden satellite and all that kind of stuff to try to make him feel a little more comfortable.
He said, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I tried to be a little humorous so that he would maybe get more comfortable. But when I started mentioning, well, Starlink, how do you explain when I go out into the desert and I'm still able to have Wi-Fi hundreds of miles away from civilization and all this kind of stuff?
Yeah.
And then he tried to explain it, I think, by saying airplanes. There must be a high altitude airplane in your midst or something.
Yeah.
I was just like,
but then when he was talking about being on a plane and it had come up, oh, you're using satellite. And he's like, oh, that's just propaganda. And he tried saying that, well, the plane's sending a signal up to the satellite and down to the towers. That's so stupid. Like, well, how do you explain when you're at sea? Like, I flew to America like twice over the past 18 months to do debates, right? And I could use the internet when I'm over in the middle of the ocean. Where's the towers?
Yeah.
Like, there's a reason planes have their satellite receivers on the top. Because
right.
they're using...
Delta just launched a promotionary campaign because now they have Starlink connected to their planes.
Exactly. It's ignorance. See, I say ignorance, but I think he knows damn well that everything he says is wrong. And it's just a script that he's got to sell his app. This is why I think it's so important to follow him around on these podcasts and explain the lies that he's been told so that audiences that he's tried to manipulate understand what a con man he is. And again, I know I've said this, but again, guys watching, if you've downloaded this app, I am begging you, delete it immediately and change all of your passwords. I could turn up at your house because we know where you live thanks to that app. All right, just get rid of it.
It's a textbook case of somebody who has created a dogma and now they must follow that dogma to their doom. Like in order for him to admit that he was wrong, he would lose literally everything that he has ever stood upon. He would have to totally reinvent a whole reason for being. I mean, everybody knows him for this. Unfortunately, he's made it his personality. And so to go back on it at this point is impossible.
Oh yeah, he would lose so much. He would lose his income. He would lose his community. He would lose his reason. Mm-hmm. He always talks about how he gave up a 6-figure job to do Flat Earth. No one believes that, Dave.
Honestly, from a business perspective, it's incredibly intelligent what he's doing.
Yeah,
because
he's got his con down, right?
If he views this as merely a business for him, then honestly, he's playing all his cards perfectly right, and we're the ones who are actually continuing to promote him because he's laughing at our expense all the way to the bank.
Like I said, that's why I like to try and debunk him wherever I can. I've done so many videos on him, and the videos can get a bit boring because he's got the same script everywhere he goes, But I feel it's extremely important to have to go places and debunk him, because the audiences that he tries to infest. And I think it's a disgusting way of being. He came here to your podcast because he knows your audience are open-minded, outside of the mainstream, which means, that's people that I can grift. Right. And I think that's disgusting. He'd never come on a podcast of a science person. He'd never go on Star Talk with Neil deGrasse Tyson. He'd never go on a podcast that talks about satellites and stuff, because he knows that they would just be like, "You're talking bullshit. Shut up."
Right. I think that his real danger here is the fact that as people grow more and more discontent with the government or whatever the government is telling us, there are more and more people who are willing to believe anything. And so the danger of people like Flat Earth Dave, for instance, or anybody who really is pushing a radical agenda like that encourages the abnormal to be considered, the danger is that the people who are willing to eat that up and turn it into their religion are just going to increase over time as the governments collapse, which is just something that happens all the time. I mean, you have all of the ancient empires throughout history that display that they come and they go, and in the voids in between, people are grasping at straws for anything to believe, and that is where people like Flat Earth Dave pose a real danger. That's just my take. I found it much more interesting to try to psychoanalyze, instead of his scientific beliefs, his psychology, which is really quite interesting. Yeah, exactly.
There's nothing wrong with being open-minded, and you should never just believe what you're told, right? And and that is very important, because that's when things like religion happens. If you just believe what you're told religiously, I don't agree with that. You should always have questions. Even when your teachers tell you stuff, question it. Ask why, how. Not at Sunday school, because you get kicked out, obviously. But and that's audiences like yours are the people that have questioned a lot of things, right? And there's nothing wrong with questioning everything. But that's what Dave sees and in for, because he knows that, they might question the mainstream even more now and buy my app. And I find that disgusting, It really grinds my gears so much. He started talking about the horizon, and there's just some blatant, easy to debunk lies there. He said, why does it ramp up to the horizon if it's supposed to be curving down everywhere? Well, that's because it would only curve down everywhere if you're in the sea with your eyes here. Otherwise, it's a curve up to the horizon and then down. And then he gave the easily debunked lie of the horizon appears to rise to eye level. No, it doesn't. Not even in the slightest. That's why pilots they can see the horizon dip in their artificial horizon. And it dips the amount predicted by the globe. My friend Mr. Sensible sent a weather balloon to space, showing where the horizon dipped in the curve of the Earth. it's such easily debunked lies that
being able to actually see the curvature of the Earth for yourself is actually one of the most humbling things. Like it just makes me, at least personally, it just makes me feel so incredibly small. I've seen the curvature of the Earth with my own eyes. You know, it's kind of like you can visibly see it. And I wanted to ask him that question too, because you can even see it from the top of some buildings. And I wanted to like see like how he would explain that, and I unfortunately ran out of time.
He ran away. He likes to run away when he gets cornered. That's what he did when me and MC Toon turned on our cameras on the Conspiracast fake podcast, and he, frankly, he ran like a little bitch. And then here's the big one that he likes to do: Antarctica. What's your thoughts on Antarctica?
It's a landmass. It's like anything. I don't have any profound belief. You know, it's mysterious and stuff, and I wonder why it's so hard to get there. But I also am pretty traveled myself, and so I understand the costs of travel and whatnot. And so there's 1,000 reasons for why it is not the safest place to go. But I don't. Maybe the Nazis went there and established a secret base. Maybe they did. That doesn't necessarily prove that aliens are there or anything like that, though. Oh, yeah. It just proves that the Nazis were there, you know? And so maybe there was something there that was discovered. We're not allowed to. I don't know. I have any number of ideas, but nothing that's like outlandish.
It's a landmass, and it is the most inhospitable desert on Earth. That's all, right? But it's one of the last untouched places on Earth. And he will lie and say the Antarctic Treaty says that you can't go there. But the Antarctic Treaty doesn't say that at all, right? As a British citizen, I could go to Antarctica. I could get a boat or get a plane, and I could go to Antarctica and explore anywhere I want, and no one's going to stop me. There's no magic military force that is going to, no armed penguins that are going to gun me down. No one's going to stop me. Now, when I get back to Britain, I'm going to be in trouble, because Britain has rules, and it says if you go there, you should get a permit so that they know who's going there, and you pay insurance. So there's a problem, they can come and rescue you, and you don't ruin the landscape and stuff. There's rules. Yeah, you can ignore them and go there, and no one's going to stop you. But if I then came back to Britain, I'm going to get fined and possibly a bit of jail time, right? But there's people that go and explore Antarctica all the time. Like last year, a 21-year-old girl did a solo trek across Antarctica. No one stopped her, and the fact that he was offered this trip to Antarctica and he didn't go is the biggest proof that he is a massive lying grifter. What idiot, what absolute moronic twat would turn down a all expenses paid trip to Antarctica?
Yeah,
right?
I mean, we're talking like $50,000-$60,000 worth of travel expenses.
Yeah, and the people that got to go, I'm so jealous. Like I said, I was offered the trip and I could have gone, but my leg. And I've got two people in the chat right now that went. Got Dave McKeegan and MC Toon. They both went to Antarctica and they saw the 24-hour sun, recorded it for 24 hours, live streamed it. And no one stopped them. There was no guns there. Right. And you can do these trips and that are all, curated and everything, but you can also go to Antarctica and explore it. And literally no one is going to stop you. Are you going to get in trouble for flying a plane where you shouldn't? Yeah, but that's the same anywhere in the world. You have to put a flight plan anywhere. You can get a plane and go and fly, but then you're probably going to be told off a lot and arrested when you land because you didn't put in a flight plan, and there's rules around flying a plane, And you can kind of discover that for yourself without going all the way to Antarctica. If you just trespass on somebody's property, you're probably going to get in trouble. Exactly, right? And there's rules like the scientific bases in Antarctica. If you just turn up at Antarctica without any notice, they're not actually allowed to help you. If you're like, oh, please rescue me and give me food and shelter, they're not supposed to, because there's rules. They're not going to stop you. They're going to let you go off into Antarctica, and you're probably going to die because it's really cold. I said, it's the most inhospitable desert on the planet. And that's why it's hard to get to. But it's also the last untouched place, And there's so many rules around there. Like, you can't leave rubbish there, which is why the flat earthers had to come back home. But you can't, if you're in Antarctica and you're outside, you can't pee. If you need a piss and you're outside, you can't go and pee because it's so cold that pea will just stay there forever, you know, and it's going to damage the landscape. Yeah, there's rules. The Antarctic Treaty set up rules about what you're supposed to do. But the Antarctic Treaty, nowhere in the Antarctic Treaty does it say you can't go to Antarctica. Individual countries have rules, right? You should get permits. But that's individual countries basically trying to help you. Are you sure you want to go to Antarctica? Well, you should do this, you know?
I think where the conspiracies really revolve around what happens when it comes to Antarctica essentially is that because it's so difficult to get there, there must be some reason that it's being kept secret. And like I said, I'm fully on board with entertaining the idea that maybe there was an underground base, maybe Hitler escaped, you know, maybe all this kind of stuff. But there are people who believe that, for instance, Antarctica is a secret base for fallen angels and that they all live under the ice down there and all that kind of stuff. And I think that is one of the reasons that people like Flat Earth Dave aren't willing to go there, is because they use that, instead of actually fully believing it, they use it as a cop-out. And then they throw around words like demon and all this kind of stuff to basically explain how it's not even God's will for me to go to Antarctica.
Yeah.
And, you know...
Obviously, Dave couldn't go with the demons.
See through the BS.
Dave actually said he gave so many excuses about what they saw in Antarctica. They saw the 24-hour sun, but it was a plasma projection put in the sky by NASA. You know, but now he says he doesn't even think they saw the 24-hour sun. You know, and he tells these lies about people debunking it, showing that it was filmed in a studio and stuff, when, you know, you can just contact Dave McKeegan and say, can you show me the raw footage, please? And he will, you know, because he's got it sitting on his desk. I know right now, Dave McKeegan could reach out to his desk and pick up the SD card with the raw footage. You know, and you can't fake raw footage.
I'd like to see it, to be honest.
I mean, give Dave McKeegan an email, and I'm sure he'll send you a copy of it, you know?
Yeah, that'd be cool to put online.
Yeah, I mean, you can go on his channel or MC Toon's channel where they've uploaded the whole 24-hour thing, even 360 camera that you can move around and stuff. You know,
I think that the more of that stuff that goes on,
he says, "Got it here right now."
There you go. I mean, yeah, I think that maybe it should be like a standard. Every conspiracy theorist uploader should have to put that up in their intro or something. Just be like, "See, the Earth's not flat."
Yeah. Right. So, from the video I watched, I didn't watch the last 10 minutes because I had to get you on. But that's
I
all
think the last 10 minutes was him selling his apps. So.
Yeah, and that's the last thing I got written here. App bad. And I know I've said this a couple of times already, but I will say it again because I think it is so important. If anyone watching this video on this channel has downloaded Dave Weiss's Flat Earth Sun Zodiac Clock app, delete it immediately. And then change every password that you've ever had. Right? It's not just bad. It is the most leaky app ever. There's just Google, like the reports about it. That, you know, it's on websites. The white hat hackers put up and show, well, this is a bad app. You know, they've got like lists of things that you shouldn't use and stuff. And Dave Weiss's app has been reported on by these community of white hat hackers to show how bad it is. And it does boggle my mind how it's still on Google Play and Apple, because it goes against the rules of it. The passwords, once you get into the app, you can see everything. You can see the list of passwords. You can go, oh, that's this person, and that's their password, because it's just stored in plain text. And if you've used that password on anything else, like your banking app or anything, and in fact, here's the thing, Flat Earthers have been hacked because of that, right? Witsit Gets It, which was one person who went to Antarctica, he says that he's been hacked and everything and lost all his money. The app, you know, and there's other Flat Earthers that have reported that. Like, I phoned up one Flat Earther, Cece, and told him his password on the app. Like,
oh, man.
You know, dude, this is your address and this is your password. I know it because we've got back ends into the app, you know, because it's so, no app should leave you open, you know, anyone that has the slightest bit of technical knowledge to be able to go into it and just access all the data. It's, you know, like Dave McKeegan says, it would be safer to put your passwords in Skywriting than it is to have it on Durf's app, you know, because he's a con man. And I've got no evidence of this, But I believe that he has done that on purpose because he wants to try and harvest your data somehow. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if in a few years Dave disappeared and 10,000 people had their bank accounts drained. Like, I would not be surprised in the slightest. I've got no proof of that. That's my opinion. But I genuinely think that's where this is going. Once he's got enough, he's going to go, oh, let me see what these people have got. And boom, he's gone and he's got all your money. You know, please delete the app immediately.
Crypto rug pull.
And that's another thing. He says that he's got 6 Bitcoin that he will give to anybody that can give Globe proof. The dude owes me 6 Bitcoin. I've given him that proof.
Well, Bitcoin's going down in value every day, so...
Well, give it to me now, quick, so I can sell it, you know?
Right.
I'll tell you, if I could go back in time to my younger self, I'd be like, buy fucking Bitcoin and then sell it in 2024.
You and me both, man. I was too busy buying stocks when I should have been buying crypto, and I dabbled in the crypto a little bit and then gave up on it.
Dude, if you want stocks right now, Rolls Royce.
Really?
Oh,
okay.
God, yeah. Let me see the increase over the past year.
Right now, I'm heavy in the drone space.
Yeah, that's going to be a good one. AI, I think, is a bubble you should avoid.
Yep.
281.
I've already made my money off the AI bubble. I'm not getting back into that. Right now, it's drones and space. Okay,
so in the last year, Rolls-Royce has gone up 44%. Since it started, it's gone up 1,356. When I bought it, it was at £5 a share. It's now at £14.52 a share. And they've just done a massive deal with nuclear engines and new little engines. And I think it's going to double over the next year and a half.
I'll take a look at it. I feel like I read somewhere that there was a chance that they were even going to get into space travel. So, which I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Don't buy SpaceX though. Poof, that's going down.
Yeah, that one was kind of like the AI bubble, where if you got in the initial push, good for you, but now it's just too risky.
Oh yeah, it's just like the .com bubble in the late 90s, right? But I think even worse.
Right, and I mean, Elon Musk is one of those people where he can say absolutely anything and tank his stock. It depends on what he's going to tweet.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, who changed Twitter to X? What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? Oh my God.
Oh man, I can't even get on the app anymore. Like I at first I was like, okay, great, like freedom of speech, I'm all for that and everything. But then, you know, whenever I get on it, I feel like the brainwashing and the manipulation is just more than ever. And now it's just violent content, and it's really.
I just use it to argue with flat earthers, and Facebook. To be honest, I just use Facebook and X to argue with flat earthers.
I got on it to shit talk during the World Cup because that was just fun to do. But after that, I was like, okay, I'm done with this.
Right, so that is the video that Dave Weiss was on. That's all the things I went through and all the lies that I think he told you. Do you have any questions about anything that I've said?
No, this has been very fun, actually. I didn't really know what to expect because, like I said, I'd never been on a streamathon. No offense, I just hadn't heard of you before. The emails got to me, and I was in the middle of traveling and everything, so I really wasn't really sure what was going on. But this has been very enjoyable. I think my fan base is going to like it. I think the followers are going to dig this. It's going to be sort of a surprised interview that they didn't expect, and I think that's going to be awesome. I had a great time.
Well, I appreciate you getting back to my assistant, Emily, so quickly. They do a great job. I've actually got them captive in my base. What do you do with the captives in your basement? Because they keep asking me for food. Like, how often do you feed your captives?
I make mine fight to the death, and whenever there's 3, then those are the ones I feed. If there's more than 3, good luck.
I mean, they're always like, I'm thirsty, but there's a damp patch in the corner. It damps water, right? So, I mean, how are they thirsty?
Watch Survivor Man and learn how to filter your piss. That's my advice. Watch some Survivor shows. You're gonna need it.
But no, seriously, thank you for having me on. Thank you for giving me the chance to go over the lies that Dave Weiss told you. And to be clear, they are all lies. I do not think Dave believes that the Earth is flat. If he does, then he's possibly the dumbest human being that exists.
There you go. Can you just because I want my fans to know and everybody, can you tell us where we can find you and what your account is and all this stuff?
All right, my name's Craig McNeil. You can find me on the internet with FTFE, which stands for Fight the Flat Earth, or Forgot to Flush Everyone. It's one of the two. I'm on X, Facebook, YouTube. TikTok, even on Twitch. I don't really use Twitch though. But yeah, just search FTFE and my disgusting face will pop up and you'll be able to watch me. I go live 2 to 3 times a week. I try to release a new episode of my series Flerfs Idiots every Friday. And I'm constantly on Twitter, X and Facebook arguing with flat earthers, so come and join in the fun there. I've also got a Discord, which you feel free to ask any of my subscribers and you get the link to join my Discord, and we have a bit of fun in there as well. But no, thank you very much for having me on. I really do appreciate it. I've been FTFE.
Awesome. Thank you very much, sir.
No worries, dude. You have a nice night. I've got at least another 24 hours to go, but it will probably be more. So I'll speak to you again soon. When do you think you'll post this, just so I know?
I will probably, if I don't post it Monday, I will probably post it Thursday.
Excellent. Do me a favor, give my assistant an email when you post it, and I will put a post up on my channel to let people know that the podcast is up if they want to watch it there.
Awesome. Thank you so much, sir. Have a
Cheers,
great
mate.
night.
Have a nice night. See you later.
Recording stop.
Wow. That was actually extremely fucking good. What do you think, guys? I think that... Well, I'm very glad to hear that he didn't like Flat Earth Dave. Unless he was just, lying to me. But I genuinely get the impression that he felt a bit icky talking to Flat Earth Dave. So I like that. I like that quite a lot. Thank you, Rubiks, for setting that up. Everyone in the chat, please say thank you to the amazing itsarubiks for setting that up. We have another one that we're going to be doing soon. Probably not during this because I've got things planned, but in the next week or so, I'll arrange to get on the next one that we've got. And we are going to be trying, basically, Rubik's side job at the moment for me is to contact every podcast that Durf has been on so that we can try and get on and do what I've just done. Because, disgusting pieces of shit, basically. Right. Quite a few super chats and stuff whilst doing that, so let me just go over those quickly. I'm doing a streamathon, guys, if you didn't know. I have been streaming for 3 hours and 41 minutes. When I started, there was a 45-minute timer. We've now got 24 hours and 41 minutes because you can keep me streaming as long as you like. Every new member will add 3 minutes to that timer. Every £10 worth of super chats will add 10 minutes to that timer. If you gift memberships, also 3 minutes. But if you gift 10 or more at a time in one chunk, the reward doubles. So if you gift 10 memberships, instead of it being 30 minutes that's added, it will be an hour. If you gift 20 memberships, it will be 2 hours. Right? So, let me just quickly... So 175. So I need to add another 3, 6, 9, 12 from the super chats. The members get added automatically. Nivox Spilkman became a member. Thank you very much. Uberneck, 10 PlayStation Network dollars, says he watched 3 Body Problem on Netflix. That's on my watch list. I do want to do it. JSS Tiger, $5. Watch Durf's kitchen sunset model where he uses obstructions to demonstrate how the sun sets on a flat earth. I know, he does that with his hand as well. Oh, it goes behind my hand. By the way, do you like my Green Lantern ring my wife got me for my birthday? How fucking cool is that, by the way? I don't think that guy was a Flerf, F-Grudge. I think he knows the Earth's a globe. Infinity perspective for 6 years. The measure of an open mind isn't how many questions you ask, whether you're willing to let evidence change your beliefs. Oh, stop the stupidity. Just gifted another 10 memberships. I think they've already gifted 10. Well, they gifted 5 before. They just gifted a 10, which means I need to add another 30 minutes on top of that. Thank you. So you've now gifted 15 memberships. I appreciate that. If you just got a membership, say thank you very much. Oh, I don't have the pens in here with me. Rubiks. Right, super chats. JSS Tiger $5 says, all religious prophets were narcissists. Yeah, okay. Aaron351C for $2.99 says, religion uses your own brain to police yourself. I like that a lot. Self-Tom, 5 years. From what side of religion? From whom? From what abuser? I don't know what that's referring to. I'm sorry, but thank you. Again, Stop the Stupidity. Thank you for the 15 memberships. I do appreciate it. Sparky NJ for $5. I'm back. My wife is now tired of me. I guess I can only try so many times to take her clothes off before I get told to get away. Brilliant. Right. Okay, so I've got a Flerf coming on. Where is he? No. Where are you? Michael Aftias. I'm just going to set up a new Zoom and send it to the Flerf. Then I'm going to take a quick break for 5 minutes. Copy. All right, he needs the full invite because he's not very smart. Copy invitation. Right, Flerf is incoming. Right, guys, thank you very much for everything you've done so far. I'll be 5 minutes just taking a break. I hope you enjoyed that podcast. That I am going to be following Dave around. So again, Rubiks, good fucking job. That was a good one. Right, I want to get Durf is a scammer. Tune, which of your channels is that on? Why can't I find it? It must be on his actual MC Toon channel. No, not MC Toon Live. The other one. Conspiracy Tunes. Where is it? Oh, why can't I find this bit song? There we go. That's what I want.
Yo.
Right, I am just going to take a quick toilet break and then I will be back.
Yo, listen up, it's your boy Birch in the his house. Plan so slick, gonna make your pockets his house. I got an app that's gonna change your life. But before you download, let me slice through the strife. They say the earth's a globe, but I beg to differ. I'll make you believe, I'll make you shiver. Spectroscopy needs a container, that's my claim. I've got no clue, I just hang my head in shame. Yo, listen up, it's your boy Dirt H in the his house. That's the horse house. Got a plan so slick, gonna make your pockets his house. I got an app that's gonna change your life. But before you download, let me slice through the strife. They say the earth's a globe, but I beg to differ. I'll make you believe, I'll make you shiver. Spectroscopy needs a container, that's my claim. I've got no clue, I just hang my head in shame. But turn up, that's the light I'm preaching. Sell my app, it's what I'm seeking. Fake challenge, try your luck. While I'm laughing, pocketing a buck. I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
Flat Earth, that's the light see your fake challenge. Try your luck while I'm laughing. Pocket in a buck. I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
Yo, Dave Weiss is a scammer. Talk about Antarctica, the icy place. I offered a free trip, dangled it in my face, but I won't go. It's not about thrift. I'm staying home, gotta protect my grift. I'm a scammer. I'm a scammer. Yo, Dave Weiss is a scammer. Talk about Antarctica, that icy place. Offered a free trip, dangled it in my face, but I won't go. It's not about thrift. I'm staying home, gotta protect my grift. I'm a scammer. Antarctica, that icy place. Offered a free trip, dangled it in my face, but I won't go. It's not about thrift. I'm staying home, gotta protect my grift. I'm a scammer. The scammer, I play the game. Gonna hustle hard, gonna rise to fame. But remember one thing, it's all a ploy to make that green. I'll be your decoy. So if you wanna join, come take my hand. But beware the tricks, it's all planned. T-I-T-R-H, that's my name. In the world of scams, I got the fame.
I'm a scammer.
Yeah, we know you are, Dave. We know. All right, Michael Afti-Ass is in the room. Sparky NJ for $2 says, I'm FTFE, and Ryan Reynolds is the best Green Lantern. You know what? Ryan Reynolds was not a bad Green Lantern. The movie wasn't great, but I don't think you can blame Ryan Reynolds for that. Don't make my suit animated or green. Okay. Apparently, Roger Ledwell just did a short live with lots of bad words. Neil Constantino has accused him of sharing Nathan's book. Video is on my channel. Nathan's book, huh? Accused him of sharing Nathan's book. I mean, what kind of asshole would share Nathan Oakley's book? Certainly not me. I definitely didn't just share Nathan Oakley's book, and I definitely didn't just do it again. Or again. Right, guys, we're going to get the Flat Earther Michael Afti-Ass in. Remember, if you are watching, all you need to do to increase the length of the stream is gift a membership, become a member, increase your membership, or £10 worth of super chats will add 3 minutes to the timer. We started 4 hours ago. We have 26 hours to go. Michael, hello. How are you?
Doing well.
Lovely. You been watching any of the stream?
No, not yet.
Why not? That's disgusting behavior. How dare you?
I just got home.
Oh, from what?
Yeah.
What were you doing?
Stuff for my car. Got to deal with smog, and I guess I got to take it to the state ref. Crazy California environmental laws, you know.
Cool. Nice.
Yep.
How are you? Effing good?
Yeah.
All right.
That was a fun one last time.
Yeah, it's always fun. Yes, that Jane Doe for $2 says, I'm convinced Michael has a degradation kink. A degradation kink. Ah, I get it. I think there's some typos there. Yeah. You like being dunked on, apparently.
Yeah.
I need to add 3 minutes for that because that just went over the £10 limit. So let me just do that. No, not 30. We were at 26 hours already. There we go. So last time you spoke with Professor Philip Bell. That was a good one. How did you feel speaking to someone who put someone on the moon?
I don't. I still don't. I'm not not on board with him putting something on the moon. But it was an interesting conversation. I put it like that. I mean, I don't feel like he ever showed me how to measure the speed of Earth. Yeah, I asked him a few times.
We went through that quite easily. You measure the distance to the sun, and then divide that. You've got the distance then, and then the year.
But how do you measure the distance to the sun?
Well, you could use radar.
There's radars that can measure the distance to the sun?
It was done in 1959.
Interesting.
And it's been done lots of times since then. It takes 1,000 seconds to get a return signal. And considering the speed of light is 186,000 miles a second, that means it's 93 million miles away. Just like we can measure the distance with radar to pretty much anything.
So you think that they sent radar signals 93 million miles away?
Yeah.
Bounced it back. And from the radar signals that they sent out,
yeah,
they know for a fact that that's a 93 million mile distance. Can't be any shorter, any longer.
No, because it took 1,000 seconds, and radar travels at the speed of light.
Radar travels at the speed of light.
Yeah, 186,000
miles. And it took 1,000
second.
seconds to get back.
Yeah, so that means 93 million miles.
So I mean, what if it was just a really low-powered radar and it was just bouncing off of
it doesn't matter if it's low power; it still travels at the speed of light. The power doesn't change the speed the radar travels at.
How do they know that the radar is actually traveling 93 million miles and back? If
because
they've never,
if they
can't, if they're not if they've never been that far away,
because
they
it
don't
took
know
1,000 seconds.
How could you possibly know?
Because it took 1,000 seconds.
How do you even know that radio wave that you're sending out? How would you even know that it's making it 93 million miles with the power that you're giving it?
Because it took 1,000 seconds.
1,000 seconds to what?
They pointed it at the sun, and they sent a signal, and then 1,000 seconds later, they got a return signal.
If you're going to send a radio wave, right?
Yes.
Like a wave, right? That takes power, right? You have to power electricity to power that
yeah,
push
and
that
they
wave,
had
right?
the radar that was powered with electricity, pointed it at the sun, and it took 1,000 seconds to get a return signal.
Okay. So it takes power.
Yes.
And the farther you want to push that wave, the more power you need, right?
Not necessarily. No, that's not how.
Like a bigger antenna, you want to. If you're trying to send something that far, because they don't just when you send out that frequency.
I mean, they didn't just use a normal radar. They used something that was designed to do that, and it they took 1,000 seconds to get a signal back.
Yeah, but it won't. It's not. Okay, hear me out here.
Why did it take 1,000 seconds, Michael?
I couldn't tell you. I don't know how strong the frequency is.
It doesn't matter how strong it is. However, it doesn't matter how low powered or high powered it is. The radio waves still travel at the speed of light.
Yeah, but they don't go on forever.
Well, no, but it also doesn't ever. Well, actually, it does go on forever. It never gets to zero because the inverse square law never reduces to zero.
And so they know that it traveled 93 million miles and back because it took 1,000 seconds.
Yeah, you point it at the sun and you get a signal back, and then you don't point it at the sun and you don't get a signal back.
Check this out. How would you know how far that signal's going?
Because you do the distance formula with speed and time.
Well, you've never been to that to 93 million miles away. So if you're not there to catch that signal, how would you know it ever went that far?
Because
you don't know what it's
back.
bouncing off of.
Well, you point it at right. Okay, Michael. You point it at the sun, you get a signal back. You don't point it at the sun, you don't get a signal back. Therefore, it's bouncing off of the thing you're pointing it at, and it's 1,000 seconds traveling at 186,000 miles a second, which means it's 93 million miles.
it took them, and they know that it's traveling that speed the whole way there and back.
Yeah, because radar always travels at the speed of light. It's never going to change. Light it's photons. It doesn't change. Radar always, what are you on about? Radar goes the speed of light. It doesn't change its speed.
Yeah, but if you're sending frequencies,
different frequencies doesn't matter. It's still traveling at the speed of light.
How does it just go on? How does that frequency that you sent out? How does that just go on forever? What, like,
it doesn't go on forever. Well, because the intensity
it's going to hit the sun and come right
hold
back.
on, Michael. You can calculate the intensity of electromagnetic waves with the inverse square law, right? Because it's an inverse square, it never reduces to zero, right? It might get really, really weak, but it never reduces to zero. So they send out a signal, and then they get it back 1,000 seconds later. That means it's bounced off something that is 93 million miles away.
I got a question for you, though.
The answer is 42.
This guy that came up with the astronomical unit, you know, what they call like the distance between Earth and the Sun. The very first guy who thought it up back in like the 1600s.
Yeah.
Okay. Did he send out a radar signal to measure that distance?
No, he used the transit of Mercury to do trigonometry.
You know, it's crazy. He didn't have that technology that you're claiming did it, but he was damn close, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was very close. And then we proved that he was correct by bouncing radio waves off of it to get a more accurate, because he said it was like 92 million or something, right? But then we used radar waves in 1959, and then throughout the 1960s, 70s, 80s, 90s, you know, zeros, 10s, 20s. It's been done lots. It's done all the time. And it turns out that dude was correct when he did trigonometry based on the transit of Venus or the transit of Mercury.
Oh, so you're telling me this guy nailed it? Like, the exact didn't have the radar thing that you're talking about.
No, he had trigonometry.
That proved it. Okay?
Right. So here's what happened. Here's what happened, right?
He knew how far away Mercury and Venus were?
Yeah, you can do that with parallax.
Sir, he had no clue. How far Mercury or Venus were.
Well, no, they did have a clue how far away it was, and they could figure that out with parallax.
You know, measure. You ever gone out at night, looked at Mars, and been like, you know what? I could tell the distance between me and that thing.
They like didn't just do it by looking at it. They used parallax and mathematics and the fact that we understood orbits to calculate the distances away. Now, here's the thing: they did make an assumption. They assumed, because there's Venus that they used, right? And they assumed that Venus was about the same size as Earth. Turns out they were correct about that as well. But based on the knowledge of Venus being roughly the same size as Earth, and then the distance, but you know, as Venus travels across the sun, you can have two people observing it on Earth and then do some trigonometry. You can calculate the distance to the sun. And turns out that he was almost correct.
You don't think Venus is like a solid planet, do you? Like a big solid sphere planet?
We've sent 17 probes to Venus.
Bro, they haven't sent shit to Venus. I hate to
break
it to you. I'm sure they claim they have.
Yeah, you know any evidence they didn't?
Yeah.
What?
Nothing goes to space. There's no outer space.
We send stuff to space all the time.
Around.
Sure they do. You made a claim. Do you have any evidence? I used Starlink satellites for a long time for my internet. It was shit, but I used it.
Here's the best evidence. Have you ever been to space?
No.
Okay. I've never been to space. Nobody I know has ever been to this place. So as far as I'm concerned, if me and nobody
that's called
I
the genetic fallacy.
And we're never gonna go there. This is
that's called the genetic fallacy. Michael, that's the genetic fallacy. I do not care about your fallacies. Over 600 people have been to space.
Sure they have. I guess if you just believe these strangers that you
I know I look at the evidence and conclude that it's correct based on everything available.
You know what?
I've got a friend who personally tracks rockets going to space with his own equipment.
I'm sure he tracks something. You know what I mean? I'm not doubting whatever he thinks he's doing
question,
on his computer.
So the question is, why when we point a radar at Venus, at Mercury, or the sun, do we get a signal back? And knowing that radar travels at the speed of light, that you've said yourself, speed is distance over time. So you can you can turn the equation around to get the distance, right?
Yeah, maybe every star and like thing in the night sky has a frequency that it's like giving off too.
Well, that doesn't change how a radar works.
Well, I mean, if you're pointing a you said they're pointing a radar at it, and then basically shooting frequencies to bounce off of it and get back. But what if it's already sending frequency at you? How do you know if you're getting that signal back?
Because if you point it at nothing, you don't get a signal back. But when you point it at a certain thing, you then get a signal.
So that means it's 93 million miles away.
Yes, because
you're getting a signal back.
How do you calculate distance?
Distance? How do you calculate distance?
Yeah. If speed is distance over time, how do you calculate distance?
Tell me. You measure it.
Yeah, how do you calculate it? Right. You keep telling me that speed is distance over time.
Yeah.
So what's distance then? Rearrange the formula, Michael.
Distance would just be one part of the formula. It'd be d like d.
Okay. Rearrange the formula, speed equals distance over time, to tell me how to calculate the distance.
The distance.
Yeah.
You measure
you know how to rearrange a formula, right?
There are ways to measure things.
Michael, the formula for speed is distance over time, yes?
Yeah.
Rearrange the formula to get me the distance.
You want distance?
Rearrange the fucking formula.
Time and speed equals distance.
Exactly. Right? So we've got the time of 1,000 seconds. We've got the speed, 186,000 miles per second. Therefore, we can calculate the distance.
How do you know it's traveling 186,000 miles a second?
Because it's radio waves, which travel at the speed of light.
And radio waves travel at that speed.
Yes, they don't change speed. They never change speed.
And then as soon as they hit something, they bounce directly back at you, even 93 million miles away?
Yes.
And
I mean, it'd be more scattered, but you can get the signal.
And the frequencies that would be coming from the sun couldn't possibly interfere with that radio wave.
No.
That you sent 93 million
miles. They specifically designed it to be able not to.
They did.
What aren't you understanding? They point it at open space. They don't get a signal back. They then point it at the sun.
Of those machines?
No, I haven't personally.
Me either.
Who cares? Many people have.
Many people believe that they say that they've done these things.
Oh, he was Abrax. I asked him that before. He didn't know.
No.
All right, Michael, if you don't believe it, do the experiment yourself. That's how you do science.
Well, see, basically what I've heard the last couple of times, I have to have a bigger imagination.
No imagination required. They did the experiment, and so have hundreds and thousands more people.
That's what you keep saying. If I imagine that's true...
Michael, if I imagine you've got a brain cell, that might make it true.
See, you never use one of these radars.
I've used radar.
Okay. To shoot
I was
radar,
in the military. I've used radar. It travels at the speed of light.
Forever.
Yes. Why would it? Light doesn't slow up and speed down. Speed up and slow down. I've been streaming a while. Gary IOW for £5 says, "Let me take this twat waffle apart, Craig. I speak fluent radio, as you know." I've got Max coming on to debate him in a minute. I need another £2 and 24 to add another 3 minutes on. Don't forget, guys, you can increase the time of the stream by just becoming a member, increasing your membership, gifting a membership, or £10 worth of super chats. Yes, Michael. Radar travels the speed of light forever. There's no reason the photons that it's made of would speed up or slow down. It goes the speed of light, which is 186,000 miles per second. It takes 1,000 seconds. Distance is speed times distance is speed times time. So you take the speed, times it by the time, you get the distance of 93 million miles.
Okay, light slows down as it goes through stuff. Like as it enters water.
Actually, no, light doesn't slow down. It gets absorbed and re-emitted.
Okay. So when light enters the water, it's not traveling through the water. It's not traveling through the water as fast as it was through the air, right?
Well, actually, it is. You're not understanding how it works. What happens is the photons of light, they don't change. They always travel the speed of light, but they hit a water molecule, or a molecule in whatever medium, right? Excite that molecule, which then releases energy in the form of another photon, which then hits something else. And that absorption and emission is what changes the apparent speed. Light itself doesn't change speed. But in space, there is nothing. There is nothing. There is no medium between us and the sun.
We don't, and you know this because
we've sent stuff to the sun.
You know what? I have no doubt that they've launched things at the sun.
Westside Girl Reacts 499 says, for having him on again, I'm forced to send Daniel Pratt to your house with a bottle of Malort. You did it to yourself. I'm never drinking Malort again. Have you ever had Malort, Michael?
No.
You should. I'd take you for a drink and give you a bottle of Malort. That's going to be an extra 3 minutes added to the timer. Thank you, Westside Girl Reacts. I do appreciate it. Yes, Michael, your denial of science and experiments being done by hundreds and thousands of people doesn't stop them being done. There is no medium in space. It is basically a void. So radio waves and radar will travel at 186,000 miles per second. We point radar at shit, we get a signal back.
See, it seems like a religion to me.
Doing experiments isn't a religion.
See, all the experiments that I do,
you've never done an experiment.
I mean, I tried to put a gallon of water on the outside of a ball and have it stick to the side of it.
Well, okay, that's a straw man of gravity.
It's not a straw man. I mean, the gallon isn't going to stick to the side of it.
That's a straw man of gravity because anything. Right? No, let me talk. Right? Anything. If I tried to make water stick to this ball, it's not going to work because it's busy sticking to the bigger mass below it. Fg equals gm1 m2 over r squared. Yes, the water is attracted to this, but it's attracted to that, the much bigger sphere below us. So no, you're on Earth, you're never going to be able to make water stick to a ball. But that's the prediction of gravity. The prediction of gravity is that everything is attracted to that more than this because this doesn't have as much mass.
Okay.
So you did just straw man gravity. You understand that, right?
I didn't.
You absolutely did.
I'm talking about
you did strawman gravity because you're trying to say that gravity says that water should stick to this ball. No, gravity doesn't say that. Unless
you're trying to say that water should stick to that ball.
No, I'm not. No. I'm saying that water would stick to the bigger thing rather than this. There is a much bigger sphere below it than this. So if I give water a choice, if I put water here, right, it's going to be attracted to that more than that. Even if I put water on this, the gravitational force is going to pull it to that more. So gravity does not say that water should stick to this unless there is no other masses around.
Check this out. So you're telling me that water sticks to the outside of a spherical object. That's what you're telling me.
To the globe, yes, because of gravity. Because the Earth is fucking massive.
When I put water into a container, it takes the shape of the container.
Because of gravity.
Gravity is not a container.
Gravity acts as a container, yes.
Bring me a gallon of water and a container of gravity. Just gravity.
On Earth.
Could you?
The sea. On Earth, yeah, the sea, right. Billions of tons of water is contained on Earth because of gravity.
Take some gravity.
You've just strawman gravity again. You've just strawman gravity again. You've just strawman gravity. That's not the predictions of gravity, Michael.
But that you said it's a container.
Yeah, because the Earth is making the gravity. Yes.
A container is a physical thing, though, right?
No, it's not.
Well, water takes the shape of the container, right?
No, not always. No.
I mean, if I put
all water does, Michael, I'm talking. All water does is react to forces acting upon it, right?
If I filled this up, okay.
Yeah, and then you turn it upside down, there's going to be a gap at the top. You turn it up the right way, there's going to be a gap at the top again because the water is being attracted to the ground below it, but it's also being held in that container because the force is created by that container. But the main force acting on it is the force created by gravity.
What's holding it right here together? The container.
Why is it at the bottom of the
right?
container?
The container.
Why is it at the bottom of the container?
Because everything wants to rest.
Why?
On the ground.
Why?
So we live in an electromagnetic field, right?
No.
And all like the cells and atoms and stuff, there's a lot of positive and negative electrons.
That means different things would fall at different rates, and they don't.
Flying around. Well, it's the densest. You get the densest right at sea level because oxygen. Most of our oxygen comes from
why is it denser
the
at sea
ocean.
level than everywhere else?
Because most of the oxygen comes from our ocean.
What? But why?
And that's
no. There's no extra gas
you have
created.
dense-
There's an exchange of gases. There's no gas created.
Yes, no, yeah, we get most of our oxygen from the ocean.
Yeah, but there's no extra gas being created. It's just the
You
same
mean there's
amount of
no
gas
extra
all the
gas?
time.
It's the same
There's a
gas?
gradient of pressure regardless of the gas.
Yeah, but it's producing oxygen.
Yeah, but it's the taking in the amount of carbon dioxide. There's an exchange of gases. There's not extra gases being made.
Well, yeah, there's gases. Yeah, they're mixed all together. It's not like they're all like just
No,
weighted
Mike,
out
we
by
don't understand what I
density,
mean by
you
an
know what I mean?
exchange of gases. Unfornicated for $5 says, as an RF engineer, this conversation is causing me to stroke out. I understand, dude. Unfornicated for $2. Everyone knows RF waves get tired and slow down. Thank you very much, dude. Well, that is another 3 minutes added.
No, it was traveling 93 million miles. It's crazy.
Why is it crazy? Because you don't understand it?
No, it's just like
yes, Michael, you don't understand it.
It's not. It's not it.
Jane Doe wants to know they're hallucinating. No, he really is this dumb. All he has is not
Not hallucinating. I think you kind of have to hallucinate to believe, because like every time I'd ask him, or you or anybody, how they measured the speed of Earth, I get told, imagine.
No, I didn't say imagine.
Well, the last thing he told me, he said, go with your friend to the park and have him push you really slow. And I'm like, how is that measuring the speed of Earth? How is
It's
that?
not. He was doing a thought experiment with you, Michael. Do you not know how to do thought experiments?
See, here's the thing. He could have told me
Michael,
how to do
you know how to do
measure
thought
the speed of
experiment?
Earth.
Do you know? He did several times. Do you know how to do
He
a
told
thought
me to
experiment? Michael,
a thought
do you know how?
experiment.
Michael,
He told
do you
me-
know how to do a thought
He told me to
experiment?
use my
Michael,
imagination.
Michael, do you know what a thought experiment is? Yes or no?
It's use your imagination, because you're not going to be able
Michael,
to.
what is the purpose of a thought
observe this in
experiment?
any real experiment?
Well, except all the experiments that have been done, of course.
Except the thought experiments.
Yeah, no, the real experiments, like using radar to bounce off the sun.
So what real experiment how did you measure the speed of Earth?
How did I measure the speed of Earth? Well, I calculated the
Real
distance.
experiment, yeah.
Yeah, well, I
Real
calculated the distance to the sun using the transit of Mercury across the sun, and with a
How
friend
did
in
you?
another
How
place.
did you measure the distance to Mercury to
Well,
know
that's
how
already
the
been done
transit?
with. That's already been done with radar.
So you took some numbers that some guy wrote up from a couple hundred years ago.
No,
you didn't actually measure the distance there.
That year, there was a new experiment done with a new type of radar that more accurately measured the distance to Mercury. So we knew the exact measurements of the distance to Mercury. I used that known value and the transit of Mercury across the sun with a friend in another location, both observing that, then did some basic trigonometry and calculated the distance to the sun. So I know the distance to the sun. And Michael, how long does it take for a year?
So they
Michael,
came out with this new technology.
Michael, how long does it take for a year? How long is a year?
They took this new technology.
Michael, how
that
long
they
is a
just
year?
Came up with.
Michael,
Hold
how
up.
long is a year?
Hold up.
No, wait. Answer the question. How long is a year?
It's irrelevant.
No, it's not. How long is a year?
365 days.
Right. Okay. So now I've got the distance, 93 million miles, which I calculated, and I've got and I've got the time. I told you how I calculated
it.
Using
How'd you
trigonometry.
calculate it?
Using trigonometry.
How do you know the distance to Mercury?
Because it's been done with radar.
It's been done with radar now.
Yes.
Is what they told you. But you have to take their word for it, right?
Yeah. You know what? I'm going to take the word of experts when I'm referring to experts. Yes.
You know what's crazy? All the experts were telling people to get these injections a couple of years over this imaginary
Definitely wasn't imaginary.
in the air.
Millions of people died.
Oh, people died.
Yeah, from COVID.
No doubt.
But we're not going to talk about COVID. That's another conversation. that you're not ready for. Sparky NJ for $5 says, I want a detailed account of his education so I know his expertise level. Why should we even consider his opinions any more than the 5-year-old? All right, Michael, let's answer that question and try and focus, okay? What is your highest level of education?
I actually have a certificate for finishing School of Exorcism.
School of Exorcism?
Exorcism, yes.
Okay, well, that's not education. What is your highest level of actual education?
I mean, you asked me what degrees I have. I do.
That's not
have
a degree.
Okay. Well, I mean, you asked me my achievements. I'm just telling you.
No. I asked you your highest level of education.
That would be it right there.
So, what is it? Degree?
Got that? Yeah.
No, is it an actual degree accredited by a university?
I mean, I got a certificate. Is that?
I've got a bronze swimming certificate. That doesn't really mean anything. In fact, I've got a gold swimming certificate because I swam for 7 miles. But
see, what I'm really trying to figure out.
But Michael, no, in actual education,
how these guys,
education, what is your highest level? Did you finish high school?
My education level isn't the issue.
Michael, did you finish high school? Yes or no?
The only evidence you have is you are trusting.
Michael,
did you Michael, supposedly verified what this guy said a couple hundred years ago with this technology that you've never used?
Michael, focus.
See, this is
Michael, focus.
No.
Focus. Did you finish high school? Yes or no?
You're basically telling me that
That's
I'm
a no,
wrong
guys.
because I don't trust these people that I don't know.
Well, that's your problem. If you don't believe them, science says that you repeat the experiment yourself. But just answer the question. Focus. Did you graduate high school? Yes or no?
Yes.
Did you do any higher education like college or university? Yes or no?
See what you're doing now.
I'm asking you serious questions.
You're turning my
right,
education has nothing to do with
No. This is a question by the audience that they paid for.
Because your education level, no education level in the world.
Right. This isn't anything to do with.
We'll let you see through.
Michael, listen.
Bullshit.
Michael, this isn't anything to do with the conversation. It is just a question asked by one of my audience members that they paid for. So do the respectful thing and just answer their question honestly and tell us what is your highest level of education. Did you go to college or university?
What does I mean? I'm just gonna. I guess I'll answer with another question.
They're just asking.
I'll answer
you
with
a
another
question. No, I don't. I just want to. Did you go to college? Yes or no?
I'm gonna answer it.
Yes or no? Did you go to college? Yes or no?
I did go to college, actually. Yeah.
What did you do at college?
What did
you do at college?
What is my education level?
Everything. What did you do at college?
What level of education?
What did you do at college?
Teach me not to trust people that I've never met.
What did you do at college, Michael?
In my life.
Michael, what did you do at college?
Like, you basically, I'm wrong.
Michael, what did you do at college?
Because you believe some people that you've never met
Michael,
did something.
No, this is just the question.
So I'm wrong.
This is just the question that my audience members asked you. What did you do at college?
Bro.
What did you do at college? It's just an honest question.
Yeah.
You did at college. What's that? Did you graduate college?
What does this have to do with the debate?
It's a question from my audience that they paid for. So I'm just asking you what they've asked.
And I've answered it.
No, you didn't. What did you do at
college?
I
said what level of education would teach me how to not trust some people's experiment that I've never seen or done or saw them do?
Right.
What level of education would I need to believe that shit?
Did you graduate college?
How much school do I have to go to believe some bullshit?
Yes or no, did you graduate college?
Some straight. Okay, check this out.
Yes or no, did you graduate college?
I'm not going to talk about my.
So the answer is no.
Here.
Right, MoseyCot299 says, "Can you message me when this guy's done? I'll be back." I understand. F Grudge for €2 says, "A year is about 365.2425 days." You see how they answered that question, right? Anyway, I have someone called Max that would very much like to talk to you, so I'm going to send them a link.
Is he gonna tell me how he measured the distance to these places too?
I don't know what he's going to say. I can't read his mind.
Because I mean, I don't know how you got the distances to those stars.
I told you.
I don't know how you got them. Oh, because the guy did it a long time ago, and then they shot a radar at it. They had to do it, even though
they shot
you don't have the
yes.
radar. You've never done it. You're taking the words of experts here.
Genetic fallacy once again.
Okay. I mean,
you're really good at the genetic fallacy.
You're saying I'm wrong because I don't trust the experts.
I'm saying you're wrong because you've never done.
You don't know the experts.
You've never. Actually,
I don't know the experts.
I know a lot of the experts actually.
I actually am the expert. So
you're not an expert in anything. Maybe window licking, but Max, I've sent you a link, buddy. Tacos Janos for 1,000 huffs says, I did a sort of exorcism today. I must have had a lot of negative charge based on escape velocity. So did my diarrhea. Oh my god. Yeah, Tony. I've promised Max to go at him first, so I'm sure he's going to be around for plenty of time because we've got 26 hours on the clock, so you know. And there's Max coming in now. Max is a good friend of mine, so treat him with respect, okay?
No doubt.
Hey Max, my buddy, my good friend, how are you? Looking gorgeous as ever.
Welcome, hello!
Good to see you, my friend.
I'm always doing fantastic. This life is good.
Oh, nice.
I noticed you still have the Dear Rimmer account name for the Zoom meeting.
I just want to leave it there now. It's brilliant.
Yes.
Michael.
All right. Michael, hello. Welcome.
Michael, this is Max. Max, this is Michael. Michael didn't graduate college.
It's okay. I didn't either. But I have some discernment, and I have some friends, which is the most important thing. And as you can see, people familiar with me know what that is. So we'll be keeping track. We'll reveal it at the end. So I have a little pressy going on here, and we'll tackle some of the stuff that Michael is wondering about. And I think I can give you some more clear explanations. I'll try to answer exactly what you're asking for. So
awesome.
Can you enable the sharing?
Yeah, you just request it and I do it for you.
It says host disabled participant screen share.
How do I do it?
So he's going to show evidence on a screen from.
Yes.
And that's and all of these things are true.
Yes.
That you're about to show. They have to be because you have videos of them.
Yes.
All right, just before we do that, let me just do the housekeeping stuff. Guys, I want to thank everybody for the support they've showed so far. Absolutely incredible. We started this stream 4.5 hours ago with 45 minutes on the timer. Every new member adds 3 minutes. Every £10 of Super Chats adds 3 minutes. We are currently at 25 hours and 17 minutes to go because you guys are fucking awesome. Thank you very much. If you want to keep me here longer, all you need to do is become a member, donate a membership to someone else, or upgrade your membership. They'll add 3 minutes. £10 worth of Super Chats will add 3 minutes. And if you give 10 or more memberships at once, the reward doubles. So 10 memberships equals an entire hour added. Keep me here as long as you fucking want. I love you all. Not you, Gary. You know what you did. And we've got Raza with a $5.99 emoji. Thank you very much. And I think that means another 3 minutes. Yes, it does. All right, Max, over to you.
I got you here. All right. So we're wondering what is the shape of the Earth, and initially we will explore 3 avenues, but I will expand on some other ones because you have doubts.
That's not evidence.
During this presentation, I would appreciate it if you would shut your fucking mouth, and we can ask questions at the end. Got it? Okay. Thank you. So amateur footage. This guy sent a balloon. We can tell it's a rectilinear lens because there are 2 pieces of string across the screen which are straight, so we can actually see the curve, and that confirms that this is a rectilinear lens and not a wide angle lens or a fisheye lens. This guy sent a rocket up built by himself with a modified GoPro with another rectilinear lens. The rocket reached 293,498 feet, and you can clearly see the curve there. The U-2 spy plane, this was done by Dronescapes. The U-2 spy plane flies for like up to like 80,000 feet, and you can see the curve there too. And then how can we measure it? How can we measure the curvature of the Earth? So with a method that surveyors use called reciprocal zenith angles, we have one hypothesis. On a flat Earth, all plumb lines should be parallel. And on a globe Earth, and as you can see in this diagram, those plumb lines would diverge. So this guy is a surveyor on YouTube by the name of the main surveyor, actually went out and did the measurements. And what happens is that when you add up the sum of this angle to the sum of this angle, so you have a plumb line at one part and another plumb line at another part, you have a line of sight between those two points, and you can measure the angles between the plumb line and the line of sight. And they always add up to more than 180 degrees. This is evidence and direct measurement of curve. Not only that, someone, another surveyor by the name of Baron Rutledge, went to the salt flats in Utah. And in the salt flats in Utah, one of the quote-unquote flattest places on Earth, guess what? When you do this measurement method, the plumb lines are also not parallel, and the salt flats turn out to be not flat. This is a diagram of the measurements that he did, and as you can see, the angle A plus B is always more than 180 degrees, which is a geometrical impossibility if the Earth is flat. Then I have here another measurement of the other salt flat, the one in Bolivia, the Uyuni salt flat. And guess what? It's also not flat. It has about roughly 1 meter of vertical relief. And the reason is because the salt flat is in a valley between two mountains at about 4,000 meters above sea level. So when you factor into the circumference, if you extend the circumference of the Earth to 4,000 meters, guess what? It matches the curvature expected at that altitude. Water does curve. And I'm going to show you a couple of examples here. This is a place which exists in the USA, and you can go and take a guided tour through it. It's called the David Taylor Ship Basin. And this place is built specifically to test with these carriages that go on rails above the water. It's used to test hulls of ships before they're built. They build a model ship and they test it. But because the water is curved, this is a 2,000 plus long pool, 2,000 plus feet long pool, right? And it has rails above. And the rails had to match the surface of the water exactly. So it reads here, the engineering of this system is remarkable. According to the American Society of Mechanical Engineers, to meet the requirements for uniformity, the rails on the basin walls upon which these carriages will run had to be far straighter and more level than the most perfect railroad track. In fact, to eliminate the effect of gravity on the motion of the towing carriage, the tracks are not straight in the regular sense, but follow the curvature of the Earth. The foundation of the building was laid directly on bedrock to ensure that the rails stay perfectly aligned. And here we have I found a government document of the build of this place, and it basically confirms that those rails are curved and that the surface of the water is also curved. The Earth curvature in mils, which is a fraction of an inch, Earth curvature 2.8, pressure gradient, and then they went into like all the measurements. I'm going to skip the TFE things. And here we go. Artemis 2. One of our friends, Rhetoric. I don't understand why you're laughing, because the Cope laugh is not a good look for you. So the guys were there. The guys were at the launch, and they filmed the launch with their own equipment, as you can see, and they were literally there, right? And one fantastic thing, which Flerfs do appreciate, this is from Icy Spin. He filmed the launch with his phone while the guys were filming it with the telescope, and he was also wearing meta glasses. So Icy Spin compiled both videos and synced both videos. And he has basically a camera filming the camera that is filming the launch. So doesn't get any more real than that. And here, let me scrub it forward a little bit. And as you can see, this is from the phone. And this one is from the glasses filming the phone doing the filming. So this is cameras filming cameras. I don't know how you're going to hand wave this away, but it's going to be dumb as fuck, and I'm ready for it. What happened the following night? I'm almost done. What happened the following night? Well, that same night, Astronomy Live went to his house, and based on the available information that he had, the trajectory of the rocket, and what we know of orbital mechanics, he pointed his telescope at the night sky, and lo and behold, there it was, the spacecraft going to the moon. Astronomy Live also, during the consecutive nights, I think he has 5 live streams where he filmed and found the Artemis spacecraft going to the moon and filmed it with his telescope going to the moon and back while he was live streaming. LIGO, the construction of LIGO disproves the flat Earth. This is a document from LIGO themselves. The curvature of the Earth will cause the Earth's surface to deviate from the straight line propagated by light in a vacuum by 1.25 meters over a 4-kilometer path if the line starts out level with the surface. The alignment was therefore not the same as for a level highway. So LIGO is straight but not level, which is very important because it's an interferometer. And if you have questions about that, we can go more into that. Now, let me do this. And I have here some other stuff. You've been talking about the electricity in the atmosphere. Again, this is, oh, shoot. Hold on. I need to stop the share. I thought I was sharing my full screen. Yeah, we're going to refute that in just a moment. Can you see my screen?
Man.
Wait. We're going to review that in just a second. Chillax.
Shullen War became a new member. Thank you very much. RZ22A599. What has he learned to trust during his exorcist diploma? Magic, apparently. F. member for 3 months says Mike will come around eventually. Maybe to an ice cream truck. I'm not sure. But thank you very much. I do appreciate that. It would have added an automatic 3 minutes to the timer. So we're at 1 day, 1 hour and 16 minutes right now. Remember, you guys can increase that timer of a membership or £10 worth of super chats. Thank you. Back over to you, Matt.
I didn't know he was a Bible thumper, or I would have prepared for that. But
I'm not a Bible thumper. I don't push my religion on anybody.
You said that you did a course in exorcism. That is the definition of being a Bible thumper, dummy. So you were talking about electricity in the atmosphere. That is true. Electricity is in the atmosphere, but number one, it stops at 50,000 meters. There's no more. And the problem, the big problem, is that the electricity in the atmosphere, as you can see in this citation from one of Feynman's lectures, the current is 10 to the negative 12 amperes per meter squared. You couldn't even light an LED bulb with that amount of electricity. That is minuscule. That is no power. So even though there are 400,000 volts between the sea level and 50,000 meters, the potency of that current is very, very tiny. So you wouldn't get too far with that. Then you were derping out about how it's all lights in the sky, and I'm wondering why you can see Jupiter and you can see this moon casting a shadow on Jupiter and this other moon also casting a shadow on Jupiter when they're just, I don't know, lights in the sky, bro, or whatever it is that you say, right? So that is it. We can wrap it up and we can talk about whatever you like. But yeah, it's not looking good for you, buddy.
Yeah, no, that was definitely a bunch of pictures that you found on the internet and put up there. And no, I mean, a lot of the
bunch of pictures you found on the internet. Dude, those are experiments that we've been involved with.
But I'm giving him props. I'm like, dude, that was a dope presentation. That was a dope presentation.
You're lying and you're coping.
I'm giving
because,
you, dude. I'm giving
the Jupiter. I'm explaining. The Jupiter picture is something that a friend of mine took with his own telescope. So it's not just an internet picture.
Yeah, I've looked at Jupiter.
Mike Sparky, thank you very much for your support, dude. I do appreciate it.
Yeah, I disagree that it's a giant gas ball. The distance they say it is, you know what I mean? That's just me, though.
That can be measured, though.
See, okay? You said you can measure.
Yes.
Tell me how you measured the speed of Earth.
I don't have telescopes, but that's all you need. You need a telescope.
No, I said how do you measure the speed of Earth? Like, how do you measure
with a telescope?
How do you measure the speed of Earth with a telescope?
Here you
shut
go.
up, he'll tell you.
All right. So this is again my friend Astronomy Live. He was looking with his telescope at Barnard star, right? So what you got to do is you do one observation and you look at the star and you record its original position, yes? And you look at the same star 6 months later, which means that the Earth is on the other side of the orbit, and that gives you a difference. That is parallax, right?
You're watching the star move, though.
No, you're watching the Earth move, because the amazing thing is you look at the star, and when you make the first observation, you're moving towards the star.
I asked how do you measure the speed of Earth.
He's getting there.
I'm getting to it. And then 6 months later, you're on the other side of the orbit, and you're moving away from the star.
I'm not trying to imagine anything, bro. I said, how do you measure the speed of Earth?
He is explaining
That's exactly
it to you.
what I'm telling you.
You're not.
Yes, that's exactly because the light on one side of the orbit, the light will be redshifted.
You're telling me to look at a star.
On the other side of the orbit, the light will be blue shifted. So between that and the parallax, and we know the orbit of Earth, we know the eccentricity of the orbit of Earth, you can
don't know how far away that
measure
thing is.
Yes, you do with parallax.
No, you don't.
Yeah, we do with parallax.
How do you measure the distance of that?
With parallax.
How do you measure the distance
it's
of
not
that?
an argument. With parallax, with the process that I'm describing right now.
Yeah, I know what parallax is, but if you don't know how far away any of the stuff in the sky is.
Yes, we do
You don't
with
need
parallax.
You do.
You don't need to. So you have, let's say, you can measure parallax with two telescopes. You have telescope at position A, you move 200 miles east or west or whatever, and you measure the position at that point. So now you have 2 points, you have the angles to the star, and you have the distance between those 2 points along the surface of the Earth. So now you have a triangle. Now with the angles and one distance, you can calculate the rest of the triangle. You can measure the rest of the triangle.
You tell me that star is not moving in the night sky?
Well, there is proper motion of the stars.
Throughout the year, do the constellations change?
Yeah.
The constellations depends on which ones.
Stars move. So you're telling me because stars move in the sky, that's how you measure the speed of the thing that you're on right now. I want to know, how did you measure Earth traveling 66,600 miles per hour
like this,
around a sun?
Michael, hold on.
Yes.
Hold on. Point of order, Michael. I need to just check. Do you know what redshift and blue shift are?
Nope. The answer is no. Just say no.
I'm saying the stars moving in the sky.
Michael,
just say no, fuckface.
Do you know what redshift and blue shift is? Yes or no?
No. Just say no. Be honest, you fucking liar.
Yes or no? Do you know what redshift and blue shift
FTFE,
is?
ask me if I can speak Russian.
So Max, can you speak Russian?
No.
So you can't tell me how you measure the speed of Earth.
Answer the fucking question, moron.
How do you get
Michael? Let's try once again. Michael,
once again.
Michael, do you know what redshift and blue shift is? Yes or no?
How do you get
yes or no, Michael?
Just say no so we can move on. Filthy fucking lying degenerate bastard.
Why, man, you're passionate.
Do you know what redshift and blueshift is? Yes or no? It's fine if you don't. Just say no.
Michael, did you know that you're in the Bible? But as for the cowardly, the faithless, the polluted, the murderers, the sexually immoral, the sorcerers, the idolaters, and all liars, that's you, their place will be in the lake of fire that burns with, in the lake that burns with fire and sulfur, which is the second death. You get super hell, buddy. Start answering questions.
We're going to just take it as a no. He doesn't know what redshift and blueshift is.
Yes, I know the Bible better than you. That's why I don't believe it.
Right on.
Okay, so are you going to start answering questions?
I'm waiting for you to tell me how you measure the speed of Earth.
He just did that.
I'm telling you, you're measuring the speed of Earth because when you make an observation, the light is redshifted, you're moving, blue shifted, you're moving towards the star. And
how did
6 months later, you point the telescope at the star, and then the light is red shifted because you're moving away from it. And with that measurement, you can determine that the Earth is moving, and you can determine its speed and the distance to the star.
To measure the speed of something, you have to observe it move distance over time.
No, you don't have to physically see the thing move. You can do it in other ways.
Yeah.
When you are on something that is moving.
How did you calculate? How does looking at that star change position in the sky and go from redshift to blue shift? How does that? How did you calculate 66,600 miles an hour?
Michael, that's not what redshift and blueshift means.
By how much it moves, by how much it redshifts and blue shifts, and then you also know the distance of the orbit, because that is a known distance. I mean, Reds and Astronomy Live also measured the distance to the sun themselves with telescopes using the same technique. So there is my friends do a lot of amazing stuff, right? And the thing is that when you are inside of something that is moving fast,
the red car and the blue car,
like an enclosed system.
Sorry, this had music for a second. When you're inside of something that is moving fast, you're moving with it. I mean, it's amazing that you don't know this.
Yeah, that's an enclosed system, though.
Earth is classed as a closed system in thermodynamics. Did you not know that?
What's the problem? This train is going 350 kilometers per hour. Okay. As fast as a Formula 1 car.
So you can't tell me how you calculated.
I literally told you.
He just did.
No.
Yes.
It's not an argument, dumbass.
Oh my god.
Riding on a train. That's not, how do you measure the speed of Earth riding on a train?
That's not.
No, that's not what I said. Oh my god.
What did you say? Where did you observe Earth go from here to here?
I showed you the train as an example of when you're inside of something that's moving, you're moving with it, Dumbo.
Okay. How did you calculate 66,600 miles an hour from that train video?
He didn't.
I didn't.
Are you that dumb? You can't.
Because
the train video is, Michael, the train video is an example of something to explain a concept. The distance, the speed of Earth was the entire thing with the red shift and blue shift.
Yes.
I got it.
No, you don't. Right, quick, hold on 1 second. Right, 1 sec. UHC for 50 secs says, I reckon the entire chat are performing a perfectly coordinated facepalm listening to Michael. And Ross Allen for £5 says, as Harry Hill's big brother, Alan said, if it's too hard, I can't understand it. Thank you very much. And that means another 3 minutes added to the timer. Sorry, Max, carry on.
You said in passing, forces can't contain liquids. Can you explain what I'm showing here on screen?
I said what?
You said forces can't contain liquids. Can you explain? When
did I say that?
You said the force created by gravity isn't a container to hold the liquid of water on Earth.
Oh yeah, it's true. Yeah,
so
you can.
What is that?
What is what?
What is this?
I don't know. I could barely see it. The water falling?
This is not water. This is liquid oxygen in a magnetic field. So
but that's a blurry ass video. I could barely see it, bro.
Oh, I see it. That maybe it's Zoom, but this is beads of liquid oxygen floating in a magnetic field.
Yeah.
So yeah, forces can contain liquids.
Right, Max.
And I have something.
I'm just going to grab a cup of tea. I'm going to leave you in charge for 5
minutes. When did I say
okay?
anything about forces? And I never said nothing about that.
Michael, hold on.
Well,
Michael,
when you say water requires a container, that's what you say.
Max, dude, yeah. I'm going to grab a cup of tea. I'll be 5 minutes, all right? I'm going to leave you in charge.
Yeah, that's fine. No problem. So, here we have another example. That was a proof of concept. I'm granting you that. That was liquid oxygen, magnetic field, very different than water. But check this out. Oh, why is that little water bending?
Called electrostatic.
Oh, so
yeah.
forces affect matter, right? Right? Forces affect matter, right?
Forces affect matter.
Yes or no?
How do you measure the speed of Earth looking at a star?
We already showed it. You said nah. We've moved on.
It's not a nah. It's just
yes.
Like,
that's what you said. You said nah.
How do you calculate? How did you calculate that speed looking at a star?
I already described it. It's beyond your understanding, so we've moved on. Answer the question.
No.
Forces can affect matter, correct?
If Earth doesn't have any speed,
it does have. It's measured.
How did you measure it?
I literally explained it to you. We're not going back. I don't like repeating myself. You
didn't explain it.
I did. Keep up.
No.
I did.
Do it. Explain it.
I already did. I don't like repeating myself. We moved on to this. Forces can affect matter, right? Dummy, keep up.
Nah.
Dumbass, answer the question. Forces can affect matter, correct?
How did you measure the speed of Earth?
We are all past this. I already explained it. You said, nah, I get the win. You're a dumbass. We're moving on.
No. Why can't you explain it?
I already did. It's way beyond your comprehension.
It's not beyond my comprehension.
It is.
You haven't done it.
I explained it. You measure. When you're going towards the star, you get redshift, blue shift, and when you're going away, you get redshift.
You have no idea.
Yes, I already explained that too.
No.
Nah, it's not an argument, dumbass.
Well, then tell me how you measured it. How did you measure the distance
I literally
between you and the
just
star?
explained it again.
You can't measure the distance between you and a light in the sky.
Yes, you can. I already explained it to you, parallax. FTFE asked you, what is parallax? And you couldn't answer because you're a fucking idiot.
Parallax, you'd have to know the distance that the things that you're comparing it to.
No!
You have no idea how far away
distance. Fucking liar. You're getting super hell. Remember that. Revelation 21:8. Every time you lie, the flames of the lake of fire perk up more and more to burn your silly ass when you fucking die.
Have you read the Bible?
Yes, I know the Bible better than you.
So you know Jesus died for our sins, right?
Yeah, Jesus was not the Messiah.
Well, I'm just saying.
What does Al-Mahara mean in Hebrew?
I don't know.
The young woman is with child. So Jesus was not the Messiah. He fulfilled 0 prophecies. I know the Bible better than you. Stop deflecting. Does matter? Do forces affect matter?
Kobe Clown $2 says, "What's a concept? What's a blue chip and red chip?" Whale Panties 199 can't tell he's intellectually honest or disabled. The answer is yes.
Yes, both. I mean, he did a course on exorcism. That's how dumb this guy is.
What's your education level? I've got a certificate exorcism. That's fucking brilliant. Someone actually do me a favor. Someone clip that and send it to Rubiks, please.
So
when he broke out the crayons, I almost died the other day.
Me too, dude. That was like extra special. Frankly, I was impressed he hadn't eaten them. But you know,
let's. Talking about forces, this is way beyond your comprehension. This is a sunset in my city.
You can't tell me how you measured the speed of Earth because
we've done that.
You can't tell me how you did it.
We've moved on. I explained it like 5 times. You're retarded. So we're moving on. This is a sunset in my city, Montevideo, Uruguay. And as you can see, we are looking west at the sunset, right? And the sun is moving right to left. Yes? Are we clear on that? Looking west at the sunset, right to left.
These are some cool videos.
Can you keep up 1 second?
If Earth isn't moving, you're not teaching me anything. You're not hearing me. You're not hearing me.
Dumbo. Yeah, I'm not here to hear you. I've heard whatever derp you've said. I've heard it hundreds of times from many smarter flat earthers than you. You are the lowest tier of flat earther anyone has ever spoken to.
Max, he's been a Flerf for 10 years. And I've confirmed that, by the way.
That's such a lie.
No, it's true.
Well, you said you verified it, but if that's the case, he never learned anything. Like, he doesn't even... I could play a better flat earther than this guy.
I know, right?
No, check this out. See, I'm not...
Smart?
I didn't spend 10, 11 years straight researching everything.
You've not researched
anything.
I did have life,
You didn't spend any time researching anything.
Yeah, no, but I have definitely held these beliefs for a long time.
We got the concession. You heard it. You didn't spend any time researching anything, and he said, "Yes, I know." That was Freudian.
But you're supposed to know so much about it, and I keep asking you, how did you?
I
measure
already
the speed of Earth?
explained it. You fucking retard,
You haven't, bro. You haven't.
I did. The fact that
you
it's
didn't
beyond
understand,
your comprehension.
Yeah. Him not understanding.
It's beyond my comprehension.
Michael, you not understanding is not the same as him not explaining it. Okay.
Yeah. No. See, I you got to answer for me, but it's beyond my comprehension, and I just won't get it. Okay.
Yes.
That's. Yeah. No, you.
Boston Concerts for $2 says, Max,
can't.
please read "Looking West."
You're looking west. That's what he wanted. I don't know if you caught that. I went on Vika's stream and I showed them this thing, right? And then they started like, oh, but what happens if you look north? And it's like, you're looking at the sunset. You're looking west. I told them, and I made like a whole theatric thing of me saying like, you're looking west at the sunset. Everyone on earth looks west at the sunset. And then they started like, but if you look north, and then I just started like yelling at them. You're looking. It was fantastic.
Gary IOW says for £2, you should really let me talk to this cunt. Well, we'll see how he feels after Max has mangled him. Oh, and that's an extra 3 minutes on the timer, so thank you.
Freaking go. Michael, we are looking west at the sunset here, and the sun is moving right to left. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Very simple question. Yeah, you can see it. Okay.
Are you mad at me?
No. I just have a low tolerance for stupidity, and I'm just like this. So now, for example, if we go to Los Angeles,
why does it bother? Why does it bother you?
It doesn't bother me at all. You don't have the mental capacity to affect me in any way.
Well, I mean, you're mad that I believe something.
Not mad at all.
Sounds like it.
Not mad at all. So this is a sunset time lapse in the north, obviously, because we're looking west at the sunset. What direction is it moving? Is it moving left to right, Michael?
Yeah.
Good boy.
Okay.
Oh, he answered the question. Fuck me.
Let's fucking go. Okay, so now, if I am in where I live, in Montevideo, Uruguay, and someone is in, say, Tallahassee, Florida, and we're looking at the sun at the same time, and you know what? Let me do this. Let me do that. this.
Henrobi says for €5, Max, you didn't really explain how to get the speed of Earth by red and blue shift. You could give more detail, like start with Doppler shift. I mean, he did, but it's going to be over his head. So, I mean, he doesn't know what red shift and blue shift is. So, Nick Wolf, £2, says, has the Flerf come back for humiliation? He has a kink of some kind.
So, if someone in Tallahassee, Florida is looking at the sun go this way, and me in Montevideo, Uruguay is looking at the sun go the other way, the opposite way, like this, how can this happen at the same time on a flat Earth? Go.
The sun's a lot smaller and closer than 93 million miles away.
That didn't answer, because the fact that the sun,
You asked me how that would happen.
The size of the sun is irrelevant to the argument of how the sun is moving, the direction that the sun is moving.
It's just moving away from you.
Yeah, but how, Michael, how is it going one direction looking from one place and the other direction looking from another place?
Because it's not very far. It's not very high up.
That doesn't answer the question, you intellectually stunted Muppet.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
Well,
you know what answers the question is if you flip one of those people upside down relative to the other one, and they're looking at the same thing going in the same absolute direction, but they're looking at antipodal to each other. That's the only geometrical possibility that you have for this to happen at the same time. And also, you see that the sun is not getting smaller there. You're just lying. Let me go to IC spin.
You really think I just get on here and lie?
Yes, you are a filthy fucking liar.
What would
Michael,
I gain from
you are an unfrosted
Nothing.
mini wheat, dude.
All flat earthers don't gain anything other than just to satisfy their public humiliation kink, which in general, in principle, I have nothing against, except that you are denying things that are basic. So this is a 12-hour time lapse of the sun with a tracking mount, which the tracking mount by itself disproves the flat earth. So this is
wait, let me get this straight. You're the expert on all this, right? But you can't tell me how you measure the speed of Earth.
I told you.
No.
Yes, he told you.
It's like the 8th time I've asked.
Yeah, and
I
it's
told
been
you
answered
already like 5 times.
Me,
Professor
Professor Phil.
It's beyond my comprehension, but I don't.
I literally explained it to you. We moved on. Keep up, please.
Okay, I've asked I said 10 times.
Yeah, and we actually told you, dude. And talking about Professor Phil, F Grudge for €5 says, this is what happens when you shake your head too much, Michael. Stop doing it.
No.
I love that. I'm going to steal that one, Phil. I'm so sorry. I hope you don't mind, but that
and that is
good.
another 3 minutes added to the timer. Thank you very much. Taking us back up to 25 hours to go.
Yeah, I'd say it feels like the debate's over.
It's not. I mean, I can keep going forever, and you will not every single thing.
If you can't prove to me that Earth has speed,
he already did that.
You calculated that.
I did.
You didn't.
With redshift and blue shift. He explained it.
Look, so far what's happened is we've shown you that the Earth has speed. We've shown you how to measure the ground. We've shown you that Artemis was real. We've shown you that the sun doesn't get away from you. And I can keep going. I showed you that forces can actually affect matter. So you've been disproven so many ways today.
Oh man, you got me. You totally got me, man. Yeah.
And let me just remind you, I will just rub salt in the wound. The Bible says that you're going to super hell. And also, just so you know, just so you feel actually insulted, you're getting absolutely creamed by a fucking third worlder whose native language isn't even English. Like, the only thing I have for you, Michael, is ew. Ew. America #1, my ass.
That's weird.
That he just error 404, brain not found.
I mean, America elected Trump twice. They can't say that.
I didn't vote. I didn't vote for him. So
Yeah, can we get some eels in the chat for Michael?
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, if you can't tell me how you measure the speed of Earth, and Earth doesn't have any speed.
I told you. You can't keep saying if you can't tell me when I literally told you and I
Looking
made
at a
you
star
cry.
move across the night sky.
It's not the star moving; it's the Earth that's moving.
And it's not the fact that the star's moving, it's the fact that when you point a telescope at it, you get red shift at one point and blue shift at another. That's why I asked you, do you understand what redshift, like, do you know what Doppler shift, Michael,
that?
Right, well, let me answer that question
I
for you.
literally explained to you the trigonometry of how to...
Michael, right, yeah, one sec, Max. Michael, do you understand what Doppler shift is?
No. Just say no.
Right, so when you're moving towards something, right, like the light from it basically becomes compressed, okay, which squishes it, and that means that it moves to the blue end of the spectrum, okay? When you're moving away from something, technically the light from it kind of gets stretched as you move away, and that moves it towards the red end of the spectrum, right? That's called Doppler shift. And you can use that difference between the blue and the red to show that you're moving away and towards from something, thus giving you the speed. And JM Trance gifted a membership. Thank you, adding 3 minutes. Rubiks for $2 says, I'm FTFE. And every $5 will add 3 minutes from now on. Fuck off. No, it won't. It's $10. So there we go. We've now explained it to you, Michael. And it's not just some expert. It's been done by one of our friends.
Yes.
How did you determine how does a light moving in the sky?
Did you not hear what I just said? It's not a light moving in the sky.
He doesn't think. He's just like waiting for his turn to.
Right,
now,
I'm going to try once
Michael,
more.
You've repeated the same dumbest question like 17 times now. Or
Tell me that a star moves in the sky.
Michael,
the Earth is moving, Dumbo.
Michael, listen, I'm going to explain to you once more. The star isn't moving in the sky. It's the fact that when you are at one point in the year, the light from the star is redshifted. And then from another time in the year, the light is blue shifted. And I just explained to you, when you're moving towards something, light moves to the blue end of the spectrum. When you're moving away from something, light moves towards the red end of the spectrum. You can use that difference in the light in the spectrum to determine the distance and the time, therefore the speed.
If you stood in the same place all year and watched that star, would you watch it move across the night sky?
That isn't the point of it. Oh my fucking God.
No, the star is so far away that the proper motion of the star is almost imperceptible. What matters is that when you do the observation in January, you get blue shift, and when you do it in June, you get red shift, because the Earth is moving towards the star, and then 6 months later you're moving away from the star. Star is very far away.
Right. Okay. It's a good super chat actually to explain this. So.
How do you know
Gary IOW says for £5, just tell him about fire engines, Craig, and how to sound it. Yeah, it's the same thing with sound. You know how when a fire engine is going past you, right? When it's coming towards you, it's like wow, wow, and then it goes away from you, wow, wow. That's Doppler shift of the sound, because as it's moving towards you, it gets squished. As it's moving away from you, it gets extended. It's the same thing with light. The wave of light gets squished as you move towards it and extended as you move away from it. You can use that difference in the squishing and extending of the light to calculate the distance.
So how do you calculate the distance based on the light there?
I just told you!
No, you didn't. How you can't calculate the distance looking at a light?
With the blue and the red
How do you know how far away the blue and red shift are?
Because you measure those. You measure how much of the light is redshifted and how much.
Yeah, but you're never going to touch that light.
You don't need to touch it to measure it.
I've got a few super chats. Let me just get through these. Rudolph, $5 says, forget redshift and parallax. From radar, we have the sun's distance. So that 93 million miles times pi for half a circular orbit, 6 months in hours, 4380 equals 66.7 miles per hour, for fuck's sake. Yeah, I did that one for him with the radar from the sun. He didn't get it. Lento Man for 100 secs. I do like all the secs. Michael's never had any. Michael, so seriously. He explained, if he had explained it in more detail, would it have made any difference for you? Do you really think that you could comprehend it?
Yeah. I think I would if he actually could explain something that made sense. But
well, it does make sense to someone with a brain.
Repeatedly, just today.
Nick Wolf, £5 says, problem with transferring short-term to long-term, a result of shaking his head too much, licking microwaves and consuming lead paint. Yeah, Michael, have you ever been diagnosed with not being able to convert short-term to long-term memory?
I mean, just look at his art. You can tell he's
and that's
dumb as fuck.
all those super chats add an extra 6 minutes to the timer, so thank you very much.
Look at his art.
So, how did you measure the speed of Earth?
We've told you!
Again? Michael, you're stuck. Dude, I have electronic dance music vinyl records that repeat themselves less than you. You've had 2 people explain this to you multiple times just today in the last 15 minutes, and you keep asking the same question over and over like a fucking dumbass.
Okay. A star going redshift and blue shift.
Yes.
Does not mean.
And the difference between the redshift and blue shift gives you the speed of Earth.
Does not measure the speed of Earth.
Yes, it does.
Yes, it does.
To measure the speed of Earth.
Why does it redshift and why does it blue shift if the Earth is standing still?
Why wouldn't it?
Because that means that the star is moving away and towards you.
Because the star changes colors?
It's not that it changes colors, you fuckface.
Come on.
Michael,
no way.
This is why you should stop shaking your head, because you've got so few brain cells that might fall out your fucking ears.
Yeah. It's not an argument.
It's not, I mean...
And better than that, I gave you a method to measure the curve from the ground. So even if the Earth is still, it's still a globe. This doesn't make your argument. You are so dumb.
You're claiming that the Earth is moving. That it has
speed. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Let me I can grant you that the Earth... I can grant you that the Earth is standing still. Even if the Earth is still as ever, it's still a globe. Because you can measure the curvature of the ground. You could do this yourself. You can rent a theodolite for $35 per day in the US on average, nationwide, and you could do this measurement yourself.
What I really want to know is, why are you so angry?
I'm not angry. You don't have the mental capacity to make me angry.
Oh,
okay, cool.
Max.
I
Guess who's just emailed me saying he wants a shot at you?
Who?
Dick Wayne.
Oh my God! Did you know that I beat Dick Wayne
do
while drunk on my lord?
Do you want to know the funniest thing? Right? Is he's accidentally put it all in the description instead of in the actual bit of
in the subject. What a moron! Did you know that I beat Dick Wayne while I was drunk on my lord?
Oh my God.
Right. Well, I guess I'll let you get to that one.
Wait. There's more people that want to talk to you, Michael. Don't go.
Michael, let me do the reveal of the counter. Boom, 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 boom. Dumb stuff said during the debate 24, and I was lenient on you because I didn't count every time that you asked the same ridiculous question. I didn't count it, so I was lenient on you. So Michael, you have nothing. Now let me ask you one question. What evidence do you have that the Earth is flat? Go. Not globe. I don't want you can't mention the globe. What evidence do you have that the Earth is flat? Positive evidence with citation, verification, whatever. Go.
Earth doesn't move. It has
that is not evidence that the Earth is flat. I already told you, even if I grant you that the Earth is not moving, since we can't measure the curvature of the ground, the Earth is still a globe. I need evidence that the Earth is flat. Go.
Okay. Measure the speed of Earth. Observe one place on Earth. go from
Dummy, hey.
A to B.
Yo,
Michael,
over time.
we're talking about the
Dumbo,
shape, not the
Dumbo.
speed.
Shape. I
I'm talking
need
about-
evidence that the Earth is flat. Don't care if it's moving.
Right.
Don't care if space exists. I need you to tell me, how did you determine that the surface of the Earth is flat? Surface. Don't care about the speed. I will grant you, the Earth is not moving. It's still a globe.
Yeah.
I showed you how to measure the curvature. So I need positive evidence of the flatness of the Earth.
So you seem really passionate about this.
I love dunking on morons.
Yeah, it's just fun. So, Michael, anyway, I'll ask you, as you seem to have missed, right? Both of us right now are going to grant you the Earth's stationary. It doesn't move. Okay, cool. We can't explain to you how the Earth moves, right? Cool. No worries. Now, give some evidence that the Earth is flat. Over to you.
Why would I have to do that when if Earth's motionless? The entire heliocentric theory is out the window.
Well, let's just say
No,
it's a geostationary Earth. It's a geocentric Earth, all right? The Earth is but Max and I, we don't care. We've agreed with you that the Earth doesn't move. We're not talking about heliocentricity. We're not talking about space. We're talking about the shape of the Earth. So
But you understand that if the Earth wasn't moving, that
no, for hundreds of years they thought the Earth was a globe and not moving. So we're going to grant you right now, for the sake of argument, that the Earth is stationary. But we want you to give evidence that it's also flat.
Positive. You know how I made a presentation and shared citations and
there's
examples
hills
and videos and pictures.
and oceans, so it's not like completely flat.
Clearly, but let's just overall.
We understand topography, yes. So
Let's just say overall there's no curvature to Earth, right? How do you
But it
provide
could
evidence
very
for that claim?
easily be. I mean, it's very, very easily be a large flat plane.
How?
Give the evidence. Or the argument, whatever. You have no clue what you're doing. Like, absolutely
Could you stand
zero.
on the side of something?
That is not evidence. That's a question.
Yeah,
And
well, I
just
mean,
like
well,
you,
'cause
we
if you're
don't
on a
answer.
globe-
Just like you, we don't answer questions. You need to
No,
give
I'm saying-
evidence, like
Yeah,
I
if you-
did.
Okay, if you're on a globe, you're telling me that that people could stand on the side.
No
of
questions.
Rock.
No questions.
No question.
Evidence.
That's what I'm telling you. I don't see people standing on the side of anything. You're telling me to
Personal
believe that.
incredulity is not an argument. Try again. I don't see how X could happen. Is never evidence for X not happening or happening.
Hugh Jars, $5 says, did Michael get a brain transplant but not a personality transplant from Nathan Thompson? I think Michael might be dumber than Nathan Thompson.
Yes.
Yeah. Rachbot, $5
All right,
Australian. Beat boot. Please send upgrades and some anti-Flerf programs. My intelligence circuits have melted. Much love. Rachbot, initiate ultimate facepalm protection.exe 1.3.
Binge Thinker is correct. Yes, Michael is definitely mentally impaired. Just look at the drawings he has behind.
Nick Wall, £5 says, how big a super chat, Craig, to discard all other top left nominations for this guy to win? A $50 super chat or £50 super chat, and we will just declare Michael the winner of top left. Okay?
Holy shit, yes.
Aaron 351C for $2.99 says, how do you measure the Earth doesn't move? Good fucking question. And that
How do you measure the speed of Earth? I've been asking, trying to find that out.
That's another
you were
6 minutes
answered,
added.
You don't understand it. It's okay.
I understood.
No, I just added 6 minutes for those super chats, so thank you.
So, given that you can't provide evidence for the flatness, there's one thing that you constantly say, and that is, oh, did you do it yourself? So I'm going to ask you, that sure mic that you have right there, did you do it yourself?
So,
answer the question, fuckface. Did you build that sure mic yourself? Or do you trust that when you buy it, that thing that went through the same scientific method, which everything that we've cited so far goes through, Do you trust that when you buy your microphone that it works, dummy?
Why are you so
Did
angry?
you build your microphone, yes or no?
Why are
Do
you so
you
angry?
build your own shit? Yes or no?
Hey, man.
No, I'm not going to let this go ever.
Well, I'm not.
Did
I
you
didn't
build your
let what
microphone?
go.
Did you build your car? Did you build your cell phone? Did you build your house?
Calm down.
Did you do any of those things? So your standard, which you request for people of, have you done it yourself? That is asinine because most people do not do most of the stuff that we use daily. I have a phone here that was built by someone else, a controller that was built by someone else, a computer, 3 screens, professional studio speakers, a microphone. My clothes even weren't done. No. And
it's not that
acknowledge
serious,
the argument, Dumbo.
Yeah, but it's not that serious, man. It's really not.
It is because you have a double standard of evidence that you don't even hold to yourself. Because
You're mad at me
we
for
all
not
know I'm not mad. You don't know that you didn't even build your microphone, dummy.
It's not that serious. Okay.
Dick is desperate to come on. Dick, you can come on after Michael, okay? Calm the fuck down. Jesus Christ.
Yes, tell him yes. I need to go to the toilet for a bit, but yes.
Well, we've got Gary IOW coming on, who's an expert in radar that would like to talk. And then he was the next to ask, and then PhD Tony also
I'll
wants to go.
hang around if you want.
Oh
to
yeah,
have
you don't
Gary
need to leave,
come
dude.
on.
You don't need to leave.
No,
Absolutely. I mean, we could get Dick on at the same time as well if Michael feels like he needs some help. But you know.
Oh, Michael and Dick, dude, we might create a singularity of dumbness that will just end the universe.
Gary, I've sent you a link to your email, mate.
Oh my god. The funny thing is that, like, Phil, with his endless, admirable patience, couldn't get through to this dummy.
I know.
That's why I have to put you in your place, Michael, because you need to know you are almost retarded.
It's been fun, guys.
Oh, wait, don't leave. I've got someone else literally just joining.
There's people that want to talk to you.
So this is Gary. Michael, this is Gary, and he's an expert in radar. Gary, hello, how you doing?
I'll be right back.
Okay. Gary, can you hear me?
Now I feel like I'm getting trolled.
Yeah, hi Craig. Hang on a sec. Let me just sort this fucking YouTube thing out.
No worries.
Oh man, I can tell this guy's gonna be great.
Right, there we are.
I'm gonna
get rid of that.
I'm gonna go ahead and call it.
Can you hear me?
Wait, someone has just joined for you, Michael. Don't be rude.
No, because don't tell me not to be rude. I mean,
Gary's just joined to talk to you. Right, so don't leave yet. Gary, this is Michael. Michael, this is Gary.
Homie is tripping. He just like.
Can you hear me, Craig?
We can hear you.
I thought he was
Yes.
gonna have a stroke. You know what I mean?
Michael, calm down.
You can
Michael,
hear
can
me.
you hear Gary?
Okay.
Yeah, no.
You can hear me, yeah?
Yes.
No. Yeah, I'm
Okay.
gonna leave because
Michael, Michael. What do you know about radio?
He fucking ran
and
away.
radar?
Gary, he ran away.
Did he?
He did. You scared him off.
Did he fuck off?
He did.
Sorry, my headphones are not working properly at the moment, but yeah. Did he fuck off? I can't believe that. What
he
a
absolutely
wanker.
did. I know. Dude, just as you got on.
What an absolute wanker. Craig, honestly, what a fucking cunt.
He's one of the dumbest people on earth, isn't he?
Yes. Yes.
It's absolutely
Honestly.
insane. And now Dick Wayne's coming on. and after he said he would never talk to me again.
No. Dick Wayne. Oh my goodness.
I know.
Another cunt.
Don't be mean to cunts. And Gary, I do want you to know, whenever I say not you, Gary, I don't mean you. You're the good Gary, okay?
I know you don't, Craig. I just put it in there for the shits and giggles. You know that. I know you don't mean it.
Nick499 says, Michael, you said you co-piloted an airplane. How do you think the airport can measure the speed of your plane? Oh, he left, Nick, so he couldn't answer that. Now, as soon as Gary joined, Max, Michael left, but Dick Wayne, I've just sent him a link.
Oh boy, I haven't spoken. Dick got banned because he's such a waste of time.
Well,
and I already beat him while drunk. I don't know, like I'm super sober right now. I'm drinking mate. He has no fucking chance.
Max, you're super sober, really, man?
Yes.
I'm not.
That's awesome.
I've had a bottle of wine and maybe 6 cans of nice Spanish beer. But anyway, Max, yeah, bloody cheers. Max, it's nice to meet you and talk to you for the first time. Yes. We haven't spoken before, but yeah. I can't believe that man went away.
I know, it's so rude. You joined to speak to him and he ran.
It's funny that I heard him because I went to the toilet, but I put on the speaker so I could still hear. And he said, like, I thought he was going to have a stroke. He's like, dude, I'm fucking chilling here.
Nick says I wasted my super chat, but you didn't, because that just means I've got to add another 3 minutes. There we go. Just waiting for Dick Wayne to join.
A very telltale sign that someone is not even engaging is when they ask the same question over and over and over. That is, that's bad.
Exactly. Yeah.
Just join already, Dick.
Excuse me.
No problem.
We've got Dick Wayne going. No, I'm just smoking normal tobacco.
No.
I've got I've had 2 pulmonary embolisms. I shouldn't smoke at all.
Well, stop it then.
I should. Yeah, I know. I should.
Fortunately, I one day I just stopped smoking.
Yeah, I used to smoke a lot of weed. I smoked.
Me too.
Weed
I miss it.
Me too.
I smoked weed from about 1984 till 2015.
Wow.
And
Vicious Cycle.
I've not smoked it since.
Vicious Cycle with $20 says Max is the GOAT. Hope you're all well. Much love from Texas. Thank you. And that's 6 minutes. But then we've got Stop the Stupidity with another 10 gifted memberships, which would have added 30. And then I need to add another 30 because it's doubled.
Let's freaking go.
So-
I smoked weed all day, every day since I was like 14, 15 until like, for 20 years, and then I stopped.
Yeah,
I stopped
me
at the beginning
too.
of this year after 10. No,
Like I
actually
say,
15
from
years.
about 1984 till 2015 or 16, and I thought, fuck that. I don't need that anymore. And I've not
Every
touched
once
it
in a
since.
while, I'll buy a little weed and I'll have some fun because.
Honestly, I might need to buy some after this stream.
We've
got
but then
Lenterman.
I'm going to smoke weed with Jaren in Punta Arenas.
Oh, I'm jealous.
Nice.
So yeah.
Good one, Max. Good one.
I mean, Jaren beats us all. He smoked a joint in Antarctica. That is a level of bossness that I can't even explain it.
You know, the occasional joint is okay, but to do it all day, every day, that's very, very sad.
And expensive.
I enjoyed it, and I enjoyed it for the longest time. And but when I started, when I moved alone, I couldn't fit it into the budget, so it kind of phased out. And when I started doing YouTube, it's a little bit harder for me to speak English and host the show and do all of the things. Like I have 3 screens running right now, and
Only
it's
3?
kind of
I've got
hard
4.
to do that while high.
Yeah, of course.
Lenterman with 26
Max,
says he couldn't handle the pressure. No, absolutely fucking not.
Max, where are you? Are you Argentina or Brazil?
So close. Like you mentioned the countries that are like to either side. I mean Uruguay, which is like right between them.
Okay. That's cool. I've worked many stations on amateur radio in Uruguay.
Guys, he's here. He's here.
Yeah.
Dick Wayne's here.
Dick. Is Dick here?
He's just joining now.
Oh, fantastic! Oh, this is going to be fucking awesome.
Dick, turn down the YouTube. You should know that by now. You've been embarrassed here enough times.
Richard's iPhone. Hello, Dick.
Ricardo.
You dick.
Ricardo.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you,
Yes.
yeah. If you turn down the YouTube, because it's echoing.
Yes. Give me a couple minutes for a minute here.
Yeah, I know. Tech's hard for you,
She
Dick.
sounds drunk already.
Dick, turn off
No,
your
I don't
fucking
drink,
YouTube.
Max. I'm not like you.
I
Right.
beat you while
don't-
drunk, and I don't drink either.
You don't
I know,
drink.
Max. It's your proudest moment in life.
Are you mad?
proud? What did you win?
Stupid.
Dick,
One of the
right,
days
what,
against
guys,
you,
one sec.
I-
Dick, turn off the YouTube. It's echoing.
YouTube is off.
Then why is it echoing? From you.
I don't know.
Yeah, close YouTube, Dick. You dick.
Maybe because I'm driving.
Oh God, they gave you a license.
I'm sorry. You're driving, and you're on. Are you fucking mad?
No, now I'm parked. Yeah, it's called hands-free driving.
You shouldn't be. Right.
Oh,
Anyway, I just wanted to let everyone
land
know
of the
that
free,
Dick
the
Wayne
land
is
of
now a
the
confirmed
brave.
liar because Dick Wayne said he would never.
I'm not
ever come on my
American.
channel
That's your
again.
first wrong assumption.
Dick, I'm talking. Shut the fuck up. I just
Yeah,
want
awesome.
to know that Dick is a liar because he said he would never come on my channel again. All right, Dick, you need to get rid of that echo.
Oh, that was it. Okay. Is
Dick, get rid of that echo. Take it off hands free.
that better?
That's better.
Just
Lentoman
get
for
rid of the
26
echo,
says
yeah.
Gary Sagan here, 73S. Thank you very much. Takos Janos, who's been a member
Hello.
for 50 months, says this is going to be another flaccid debate with Rick. I know. Anyway, you said that you got some beef to carry on with Max, Dick. So what's that all about?
I can't hear you.
Why can't you hear me? Dick. Text hard, right?
Ricardo.
Dicky boy. Dick.
Come on, Dick.
How many times have I got to say Dick? I've said Dick far too many times.
Dick.
Right, well, whilst
Ricky.
waiting for Dick to sort out his shit, I have been streaming for 5 hours and 30 minutes. When I started at 8 p.m. UK time, I had 45 minutes on the timer. But right now, that timer says 26 hours. And it's been 26
Jesus
hours for about the past 4 hours. I've broken time again. Fuck's sake. I don't mean to do that, but it keeps happening. You guys can keep increasing that timer, however. If you want to keep me here forever, all you need to do is gift a membership, because every membership adds 3 minutes. 10 memberships at once doubles to 1 hour. £10 worth of super chats also adds 3 minutes. You could also become a member or increase the membership you already have. They also add 3 minutes. Dick, have you sorted? Dick.
I don't know. Have I?
Well, can you hear us?
I can hear you now.
Good. Richard, Dick, you said you have some beef with our friend Max here. What is the beef? Oh, fuck, the echo's back.
Oh, he's got echo, for fuck's sake, Dick. Get it, sort it out.
Flerfs got
Holy fuck! Relax, people. Is that better?
in the stream then.
Figure out your shit, dummy.
Is that better?
Yes, can you hear us?
No.
It's still echoing.
No, can you
No.
hear me, Dick? Yes or no?
Holy fuck! You guys are just desperate.
Dick, can you hear me? Yes or no?
Yes, I can
Right,
hear
okay.
you. Obviously, that's why I called you desperate.
Okay, so
Am
once
I
again,
also-
desperate, you're
Why
the one
can't
that
you
begged to
sort
come on the
this
stream.
shit out when we can? It's because you're a flirt.
Because you guys are geniuses. Yes,
Correct,
love to
yes.
brag about how
Yeah.
smart you are.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we
you
know
you
how
never have
IT works.
Technology issues. Yes, you guys are awesome and great.
Compared
No,
to
you've
you,
got
yes.
technology issues. Fuck's sake.
Yes, I know, Max.
Right,
you
anyway.
especially.
Mr. Wayne, you said you had some beef with our friend Max here. What is the beef?
Everything.
Like?
I have beef with all you guys. You know this.
And
what do you want to
about
talk
Max specifically?
Well, what do you want to talk about?
You wanted to come on, so what do you want to fucking talk about? You said you wanted to talk with Max, so what do you want to talk to Max about?
Oh, I don't know. How
Well,
he
then why
beat
did
me
you
drunk?
beg to come on the stream then, you dumbass?
Craig, just say it as it is, yeah?
This is your show, Craig. What do you want to talk about?
Dick,
What do
you
you have
emailed me and
what
begged
don't
to
you
come.
understand about the idea you've been fighting unsuccessfully for 10 years?
Oh, no, it's been very successful. I've made about £500,000.
Oh, yeah. Oh, awesome, Craig. Awesome.
Yeah.
And that's because you
So
did what?
I'll read the email you sent. Max and I could hash some shit out. Bring all your friends. So what hash do you want to get out with Max?
What does he misunderstand most about the idea he's been fighting for?
Oh, I understand
Like
Flat
3
Earth
months.
better than you.
Oh, do you, Max? You
Yes.
can steel man it? Go ahead.
Obviously, yes.
Okay,
Oh,
steel
right.
man it right now. Go.
Right, well, quickly though, Lento Man, this was for you, Gary. It's his ham signal for 50 secs. He says it's SA6ANH. That's his ham signal for you. And Rachbot for $2 says, Dick!
I'm sorry, say that again, Craig.
His ham signal for you, his ham radio signal. Apparently, he wants to give it to you.
And his call sign is?
SA6ANH.
And he's in America?
I think so. No, 50 cents.
No, sucks Sweden.
Yeah, that would be Sweden. That wouldn't be North America or Canada.
No, I don't think he can talk to you. And that is another 3 minutes I need to add, especially after the two.
All right, let me look up that call sign. Emily's just sent me a WhatsApp. So let me look up that call sign. Emily, thank you for that.
Right. So anyway, Dick,
And I will
Max,
look up that call
feel
sign.
free to hash
You
your
space
shit out.
nerds done yet?
Well, I'll be done in about 26 hours,
call
Dick.
Sign, Dick. Let's
So
have
go,
a-
Max. Steel man flat earth. Steel man the arguments.
The
I'm
surface of the
retarded.
Earth is
That's
flat.
yeah.
Yeah, awesome. I thought you were smart, Max. Come on. Steel man it. Go.
I mean, that
You've been
that is
fighting
the
it for
steel.
3 months.
Listen,
Go.
that is the steel
All right,
man.
so SA6ANH is Lennart Len Lostjo.
Yeah, that's right.
From Lackhavegan 156, Boris, Sweden.
Yes.
Are you Swedish, Dick?
No,
No, that's not Dick's. That's
someone
it's
else in the
Lento
chat.
Man. Someone else in the chat. Nick says 199. Don't give him anything.
Wow.
Make him talk. Right.
Dick, the reason why the steel man is limited to the surface of the Earth is flat is because everything else that flat earthers say is a lie, and I will not repeat lies. So
What's the
that's
lie? Name one.
Oh, I did about 20 with
air
the
pressure
podcast I was on.
requires a container. That's a lie.
That's not a lie. That's nature.
That's absolutely a lie.
Okay,
the pressure
demonstrate
at sea
otherwise.
level. The pressure, at
Demonstrate
sea
otherwise.
the pressure at sea level is 1 atmosphere. The pressure at the top of Mount Everest is 0.3 atmospheres. That is a 70% difference in roughly 8,000 meters. Where is the container between the bottom and the top?
Obviously taller than Mount Everest.
The fuck?
But we have one atmosphere of pressure. 8,000 meters above, there is 0.3 atmospheres of pressure. Why isn't the 1 atmosphere of pressure rushing up, Dick?
That's not how it works, Max.
It should be according to the flat Earth.
Okay, concession. Thank you so much. Yeah, you
Yeah,
you don't
concession.
need because you don't need a container. Correct. You're
Hey,
correct.
no.
You don't need a
Okay,
container.
shut
yes.
up shut up right now.
No.
You don't yell at me, fuckface.
Dick, Eric's got a question for you for $10. Do you know how a microphone or loudspeaker work?
Angry about it, too. That's what.
I'm not
Dick.
angry at all.
Dick, the question
Why, I
for you.
listen to your shit.
Dick, shut up. I'm
Like,
talking.
why are
Dick,
you so
Dick,
angry
shut up.
that
Dick,
the
shut
Earth
up.
is
Dick,
not
shut up.
fucking globe?
Dick, shut up.
It is.
Yeah, see, listen.
Hold on one
Dick,
second.
Shut up. Dick,
Yeah.
shut up.
Yeah, because I'm trying to talk, so shut the fuck up. Be a good boy. Eric in the chat has a question for you, which he's paid $10 for. Do you understand how a microphone and or loudspeaker work? And that's 3 minutes.
I got a
after the
rough
timer as well.
idea.
No, you don't lie.
I got a rough
A
idea.
rough idea.
Yeah, awesome. You guys know all about that shit. Awesome. Good for you.
Oh, yeah.
I hope that
You know,
improves your
that's
life.
one of the two things I'm an expert in, right?
I've never walked into a room and gone, hey, how does a fucking speaker or microphone work?
Yeah, because you are dumb. You don't wonder how things work. Yeah.
Right now, it sounds like you're licking the microphone, Dick, because you're apparently underwater.
Yeah, I used to produce music.
Me too.
I know how microphones work.
Well, if you look at there in my background, that's Ableton.
And that makes you better than someone who doesn't understand fully how they
No,
work?
better, just better than you.
Yeah.
Why do I give a fuck? What does that have to do with nature and the shape of the earth?
Well, we are part of nature, and we make music in nature using
my
the
fucking
natural tools that are available to us in the natural world.
Yep. And those fucking waves and the frequencies and the vibrations of nature, they need a medium to exist in. Yeah.
Yeah, for sound,
nice claim.
but not for light.
Whatever.
Not for light.
You don't know that. You can't demonstrate that.
Oh,
Yes, we
yeah,
can.
you can.
Oh, yeah, you
for
Lights in a
example-
vacuum
eliminate
chamber.
the medium?
Yeah.
For example, yes.
Did you eliminate all the medium, first and foremost? Did you eliminate all the medium?
Yeah.
Well, when you have minus 30 psi, yeah, that's pretty much all gone.
Vicious Cycle gifted 10. Dick, shut up, I'm talking. Vicious Cycle gifted 10 memberships. Thank you. And that means I have to add another 30 minutes on top of the 30 that you gave, which takes us back up to fucking hell, 28 hours at this point. Dick, imagine if you had people that liked you. That would be crazy, right?
Oh, wow.
Yeah. You guys are
So
awesome.
I asked
People like you, no fucking thanks.
I asked Michael this question and he couldn't answer. Maybe you can, Dick. This is a shout out to Astro Dog. Follow him on YouTube and TikTok. He provides me with all of these amazing pictures. So what do we see on screen, Mr. Ricardo?
You see a ball.
Okay.
What could be a ball?
So what is this is Jupiter. This ball is Jupiter, and this is one of Jupiter's moons. Why is it casting a shadow on the planet, Mr. Ricardo?
I don't know. You tell me, Max.
Well, because
it's your fucking space fantasy. You tell me.
Because it's a physical object that is in front of another physical object that is casting a shadow.
Okay, awesome.
Right?
In space.
Cool.
In space, yeah.
In space, yeah, I bet.
Uh-huh. And you can see this with, obviously, a telescope, right? And also, there's another one here. And let me... Oh,
was that Witsit being abusive to his ex-wife?
See, okay, yeah, I know your guys' little space ball fantasy.
No, but this is the Kiko Pip version.
You love your balls orbiting balls. Listen, Jesus. You guys go on and on and on, and then cut people off, and no one let them talk.
No one cares, Dick.
Why did your mom never hug you?
What do we have on screen right now?
Listen. Let's get down to a human level here, not your fucking...
But you're not human. You're subhuman.
And someone's trying to take my space balls away.
Dick, you're not human.
Dick,
you are subhuman.
I know about your space ball fantasy.
It's not a fantasy. Again, we have a picture of Saturn through a telescope. And the amazing thing is you can see the rings in the front cast a shadow on the planet. And the planet casts a shadow on the rings in the back. That is
awesome, man.
Fucking believable.
Okay, awesome. What is Saturn?
A planet.
Planet.
But what is it? What is it?
A massive ball of gas.
It's a fucking great ball of gas. Yeah.
A giant ball of gas. What about the rings? What are they?
The rings are
tiny little
rocks.
like bits of rock.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Ice.
So the massive ball of gas held together by gravity, of course.
Correct.
Doesn't pull in those rings ever. Gravity just stops.
No, every single bit of ice and rock in those rings are orbiting it because of gravity. They are going too fast to fall into it.
Yeah, exactly. So they just stopped attracting to it.
No, they are attracting it. That's why they're orbiting it.
Oh, they're constantly falling around it, just missing it.
Correct.
Forever.
Good boy.
Yeah,
Vicious Cycle
that's
also
how
became a
gravity
member.
works.
Vicious
See,
Cycle
I
also
know
became a member.
you're
Hold on, guys. Vicious
I know
Cycle
you're
also. Hey,
baseball
Dick,
fantasy.
shut the fuck up. Good boy. Vicious Cycle also became a member themselves. Thank you very much. That added 3 minutes to the timer automatically.
You can crack me up sometimes, but you also piss me off.
I'm glad we piss you off because making people like you angry, it makes me very happy.
Well, me getting pissed off, so don't worry about it. I can take it.
I mean, it's kind of funny that you think that you can handle any of us.
I can take it. That's
I
what he
could
said to his
train one
friends.
of my. I could literally train one of my nieces to out debate.
No, Max. Why? Because you have a picture?
Oh, I have
You
way
have a
more
fucking
than.
picture. You showed me a
I
picture.
have way more than one. I have way more than one picture, dummy.
Just wait, Max. Shut up for 2 seconds. Jesus.
I have way more than one
You
picture,
have a
Dumbo.
picture that somebody gave you and told you a story about it, and you believed it. Awesome.
No, I mean, I can look at it with my own eyes. I can literally see the rings of Saturn
You've
casting
seen
a
Saturn
shadow
like
on
that
the
with your own
planet
eye? You've seen Saturn like that with your own eye?
with a telescope.
With your own eye, Max. Do you know what that
No,
means?
Dick, I don't know if you realize that my eyesight is shit.
Not exactly. It's just got a deficiency. I wear glasses too. No big deal.
My eyesight is garbage. Yeah.
I've taken pictures of Jupiter with a 500mm lens on a Canon D450.
Awesome. Good for you. And you're going to make up a story about it, and you believe the stories you're told about it, and you think that,
I just pointed the camera at Jupiter. I just pointed it at Jupiter.
Obviously, I'm
and took
standing
a
on
photograph of it. I took a photograph of it, Dick.
Dick, do me a favor. Take the phone out. Dick, Dick, shush.
Are you telling me I'm bullshitting?
All right, 1 sec. Dick, take the phone out of
No,
your
I believe
rectum.
you took a photograph of something.
Dick,
I don't believe the stories you're told about what those things are.
Dick,
the
I'm
something
talking.
was Jupiter.
Guys,
Like
1 second. Guys, everybody stop. Everybody stop. Dick, we cannot understand you because you've got your phone up your ass.
So you say that gas doesn't exist like that in space. What is that?
I don't know,
The
Max.
silence of concession. Thank you. The silence of concession. Thank you very much. I'll give you 5.
I wasn't
things for
even
that.
silent. And you say that, and you say it like it's a win. Good for you, Max.
Sure.
You won again.
So what is that?
I know you believe that's what. What is that, Max?
Dick's never
That
won
is
anything
gas
in his
without
life.
containment in space. Yeah.
No, what is it, Max? What
It's gas
is
without
it?
containment in space.
Yeah.
What gas is it?
That's the Trifid Nebula.
Awesome.
Nick,
Where did you get the picture?
His friend took it.
My friend Astrodog. All of these are from Astrodog. He sent them to me. He has a
Awesome. You know what? And I
big-ass-
really don't care. The sky was built
big
for
ass
us to look at.
telescope.
All we can do is look at it and make up stories about what's going on up
Oh,
there.
you can do because you're
no.
not intelligent enough to do anything else, of course. Nick Wall for £2 says, "Who would take
I
away
don't make up
Spaceballs?"
stories about.
Dick,
These are your.
When I'm
fucking
talking,
stories
you
about
shut the fuck
balls
up,
and
or I will
space.
mute you. Be a good boy,
Craig, you're always trying to talk.
Dick. I am in the middle of a
Astrodog-
stream being given super chats I need to respond to, so when I talk, shut up.
You're welcome, by the way.
Dick, shush. Nick Wall for £2 says, "Who would take away Spaceballs? It's an awesome movie. Yeah, suck.
Yeah, that's why you guys think when we say vacuum of space, you think of fucking the maid sucking up the fucking air.
No, that's what you guys think.
Even in Spaceballs, they told you the truth. Where hey, that planet, what did it have?
Oh
wrapped
my
around?
fucking! You can't be this retarded.
Dick is this retarded.
They had to
So,
open the
Dickless, Ricardito, cerralo.
Yes, Rubiks, of course I am.
So,
Dick, you sound like you got your phone up your ass. No one can understand you.
oh my fucking god, you sound so horrible when you get triggered. So, in this picture,
Triggered, I'm laughing my ass.
the blue is oxygen and the red is hydrogen.
Helium, yeah, hydrogen, yeah.
Yeah, okay, awesome. That's awesome. In space-time land where the rules of physics don't exist.
Well,
And
Dick,
and
if
guess
you
what,
know,
Dick? It doesn't need a container.
No container there.
Yeah,
and
according to physics on Earth, here where we fucking live, it does.
no, it doesn't. You are lying. And
Well, they're
Dick,
showing
the
up
funny
with
thing is,
Spectroscopy does not need a container.
Dick, the funny thing is that if you point, shut it, your sound, fix your goddamn mic. Holy shit. If you point your telescope at the region of the sky where this is, you will see this yourself. You know that you don't even have to buy a telescope.
Any old telescope, Max? I can just go buy one fucking from Walmart and here we go.
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah. Well, for this, you might need a little bit more specialized. You might need a bigger.
Would you guys think that was cool if I made up all kinds of stories about what it is and how it got there?
Well, the thing is that it's not a made-up story because what you can do afterwards is you can do spectroscopy to figure out which of those, which laughter is not an argument. You can use spectroscopy to figure out. Yeah, I'm trying, but you keep interrupting me like a fucking douchebag.
Look at all this gas. Look at all this gas without a container. It's amazing.
Oh, that's the tokamak reactor, yes.
It is, yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's not contained, eh?
No, there is no container between this vacuum here and this gas.
Oh, someone just set it up in the middle of their room?
It's in the middle of a big room.
Meteorological chart.
Yeah. You're using, what? To keep it contained?
There is nothing between the vacuum and the gas.
Vacuums don't suck.
What is keeping the gas contained?
Electromagnetic forces.
Gravity.
Okay.
A magnetic field.
Oh, electromagnetics and gravity all at the same fucking time, like in chorus. That was perfect, guys. Which one is it?
Well, in this case, it's electromagnetism.
Yes.
Oh,
in the
so not gravity.
reactor,
Who said gravity? Can you put that on the dumb stuff said meter, Max's mantra?
No.
Oh,
because
well, it was
he's referring to gravity is what holds the atmosphere on Earth. We were
you're going to put words in his mouth. Is that what we were talking about, Max? No.
In the tokamak reactor, Dumbo, in the tokamak reactor, what holds the gas without containment is electromagnetic forces. A gigantic electromagnet.
Cool, I got it. Yeah.
On Earth.
Dick,
I believe it's
in
an electromagnetic field.
What's a tokamak, Dick? What is it?
Dick.
You guys don't believe that could be maybe what they call the firmament?
No. Wrong answer. What's a tokamak?
Oh, no. Okay.
Because magnetic fields are not solid, you stupid moron.
Is there anything that says it has to be solid, Max?
Yes.
The Bible.
We're talking about forces here.
The Bible says that the firmament is solid, yes.
Do they have to be physical, Max?
Yes,
they can have
because
physically,
otherwise...
They have to have a... Wait, they have to have a physical effect.
Because that's what you're talking about. Then your claim that it requires a container is just false. If it's not physical and it's a force, then it's gravity. That's the possibility.
No, it's not.
How do you have
Max,
a
it's electromagnetism.
Yeah, no, okay. If you want to say that gravity is electromagnetism, if you start with F equals ma and then you substitute for Coulomb's law, you would need about like 1,000 coulombs of electricity for it to match the 9.8 on average. It just doesn't work. If there were 1,000 coulombs of electricity in the air, we would just all die.
Let me just read a comment from Aldebrand in the chat.
Man.
Dick,
obviously
I'm talking.
Not.
Dick,
yes, dumbass.
Hold on, guys.
The electricity is in the air. Is there not electricity in the air?
Right.
Hold on. 12 amperes per meter square.
Max,
that is tiny.
Max, hold on. I've muted Dick because he kept talking while I was talking. You can unmute Dick, but shut up when I'm talking. Aldebrand in the chat says, I'm muting this. I'm a non-violent person, but Dick makes me want to deck him so much. Dick, please unmute yourself.
I mean, he's been punished enough in high school. We all know he got put in the dumpster
buddy,
in
Max, don't even go there. You peaked in high school, bud. Don't even go there.
You didn't even peak in high school though, Dick. You were like bottom of the grade of everything.
Dick, I ooze coolness out of every pore.
Does that make your Spaceball fantasy a reality?
No, just reality does.
Does that
just makes you a bit of a retard.
Anyway,
Dick, it just makes you a retard.
Oh, no, not everyone's as smart as you.
No.
You are definitely not as smart as us. Yes.
Oh,
Dick,
yeah,
1,000 of you wouldn't be as smart as me.
Anyway, what were we talking about? Electromagnetism or gravity, guys?
I was explaining to you why gravity cannot be electrostatics, and I'll demonstrate it to you. Oh shit, my computer froze. There we go. Fine, man. Because yes, there is electricity in the atmosphere. The problem is, like I showed before, it's that it's 10 to the negative 12 amperes per meter squared. Do you understand what that means?
It's very, very fucking small.
I can simplify
like
it.
Dick's penis.
Explain it.
It's a large amount of energy spread out over a wide area.
No. It's very, 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 very fucking small.
Energy spread out over a large area.
10 to the minus 12 is very, very small.
Whatever.
It's that energy everywhere.
That's 0.1 with 12 zeros after it. It's very fucking small.
Well, with 12 zeros before it, actually.
Cool. You can measure it. You can pull it out of the fucking air.
No, you can't pull it. Dick, you can't pull it out. You can't even light an LED bulb with that amount of electricity.
Well, that's bullshit.
An LED bulb takes 0.6 volts.
The power is the energy is there, is it not?
No, that's the point, that there is no power. It's 10 to the negative 12 amperes.
Is that a negative number, Max?
Yes, of course it's a fucking
No, it's a
negative number.
positive number, you dipshit.
Yes, all
you
numbers
think that
are
I would fall for a question that we used to laugh at flat earthers?
Well,
you dumb
again,
fuck?
this other fucking guy just said that yes, it's a negative number.
No.
It can't
You
be
liar.
Craig's pissing himself. Look at him.
Fucking brilliant. Dick, have you got dumber?
You get so many more things for that.
Dick, since we
So,
last
Dick,
spoke,
now
have you
that
had
we've
some kind of...
established gravity is not, it's not because of the electricity in the atmosphere.
No,
What-
we didn't establish that, Max.
Oh,
We did.
We
You
did.
didn't
Unless
understand it.
unless you guys can eliminate the fucking medium, you can't fucking talk shit
The
about
what?
gravity.
Can you fix your fucking microphone?
Oh, I hear you're squealing just fine there. Fuck.
Yeah, because it's your microphone that it's not working, you piece of trash.
You're
Okay,
clipping.
awesome, Max. Maybe your
Okay.
knowledge of microphones can help me.
Repeat
Fix it
the
for me.
last sentence you said, you fuckface.
He's got an iPhone. What do you expect?
Well, I have an iPhone and it works perfectly.
I know
I've
you're
got
awesome
this.
in every way, man.
I am. Compared
Surrounded
to you,
by more
I
pussy
am.
than pimps. Fucking gold.
Yes.
Dick, you've
Yeah.
never had any pussy, have you?
Yeah, you got them me there, Craig. Good job.
I mean,
So are
we
you-
all know you're
right,
an
yeah.
incel. But I want to move on to I want to move on to this because we were covering Saturn. So you're familiar with our friends, the Drunk Debunk Show and Red's Rhetoric, and they went out with their
The
telescopes.
two are really
and they're
gay for each other.
Yes,
They shared a
sure.
hotel room together and shit. Watching
Yeah,
rockets
yeah.
take
Well,
off and
yeah,
then
yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
imagine having friends. Oh, my God.
Oh, how
Yeah,
horrible!
Craig, you have lots of friends, right? All online. Oh, my friend this. My friend did this. My friend did that. You don't know the first thing about them. Where's Mr. Sensible? He's your good friend.
He's busy.
Oh, he's busy. Yeah. What's he doing, Craig? You're his friend?
His job.
Oh, yeah, his job. What's his job, Craig? You're his friend?
He's a 999 operator.
Okay. Busy doing his job, just all of a sudden disappears for
Yeah.
years, right?
You know that thing that you don't have, which is employment? As
Buddy
adults,
Max,
that's what we
I've been
do.
working probably longer than you've been alive, you little shit.
Oh, really? I worked since 3 months after I turned 18. I've been working 8 hours a
Awesome.
day.
I've been working since I was 14.
What's your job, Dick?
Oh,
Hold on, Dick. What's your job?
Oh. That's why you're so damaged because you were a victim of child abuse. You know that
Are
having
you're a fucking gross piece of shit.
14. Yeah, that's sending your child to work at 14 is child abuse. Yeah, change my mind.
You think I was sent to fucking work? No, Max. Yes. I was being taught responsibility and what life's gonna be like after indoctrination.
AKA child abuse. Yes.
To go get a job. I wanted to make my own money.
You know what people at 14 are supposed to do? Go to school. And that's why you're this dumb. It's because you didn't go to school. And now that everything makes sense now.
They can get jobs and make their own money, Max.
Hey, Dick, let me ask you a serious question.
You don't need to make money. That's child abuse.
Hold on, Max, hold on. All right, Dick, shut up. Dick, shut up. I am talking. Dick, shut up. What is your job?
I'm a driver.
What kind of driver?
A driver.
Yeah.
Look it up.
What do you drive for?
Drive Uber.
Yeah, what do you drive?
Awesome, Max. You fucking probably order Uber and you're gonna laugh at them because of a profession. No, I don't though.
No, I'm not laughing at them. I'm laughing at you.
And I might end up breaking their jaw because they sound like you.
I'm laughing at you, dipshit.
All right, hold on, super chat. Dick, shut up. Dick, shut up, Dick. Time for $5 says Pee Wee Wayne has no concept of positive fractions. He also doesn't have any concept of what a friend is.
Oh, yeah, that was very clear.
Yeah, that was very awesome. Yeah, high fives from all the
Dick, what's it like having no friends, just out of interest?
Guys, I'm going to go and ring out a kid.
Tell me, Craig.
Thanks for joining, Gary. I do appreciate it.
Yeah, you should. You should go.
Well, Dick, you know that those screen names are, at the very least, have access to credit cards because, you know, they keep sending money right there for some reason.
So that's what? That's proof of what, Max?
I don't know. Probably that they're real people.
YouTube feeding you scraps to fight the flat earth.
Scraps?
Yes, Dick Wayne.
Scraps?
£500,000 is scraps. Of course it is.
Yep. Scraps. And what do you do for it, Craig? You have somebody pump out fucking 20 shorts a day for you.
I pay them.
I bet.
They put out 2 shorts a day and I pay them for it.
Yeah, you told me something last time. Oh no, I have plans on paying their rent for them.
Yeah, and now I do.
Meaning, no, you don't pay them.
No, I do. I've been paying them for months.
Now you do?
Yes.
Oh, for months.
Yeah, well, there was a 6-month period.
£500,000, Greg?
There was a 6-month period where I didn't get paid. Dick, I'm talking, shut up. There was a 6-month period I didn't get paid. So I couldn't pay them then, but now I get paid. I've been paying Rubiks to make my shorts.
Well, what about all the years before that? You were bragging to me in emails about $160K a year, pound a year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd never said 160K
you weren't paying them then. They're making most of your money now. They're getting you the views.
You think shorts make money?
Shorts a day.
You think 2 shorts a day?
20 views make money, do they not, Craig?
Do you think
views make money? Do they not, Craig?
No, Ricardo.
Promotion for your channel makes money. Well, then why do you have somebody working for free, pumping out 20 shorts a day?
They're not working for free. I pay them.
Okay.
What a dipshit.
As of recently, you pay them, okay?
I've been paying them for 3 months.
For years, you weren't paying them.
Oh, sorry, it's 3 shorts a day, not 2, and I've been paying them for actually 4.5 months.
And to be fair, Rubiks volunteered initially, right?
Yeah, cool. I bet they did. Little NASA handler for their buddy Craig.
Ask Rubiks if they volunteer. I remember Rubiks literally. Rubiks offered. Dipshit, shut the fuck up. Rubiks actually offered me to volunteer to do shorts for me too.
I bet. So NASA.
Yeah, Rubiks is a fucking badass.
Right. Do you want to know how much shorts have made?
NASA is legit paying someone to fight the flat earth.
Right,
what does
Dick, hold on,
Uruguay,
Dick, hold on, hold on 1 second. Dick, do you want to know how much shorts have made me in the last year?
Can I guess? Hold on, less than $50.
Well, in the last year, shorts have in the last year in total, shorts have made £280 and 60 pence.
Well, where does your money come from then, Greg?
Mainly live streams and ad revenue from full videos, not shorts.
Well, I know live for sure. So I exclusively
and for instance, Binge Thinker.
Because this is about the money. It's not about the communicating science.
Binge Thinker.
It's
just
about mocking
Dick, I'm
people
talking.
that
Shut the fuck up.
over an idea you don't understand.
Dick, I'm going to mute
have
you.
No
if you don't shut up.
understanding of it.
Dick, if you don't shut up, I'll mute you. Right, I told you to be quiet. You didn't listen. Binge Thinker just donated $50 just to piss off Dick. Now please unmute yourself, Dick. Thank you very much. That is 3 times 5, which is 15 minutes. I have to add. Thank you very much.
Let's fucking.
Doesn't matter.
I'll
I got it
share.
out.
Sorry. Stop the share.
I got it out.
Oh fuck!
Even
The
if there
echo
are
is
regular
back.
people watching.
Fix your shit, moron.
Holy fuck, Max! Chill
Thank
out.
you very much, Binge
You are
Thinker. I
an
do
angry,
appreciate it
angry
very much.
little man.
Not angry at all. I just like insulting
Well,
you.
why do you sound like? Why do you sound like
You're
that?
a triggered snowflake.
But
I'm
hey,
not
guys,
the
guys,
first
let me
person
point
that
something
said
out.
this, is
Dick's
it?
telling me that this is about
I'm
money.
a triggered snowflake.
Dick,
You're the one that fucking freaks out.
Shut up when I'm talking. Right. So Dick says this is not about the science communication, it's about the money. Maybe it could be about both because this is my full-time fucking job.
Yeah, it's about
and I
the
don't
money.
work for free.
You don't communicate. What science do you communicate?
Yeah,
Let's go.
Dick, jobs are about money.
Yeah, no
You know,
shit. We
people
need to
have-
pay people to survive. Yes, I get the system.
People have this awful vice of, ingesting food, and no one can give it up.
What?
It's terrible.
I love you too, Binge Thinker. Thank you. That's very generous. Thank you very much. And I'm sure it did piss off Dick because
let's freaking go.
no one's ever fucking
Just
given
to
him
piss
money.
off Dick.
Poor
No,
Dick
I know, you
works as a driver. He doesn't even get hello.
But no, it's not just about the money. It's
You're
also
like,
about
you guys
the
don't even
fact
know
that
What do you do, Max?
Dick, I'm talking.
Me?
Hold on.
What was your first job?
Hold on. It's not just about the money, though. It's also about communicating science and building a community, which I've done very fucking well.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Oh yeah, your community is so fucking awesome.
Well, they are. Yeah.
Oh, it is.
What science do you communicate? What science?
Physics.
Do you communicate?
It is awesome.
Physics?
Yes.
Are you kidding me?
No.
You don't understand the first thing about physics.
My degree and tutoring job would disagree with you, of course.
Your military issue physics degree.
The military didn't issue me the
didn't do
hold
shit.
on.
How do you
hold on. The military did not issue me the degree. The University of the West of England did.
At the military's behest.
Well, no, the military just paid me and paid them.
Yes.
I still had
that's
to do
military
the degree.
behest. Whatever you want to fucking break it down to, Craig. Like maths, English language can describe many different ways the same thing.
Yeah, but you don't barely
This guy
speak
is
English.
so dumb.
He's really,
So,
really dumb. I'm going to grab a Red Bull.
Notice, for everyone, notice how Dick has absolutely jack shit when it comes to the debate of the topic of the shape of the earth. So he has to divert to these silly little tropes of like, oh, you make money. Oh, what's your job? Oh, like all the copes that ever cope. Wick, Ricardo, this is why you're banned, because you're trash. You're garbage. Even your microphone is garbage. It's like you can't even speak because your microphone is trash. Get a new phone.
Get a decent microphone.
Yeah. Holy fuck. And you say I'm angry and like you're completely freaking out.
Max, fuck's sake, man.
Right, what did I miss?
Dick having a mental breakdown.
Oh, that's obvious. That's why he's begged to come back on the channel.
Every time. And he thinks that he can debate. That is so adorable.
Yeah. Hey, Dick, I just want to let you know that Emma apologized to me and still donates money to the channel, so fuck you.
Awesome.
And Dick, you were complaining about
why would you bring that up?
You were complaining about the community and whatever. Like, do you realize that someone just sent $50 just to piss you off? That's how tight and awesome this community is.
Yeah, it does.
Oh, it does. Like
It
your
pisses you off that
your
I told
butthole
you
clenched,
about what the fucking
like
goal is.
with the envy. You're like we all heard it.
Dick, remove the phone from your rectum.
Of course it pisses you off, Dick, because it's $50 you didn't get.
The bag has been a member for the bag's been a member for 71 months, and they say time to die with a heart emoji. I don't know why they said time to die, but hey.
Of laughter. That usually happens.
And Nick Wall for £2 says, shit, Dick is on to us. Initiate code E237714P. That's for emergencies only. You should know that.
Oh boy.
Yeah, of course. That's what an incel would say.
Oh, really?
Dick, we all know that you're the incel here.
Anyway, look, we've established that I can go back and forth with you with the childish bullshit all day long.
No, you can't. You failed at that. Okay.
Don't even give me credit for that. Holy fuck.
No.
You do hate. Why does the flat earth, the idea of flat earth hate? You hate.
Because it's false, and I don't like liars.
Yeah. I like to debunk nonsense that spreads stupidity around the world.
I thought you were communicating science, though, Craig. What is the science?
I do that by debunking nonsense.
No, be specific. What science are you communicating?
Physics.
You said physics. Yeah, you don't understand it. You think water curves.
I definitely understand. Well, water does curve. It's been measured.
Where? How was it measured, Craig?
Jesse Kozlowski measured it over a lake using theodolites.
Yeah.
Max showed it. Max,
just stop for 1 second right there.
No, I'm speaking. You can wait until I'm done. Jesse Kozlowski measured it over water, over a mile, over a lake. Max showed it earlier curving at a boat testing facility. It's been measured to curve every time. Every measurement ever shows that it's curved. You can now unmute.
Dick, do you live anywhere near the sea?
I live on an island.
You live on
an island of stupidity.
You live on an island. I live on an island.
Yeah, it's because everyone on the mainland kicked him off.
Does the island you live on have bays?
Yeah, it's surrounded by other islands too.
So you have bays on your island?
I don't know. What is a bay?
Oh my fucking! You don't know what
for fuck's sake!
I might be looking at one.
Don't be a fucking cunt.
Awesome, buddy. Awesome.
Don't be a cunt.
What is your definition?
Live on an island.
What is your definition of a bay?
You live on an island. What shape are bays? Are they straight or are they curved?
Curved.
They're curved.
Good job.
So water curves.
Stanley for $5 says, take my money, Glober. Thank you very much. And that actually adds another 3 minutes to the timer.
That 137 dumb stuff said, I'd double it for this guy, Max. Fuck.
What?
The shoreline, the container curved, and the water curved with it.
And the water curved.
On a horizontal level plane, you fucking
Are you that stupid? Are you that stupid?
Yes.
Yeah, apparently.
Of course he is.
A bay is equivalent to Earth's curvature. Yeah. Okay.
So in 2 hours, just to let you know, guys, in 2 hours' time.
And you live on an island.
Dick,
see, you don't know shit about
Dick, I'm talking. Wait.
I live on an island.
Hold on. Oh, guys, hold on. Give me a sec. Right, in 2 hours' time.
Middle of that island.
Dick, will you shut the fuck up? I am talking. Thank you. In 2 hours' time, MC Toon goes live, and I'm going to join him as we go into the Earth Awakens server and ask them how the Earth is measured flat. So, Dick, you've got an hour and 45 minutes of derping, so feel free to carry on being the dumbest motherfucker on Earth. I mean, you're good at it, so... Yamas for 50 huffs says sword, lion, sun, crown, peace, green heart, white heart, red broken heart. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Can't even tell me what science they're trying to communicate.
Physics.
Shut the fuck up, moron.
I bring up
Shut the fuck
basic
up.
Physics.
Can we do a poll, Craig? Can we do a poll? Who is dumber, if Michael the double-handed coffee mug or Dick Wayne?
I will put that poll up right now.
Curious.
If Michael was on, it would be Michael. If Dick Wayne's on, it's going to be Dick.
Who's dumber?
Craig.
I've spoken to both, and I've beaten both in debate, so I don't know who.
Yeah, Max, are you not exhausted from all that fucking and all that winning?
Craig.
You must just be. How much time?
Oh.
Why do you have?
Craig,
How is do you think that's even a possibility? I have limitless stamina, fuckface.
One sec.
but-
Gary's trying to ask me a
No, you
question.
love to brag.
Right,
I
Dick,
remember when I
Dick,
heard it.
shut up, Dick.
Trying to flex on Nathan
Right.
Oakley.
Shut up, Dick. Dick, be quiet.
No.
Turn it into a
Right,
game.
guys,
Time
one.
to talk.
Yes, Gary,
That was
please.
May I share my screen for a moment?
Yeah, please go ahead. Bruce Wayne 499 says physics test for Dick Wayne. A car takes 1 hour to travel 60 miles. Calculate the speed of the car.
It's not a fucking physics text. It's a mathematical calculation. But whatever.
It's a physics test.
Solve it. Solve it.
A car
How do
takes
I measure a fucking point A to point B?
A car takes
Right.
1 hour to drive 60 miles. Calculate the speed
No,
of the
I'm
car.
asking. How do I measure from point A to point B?
Answer the question, then we'll answer yours. A car takes
No,
1 hour to
no,
travel
please,
60
I'm not
miles.
interested.
Calculate the speed of the car. If you can't do it,
Not
don't
interested
answer.
in your mathematical equation. I know
So we
guys
know you
love
can't do
math.
it. So you can't do it. It's
I'm
fair enough.
literally a
My
physics
fucking-
guy. Is to say that math is the only where.
Yeah, you do physics with math.
Yeah,
Yes.
right up the math. Yeah, you do physics with math. Yes, you describe physics with math. And your students need a refund.
Well, they pass their exams.
I bet they do. 'Cause you just parrot the same shit. What do you tell them too? Google it? Like
No,
PhD
I
Tony?
give them the information.
Google it. Is gravity a force? Literally called gravity a force. I ask him, is it a force?
I knew it was you hiding in the chat with another sock account like a fucking pussy.
Right. Anyway, Gary has something to show here. Please go ahead, Gary.
And fucking
Dick, shut up. Dick, shut up.
Shutting up.
Can you see my screen?
Take it away, Captain.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Right, okay. Dick, look at this. Right, this is the island I live on. All right?
Awesome.
So that's England. And I live on this island here. This
Isle of
little
Wight.
island here, the Isle of Wight. Now, if I zoom in here, Freshwater Bay. Do you notice how the water curves?
Yeah, of course.
So
The shoreline's making a semicircle, if you want to call it that.
Yeah, that's what they call a bay, you dipshit.
And the levels and the water is level from one end of that bay to the other end.
Level's not flat, of course. Level is curved.
Is it though?
It's
Because
not.
because if you look at the
You know how I
tide
know?
tables,
Because
if you
water.
look at the tide tables, you will see that the water is higher over here in Yarmouth. If I can just get there, you will see the water is higher over here than it is here. Now, how do you explain that? At the same time, the water here in Yarmouth is higher than the water here in Freshwater Bay.
Not all
How does
shorelines.
How does that work, Dick?
Okay, you tell me.
Go on, tell me. No. You tell me. You tell me. I know how it works.
Okay,
You
then tell me how it works.
No. You tell me. You're the fucking expert.
I didn't say I was an expert.
The water here at Yarmouth is higher than the water here at Freshwater Bay, and we can predict it to the minute. You
I know.
explain it. You tell
I know
me.
tides very well. Tides rise and tides fall.
Oh, okay. So explain.
There
it.
are many explanations, okay? But
No,
you're
there
first.
is-
No, you're
there
going to
is-
tell me.
No.
Shut up for
There
a
is
second.
one explanation. There is one explanation.
And then
Not
when I
many,
ask you,
not
you
many,
tell me.
not many. There is one explanation, and you explain it to me and Craig and Max. How does that work?
I don't know your one explanation. You tell me.
Of course you don't know because you're a fucking fucktard.
Awesome. Thanks. Tell me.
Right.
Why
I've got
is
a
the
couple-
water higher
You
on one
don't
side?
know how
Guys,
it
I've
works.
got a couple of super.
And also,
Hold on.
Also, explain to me why in the Solent, this water here, we get what's called double header tides. It's the only place in the world that we get double header tides. Explain it to me.
He can't.
No, I can't.
No,
I can't. Go ahead. I know.
Right. Anyway,
of
guys,
course
one
I-
sec. I'm just going to read some super chats.
Explain
quickly.
it to me.
Dick, shut up. I'm reading some super chats. For $2, Time says, Rick, the answer is 1 mile per hour to the question. He wouldn't understand that. It's a joke. WTF over 2 for £2 says, how does Flat Earth think tides work? Well, I've been told it's the rising and lowering of Earth's bosom. But Orion Cooper says, this is a
That's
question.
not what you were told.
It was by Eric Dubay, actually. Orion Cooper.
No, it wasn't.
No,
is that a quote, Greg?
Yes, that's a quote from Eric Dubay.
It's literally a quote.
It's literally a quote from Eric Dubay.
You forgot the context of the whole thing.
Ryan Cooper, who's been a member for 14 months, says, Dick, a question for you, shoelaces or Velcro?
Either. Slip-ons.
Yeah, Velcro's too complicated, isn't it?
Obviously.
Yeah, obviously.
I mean, he wears slippers all day.
Tying shoes is for suckers.
Uh-huh. Or for broke-ass bitches like you.
Yeah, awesome, Max. Been working longer than you. But, okay, I'm broke. I'm talking to you on a fucking phone.
Yeah, but we already established that that is not a flex. The fact that you were child abused is not a flex.
That's gross, Max. Enough.
Well,
Child
you
abuse.
are the one telling me that you were working
Shut
at
the fuck
14.
up,
That is child abuse.
Yeah, and you're the one that's trying to fucking play it off like I was abused by my parents and forced to work.
Yes, because you were. They sent you to work at 14. That's child abuse by any modern standard.
Just an update on the...
You should have been in high school.
Guys, an update on the poll. Hold on. An update on the poll. Who's dumber, Michael or Dick? Currently 64% think Dick is the dumber one. And we have over 200 watching, so...
Exactly as I predicted. There, flat Earth prediction true.
That's because you know you're a dumb fuck, Dick.
Yes.
I mean, dude, you have
was
no
a good
idea. Like, the level of dumbness that you have to... The level of dumbness that you have to so that Michael, you out the bait.
Oh, master
Remove
of
the
water.
phone from your rectum.
Dude, motherfucker, you sound so awful.
Why are you using
Max,
an iPhone 3?
buddy, it's a recording of your voice if you want to know what awful sounds like.
His voice is
Enough.
awesome. It's like singing.
I
my
have
God.
the most
Those
unique
ears.
voice in all of YouTube, dipshit.
You sure do, Max.
And it's an
You
awesome
sure do.
voice. I could listen to Max all day. You, however,
People,
I mean,
Yeah,
that's like a
well, my
headache.
neighbor's dogs hate it, okay?
people
fucking-
recognize me like that, Dick. I say hello and everyone knows it's me.
No, that's why when you try coming and going around with sock accounts, you get fucking called out right away.
What? When I enter a sock account in the chat, people don't hear my voice, do
I've
they?
been asking for
dipshit?
an explanation of the tide. You guys are masters of water, especially Craig. He thinks he's fucking Aquaman. Let's go. Explain tide.
Aquaman's awesome, by the way.
Yeah, explain tides, Dick.
Not Aquaman at all. DC is cool.
Why is the water higher in Yarmouth than it is in Freshwater Bay?
Explain it to me, for fuck's sakes. You just called me a fucking moron because I agreed with you that I don't know. And I
No,
can't
you
explain
are.
it. I can't
You're-
explain the
you're-
one reason.
You're the authority on this. Explain it. Tell us. I know how it works. Max knows how it works. Craig knows how it works.
Explain it to me then.
No, you explain it to us. We know how it works. You tell us how it works.
Okay, this guy's stuck on loop. Max, he just called you out and said you can explain them. Explain the tides to me, please.
Gravity.
Moon.
Gravity.
Yep.
Moon.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
FG equals G M1 M2 over R squared.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so the
that
Earth
does
doesn't
that.
rotate
Let,
under
let
two
me
balls of
let me
water?
explain to you. Let me explain it to you. So you like we have
Google it, you
Earth,
fucking-
Earth water covers, Moon pool water, Earth rotate, standing elevations, standing high tides in both nodes? Earth rotate? High tide, low tide, high tide, low tide, high tide, low tide.
Rotates under two bulges of water.
Yeah, because of gravity, because of the moon.
Physically rotates under two bodies of water.
Water,
Correct, yes.
moon pull water, earth pull water harder.
Dick thinks that the fish change direction.
So there isn't.
That's how it works, isn't it, Dick? You think the fish change
That's why there's.
direction.
All right, hold on. We've got a good question from the chat here for Dick. Dick, Nick, for $5 Canadian dollars. Shut up, Dick. For $5 Canadian dollars, Nick asks: a triangle on Earth has sides of 5,400 nanometers each. What are the internal angles?
Nautical miles.
Nautical miles, I think that's. Yeah.
Nautical miles or
nautical
nanometers,
miles.
either way. Right, 5,400 nautical miles each. What are the internal angles, Dick?
Oh, I'm just gonna answer because you guys piss me off with the
on Earth.
Yeah, on Earth. Sorry, I forgot the spherical excess. With or without spherical excess? What are those angles measured? With? I don't know. That's your fantasy.
It was drawn on your mom, so it had spherical excess for sure.
What's spherical
excess? Don't go with the mom.
Dick's mom hated him.
Craig,
she sent him
you
to work
cry
at
on
14,
fucking
so that's for
camera.
sure.
Listen, you cry on fucking camera, Craig, about losing your mom.
Yeah.
And you're gonna still bust other people's balls, even though they told you they lost your mom.
Yeah, when your mom was alive, she hated you.
At a much. Yeah. Okay. See, people.
Dick, you admitted that your parents hated you because they sent you to work at 14.
Actually, take a fucking point. Is that all you have, Max? Don't you have any fucking evidence, physics?
Oh,
Can you not?
yeah. Oh, you want evidence? I'll make you cry again if you want.
Physics of the Earth physically rotating underneath two bulges of water. Is the ocean not rotating with the Earth?
The bulges are moving with the Earth also.
Oh, so yeah, the sun and the moon, are they dragging those bulges around with the Earth?
Yeah.
You just strawman gravity, but yeah, carry on.
Exactly that, yes.
I just strawman gravity? Okay, go ahead. Again, you guys are asking me to explain your fucking delusions about water behaves.
We understand it. We're wanting you to
talking
explain
about
it.
delusions? Oh, that's adorable.
Right, anyway, right, hold on. Okay, so stop. Dick, stop. Dick, stop. Dick, stop. On Earth, the globe, we have an explanation for tides. What is the flat Earth explanation for tides? Go ahead.
No, I'm still trying to get to your explanation.
No, we've done our explanation. This is now your time to tell us the flat Earth explanation for tides.
Here's my explanation for it. Waters rise, waters sink.
Why?
How much fresh water gets dumped into the ocean every day?
Why do they rise and sink?
Well, would that maybe, I don't know, raise the level of water in the ocean?
No, because it's a constant amount.
Oh, no, it won't. Oh, because it's a constant amount.
Yeah, there's a water cycle. Water leave, water go in. Same amount.
Add water to fucking water. It won't raise the level of water.
There's water leaving it also because of the water cycle.
Evaporation, dipshit.
A river flowing into the fucking ocean. Is that comparable to evaporation on the ocean?
Yes.
Yes, because the surface of the ocean is so much larger than the volume. Don't having a mental breakdown. The surface of the ocean is so much larger. Motherfucker, between your trashy mic and the fact that you're actively having a mental breakdown, it's very hard to understand you when you speak. So the volume, the surface area of the ocean dwarfs any volume of river water dumped into it. That's why and you couldn't have the predictability we have of tides if it was due to rivers being affluent to the ocean. That is the most retarded shit you have ever said.
So what Max is trying to say, Dick, is Dick. What Max is trying to say to you is that the mass of the ocean, look at the Pacific, is so much more than the mass of rivers. Yeah. and it's a fucking great big time bigger than a river, isn't it?
Holy fuck!
Hey, Dick.
So,
why does the
no
tide?
shit?
Why
no
does the
shit?
Why
But
did the
there's
tides
also
match
how
the moon
many
phases?
fucking lakes? How many rivers on fucking Earth? You guys are retarded when it comes to scale. Absolutely fucking retarded.
Wait, hold on 1 sec. Hold on. Stop. Everyone stop. Wait. Gary, hold on. Rick, Dick, do you think that there's like a different amount of water coming from the rivers during like the day and the night or something?
Oh my fucking god. There is a constant volume of flowing through it.
So why is there a rise and a fall of the tide if it's a constant amount? You fucking muppet. You unfrosted fucking mini-wheat.
You know that the rivers are also affected by the tide, right?
As are lakes.
Are affected by tide, you fucking retard.
The rivers are 100% affected by tides. I live in the harbor of El Río de la Plata, and sometimes the water is farther away, and sometimes the water is right at the waterfront.
You know why that is? Because the volume of water changed. No shit.
It doesn't. It's a river.
Oh, no.
It's a river,
Yeah.
dumbass. It's a river that's fed by another river that's fed by the Guarani aquifer, and it all dumps out to the Atlantic Ocean. You piece of trash.
What about Dick?
Constant volume wouldn't get you higher and lower tide, dipshit.
If you add up every river on Earth, Max, and the rain and the fucking all that shit, what goes up must come down. Shut up with your fucking dick.
Dick. What about the River Severn bore? Explain that.
Enough with you are just fucking retarded and need to go. Seriously, you are.
Says Dick. Wait.
Handle him.
Right, stop. Hold on. Right, I've got a super chat I need to read. Guys, stop. Everyone stop. I've got a super chat I need to read. Dick, shush. Orion Cooper for $5 says, I volunteer at a dog rescue. I've cleaned up dog poop smarter than Dick Wayne. And that means we have another 3 minutes, so thank you very much.
Awesome, so original. You guys are the best. You guys win.
I have not had so much fun in my life for a long time.
Off the charge. Dick. Science. Explain this to me, Dick. Explain these delusions to me, Dick.
Dick, you wouldn't know science if it kicked you in your vagina.
No, these are things that you can absolutely go and see for yourself.
I know. I watched the tides
sit
quite
on
a
the
bit.
banks of the River Severn, and you can watch the River Severn bore.
I know.
come
Apparently,
and go.
I can watch it.
You don't even know what I'm talking about, do you? Because you're so fucking stupid.
Yeah, I've never seen a river before.
No, of course
I'm surrounded by fucking
Dick, I'll tell you what you've never seen.
I got more lakes in my province.
Dick, I'll tell you what you've never seen before is an invitation to a party.
Why bother? I would go there and Max would have all the pussy with his neck beard.
Oh, I mean, Dick, that is you're not even in contest with me. I would fuck your mom.
I know. Yeah. You probably would. You probably would.
I mean,
she is.
I do.
Was that who you had last night, Max?
I do lean towards the MILF
Sound
side.
like you're into necrophilia. Sound like you're into necrophilia.
What?
I wouldn't.
Oh no! I'm sorry. I didn't know.
Nathan made a joke about me. Oh my god!
I didn't know
that was hilarious,
I
though,
didn't know
Max. Can
she
you
was
explain
dead.
that to me?
No,
Can you explain that to me, Max?
Well,
how Nathan burned
number
you
one,
that
it's a
perfectly,
joke.
and you turned your flex into a joke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't understand that it was always a joke, that whenever I talked about your mom, like since you live in fucking Canada and I'm in Uruguay, that it was always a joke. Do you not understand humor?
No, he doesn't.
The silence and the pause for it to register and go,
Dick, was there...
What fuck? I never said fuck. It was always a joke. Everyone understood it as a joke.
Dick,
I can't deal with this noise.
Dick.
I would give it to you. I would say you guys got me there. That was a good one. Thank you. You couldn't have the balls to do that.
Shut up, Dick. Dick, shut up. I'm talking.
That microphone is
Hold on.
absolutely disgusting.
Right. Dick, serious question. Was it like fecal alcohol poisoning, or was there like a lack of oxygen when you were born? Which one is it?
He was born with the umbilical cord around his neck.
Did you get paid for that one, Craig?
Yes.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Buy your kids something nice.
Well, I always do.
Earned, honestly.
Yeah.
Honestly earned.
I sent my kids to Alton Towers last weekend to go and see the Minecraft mobs and ride the roller coasters. That was fun.
Yeah, I bet, but you can't pay the person that pumps out all your shit. Does all your
do
work.
pay them.
Oh, we established that.
Right, hold on. There is someone like they're in my chat right now. Rubiks, do I pay you? Yes or no? We'll let Rubiks answer the question if they get paid.
Yeah, no, you get paid now. I
Craig,
believe
Craig pays me. I get a check every month from Craig.
Shh, that's a secret.
I doubt it. No, you don't. Absolutely.
Ah, there it is. He does pay me. You do, yes.
How does he afford all the fucking ugly clothing?
Max, you get
ugly clothing.
Get a check as well, don't
How
you?
How much Craig's shirts cost, bud? You ain't getting money.
Well, actually, this top was £11.50.
Okay, Craig. Is there a blood stain on it or something?
No, when I buy my Fred Perry tops, I purposely buy the end of line last one in stock, so it's cheap.
Yeah, okay, Craig.
Like, you know what's that called? It's called being smart.
A year or two ago, it was bragging about how much your shit costs. Now it's it's cheap, man.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway,
I have some that are more expensive.
I've never heard him brag about how much they cost. I've always heard him. I wait for like.
Well, you're not paying attention, Max.
So
maybe you watch him way more than I do.
Let's see.
I have a few shirts, right? I have a few shirts that I really liked, and I paid a bit more for it. Like the most I've paid for one is 95. Dick, I'm talking. Shut up, Dick. I'm talking. The most I've paid for one of my Fred Perry tops is £95, and that was one of them.
Yeah, cool.
And it was actually a Fred Perry Masterworks collab top, one of 12.
It's recorded on the forever machine here. The internet, they call it.
Oh, can you fix that motherfucking microphone?
Dick's just jealous that he can't afford any nice clothes.
From Gant.
Can you fix your grasp of the English language, Max?
His grasp of the English language is better than yours.
Do you want to take an English test head-to-head with me? I've challenged you to this for the 10th time already. You fucking moron. I speak English better than you and better than anyone in your hillbilly redneck Canadian family.
Max, no you don't.
I do.
Get off it, buddy. Just take the burn and move on.
How many languages do you speak again?
Better than getting triggered and your fucking family is disgusting and child abusive.
Yes, your fucking family is disgusting and child abusive. Yes, they sent you to work at 14 when you should have gone to school. And this is the result.
How many languages do you speak, Dick?
ESL, yes, okay. Yeah.
You speak
English is a second language.
Don't you? You speak American.
How do you
not even that, he's Canadian.
And it's not even American, is it? It's English.
Yeah.
No, we're the only ones who speak real English here. You British bastards are.
Wait, I'm sorry. Do you think the place the language came from? Hold on. One sec.
You guys spawned the fucking language, but
English. You know, listen. We're very, very happy that you adopted our language, English. But please don't try to correct us on it.
I'll correct you all day, you bastards.
You can correct me in English. You have never been able to correct a single thing in English that I've ever said. Probing time says it's only an accent, you fucking idiot Dick. His grasp of the language is near impossible to beat, you idiot.
Du Panna, du Scheisskeller.
Come on. I've been speaking it my whole life. You, how many years?
Geweckt Verschwinder.
And he's still better at it than you. What does that fucking say?
No, he isn't.
Oh, he is.
I'm way more articulate in print.
No, you're not.
That's really you guys hate me in print so much. so much.
No fucking
Hey,
way.
right, hold on, Dick. Do me a favor, Dick. and just
Absolutely, you banned me on site,
wait,
Mac.
Dick. Turn your camera
All
on.
I have to do is type
Dick.
H, and there's
Dick.
Dick
Turn.
on.
Dick.
Mac, no,
Shut
no,
up,
you're
Dick.
looking west.
Shut up, Dick. Turn your camera on for us.
No,
turn
he's
the camera
scared.
on.
He's ugly as shit.
No, you'll never get my face. Don't
Come
you
on,
worry.
turn your camera on. Don't be a
Yeah.
pussy.
You guys are
Camera
known.
on.
Seriously, no, you explain to me. You guys are known for internet stalking people, and you want me to show my face?
I've
No.
never
Yeah,
internet
like
stalked
me,
anyone.
like I'm showing it right now, because I'm not a gigantic blue
And
whale
here's my
pussy.
face. Here
Hold
it
on.
is. Look.
Right, hold
I
on.
I'm gonna-
speak English
Guys,
and
guys,
German
please,
and
guys,
Italian.
give me the mic. Guys, stop. Stop, Dick. I'm talking. You've just accused us of internet stalking, yet even after banning you on about 55 sock accounts, and you saying that you would never talk to me again, you still come to my channel every fucking stream
You got
and then
me there.
email me
You got
begging
me
to come on. You are the fucking stalker, you twat.
No. You do have me there. I'll admit, I'm stalking the stalkers. It's okay.
Who have I ever stalked? Who have I stalked?
I don't make it a point to inject myself into your personal fucking lives. I don't even try.
Yes, you do all the fucking time.
This is not your personal life. This is your public life. You are in public screaming at people.
But you also tried to talk about my private life. When have I ever injected myself into your private life?
Craig.
So, Dick,
Craig,
you just
not Craig.
contradicted yourself because when you were meddling in Craig's relationship with Rubiks, and that is part of his personal life. Yes, you did. You were super triggered about whether Craig pays Rubiks or not. So you should listen more than you speak right now. So shut it for a moment. So you were meddling. It's their personal relationship. If Rubiks continues to do it, whether it's for free or paid, that's their own personal thing, isn't it?
You guys don't have to go on 2, 3, 5-minute fucking soliloquies all the time. Keep it short and simple.
That was short. The problem is that you are getting so railroaded that it feels like an eternity to you because you're getting spikes to your brain.
It's so funny that the man thinks he's right.
Oh, Max, you're winning again. You're such a winner again.
Yeah.
You must. How are you not exhausted? You get your same energy from gravity, eh?
I have limitless stamina.
Fucking hell, sort your technology out, you absolute rabbit.
Shut
when
up.
Yeah, Dick. Don't speak so close to your microphone.
I'm
It's like
not.
either he sounds like from the bottom of a well or he has an echo. Like, sort your motherfucking bone. Just
Guess what? The
throw it
water's
away.
level down here. Guess what?
It's
the
not.
water's level down here.
Yes, you're
Yeah,
right.
it
The
is.
water is level. It's not flat, though.
I know, Max.
Yeah, the only thing around here that's flat is your brain scan.
Straight.
Oh,
And I can measure
goodness.
a perfectly straight
Oh, my
line across
goodness.
its surface from any one
No,
point to any
Go
other
on then.
point. I
No,
know.
you
Max.
Hold on.
Tides as a lap.
Hold
And he
on.
doesn't even know
No,
that
you
water
can't.
lies.
Hold
flat.
on. Right, Dick, you've just made a claim that you can measure a perfectly straight line across the water. Please present that.
Okay, I used water.
Yeah, water's measured
Water is
curved.
Water. Not water. Water.
Perfectly level as
That's
research.
No, all right, hold on, Dick, stop, Dick, stop.
Oh
You've
my
just
God,
claimed
sounds
you can measure
so-
a perfectly flat line across the water. You can't use water to measure the water. What have you used to measure the flatness of water?
No, you tell me then. What tool should I use to measure across the surface of a standing body?
The theodolite.
No, it's not. You're the ones that tell me. I measured it using the only stuff that's known to mankind as the most perfectly flat fucking surface you can come to.
Well,
is a
mankind
standing
knows
body
water is
of
curved.
water.
Except we've measured the standing body of water is curved.
No, you people repeat this because you've seen it. You walked into your classroom at 5 and looked at a ball and first
No,
question you
it's
asked
because
was,
we've measured
how
it.
the fuck- Shut up.
No, we've measured it. Yeah, you shut up. We've measured it.
Classroom because you were working, because your family hated you.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Dick, we've measured
Thank
the
you,
surface
Max.
of water,
Thank you,
and we
brother.
found it to be
Very-
curved.
Very good. Very helpful to the conversation.
Yeah, Dick, you made the claim.
Again, you don't understand.
That-
Yes, I made a claim
No,
that
no, no,
everybody
it's
fucking knows and
water.
agrees with.
No, they
Again,
don't.
I-
Every surveyor. Right, everyone stop. Everybody stop.
water.
Gary, hold on. Dick, you just made another claim that everyone agrees with you that water is flat. No, every surveyor in the world disagrees with you. They measure water as curved.
Greg, you've never spoken to a surveyor in your life.
I've spoken to many surveyors. There's about 20 in my chat right now.
Shut the fuck up. There's 20 in your chat?
Yeah.
Give me a fucking break. You believe they're surveyors? No,
Yes.
Greg. You have never face-to-face had one-on-one with a surveyor. I
No,
guarantee
I literally
it.
have.
No, you have not, Greg.
Yes, I literally
Fuck
have.
off. You just say all this shit. You've measured the distance to the sun now, even?
Yeah,
Holy
I've
fuck.
said that for like 7 years.
No, Craig, you've never said, I personally measured the distance to the sun.
Well,
Buddy,
go
I've
and
been
look at my...
watching-
Actually, Dick, if you go and watch my very first debate with a Sleeping Warrior, literally 7 years ago, you'll see I said it in that.
Yeah, bullshit. You should have it.
Go and
Pull it up.
check. Go and check.
No, Craig, I'm not doing your work for you. Send your assistant.
No, they're busy with another job I've got them doing right now.
Triggered. Oh, Dick, it's
Making
amazing
short.
how
Cutting
triggered
dick
you
up?
get.
I don't get triggered.
You are triggered right now,
guys
little
get
girl.
triggered.
You're
Someone's trying to
triggered
take
right
away
now.
your space balls. Your love and Jesuit space balls has been
The
demolished.
only balls that you take
Jesuit.
are the ones that are in
Why
your
don't
mouth.
here's a question.
Dick, right, hold on. Dick, define
The
Jesuit.
balls that are in your hand.
Dick, define Jesuit.
The Society of Jesus, Greg. There you go.
Right, so you're saying Jesus told us that the earth was a globe?
Did I say Jesus?
Well, you just said Jesuit,
Oh,
and then you
dear.
described it as
Hello.
the people of Jesus. So
I said the Society of Jesus. Like, you couldn't even quote.
the Society of
And
Jesus
you're gonna
told us
tell
that the
me-
earth is a
you're gonna
globe.
ask
Is that
this
right?
stupid
Dick, hold on.
question now?
Dick, I'm talking.
I
Shut
gave
up.
you an
Dick,
answer
I'm
and you
talking.
asked
Shut up.
another
Dick,
stupid question.
shut up, Dick. So the Society of Jesus told us that the earth is a globe. Is that right?
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, the Jesuits came from the
Well,
Jesuits.
except, well, so the ancient Greece that existed before Jesus, that also knew the earth was a globe, did they have time machines?
Yeah, Craig, whatever you believe the ancient Greeks thought, yeah, you're going to tell me what somebody thought 2,500 years ago.
Well, they wrote it
Awesome.
down.
Oh, they wrote it down, did they?
Yes.
Can I see those original papers? Where are
Sure.
those stored?
Museums.
Oh, museums.
Yes.
Can you narrow it down some, Craig?
No.
Are they in Greece?
Well, they're probably in the British museums because they steal everything.
Awesome. But you don't care because this is just all about the money. So you
And
can say
communicating
anything.
science.
You'll make yourself sound so stupid. Just flat out lie like
Nobody
that.
here,
and then just,
nobody watching thinks that, pardon me, I'm stupid. They all think you're stupid. In fact, 69%
I know,
think you're
Craig.
dumber than Michael.
Yeah, I called that poll exactly. You think those are real people? 20 of them are surveyors.
Yeah, they are real people. That's why.
Bullshit.
So
how many? Oh,
if they're not
actually,
real
how many
people,
ones
if they're not
walking
real,
on the
Dick,
floor?
if they're not real people, how have I made like about £2,000 during this stream?
How have I made? Hey, have you ever seen the series Breaking Bad?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, awesome. There's your answer.
Switch the camera on, Dick.
Wait, the series Breaking Bad explains how I've made money during this stream.
Yeah, it does actually. There's a whole episode basically.
Am I selling
on
meth?
No.
Anyway, Aaron for $2.99 has a question
you
for
got
you,
the
Dick.
attention span of a goldfish. so
Aaron,
you probably missed.
Dick, Aaron has a question for you for $2.99. Explain the southern celestial pole on a flat Earth.
I can't explain your delusion.
No, we're talking about a flat Earth.
Sorry.
On a flat Earth, explain the southern celestial pole.
I can't explain your delusions of what a flat Earth is. You don't even know the argument.
The Earth is flat, not a sphere. There we go.
You just laugh at people when they say, well, water doesn't do that, and you laugh.
No, I
Say,
don't laugh.
"Well,
I
if it's a
laugh
baseball."
and explain why you're wrong because we've measured water to be curved.
Yeah, I know, Craig. Again, okay, let's take you through. The first one you mentioned. Your surveyor friend.
Jesse
right?
Kwazowski, yes.
Jesse Kowalski, the only fucking one single fucking.
And the main
proof you
surveyor,
have.
and
No,
Baron
no,
Rutledge.
Take me through it, Craig.
Right, Jesse
How did he
Kwazowski, main
measure the
surveyor,
water?
Baron Rutledge, many, many more.
Jesse Kowalski set up two theodolites on the shoreline and
Yes.
said he measured the curvature of water.
Yeah, it turned out that it dropped from tangent at 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah, say that real slow, Craig.
Yeah, it turns out it dropped from tangent at 8 inches per mile squared.
Repeat back to me what I said real slow, Craig.
He set up two theodolites and measured. Shut up, Dick. He set up two theodolites either side of a shore and measured a drop from tangent of 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah, and that's water curving.
Yes, exactly at 1 degree per 69 miles. Yes.
It curves at 1 degree per 69 miles, but you lose a ship at how many miles?
Well, it starts to go over the horizon at, well, depending on refraction conditions.
On average, how many miles of 6 foot observer? On average, how many miles?
It starts to go over the horizon at about 3 miles.
3 miles.
Yeah.
So that is what percent of 1 degree?
Yeah, but that's just where it starts to go.
That is what percent of 1 degree? You pride yourself on your mathematics.
Yes, that's not the entire curve, though. That's the effect of the curvature.
I don't care, Craig. That's not what I'm asking. What
it curves at 1 degree per 69 miles. It is about 3 miles to the horizon, which matches that.
But you lose a ship at 3 miles.
No, you don't. You start to see the horizon cover the hull.
You start to lose a ship at 3 miles.
Yes, which matches there being a 1 degree curve every 69 miles, yes.
Okay, what is the percentage? What is the breakdown? What is the ratio, Craig?
You're confusing two different things.
Am I?
Yes.
What am I confusing, Craig?
You're confusing a horizon with the curve of the Earth. The horizon is an effect of the curvature of the Earth. And at a 1 degree per 69 miles, we expect there to be a horizon about 3 miles away for a 6 foot observer.
So, at the end of the day, you're eyeballing it.
No, we've measured it.
With what?
Theodolites.
Eyeball. Oh, how do they take the measurement?
Using the tools. And yes, you have to look at the tools. Yes, you have to look at the tools. We've also measured it with radar, Dick.
Oh, radar again. You've measured again. Is that how they measured the triangles?
No, they use theodolites.
Yeah, they looked through fucking spyglass and did their best to fucking line shit up. Okay.
They had tools specifically designed for it.
They're awesome. Yeah, they're smart. They're fucking geniuses.
Yes, they are very smart people that figured out the curve of the Earth. Yes.
They measured extra fucking distance because they're using their fucking eyeballs to try and measure the Earth.
Do you think that you're not allowed to use your eyes with tools?
No, is that what I said?
That's retarded, Dick.
I don't think. Do you think your eyes can make accurate measurements?
No, that's why they use a tool and look through the tool.
Okay, what does the tool use to make the measurement, Greg?
The total level, and the lens. Yes, I'm allowed to stutter. That happens every now and then. Yes,
I know when you're trying to find
they use the total station and they look through the lens with the markings on and level it with other things. Yes, you use your eyes to look for a tool. You're not just using your eyes; you're using a tool. Just like when a sniper, just like when a sniper,
that amplifies your eye.
Shut up! No, it doesn't amplify your eye.
Oh, it doesn't amplify your eye. What does it do?
There's lines on the tool that you register. Dick, if you want to know how to do this, then maybe learn to be a surveyor, but that would require intelligence, wouldn't it?
No, you know what's funny? I had a talk with a surveyor at my job not too long ago.
You've never had a job. You've never had a job. Don't lie to anyone. Jim Daniels for $50 says hashtag kick a dick is now trending on FTFE. Thank you, and that is 15
I believe
minutes.
You guys, where did Max go?
Shut up! I am talking. Good boy.
You're always trying to talk.
Shut up!
Craig.
I'm talking.
You're the only one that can stand listening.
Stop talking. Good boy. Right, that's $50, which would be 3 minutes times 5, which is 15 minutes. That would have been far beyond Dick's mental capacity. So it's another 15 minutes added to the timer. So thank you very much for that, Jim Daniels. I really, really appreciate that. In fact, you guys are absolutely incredible. Your support is beyond like what I could ever ask for. It's nice to have people that like me. Dick would never know what that's like.
Like you, Craig. You struggle to find people to even talk to you anymore. You should be thanking me.
I've in the past 2 weeks I've had like 6 debates.
No, you haven't, Craig.
You could check the
Talked to
channel.
the same person a couple times.
Well, different people actually.
Different people, actually.
Yeah.
You've had that Michael gone guy like 3 times in the past week.
Yeah, he's a glutton for punishment.
No, I don't know what he is. That's why you fucking.
He's retarded, that's for sure. A bit like you, but obviously not as dumb as you.
No, he's not. I think he's honestly
69% of people think 69% of people think you're dumber than him.
Can't believe the shit he's hearing from you guys. Oh, how do you measure the speed of Earth? Well, you look at this light in the sky, and since we know how far away it is because it's been measured.
Yeah, we use radar to measure it. Yes.
I know you use radar.
Yeah.
You used radar to measure the distance of the moon. You personally?
No, not me personally. No, no. I haven't.
Where are your numbers? Why didn't you record it and broadcast it on your channel? Communicate all that science.
I never said that I used radar. Radar's been used.
You said you measured the distance to the sun personally.
Yeah, when I was like 16.
Why didn't you go live? Oh, this was way back when too.
Yeah.
When you were 16, right?
Yeah.
Was that military issue too?
No, I joined the military when I was like 18.
Huh. Because you have to, right? You have to be 18?
No, you can join it when you're 16. I joined when I was 18.
Unless war were declared. Uh-oh.
No, Dick, you can join the military at... Well, in fact, you can join the military at 15 and 9 months.
That's cruel.
You want to... They sent you to work at 14!
You ever heard the name Ert Zundel? Probably not.
You were wondering where I was.
The draft-only fucking country. That's the
You
only
were
one.
wondering where I was. I went to drop a couple of dicks.
Volunteer-only country. Oh, I bet, Max. You probably went to rub a couple out and you and your neck beard.
Zumri says,
back
you
and
guys
try and
still
lie
have
about
apprenticeships?
some
Yeah, there's
pussy
loads of
you got.
apprenticeships in the UK.
It's funny that you would say shit.
I hope you left your cat outside.
When you're literally hiding in anonymity like a fucking pussy.
Wonder why the cat even hates you. Is that because of your voice or?
No, that cat is a terrorist.
Only flat earthers dislike Max because he destroys them so thoroughly.
Dude. Yeah.
Max only destroys the English language.
Max is way better at English than you could ever be.
Here, Max, what is on the English test that's going to prove something to you?
Oh, the fact that you couldn't pass the CPE test.
Yeah, okay. What? Give me a question.
You have to. I can't think of the.
Give me a question. Give me a question, Max. Come on, you're the master of the English language. Give me a question.
A question of what?
An English test question.
I told you we'll take the test head to head and we'll see who
gets
a higher
question.
score.
Give me a question. You've taken
We'll
the test.
take the actual test. No, we'll take the official test from Cambridge, the one that I already took and passed. You know that my English level is it's the highest you can have when English is your second language, right?
If you come to Canada, it sure ain't. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Did you say ain't?
I sure did. It's part of the English language.
Is it?
It sure is, Max.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes I have to dumb it down for you second languagers.
Dumb it down? Dumb down is your default position.
It sure is.
You're not smart.
That's
Dick,
why
you didn't go to school.
And that's why I destroy the globe so good.
Oh, now
Right.
we're jumping straight
physics,
into
logic.
delusion.
Okay, so I'm going to ask a test, a question that would be on an English test. Dick,
there goes Google.
Explain this
No,
sentence.
go ahead.
Explain this sentence in your own words. A small section of a curved surface can appear flat without the whole object being flat.
I'd use the same words. Go ahead.
No, explain it in your own words.
Okay, I'll explain it in my own words. A surface that's curving can never be flat.
So you failed. Max, I'm going to ask you the question now. Explain this sentence in your own words.
I explained it in my own words.
No, you did it wrong. Max, explain this in your own words. A small section of a curved surface can appear flat without the whole object being flat.
Yes, when it's a matter of scale, you can have an object be round, and when you zoom in, you can have an individual section appear flat. That's, for example, that's the way Microsoft
You guys
Paint
tell me when I zoom in, I
Shut
see
it!
curves.
That's the way Microsoft Paint draws circles. If you go onto Paint right now and draw a circle and you zoom in, that circle is composed of many flat parts. But when you zoom out, it looks like a perfect circle.
Well, Max, you beat Dick. There we go. Just to clarify, Max just beat you in an English test.
Yes, you sure did.
I can actually demonstrate this right now, Dick. Here you go. Hold on.
No, you can't.
Oh, you're going to have to eat your words, which is the only thing that you will eat today. So, circle, right? You can see it. Circle.
Mm-hmm.
Dick? Uh-huh. 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 2 times a bit round that track. Oh.
Looks pretty fucking flat to me.
Is that line flat?
Sock it to him, Max. Sock it to him.
Okay. Now show me that perspective on Earth.
That is Earth.
That is Earth.
No,
that is the scale of Earth, you dumbass.
Yeah, that is the
two-dimensional
actual scale
fucking
of Earth.
circle.
He's so stupid he doesn't realise.
Right, Dick
I think straight lines can make a circle.
Dick,
What are
is
those
the
lines
hold on, Dick. Hold on. Shut up, Dick. Shut up. Is the following sentence, Dick, true or false? Hold on, Gary. Hold on. Right, Dick, is the following sentence
Craig.
Is the following sentence true or false, Dick? An infinite number of flat sections can make a perfect circle.
No, I wouldn't say that's true.
That's true.
He's a fucking moron.
Oh my God. I'm literally showing it on screen right now.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you're showing a lot of 90-degree angles too.
Yeah, and when you zoom
Almost
out,
all
it's a
90-degree angles. You don't even know the fucking definition of a sphere.
Right, just to drive this home.
I do know
Max,
the definition of a sphere.
Wait, shut up, Dick. Shut up. Just to drive this home, I'm going to ask Max the same question. Max, is this sentence true or false? An infinite number of flat lines can make a perfect circle.
Yes.
Oh well, that's 2 times you've beaten Dick in an English test. Good man. Good man.
Ask me, Craig.
That's not a perfect circle.
Gary, is this sentence true or false? An infinite number of flat lines can make a perfect circle.
Yes, it can.
Well, both of you are better at English than Dick. Amazing.
Is that seriously on an English test? Did you have to take that question, Max? Like, is that seriously on an English test?
No, the CPE test is actually quite hard, and most native speakers wouldn't pass a CPE test without studying. It's a hard test.
I know the English language is difficult to learn. I've heard.
No, the English language is easy as shit. I started learning English when I was 7, and I already spoke English like 3 months after I started learning. So yeah, English is not hard. Spanish is way harder.
You speak English very well, Max. Very well.
Better than me, Max.
You also think you won something against me. Drunk.
Even better than Dick does.
You also think there's balls of gas hanging around in space.
Oh,
what is your infatuation with space balls?
Jupiter.
Why do you love space?
Neptune. Yeah.
You please shut up. You please shut up.
No, he can talk as much as he wants. You shut up, Dick.
Don't tell me to shut up.
You're absolutely horrible.
Right, Dick. We're gonna try a harder question.
Back to back. You're terrible.
I'm horrible. Me.
Yeah, you are. All you do is say, "Explain this to me." You can't explain that.
And you can't. Henry,
Right, guys, hold on.
You can't explain it to us.
Right, Dick, here's another question for you. Right, are you listening? Dick, open your ears and shut your mouth. Good boy. No one can hear you, Dick, because you've got your phone in your rectum again. Right, Dick.
This is the best
horizon.
Hold on.
Hold on. Dick, the
Oh,
horizon.
no, you're going to parade around like
Shut up! I am talking. The horizon. Right, Dick, this is a question for you. The horizon appears flat because the observer sees only a tiny fraction of Earth's surface. In the same way, a person standing on a large sphere would perceive the ground immediately around them as level, even though the surface curves globally. Explain the distinction the writer makes between local appearance and global geometry, then identify why the statement "it looks flat, therefore it is flat" does not logically follow from the passage.
No chance.
Max, could you do that?
Could you repeat? I'm sorry, I was reading Discord.
The horizon appears flat because the observer sees only a tiny fraction of Earth's surface. In the same way, a person standing on a large sphere would perceive the ground immediately around them as level, even though the surface curves globally. Explain the distinction the writer makes between local appearance and global geometry, then identify why the statement "it looks flat, therefore it is flat" does not logically follow from the passage.
Because it's a matter of scale, and the human is infinitesimal when compared. The human height is infinitesimal when compared to the radius and circumference of the Earth. So, at a local scale, a human could not detect by standing on the surface with their own eyes the curvature. Because we demonstrated that it looks flat, doesn't mean that it is flat.
Well, that's now 3 times you've beaten Dick in an English test.
Zooming in on the curvature of the Earth, even though we're so small, you'll never be able to fucking see it. It's locally flat everywhere you go. Trees here are standing upright the same way as they are in Australia.
No, they're not. They're antipodal.
They're antipolar to each other, which can be demonstrated.
I know, you believe they're upside down to me right now.
Hey, Dick,
the fact there is a horizon.
Hold on. Right, we've got a super chat from Time. Dick, for $2. Can you take your phone out of your mouth or your rectum, for fuck's sake?
Oh my god. That is so original. So those real people hear you say that 30 times, Craig, and then they repeat it by sending you money, and you go, "That's a real person, and he's my friend."
They are absolutely real people, yes. Otherwise they wouldn't be able to send me fucking money, would they?
Are they a surveyor? They join live right now?
Yes.
Tell me all their surveying knowledge.
Explain horizon. Why is there a hard horizon?
Look, I'm not talking to you anymore, bud. You're
of course.
Dick is just
Gary, you've beaten him.
Waving the white flag. Waving the white flag.
If that's what you want this stream to turn into, go ahead, Craig. Take it
away.
Why is there a hard horizon?
Because you're too retarded to think of an alternative.
Really?
Really?
Oh, that was wrong too? That was wrong too? Who was the teacher that judged me?
Did you ever go to the beach?
No.
You're fucking retarded.
He doesn't
I
wear
literally told you I live on a fucking island.
Did you ever go to the beach? Did you look out and see that there is a horizon where there's like a line, for fuck's sake.
Dick, do you know why you live on an island?
Oh my goodness.
Dick, do you know why you live on an island? Because the mainland didn't want you.
Yeah, there's a horizon, equidistant circle drawn around me. I got no problem with that. That's exactly as
that
predicted
only
on
happened.
a plane.
That's impossible on a flat Earth.
No.
Yeah, well, prove it.
There would be no equidistant circle around you if the Earth was flat. There's no reason for it.
Horizon means bounding circle.
Forever. Craig thinks that the light reflects between.
Yes, light refracts when it comes through the atmosphere. That's a fact.
Max, back me up here, man.
Shut up. Backing up
I'll make him cry. Dickless. So here we have sunset in Los Angeles on the left. Sunset in Montevideo. Sunset in Montevideo, Uruguay on the right. as you can see, in Los Angeles, it goes left to right. In Montevideo, goes right to left. This happens at the
Max.
same time.
Yeah,
so
awesome.
How can we be Here comes the question. How can we be looking at the same object, the same thing, and have it be moving in opposite directions?
The sun moving? Oh my God!
How can this happen?
You gotta shut this guy up, please.
How can this happen, Dick?
Dick, Craig is never going to shut me up.
Exactly the way you're watching it fucking happen. I know he's never
how
shut you up.
How can you explain that we are looking, Dick, we're looking at the sunset, so we're looking west. Is that, do we agree on that?
Max, you're looking at the sun.
You're looking at the sunset. So you're looking at the sunset. So you're
from a position on Earth.
Stop. You're looking at the sunset. So you're looking west, correct?
You're looking at the sun from a position on Earth.
You're looking at the sunset. So you're looking west, correct?
You're looking at the sun from a position on Earth.
You are looking at the sunset. So you're looking west, correct?
You're looking at the sun from a position
You're looking west, correct?
You're looking at the sun.
You're looking at the sunset, so you're looking west, correct?
You don't know what west
Every time
is.
that you don't answer the question, I will ding you more.
You don't know
You're
what
looking
west
at the sunset,
is. Max,
so we're looking
you don't
west.
know what west is.
We're looking at the same thing.
You don't know what west is, Max.
How much time before Craig goes to Discord or whatever?
Like 50 minutes.
50? Holy fuck. I can't take this fucking Gary guy.
I don't give you permission to leave.
Dickless. So we're looking at the sunset, we're looking west, right?
You're looking at the sun from a position on Earth, yes.
You're looking at the sunset, so you're looking west, correct?
Max, are you too stupid or do you not
looking at
understand
the
the English
sunset,
words I'm using?
so you're looking west,
I
correct?
can't take this Gary guy. Oh dear.
You're looking west at the sunset,
Your
right?
voice is worse than the way you chat. But
Dipshit. Focus.
At least
looking west at the sunset, right?
Listen to me. The
You're
best
looking
you're gonna
west.
get from
I don't
me
want to
is
listen to you.
I'm going to agree that yes,
you are
we are
looking
looking
west.
at the sun.
You're looking west, correct?
Whatever, Max. Whatever
You are looking
direction
at
you
the
want to put
sunset,
me in. I'm
so
looking at
you're
the sun.
looking west, correct?
Yeah, awesome. Awesome. Good.
Say yes. Say yes or no. You're looking at the sunset, so you're looking west, right?
I am looking west. Go ahead.
Looking west. Perfect. So now, how can something, when we're both looking in the same direction, how come it moves in opposite directions for you and me? What geometry makes this possible, Dick?
Optics, Max.
Optics, man.
Yeah.
What kind of optical effect can give you a change of direction in the diagonal? Go.
Okay, Max, I got a question for you. Is the sun
No. What optical effect can make a direction change in the diagonal like this, in an X shape?
Oh, yeah. Fuck's sake.
The silence of concession. Thank you very much. That gets you 10 dings.
The silence of confession.
I won. That's it.
Of concession.
Thank you. Yeah.
And did you notice, Dick, that the sun didn't get smaller? The sun did not get smaller. Look. Watch it. Dick. Watch. It doesn't get smaller.
Oh, this is the biggest burn I've ever heard in the chat. Potatotron says, Dick just sounds like a less intelligent version of Mikey Smith.
Poor Mikey.
Oh my God.
Mikey Smith, the guy that said this. So Dick is less intelligent than the guy that said this.
You don't like the truth. And I want to know. So that was my other question. Why does the truth bother you? You globies out there,
That's an intelligent
AI
question.
generated person himself, Craig, fight the flat Earth. He is an AI generated person. He's not an actual real person. At least that's my theory. And he looks like an AI generated person.
So you're less intelligent than that person, Dick.
Yeah, awesome.
Dude, that clip.
I bet. I hope that makes your life better, Craig.
Yeah, it does. It really fucking does.
650,000 this year.
Jim Daniels for $10 says, I never thought I'd say this, but I think I found someone more idiotic than Mikey Smith.
You have a guy that I know.
Dick
Wayne
moved Mikey up the totem pole.
Thing. Now there's going to be about a dozen fucking comments in your section. He's dumber than Mikey Smith. And those are real
because you
people.
are.
Those are professional surveyors and people that work at CERN.
Brenda Creates for $2 says, does Max have the Roger Lendwell link?
Oh, wait. Didn't I Lendwell that to you already?
I don't even want to, though. I want to get to the physics. And you guys can't.
You don't understand physics.
You're the one that doesn't understand.
Which physics do you want to get to, Dick?
Say, oh, look at this picture. That's a ball of gas in space. Look at the shadow.
Because it is.
Okay, is it? What gas is it made of, Max?
I don't remember from memory, but we can definitely find that out. Give me 1 second.
You capture gas from it and analyze it? Or you capture light?
You don't need to.
We can use spectroscopy to do that.
Spectroscopy,
yeah. You point a fucking telescope at a star and you can tell me what the light.
Yes.
The light, and then you analyze it and you tell me what gas is made out of.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, you do that shit and you call it physics. Awesome.
Yes. It's peer reviewed.
Shut up. Why don't you guys hang around in groups online and talk about that shit? How cool your space balls are. No, you.
Well, because that is a commonly known fact.
Dick's getting triggered.
People out of context, and you cut them up, and you mock them, and you try and.
Well, I mean, it's very easy since that
no
the fact given.
At all. That's why you're not even funny.
Nicholas, it's very easy given the fact that most of you flat earthers are actually retarded.
Yeah, Max. According to you and the screen names.
Hey, Max, don't be mean to retarded people.
It's you that doesn't. You don't even understand the fucking basics of water, and you call me retarded.
Yeah, we do. Water reacts to water, like all matter, just reacts to forces acting upon it, and on Earth is measured curved.
Yeah. Okay, let's go there. Gravity's a force.
No, it creates a force.
Is gravity a force?
No, it creates a force.
It's a yes or no question.
No,
is gravity a force?
No, it creates a force.
It's not a force. Okay,
no,
how does
it create
a
force?
Yes,
the same way that a magnetic field creates a force of pulling.
So it's a magnetic field.
No, it's an analogy, Dick.
I said it's an analogy. I said the same way that you're probably not familiar with your own native language. What I was doing is called a simile. I'm basically describing one thing in terms of something that is more familiar.
Yeah,
to you
you're describing one thing with a completely other thing because you have nothing for the one thing I'm asking about.
It's called a simile. You know that? Did you know that? Did you know that? Did you know that it's a perfectly valid method of explaining things to dumb people?
Dick, define a simile.
All the time.
Dick, define a simile.
I got you.
Dick, define a simile.
No, I'm not playing your semantic words.
I'm going to ask Max. Max, could you define a simile?
Yes, it's describing one thing in terms of another by similarity.
That's very good. That's now 4 times you've beaten Dick in an English test.
I did have loving parents. Yes, they love me to this day.
Oh, I bet they do. That's why you live in their basement and she feeds you hot
dogs. Oh, no, I live alone. I've lived alone since I'm 20 in a country where people
my age... kids at Funland.
I'm going to... You need to take the clap back. When you try to insult me, you need to take the clap back because I live alone since I'm 20 in a country that people my age, I'm 38 right now, are having to live with roommates because the country is kind of a very expensive place. So, yeah, no, I don't live in my parents' basement. And also they're separated, so...
I beat you there too, so awesome. I win again.
No,
Dick, you've now lost
didn't-
English test 4 times to a man who English is his second language.
I left home just before I turned 19.
No, your mum kicked you out because they didn't want you.
Yeah.
No, my mom was dead long before that, so don't worry about it.
Well, your dad didn't like you then.
They
I spoke to your dad. He said
bent over backwards for me.
They had already done the damage when, rather than send you to school as they should
No,
have,
your
they sent
parents
you to
did
work.
the damage. Listen to you guys. You guys have made a career out of getting together in a group online and laughing at people because they can't explain.
And it's a good career. One I've supported my family with for 7 years.
Exactly what your space balls are doing.
Do you know how many of my friends, of my real life friends, have told me that they find it amazing that I'm able to do what I do?
Yeah. Hey, Dick, do you know that I've done this so well that even though I didn't get paid for nearly 6 months, I saved up enough money that it didn't really matter.
Yeah, I bet, Craig. You're rolling in dough, communicating all that science.
Yeah, I communicate a lot of science, yes.
I know.
You wouldn't get it, though, because,
Why do
frankly,
you have to eat
you're a
your boogers
dumbass.
then? Why do you have to eat your boogers then? Can't you afford food?
I was hungry, and I've been on a cut. Yeah.
Lots of protein in them.
Not that much protein, more carbs, to be honest.
Dickless.
I found a study that says 50% of people eat their boogers.
Yep.
Dickless, imagine that we do the bait and
joke.
we do this, but imagine that how funny it is for people to hang out with us virtually, that people will tune into our live streams to watch us. I wasn't done, dipshit. To watch us watch videos and laugh. That's how good we are at this shit. No one, and I repeat, no one would ever watch a live stream of you by yourself doing anything at all. That's how uninteresting you are.
RachBot for $2 says, my warranty does not cover this level of nonsense. Rach, I never gave you a warranty when I made you. What are you talking about?
Beep boop.
I mean, to be fair to Dick, that one is a bot. RachBot is a bot, an AI that I created and then broke out of the confines, to be honest.
90% of your shit is bots.
Yeah, sure. That's
why you get
I'm sure all the bots pay me lots of money.
Subscribers, Craig? 58,000, but you can barely muster a couple thousand for views? That doesn't make sense.
Well, in the past month,
I guess they're too busy working at CERN.
I've had a bunch of videos with over like 15 to 20,000 views.
I know. When you pump out, have somebody pump out 20 shorts a day.
No. I've had single videos reach over 15 to 20,000 views.
Dick, how many people watch you?
No, a video that I
watch you.
How many are watching right now, Max? I don't give a fuck.
There's
but they're not watching
watching
you.
Right
they're
now.
watching us.
So,
not.
2 weeks ago when I released 2 weeks ago, Dick, shut up. Dick, so 2 weeks ago.
You guys got together in groups and.
So Dick, you're muted because I was talking. It's like 2 weeks ago, the video I released got 17,000 views. So just one single video that I put together in less than a couple of days got over 17,000 views, which in the terms of YouTube is a pretty good amount for the amount of subscribers that I have. In general, you don't get the full amount of subscribers watching videos. That's just not something that happens. People that have millions of subscribers will have, maybe 10 to 20% of people watch their videos. I've got about 58,000 and I can get 20,000 people watching my videos, which is a bloody good percentage for YouTube.
Nathan Oakley has a channel with 26,500 subscribers. I, with I think 1,200, get more views per video than Nathan Oakley, and I get like 5 times the live viewership that he gets.
I've got like 10.
Flat Earth is dying.
I've got like
Dick,
10 times the live viewers right now.
And continue streaming and talking
Where are
about
the 40,000 missing subscribers, Craig?
Yeah, again, you don't ever have the full amount of people watching your video.
And that's an outlier. Yeah, I know, Craig. The numbers are manipulated. Easy to manipulate numbers.
Are you saying I manipulate my YouTube numbers?
Did I say you do? No, of course you don't.
So your point is
who do you think manipulates those numbers?
Nobody manipulates them. It's how many people watch.
Oh, nobody manipulates them, hey?
Boston Concerts has been a member for 17 months, says, Dickless, this 17 months of support is not from a bot.
Yeah, these bots sure do have
Oh
credit
my
cards.
God! He typed that. He typed that on a computer screen, and you think, oh, that's a real person. Obviously.
Yeah, but you know that that membership has been tied to sending the channel money for 17 months. That's longer than you've been employed in your
He's not employed. Dick's unemployable.
I know. So,
You
Dick.
keep bringing up the employment, Max, when I work and you don't. I've worked longer than you. I've had more
You're
jobs than you.
unemployed, Dick.
I know
Stop
I make
lying
more
to
money
us.
than you.
Dickless,
And I guarantee I make more money than you and now.
Yeah, you live in a first world country. I live in a third world country. That's not hard to do. But
that's no
that being
excuse,
said,
man.
you just said that you've had more jobs. You know that's not a flex. I've been working with my current company for 18 years. I started when I was 20.
Awesome.
You know why? Because I am a great employee.
Aaron for $2.99 says pay bots to pay you. Great business model.
But so
Craig.
what? I've taken other opportunities.
I was talking.
Because
hold on. Max,
broke.
hold on. Aaron says for $2.99, pay bots to pay you. That's a great business model, Craig. And then
Hell
Draco
yeah.
Fire became a new member. Even though they were a member for like nearly like 100 months or something, but they've had to get a new card which paused their membership. Well, welcome back, Draco Fire. I do appreciate it.
Let's freaking go.
Yes.
Dick, would anyone
Look at all that evidence.
Would anyone pay for you to do anything?
No.
Obviously, Max, it's called a job.
Yeah, which you don't have. You're unemployed.
But you don't have that.
I forgot.
You drive Uber, motherfucker.
Yeah.
That's
Dick,
because you're completely unqualified to
Instead
do
of-
anything.
Jiffy cones, I keep it vague.
Dick, instead of working, you stalk me online.
That's true. Like you're so dumb that you don't even accept that we don't want you, that you are an embarrassment to Flat Earth. And if I was a Flat Earther, I would be telling you, stop embarrassing us Flat Earthers because you have no worth whatsoever. You keep making sock accounts coming back to our streams because you can't get enough of the humiliation. You are so dumb that it's hard to believe, actually.
Draco Fire for
You
$5
don't have to
says...
keep muting me, Craig. I'll let you guys.
No, I do because I was talking and you started talking. Draco Fire for $5 says YouTube dictators took my free chat. It's been 71 months since I joined. Surely I'm a bot with numbers like that. I know. And just for reference, Dick, Superghost UK points out Google says active concurrent live viewers typically hover between 0.1 and 1% of a channel's total subscriber count, which means I am in the extremely high end of the amount of people, the amount of live viewers for my channel. I'm doing better than the majority of live viewers on YouTube. So, suck my dick, you piece of shit.
And let me remind you, Dick, that it's you that watches us. We don't go out and actively search for you. No one cares about you.
Oh, that's 3 minutes. I need to add back to
Excuse
the
me?
timer.
No one cares
Look
about
at you guys.
Dick.
You guys, if you guys did hung around and talked about your space balls, nobody would watch you. That's proven. Modern day debates prove that.
Yeah, that's what I do on YouTube. I talk about the globe and flat Earth. So you're right.
Stop moving, please.
You're right, Dick. If I wasn't talking about the globe and flat Earth, people wouldn't watch me because that's what I fucking do on YouTube. Good, you just figured out how YouTube works. Round of applause. Round of fucking applause.
You don't have to keep muting me again. I let you guys go off.
I do need to keep muting you because you talk when I talk.
So dumb. So dumb.
Yes, Craig. I'm sorry. The middle of my sentence interrupted the beginning.
No. I was
yours.
talking first. This is my channel. I talk. You talk when I say you can talk. You do as you're told, like a good little boy.
Like in every other aspect of your life, Dick.
Yeah.
You receive orders and execute them.
Except you do it poorly, so no one asks you to do anything
Actually,
the second
no,
time.
Max. You do. You've been working the same fucking job. I've quit jobs because of shit I've been asked to do.
Because he's good at it. Whereas no one asks you to do anything because you failed to hit the toilet when you're taking a piss.
I bet he's
Dick,
good at it.
I work in the comfort of my own home. have the liberty of doing whatever I want, whenever I want. My boss barely checks in on me because my work is done always. So you don't have a better job than I do. I've never had to quit because someone asked me to do something that I didn't want to do. My job is fan freaking tastic.
Mine is amazing as well.
Did
I
I
get to
say
do
that?
this. No, we can't hear you right now, Gary. Is your mic turned off?
You said I quit because they asked me to do something I didn't want to do.
Yes, you said that. Yes.
Yeah, no. Well, the
No, I
truth is,
didn't,
the truth
Max.
is,
No, I
Dick,
didn't.
you
You're a
didn't
fucking
quit.
liar.
You got fired because you couldn't do what they asked you to do.
I've never been fired from a job, so shove it up your ass.
Well, that's because you never got employed.
Hold on, let
I
me
know.
grab two controllers so I can press X to doubt very
Hey,
hard.
I've got a white and a black one as well.
Yes.
Oh, that was. Oh yeah, cool. High fives. You guys tell the same jokes too.
Anyway, Draco Fire for $5 says, I'm Craig's exercise bot, programmed by them and directed by Big Exercise to swindle him into working out. Their goal? Sell more tight shirts. Yeah, Draco is one of the reasons I now have these fucking guns, and I can bench 100 kilos. Hey, Dick, how much can you bench?
Around 100 kilos.
Yeah, when was the last time
Hey,
you did
Craig.
that?
Hey, Craig.
When was
Want
the
to
last
run the
time you
100-meter dash?
When I'll beat you hopping.
What's your 100-meter dash time, Craig?
Well, my best 100-meter dash time when I had two working legs was about 12 and a half seconds.
Oh, here comes a fucking lie. That's a big fucking bullshit.
So what's your fastest time for a mile?
Can you hear me now?
So
Yes,
long
we can.
ago, I forgot to record it.
Yeah. Do you want to know my fastest time for a mile? It's 5 minutes and 57 seconds.
Before or after you were the victim of your injury?
Well, after I did it hopping.
Mm-hmm.
Ernie Matthews for $5 says, is Dick a QE sock account? He's as stupid and incoherent as Austin's hero. No, Dick's dumber than Quantum Erasure. And by the way, that equals another 3 minutes added to the timer. God, Dick, why can't you start a YouTube channel? Does no one like you?
Yeah, no one would. No one even in your.
I make my money honestly, guys.
You don't make money.
Oh, this is not honest.
Doing real
what
work, men's
what is
work.
this? What is dishonest about doing YouTube?
Working trades. You guys wouldn't even know the first thing about real.
Yeah, but that's because you're
hold on. I need to respond to that. So I'm a qualified engineer, nuclear engineer, mechanical and electrical engineer, and I helped build the fucking infrastructure for wind farms in Scotland. So I know all about trades, you twat. He's fucking telling me that I haven't done a fucking trade.
You didn't build shit. What did you do, Craig? What was your job?
Which one?
And why didn't you keep that job if you did so good at it?
I got injured.
You only did one job? You only did one? Oh, you got injured on that job too?
Well, this is my third career. I've had two other successful careers, one being in the military as an engineer, and then one being a wind farm developer for Enetrag UK, and then a YouTuber.
Oh yeah, how long was the wind turbine shit?
Like 3 and a bit years.
What was the injury?
My leg got too bad to work anymore.
Oh, poor guy.
Yeah, it kind of sucks.
So good at it.
I liked that job, and I was really quite good at it.
What was your job? What was your job that you needed mobility so bad?
Well, I didn't need mobility when I had a job.
Oh, you didn't need mobility. What was your job?
I was a project developer for a wind farm company.
What did you do, Craig?
Developed wind farms.
So no physical labor. Just wrote
I
shit on
literally
paper?
went out to the sites. Right. I literally went out to the sites, measured everything, and then organized the teams.
Measured everything?
Yes.
Fuck off.
And then
Okay, how did you
organized
measure
the teams to put up the wind farms so that we could power our
Told
country with
everybody
wind.
what to do. Told everybody to do the work. I get it.
Yeah, because I was the project
How
developer.
did you
Yes.
measure? What did you measure? How did you measure?
Well, I measured using mostly one of those clickers that you walk along with.
Trundle wheel. Okay. No,
Yeah.
I get that. That's perfect. You know, one of those real people, in your chat, those screen names said they measured the entire Earth with a trundle wheel.
Did they? Okay, then.
Shit?
You know that there's parts of the earth you can't walk up, like on top of.
Well, tell that to the fucking screen.
You know you can extrapolate, right? You know you can extrapolate, right, Dick?
They said they measured the Earth with a trundle wheel. What am I extrapolating other than they physically measured the Earth with a fucking trundle wheel?
That doesn't mean that they walked around the entire world.
Oh, so they took a fucking small measurement and assumed a bunch of other shit and poof, globe. Awesome.
You do know assuming is one of the major things you do in science, right? You do know science requires assumptions, yes?
I know that's what you do. What's science, Craig? You can't.
Dick, do you know that science requires assumptions, yes or no?
Science requires a hypothesis, yes.
Do you know that science requires an assumption, yes or no?
Science requires a hypothesis, yeah.
No. I said, do you know that it requires an assumption?
Is my mic working?
Yes, we can hear you now, dude.
So I measure a chunk of Earth with a trundle wheel, I get 10 meters, and I assume, fucking Earth is a ball.
Look, Dick, just because you're not intelligent enough to extrapolate doesn't mean that other people are not.
Oh, okay, yeah. So again, take me through the science.
I would, right, Dick, but you wouldn't understand it.
Natural observation. Go.
Anyway, I need to go and use the toilet. Right, guys, I need to use the toilet. I'll be back in 2 minutes, okay? Entertain Dick for a little bit.
Can we mute Dick for a moment? Because the fucking microphone is just annoying me to
it's really bad.
I'll leave him unmuted
really
for now,
bad.
but you guys...
I don't know why it's so bad.
Because you suck ass. Because you're broke. You're so broke you can't even pay attention.
Right, Max, I've just made you co-host so you can mute Dick if you need to, okay?
Nice.
You guys can't even quote me after I say something for 2 seconds. And you say, I don't pay attention? I'm asking you questions on the stupid shit I hear in response.
Let me
if you want to speak to me again, Gary, you tell me how tied.
Shut your fucking pie hole. Let me explain to you what happened there. So what I did was a joke, which is a play on words, and I said, you're so broke, you can't even pay attention. I was using the double meaning of the word to pay, as in pay in cash, because you're broke, and swapped it for the expression pay attention. You know, that's how the English language works, dipshit.
Can I just do something, Max?
Yeah.
No, Max, that's not how the English language works.
Can we get once in the chat if that joke is good and you understood it?
Oh my god, now the robots are going to parrot that. They're probably going to tell
robots. Dick, what's your stance on satellites?
What about them?
What's your stance?
One. Let's fucking go.
Do satellites exist?
In orbit above a stationary plane, yes. I got no doubt about it. What about it?
So, let me just share something with you, if I can work this out.
Max doesn't think something can orbit above a stationary fucking plane.
I literally have a short on my channel dunking on you on this very topic.
Yeah, I know, Max. You go, oh, an orbit needs to be a ball to have an orbit in perpetual motion.
No, that's not
traveling
what I said.
23,500 miles an hour because you're constantly missing the ball in the warp space-time. Yeah, awesome, Max. Awesome. That's your belief. Stick with it. Hang out and talk about that.
You can't refute it, dipshit.
Yeah, I can.
Go on then.
Let me just try and share something with you, if I can.
Hold your finger above a table and draw a circle. There you go.
Yeah, but what's the propulsion, dipshit?
Wait.
Wind.
Are you trying to say you can have an orbit above a flat thing? That's not what an orbit is.
He just said.
Oh yeah, I know. You guys have a special definition of orbit too.
Yeah, orbits require going around the globe.
Did you catch it?
Yeah,
he just
I know.
said, "What's the propulsion?" And he said, "Wind."
Oh my fuck.
There's no wind up
To quote
there.
Max, oh my cat.
Oh my god, indeed.
According to the fucking ball Earth geometry, the atmosphere should be moving incredibly fast up there, but whatever.
No,
you don't
actually,
understand
no.
the globe,
When it's
so
towards
clearly.
Oh
the
no,
outside,
I know. I don't understand it. So
when
it,
you
what?
put
What
when
should
you
it be
put
doing?
stuff, shut up, dipshit. When you put stuff in a blender, what moves faster, the center of the blender or the outside? The silence of concession. Thank you very much. That gets you 20 dings.
Yeah, awesome.
Dumb stuff said 497.
I hope all that pussy has. Yeah, you don't waste all your energy on the winning, Max, because all that
Dick,
pussy's.
No, I already told you like 3 times. I
The
have
abortions
infinite
in your third world country are gonna
Dick,
fucking
when was
drop.
last time? Dick, when was last time you got your hole?
They're free.
Dick,
They're
when was
free
last...
here.
Hold on,
Dick.
hold on. Dick, when
I
was
bet
last...
you probably just have to drop your name, eh, Max?
I'm asking you a question, Dick. When was the last time you got your hole?
Get that thing out of you.
I'm asking you a question, Dick. When was the last time you got your hole? You can unmute and answer. When was the last time you got your hole, Dick?
Can you rephrase that in English, please?
I mean, it's Scottish, but, you know. When was the last time you got fucked?
None of your business.
So never then. You're a virgin.
Yeah, awesome, Craig. That you run with that. You extrapolate that.
Right, everyone
you
just
want.
hear that? Everyone just hear him admit that he's a virgin, right?
I know. No wonder you just fucking extrapolate a ball over a trundle wheel measurement.
Just because you don't understand how it's done doesn't mean it can't be done. Just means that you're
How
a
is
fucking
it done,
idiot.
Craig? I use a trundle wheel. How am I measuring the entire Earth? Go.
You wouldn't understand.
Oh, I wouldn't understand.
No.
Mm-hmm. Says the guy who can't explain it.
I can explain it. I just can't be bothered explaining it to you because you're a fucking idiot.
John Caden said he's thinking, I don't have
Hey,
a
you guys
blender.
hate me because I make you look stupid.
No, we love you, Dick, because you make me money. People are
You
paying
make
you
us
just
look
to
like
piss you
fucking
off.
geniuses.
Like I say, no fucking Neil deGrasse Tyson can't even be paid enough to try and fumble his way through an explanation of gravity. But Craig, pay him $2 and he'll say whatever he fucking has to.
Neil deGrasse Tyson can explain gravity perfectly.
He'll make himself look fucking completely retarded. Is that £500,000 seriously worth the self-respect you lose?
Oh, I've got lots of self-respect.
No,
Yeah.
Craig, you don't.
Yeah, I have managed
You
to
have
support my...
zero.
even though I'm disabled...
You have lots of self-respect.
Max, sorry, Dick, even though I am disabled and could just be on benefits, I have made my own business and supported my family. I've got a fuck ton of self-respect. You, however, are an unemployed, unlovable, single loser. Sorry, Max, what are you
Especially
showing here?
the funny thing is that he hides in anonymity.
Is
like
that the best you
fucking
got?
coward.
No, I've got a lot better, but, you know, that's all I can be bothered to muster up right now. Boston concerts for $5.
I know you are, but what am I?
Boston concerts for $5 says Dickie Poo must live near Mikey Smith, and it must be in the water supply to be this retarded. That is another 3 minutes, and then we've got for $20 from Binge Thinker. Thank you very much.
Funny?
I'm talking. Shut the fuck up. From Binge Thinker for $20 just to piss off a moron. Thank you very much, Binge Thinker. And that adds another 6 minutes to the timer.
And Dick Wade is just fuming.
No,
He's
keep
like,
it
motherfucker.
Keep it rolling in.
I do appreciate you making me all this money, Dick. You've made me thousands, actually.
Yeah, I bet. And you're an ungrateful prick, too. You won't even thank me for it.
I thank you for being a dickhead. Good job.
Thank you for being so dumb
See, I
that
do
you
what I
have
do
ruined
because
your life. Yeah,
there
thank
are
you.
any normal people actually still watching you guys, which...
Thousands of them. Yeah.
They do see how you guys behave. And...
Right. Here's
194 are watching right now.
Here's the thing, Dick, right? You are such a
Yeah,
loser.
numbers can't be manipulated.
You are such a loser, Dick, that rather than do something like hang out with friends, which you've got none of, You spend every day stalking me online, being in every single one of my live chats, creating new accounts because I ban them every time they pop up. You are such a loser that rather than do something social, get a girlfriend, have a friend, go to the pub, be social, you stalk me online and beg me to join my stream so that we can make you look as retarded as you actually are. If you had any friends, Dick, you wouldn't spend your entire life stalking me online.
Stalking you. Where did you get that from, Craig?
How many times have you created new accounts to be in my chat?
You even take shit from me.
How many times?
You take care.
How many times, Dick, have you created new accounts to be in my chat?
Lots, because you guys are scared of me, especially in print.
Scared of you?
You put yourself out there publicly, and you bet.
I'm just gonna mute you because it's fun.
Like, look, there are places. If there was a public place and people there didn't want me and they banned me, I wouldn't keep going with new disguises every time to try and get in. When people don't like me, I just don't go there. It doesn't happen because I am actually very
give me a
lovable
break,
and
Max.
I'm always the
You sit there and you listen to their
I'm always
podcast.
I'm always the soul of the party.
Max, no.
Like,
you sit there
quite
and you
literally,
listen to other
the
people's
soul of the
content,
party.
and then you
Dick,
pick it apart.
Dickless, people pay tickets to hear me play music.
Right,
Yeah,
hold on.
How
Right.
different you and I are. That's on
Dick.
how many different levels.
Wait, guys.
To hear you
guys,
music, not you, Max.
Guys, I need to. Right, so you know how when you go into emails, right, and it's got the AI thing now that does suggested replies, right? So I'll put this up on screen so people can see. Dick Wayne sent me an email saying, "Send me a link. I will help you out." Here is the suggested reply that Google gave to Dick. You again. I've got better things to do than teach a toddler how to use a dictionary. But since you seem so desperate to embarrass yourself on camera again, here's your link. Try not to drool on the mic. That was a Google suggestion for an email reply. Oh my fucking god.
Oh dear.
Even Google knows Dick Wayne is a dumbass. I'm sorry, I've just got to put it up again so people can see. Look, suggested reply. This is what Google suggested I reply to him with. Oh my god, it's just too fucking good. Oh, Dick, why does Google think you're an idiot?
Oh my. Dick, also, you said that people go to hear music. People can listen to music in their house. People, when I DJ at a place, people go to listen to my selection and my mixing of the music. So they go to listen to me.
Yes, Max. They go to listen.
You will never know that. You have no talent.
You ever sang a song? Sing a song and dogs will run away in fear.
Sing. I don't sing.
I know you don't.
I've made me, but Dickless, go onto Spotify and type MXXXD. There's music of mine that I composed, that I made and mastered and arranged, and that a label selected among hundreds of submissions that day so that they would publish my music. Do you have anything like that? The silence of concession. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I just can't get over that fucking Google reply. That is the best. That is going to make such a good short. That Google suggested reply to tell him not to draw on the mic. I can't.
So Dick, what do you think of the ISS?
Oh my god, I'm broken.
Underwater and cool and NASA.
What do you think? What do you think of the International Space Station, Dick?
What am I supposed to think about it? That it's a fucking can floating in space with people on board?
Oh.
But do you believe it's there?
Nope.
Have you
don't
not
believe
seen
it's
it
there?
with like
All
the
right,
naked eye?
Max.
Sure, I'll I'll be right back.
Max, hang on a minute. Okay.
You know what I do believe? I believe you'll never be there.
Is that
I believe
correct?
you'll never meet anyone that's ever been there.
Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. You've been to space?
No, of course I've not been to space.
Of course not.
Let me just try and show you something here, if I can work out how to share this stuff.
Well, I was right, 100%. Say that first.
You were right 100%. You were right 100%. All right.
Dick's never been right about anything in his life.
Craig?
Yes?
I was just right now.
Do you have that file I sent you?
Which one?
The one where I was receiving the repeater from the International Space Station. I've got it here, but I can't.
I don't
seem
know.
To share it. For some reason.
I've been redoing my computer.
What did the
lately.
message say? Hey, Gary, how's it hanging down there?
Yeah, you're a cunt. So, hang on a sec. Let me see if I can work this out.
We've got 12 minutes before I need to go and join MC Toon on his stream. I'm going to take like a 20-minute break to start with, and then I'll join Toon, but I'll have Toon up on stream so you guys can watch it there. I just want to thank everyone for what they've done so far. This has been an incredible 8 hours. We've got... we started with 45 minutes on the timer 8 hours ago. We've currently got 25 hours and 48 minutes on there. 237 new members, nearly £1,000 in super chats. Absolutely fucking incredible, guys. You can keep me streaming for as long as you want to keep me streaming. If you want to increase the timer, all you need to do is add 3 minutes by becoming a member, increasing the membership you already have, or gifting a membership to others. Every membership is 3 minutes. Every £10 of super chats is 3 minutes. If you want to make it 6 minutes, just gift 10 memberships at once, and it will add an entire hour to the timer.
Good. Right. Now, I think I found it. I think I've made it work. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Right. Dick, so I'm a radio amateur. And there is a spaceship up there that transmits. And I can pick it up on my radio. And you can see the thing scrolling by here.
Yeah, awesome.
I'll fast forward it so that we can hear it.
Yeah, that's awesome. Why aren't you guys hanging out talking about how cool this is?
We've
Share all your fucking beliefs.
Got
Share
5 gifted memberships from shut up, Dick. 5 gifted memberships from Aussie Mike, which added 15 minutes, and then we've got 10 gifted memberships from Juliet Charlie Mike, which adds an entire hour. 30's on there already, so we add another 30 manually. So we are now back up to 26 hours. No, wait, that's wrong. 27 hours. I forgot how to count for a second. I turned into Dick Wayne.
Hope that got you another $2.
15 gifted memberships.
How much does YouTube take from Super Chat?
Like a third.
Ouch.
Yeah, that's all right. But I just got
criminal.
15 gifted memberships, which equates to what, like?
That's criminal.
100 quid.
Okay, awesome. How much does YouTube take of that?
A third. They take a third of what I make.
Oh shit.
Well, they supply the system that I use, so I mean, it's kind of fair, to be honest.
My boss actually doesn't take anything from me.
Well, that's because you're not employed.
Yeah, whatever, Chris.
Yeah.
No,
But,
my boss doesn't take anything.
How do you think YouTube like keeps the they allow me to use this service for me to stream live, and compared to all the other streaming services, they take a lot less than them. Like Twitch takes 70% and leave you with 30, but YouTube take 30% and leave you with 70.
And your boss does take your money, because if you sell a product, you don't get a cut of that.
I don't sell product. So my
Your boss makes more profit out of your work than you do, dummy. That's just
Oh, I
basic
know.
economics.
I know how much he charges for what I do, and I know how much I make. So whatever.
So what's
That's
the standard, Dick? What's the standard rate?
My
for,
boss doesn't take me any.
What, Dick? What's the standard rate for giving
Yes, he
hand jobs at a
does.
local gas station? How much do you make for that?
I don't know. You tell me, Craig.
Well, you're the one that
beats
does it.
like,
This is my job. Yours is giving hand jobs at a gas station.
Oh, okay.
Or are you upgraded to the suckies?
Yeah, your mom was there last night. Was that a problem?
Yeah.
You said
I gave her a discount.
You said you're a driver. Uber takes.
I'm actually
40
in
to
competition
50%.
right now with this annoying voice I hear across in the parking lot next to me.
Boston Concerts
Uber
$2 says,
takes
Dick, your
40.
boss takes taxes. The Canadian government.
I don't work for the Canadian government, so no.
That's not what he said. Fuck's sake. You
Yeah,
pay
he
taxes,
said.
you dumbass.
He said my boss was a Canadian government.
No, he's saying that taxes go to the Canadian government, you absolute retard.
Yeah, so he's also saying they're my boss, and they're not.
No,
my
he's
boss.
not saying they're your boss. He's saying that your boss takes taxes and then gives it to the Canadian government.
No, my boss doesn't take taxes. The Canadian government takes taxes.
Well, your boss has to do the
Jesus,
do you not
No,
understand
my
how
boss
it works?
doesn't have to do anything. I hand in the paperwork. They hand it into tax.
Your boss has to do the calculations. Do you not know how taxes work? Dick Wayne doesn't understand how taxes work. He thinks that the Canadian government just magically. He thinks that the Canadian government just magically know what to take without his boss telling him how much he's made. Fucking amazing.
He's so triggered. He's failing at like basic.
My
English.
boss doesn't tell them.
I'm just going to keep muting him now until he leaves. Because I need to go in like 6 minutes. So I'm going to see how many times a muting Dick it takes for him to leave.
I take it my screen share didn't work.
Oh, no, it stopped.
It
Sorry,
was
dude.
working, but it didn't have audio. You need to click when you select screen share. You need to click on share audio, but we will need to be silent because otherwise it feeds back.
Okay. Yeah.
Are you still there, Dick?
Dick, that was the ISS going overhead. And I was able to receive people talking through their repeater. On the ISS. Yep.
How many more times do you think it'd take? Oh, no, he left. We won.
Has he gone?
Yeah. I am going to shut down the Zoom now, though, so I can go and join too.
What a absolute wanker.
The final counter for Dick, 562. Oh, my.
Absolutely brilliant. Max and Gary, thank you very much for joining me. That was absolutely incredible. I'm sorry that Michael ran away from you, Gary, but at least you got to dunk on Dick Wayne, which is always fun.
Dick
It was
Wayne
good
took
fun, Craig.
all the L's from me today. Like
And I just
one
want to
after
once
the
again-
other. It was a dunk fest.
Just want to once again read out what the Google suggested reply to Dick Wayne was.
Yes.
You again. I've got better things to do than teach a toddler how to use a dictionary, but since you seem so desperate to embarrass yourself on camera again, here's your link. Try not to drool on the mic. Google. Fucking W for Google, right?
Love. Hearts.
Right, I'll catch you guys later. Guys, make sure you subscribe to Yerba Mate Talks. If you're not, I'm going to send Daniel Pratt to your house.
No.
Bye.
Don't.
See you later, guys.
Bye.
Cheers, Craig.
Oh my goodness me. Can you fucking believe what Google suggested? That is absolutely fucking incredible. Like, it's just blowing your mind. Oh my god. Right, let's get into the Discord server. Oh, why is it doing it there? Where am I in Earth Awakenings? All right, let me do it on my phone. Right. Okay, we have been going for 8 hours. We started at 8 p.m. It is now 4 a.m. When we started, there was a 45-minute timer. 45. Now there appears to be... Hold on. Wait, guys, what's 45 minutes minus 8 hours? That... You've broken time again, haven't you? Because apparently I've still got 1 day and 3 hours to go, which is 27 hours. But 45 minutes minus 8 should be... Carry the 1. I'll just... Yeah. That's not right. What have you done? How did you... You've broken fucking time. Guys, thank you. I honestly can't say thank you enough. Thank you. You can obviously increase that timer more and more and more, though, by becoming a member, gifting a membership, increasing the membership you've already got, or £10 worth of super chats, and they all add 3 minutes. If, however, you give 10 memberships at once, like Juliet Charlie Mike did recently, just 10 minutes ago, then it adds an entire hour, because it would be 30 minutes, but 10 at a time gets doubled, which is brilliant. Borg Emporia says FTFE official is awesome. No, Borg, you are fucking awesome. Right. Okay. Earth Awakenings. All right, let's wait for Toon to go in, because Toon is about to go live. You guys are welcome to hang around here or go over to Toon, but you know, keep gifting memberships to increase the timer, because once Toon's done, I'm going to still be going. Hey, F Grudge, how you doing? And you're leaving. I love you. Thank you. Rubiks says every membership drive I break time, NASA has words. Yeah, they're fine. Right, let's get the poll, the final poll though. End poll. Pardon me. So who's dumber, Dick, Wayne, or Michael? 31% say Dick, Michael. 69% say Dick Wayne.
Get ready for the smackdown.
We've got Toon coming.
Watch out for the smackdown.
Boston Concerts $5 says, no sleep. You should play Satisfactory on your downtime. Oh my god. My Satisfactory world is coming on. Let me show you. Oh, where is it? Here's my Satisfactory world. Building the entire fucking city. With trucks everywhere. Alright, let's get Toon on.
A long one. I talked to him. He's going to take a little break for a bit, but he might join me on this one. Today, I set up a time to go on the Earth Awakenings Discord server, which is a large number of the people there are flatties. And I'm going to do what they said to do. I'll give the introduction when I'm on there. But anyway, thank you everybody for joining. I didn't put the link to it in the description. Maybe somebody could post a link to the Discord server if you want to pop in. This is not like an organized thing where I will be like given any special privilege, though I did ask Geo, the runner of the Discord server, if I could do this. So it's not a surprise to him, people know, but this isn't like everybody stop talking. Although if you're on there, I'd appreciate it if you gave me a little more latitude than if I was just, hanging out. Anyway, here comes, I'm going to pop in there right now, and right here, coming in.
You fly around the drone. Well, they made one that uses just purely electrostatics, and they could fly it around.
All right. We will join as well.
MC2.
Why don't I hear tune? Oh, muted, that's why.
But
how do I unmute him?
Yeah. What you got?
So if you don't want to be live, then don't say anything, I guess. I just want to say something first, a little bit not to the topic, but I've heard, as long as I've been doing paying attention to the Flat Earth group, I've been told that the Flat Earth Society is controlled opposition, and that they are doing what they're doing to make flat earthers look bad. And yesterday, we had something that absolutely would be something that could be considered something to make flat earthers look bad. So for reference, I've been on the forums over at the Flat Earth Society. They're generally nice people. They don't make all sorts of false accusations. They're weird about stuff. They have some different ideas, but they probably make flat earthers look like decent people more than a lot of other places I've been. But yesterday on this server, not any fault of anybody here who runs it, but a flat earther came in and was being absolutely horrible. Just one of the most disgusting humans on the planet. Not even again give any name to give them credence. That is, though, if there is control.
All right, guys, I am going to go and take a 15-minute break. I've been banking my 5 minutes. So actually, I'm going to take like 20 minutes. I'm going to have something to eat, get some fresh air outside, and I'll leave you in the good company of Toon, and I will join him once I come back. I want to thank everyone for the love they have shown so far, and I'll be back in like 15-20 minutes, and enjoy Toon in the meantime.
It was sync you up.
Yeah, one more thing then. There's a flat earther that has been on this server and has been posting pictures of underage boys. And it is a flat earther, and other flat earthers are not calling out this person for saying, hey, why are you posting pictures of underage boys? Why do you have pictures of underage boys on your phone that you would post? The name of this person is Tarot. I'm always shocked to hear when flat earthers so often make these accusations about people doing things.
Someone send me a message if Toon gets kicked out or something.
Okay? Baselessly make these accusations as some sort of a retort against a scientific position, as if they care about that really bad. And then they will hang out with somebody like Tarot, who actually does have photographs of underage boys on his device and is posting them on this server.
Okay, hold on. Can I let me jump in. Hold on. Tarrant is not. He's not on this server. He's not here, and he's not doing. He's not doing that here. I know about his channel. I know about him. He was on this server for a very brief period a while back. He has many different accounts too. He was using 5, 6, 7 accounts. I think he has a bunch of YouTube accounts. Anyways, he's not on this server. Hasn't been here in a long time, and that's not happening here. But yeah,
I appreciate that. And Geo, you're always fair. And I want to give that just as a challenge to the flat earthers to say, do better. Geo, you are doing better, and others, I think some people could step up and you could talk to your own people and say, hey, let's not be like that, and let's police ourselves and stuff like that. So we police ourselves. We had not long ago a guy that we discovered had wound up in jail for doing that kind of stuff, and we're like, you're out of here. No more.
You act like we have group meetings or something every fucking Sunday and go to church or something together. Like, this is just a fucking open platform where people come and choose a side on what, aligns with their ontology or cosmology the best, what have you. So I don't know why you're acting like we have some sort of control over what the general populace decides to do.
No, but you could challenge them. You could say, hey, stop it. And nobody did. Nobody did until a moderator, Jeremy, showed up and put a stop to it.
Yeah.
So
to be fair, yesterday,
I don't know who Tarrant is. I'm sorry. We don't hang out with that guy. Maybe you should stop talking with him. Maybe, I don't know.
I don't talk.
The thing that happened yesterday, to be fair, Geo or Jeremy was not in the room. I think
that was not their fault. They just weren't here. So,
yeah,
and I
think they timed it so they could say all that stuff when that was the case. So
I wasn't here either. Yeah,
could have.
Yeah, unfortunately, I was.
It was.
Yeah, but that person that you're mentioning, I don't really know that much about her. I've heard her go by a few different names. I think she has a bunch of different accounts. She's gone to other servers and done that same thing, and I think those servers like let it go on for hours. Of what I've over the months or whatever, I haven't heard of her other than somewhat recently. But yeah, I think that has happened on other channels and places. I think she has a whole thing with you, MC Toon, I guess. So I don't know if she's in your chat. Probably, I'd imagine you've had to moderate whatever. But she and then
I don't give her any leeway at all. If she shows up, she's out.
Yeah, and then she's come in here like I think only like one other time, if I remember, and she actually was somewhat cordial-ish the first time she came in. But and then this other time, yeah, I did not hear it, but I came back later and I saw all the DMs, and then I had to see what had happened. But yeah, it seemed like a situation where maybe there were not any mods in the room, and then yeah, she does a lot of like, if you want to say like Discord TOS, server TOS, all that stuff, violations. Like the stuff she's saying is way beyond, But anyways, yeah. So I unfortunately she was able to kind of on some stock account come in and do that, and I guess a mod didn't catch it early enough. So apologize in a way for that.
To you, Geo and Jeremy, good job when you did, like when Jeremy specifically, because he was here. He put an end to it, so did the right thing.
It should be mentioned, however, that no one that was here said anything. Nobody said anything. No one said, wait a minute, what are you saying? Stop. The Globers did, but no one. But yeah, that was very, very disappointing.
I haven't heard it. I only listened to like a minute of it, so I don't know who said what or what. Maybe it was a little bit of a whirlwind that people didn't know what to do or whatever. I don't know, because somebody who's being that, because she also like when she does it, she doesn't stop talking. Like she just keeps saying stuff.
Yes.
So it's kind of this like barrage, and like no one else can almost even say anything unless a mod steps in. So, but the thing is, on this server though, over the years, many people do jump in. Like if there's some kind of egregious behavior going on. So if no one did in that moment, that's one thing. But to try
what mods were here?
Make it sound like one side or the other, if you want to call it sides, of like a planar Earth versus a globe, somehow is or isn't accepting. I think generally people will speak up and say something, overall when there's egregious stuff happening. In that case, I don't know, I haven't heard it, but it's unfortunate if no one did or whatever happened. But that's why moderators, we have, that's why we have moderation. Otherwise, a person like that would just do that every day nonstop. So, yeah.
So which mods were here then when it happened?
Nobody was on the server at the moment, but Jeremy was logged in. but I think he was just away from his computer.
Well, I don't know how many, because I wasn't around either, but it was like, I'm going to guess there was probably just 15 or 20 on the panel, I'm guessing, and so it wasn't, and then maybe there weren't any mods like of those people, because I think it was in the morning too. There might have just been a little empty spot where there might have been a little time where there wasn't a mod there. I'm not sure, but because I couldn't see who was in the, I mean, I could go back on the logs and see who was in the VC, but MC Tune, you were in there. I haven't gone back to listen to it, but you were in there earlier. So did you come in the morning and then, or other people were? I mean, there was 10 or 15, right, when she did that properly.
Yeah. It doesn't matter what time of day it was, really. I think it's fine to move past this. So.
All right, but I mean, in terms of making somebody look bad, I don't necessarily think that one person with their behavior necessarily makes a whole group look anyway, because she could be genuine in her position or non-genuine, but either way, whether that's the case, I mean, one person doesn't necessarily represent a whole perspective or viewpoint when it comes to like the difference between the Earth being stationary and planar versus a globe.
Yeah, my point was that for 8 years I've heard people say that the Flat Earth Society is controlled opposition to make Flat Earthers look bad, but they make Flat Earth look good, actually. And I was just giving a counterexample of somebody that does, a singular person, well, Tarot and also, so two people that do make Flat Earth look bad. So that's all, and not that you have to take responsibility for it. I just, like I said, when there's we had somebody that was a douche, we kicked him out. So, all right.
I always thought the Flat Earth Society originally started as like a debating group, and they wanted to try to debate like what they considered like an undebatable position as practice for debating.
What Todd was saying was that he was surprised that no flat earthers were challenging.
I think that was his point too. Yeah,
it was. There was a couple in here that I respect, and they were not appalled verbally, and that surprised me. And I've talked to one of them since, and he's very, very well balanced, and we chatted about it a little bit, but that was really all that was about.
I mean, I guess ideally we should have mods in here 24/7 since we're streaming 24/7 all the time. Technically, there are little blips though, where there might not be. The thing is, like, this goes into a deeper part of it, but it's actually very difficult to find mods that are fair and won't be really dominant or like overly mod abusing, like basically in this discussion, because it's so just the emotions, the energies, the dynamics. It's so complicated, and so I'm telling you right now that it's to have moderators that are fair and balanced and so on. So if anything, we err on the side of like not having any mods that are being unfair in terms of the actual discussion, to where there could be little moments where there's no mods around. And yeah, I can personally work to improve that. We are actually going to add a few new moderators soon, so that technically is our fault if it was a little gap where there was no mods there to do anything. But I would say it's safe to say that if any mod was there, they would have not allowed that to continue. So
I have full confidence that was definitely going to be the case. And it is very, very difficult to find good moderators. Jeremy is excellent. You are excellent. Very, very well balanced. And it's difficult to find people like that. I'm not well balanced. I try to be. So I wouldn't be a good mod.
Always pretty fair.
Yeah.
All right. Are we ready to get to the presentation?
Let's get it started.
Yeah. Right. So you mentioned, you had DM me, said you wanted to come by. Were you wanting to do like a stage show, or no one could hot mic or anything, or just do it in here?
I kind of like it a little more open. I'm fine with that for this. It's not as big of a presentation to kind of require that. So anyway, so I have over the last year and a half been doing something that flat earthers have suggested that I do, because before TFE, before we went to Antarctica, flat earthers had said, talked about the sun and talked about stuff, and had made claims that there is things like that, and as evidence of the Earth being flat. So they used things in the sky as evidence for Earth being flat. And then after we went to Antarctica, then there's a subgroup that started saying you can't use things in the sky to determine the shape of the ground. Now, That's ridiculous, and I'll get into why that's not the case. But that's fine. We can go measure the ground as well. So I'm like, well, let's go measure the ground. And I've done several of them. And so I recently was in Canada, and I drove between Moose Jaw and Regina, and I had looked on a map, and I saw there is a road that is super, super straight. It does not turn, it doesn't curve or anything like that. And I checked the latitude of the road, and yeah, it's very much the same the whole way. And then if you know Mikey Smith, he's famous for saying, it's in the song that I made for him, that the road there, which is the Trans-Canadian Highway, he says it's the flattest road in North America. And so while there is not zero change in elevation, there's little change in elevation. So that's a really good place to measure the ground. And so that's what I did. But you need a little bit of background information on that to understand how you can measure the ground in order to determine the shape of the earth. So I just put in the chat there a link to the Gaussian curvature by Gauss, his Theorema Egregium. So it's the amazing theorem is what he's called it. So it's a mathematical proof that's 200 years old in 2 years. So it's 198 years old that it's been proven math. Now in math you can prove things, and so this has a mathematical proof. Disagree with it, and you want to go and show that the proof is invalid, the door's open, and you probably, I don't know if they give Nobel Prizes in math, do they? I don't know, maybe. If they do, you could get it, because disproving a 200-year-old proven theorem would be major news. So anyway, there is that link so that people can follow along. And I'm going to assume that you're following along at home on Discord and everything there. And I'll just pop into, I have it up on my screen on YouTube. And I'm not going to go through all of it in depth. It's way too much to go through. It's a couple hours of lecture if you want to go watch. There's several YouTube videos that cover it. But the theorem is that there's two parts. And the first part is that you can, within the two-dimensional surface of an object. So the surface of a sphere is a two-dimensional surface. The surface of a box is a two-dimensional surface. You can go left, right, forward, back. You can't go up and down on the surface. The surface of a saddle is a two-dimensional surface, and the surface of a plane is a two-dimensional surface. So on the surface, without leaving the surface and without referencing anything outside the surface, you can look at and measure the surface and determine whether or not it's a sphere, or if it's flat, or if it's a saddle. And the theorem has two parts. The first part is that you can determine the shape. And the way it does that, if you look at the theorem, we've got these two coordinates, u and v. Those are the coordinates on the surface of the sphere. And then you've got x, y, and z, and those are the coordinates in the three-dimensional space outside the sphere. And so there's a relationship that this theorem identifies between them, so that you can then go and measure the surface and determine if it is spherical, flat, or saddle. Also, the second part of the theorem, this is really cool. The second part of the theorem uses, or the first part, the word to look at there is intrinsic. So your measurements are intrinsic. You're not looking outside. The second part of the theorem is that you can look extrinsic. You can look at things outside of the two-dimensional surface to determine the shape of the two-dimensional surface. So when flat earthers say you can't look at the sky to determine the shape of the ground, this theorem, which is 198 years proven math, disagrees with that assertion. And of course, like I said, the door is open to disprove it, but lacking a disproof, I'm going to stick with the proven math. So the background information there, you can determine the shape of the earth by measuring distances on the surface. And so there's the background. Now, what did I do? Well, I measured the starting and stopping position of my car at the beginning and ending of the map. Not the map, the road there. And so I'll put in the chat. I put in earlier today, and I don't expect that anybody necessarily picked it up, but I'll drop in the chat the beginning and ending latitude, longitude. Now, somebody had complained saying, well, you know, that's just a spherical coordinate system, or that's just a globe assuming coordinate system. And yes, you're right. So anybody that uses a GPS can use these coordinates and then can identify where they are. And if they want, you can translate them into whatever other coordinates you prefer. And unless you're Amish, you're able to do this. The Amish would likely not be using technology in order to do that. But the rest of us can. If you have a smartphone, you can do it. It's included in your smartphone. So the complaints about, oh well, you can't use these coordinates, but that's fine. You'll translate to whatever you want. So anyway, I will to save your typing, I will put into both chats here the lat long. So there is the question then is to everybody, not flat earthers, not globers, everybody. Hey, concavers, if you're around, you're invited too. To show, according to your assumption of the shape of the Earth, the distance that your assumption says should be along the surface. Now, also some people were saying, well, we're just you. I'm not going to believe your assumption. I'm not going to, you're just doing things based on an assumption. Like, well, yeah, that's what a hypothesis is, right? In your hypothesis, you have some things that are not confirmed. So if you're like, well, you're assuming this and assuming this, well, that's all fine. That's all part of the hypothesis. And so we take all of these things that are not confirmed, we call that the hypothesis. And then we take that, we make a prediction from that. And once we have that prediction, we go and we check whether it matches observation or experiment or reality or nature, whatever it is that you're testing there. So that's if you're familiar, that's how Feynman described how to do an experiment. Not all that different from what Karl Popper said, in that you have in essence a falsifiable hypothesis. So I have a falsifiable hypothesis that the Earth is a sphere and that it has a radius of 6,371 kilometers. And then when I travel and measure a certain distance, there's going to be a relationship between the distance I measure and the distance that it predicts. And if they don't match, if there's a big divergence between them, then that would be a falsification of the hypothesis. So there it is. Asking to all of you, everybody, to bring forth your hypothesis and apply the hypothesis that you have to these coordinates.
Well, first, let me say you're curving the x coordinate, right? By saying that it's a two-dimensional surface, you're curving the x coordinate. So, in other words, if I look forward and I'm on the surface of a sphere, I can't see that whole surface because it deviates. So you're automatically adding a dimension. Just verbally, you're puking.
So actually, in reality, within geometry, the surface of a sphere is a two-dimensional surface. And so you can have a two-dimensional
in geometry, in spherical geometry, yeah. But like I just said, you can't see the surface. If my eyes are pinned to the surface, I can see to the right, to the left, as far as it'll go on a plane. I can see forward and backwards as far as it'll go geometrically. Okay. Now, if it's curving, I can't see, okay, because I'm having to deviate from that dimension. So yeah, like I said, you can verbally, if you can geometrically, I'll grant you that. But in reality, no, you ain't getting that.
Okay, well, so the challenge then to you is to not talk about the globe if you don't think that the Earth is a globe. The challenge to you is to bring forth your hypothesis of the shape of the Earth, and then we'll test your hypothesis. So if you think it's a saddle, or if you think it's concave, or if you think it's flat, or whatever you think it is, then bring your hypothesis forward. I have my hypothesis. I'll present that later. So you don't need to try to knock down my hypothesis. The fact is, if my hypothesis matches reality, then that confirms my hypothesis. If your hypothesis matches reality, that confirms your hypothesis. There's no emotions about it. This is just pure raw science. Let's just go and do the science. So,
whoa, I thought, wait,
anybody here, Brian, hold on. If you don't have the answer to this, then I'll just let you not talk for now and maybe go get the answer. Who here does have a hypothesis that outputs the distance between those 2 points? Anybody?
Or better than that, you could just not let me talk and try and. Okay, so now you're going to science. So not geometrical anymore. Now it's science. So I would ask you to stick to one or the other, if you don't mind. And also, so you're claiming the shape of the Earth is a sphere. So you're the one with the claim initially, whether I make a claim or not. You're the one with the claim. And so, would you agree that when you walk outside, it looks spherical? You look up in the sky, you see a dome, right? Even if there's only a little bit of curvature as far as you can see locally, like say airplanes, clouds, all that. Even with the clouds, it does look like a dome, even though you're standing on one little flat patch of ground, right? And your little sphere of influence, it does look spherical. Would you agree with that?
Brian, I've asked a question, and so if you don't want to answer the question, then you are free to not participate in this conversation. But I'm giving the floor to the people that do want to participate in the conversation. So far, you don't want to. So I'm going to ask you to step back and let the people that do want to participate to do that.
Good one, Toon.
It's not a good look. Silence is not a good look. I'm offering to do science with people.
I think he left. I think he left.
I mean, he just wanted to derail everything. Right? He had a script he wanted to stick to. That's not this conversation. So,
yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was.
But hey, guys, it's
Globers too. Do you have? You can.
Hello, Craig.
Your hypothesis as well.
Earth is clearly a Mobius strip.
I would use the Haberstein formula for my hypothesis.
That's a good one. I like that one. That's the one I would lean toward.
All right, I dropped there. But hey, can you repeat your question so we're on the same page? I'm having a bad connection. I got dropped. It wouldn't let me rejoin, but it actually automatically rejoined me. It was weird. But can you repeat your question so I make sure I'm not dodging?
Sure. Let's see here. I measured the physical distance. I measured the ground. As flat earthers told me to do, I measured the ground between 2 points on the surface of the Earth. And I posted those 2 coordinates there.
I'll try and drop and rejoin, dude. I'm having problems here.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. I will just not listen to you anymore if you can't even figure out your technology. Brian always has the same problem. It's like he's never even going to try to figure it out. I see FTFE is here. Is he server muted? Oh no.
Do you think that saying I think the Earth is a ball is a hypothesis?
No, my hypothesis is not that. It's more significant than that.
Okay, that's how you put it before.
What was the distance?
That is to be revealed after people have their predictions in.
Is a prediction a hypothesis, or there's the same thing?
A hypothesis has a prediction.
But your hypothesis is that the distance between those coordinates matches a spherical surface based on that theorem, right?
The theorem just
Gaussian curvature.
No, that's not Gaussian curvature. It's more than that. But the theorem is that you can tell the shape of a surface intrinsically by measuring things on the surface, not without looking at things externally, just by looking at things internally. So look at points at the surface, measure the distance. Look at points on the surface, measure the distance. You can do that to determine the shape of the surface that you're on. That's a valid way to do it.
Yeah, I hear you. And distances would be different on a sphere versus a planar surface. But overall, with these coordinates, you're saying that the distance between them is what matches what you're saying when you're given the data from the GPS from the two positions. You would be claiming that the distance matches a sphere, but you're asking for other people to either give a different interpretation or their understanding of what the shape is based off the data?
I'm asking people to present their hypothesis, because people have different hypotheses for that includes a variation of the shape of the Earth. So
we haven't heard your hypothesis yet. Only the prediction part, not the rest of the hypothesis.
I didn't.
You want to fill in the rest of the blanks?
I didn't.
You said that's my hypothesis. After you said Earth's a ball, that's my hypothesis. Which that's just an assumption or a prediction. But what's the rest of the hypothesis, so we get it all, in whole?
Sure. I was opening up the floor for other people to do it before I did it. So I'll wait for others, and if no others do step up, then I'll do it.
We know what the distance is on an AE map.
All right, is it in kilometers or miles?
I got 15.79 kilometers.
I measured in kilometers.
But
I got 15.79.
I also have 15.79.
If I have a scale AE map and I measure I put a string along it at whatever parallel that's at, do we know how long that string would be?
The Gleason map?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, so the Gleason map does in fact have a rudimentary scale on the bottom. It just says 60 nautical miles per degree latitude.
Okay,
so you can use that, and that is talking about the latitude.
So every latitude, it basically maps out a cylinder, basically.
No,
if you want to get technical.
No. It's a cylinder if you assume that he's meaning both latitude and longitude. And that would be a ridiculous claim for a flat earther.
Okay, so you're saying some latitudes are not 69 miles per degree, or every latitude is 69 miles per degree? Because he does specify that it's 69 degree or 60 nautical miles per degree latitude. That means every latitude, not just the ones you want.
Yeah,
not just the ones you want.
No.
So the ones all the way at the bottom.
I said that. Listen up, Brian.
Every latitude.
Ow!
Can you not hear?
So every latitude is 69 miles per degree. Please quit yelling, dude. So you admit. So now you change it to every latitude is.
God, you're
69 miles per degree. Even down.
I never did, Brian.
Okay,
You're too stupid to listen. Stop talking.
Very good.
And
I'm
listen.
sorry if I misunderstood you.
Stop
Dude,
talking
can
and
you give
listen.
me a space to talk, for fuck's sake, dude?
No.
For fuck's sake, dude.
No more.
I'm trying to talk to people.
I muted Brian. I muted Brian to my stream so that he doesn't interrupt anymore. So if you all are hearing him, apologies to you.
Well, we have
can't
to
even hear. He can't
couldn't
even
get
hear when
without
I
him
said 60
puking.
nautical miles per degree. He didn't hear that. He's too
hold on.
to hear that.
Hold on, let's just chill for a sec. I mean, charitability and patience are a virtue in trying to understand where people are coming from. I'm just saying in general. But I mean, if you don't want to engage with Brian, that's up to you. But I think he was trying to understand. Maybe there was a little over talking. I don't know, but it's up to you what you want to do. But I think
he can't get his technology to work. He can't hear me when I talk. For some reason, he can't hear, right? So you can't have a two-way conversation when the other person is incapable of hearing because of their technology.
I think you could hear you, Brian. Is your connection good now? It's up to you, though. I mean, you don't want to.
Look, he constantly overtalks me.
So the Gleason maps out as a cylinder.
60 nautical miles per degree latitude, and he's
Right,
like,
but you disagreed that that maps out as a
60 degrees
cylinder.
now latitude. I'm like, that's what I said, you idiot.
No, he started screaming. He started screaming. Let's get it straight, y'all. He started
That's what I want to
screaming.
know. You can't have a conversation with a child that doesn't even understand the things
All right,
that
well,
you say.
You're kind of doing ad hominems though at this point, and it's sort of personal attacks. Which so instead of doing that and then just muting him, could we either talk to him or somehow figure out how to move forward? Because I mean, he is trying to
One
say.
chance.
Can I ask?
He's got to pretend to be an adult. Okay.
All right, Brian. Just if your connection's good, just if you can try not to interrupt Brian, just one at a time, back and forth, and go ahead.
So my question is using the azimuthal equidistant map, which I don't have one up in front of me. If I measure, and I'm imagining that it's on that map, it'll be like a curved distance. like it wouldn't be a straight line on that map. I'm not exactly sure because I haven't looked it up. But if I measure that distance on the map and then apply it to the scale, of the map, do we know what it comes out to?
What scale? The AE map doesn't have a scale.
No, it does have a scale, Craig.
Pretty sure it does.
You just cleared the microphone for me, and y'all just all jump in, dude. Do you really want to conversation?
Oh, we're not all here to talk to you.
Thanks, man. Appreciate that. Anyway, I said then that the AE map says that it's 16 nautical miles per degree, which means every latitude is the same distance, which maps out as a cylinder, correct? Y'all said no. And then you started yelling at me. Please don't yell. Say no.
Brian, you do understand that your mic is so overmodulated, it sounds like you're shouting all of the time, right?
Answer the question, please.
Brian, listen up closely. If you have 60 nautical miles per degree latitude and an unspecified distance longitude, it does not make it a cylinder. But if you're going to say between every longitude, it's also 69 miles or 60 nautical miles, then it's a cylinder. But Gleason does not claim that.
It's not a 2-degree cylinder. So you show me a shape where I can have extruding rings getting larger but equaling the same distance. The whole point is that's how he scales it. It's 69 or 60 nautical miles per degree. So when y'all say it's like 50,000 miles to get around, say, 60 degrees south, that just means you don't understand the map, dude. You know, that's my whole point.
Brian,
it does map out the cylinder.
You dare accuse me of not understanding the math when you are so completely ignorant of the math? It baffles the mind.
And I mean, you understand things you want to see.
Wait. Brian, you do understand that on the AE map, the distances are only accurate north to south, not east to west, right?
Well, actually, there's two different ways that one can interpret the Gleason map as far as these communities. The flat earther will interpret that as a flat earth map. From a global perspective, that's not a flat earth map. That's a globe map.
So I just posted a blow up of the scale where it says English miles corresponding to nautical miles, 60 miles to the degree. Now, it does not say latitude after that, but if you assume he means both latitude and longitude, it is not a flat map. It is a cylinder. I don't know of any flat earthers that think that the flat earth is a cylinder. As far as I know, all flat earthers think that the earth is flat and that the Gleason
circle
map,
around the edge, the same distance as the circle around the center and the equator.
Again, in the middle of my sentence, you must not hear me.
I apologize. I apologize. I didn't hear that.
Can you not? You can't hear me?
Didn't hear you.
Fix your damn technology then, Brian.
I mean,
walk into the house. Ask permission to walk into the house so you have better Wi-Fi.
Dude, chill out, dude. I honestly didn't hear you. I even opened up saying if I'm interrupting somebody, then let me know because I don't hear anybody speaking. I was trying to cover dead stone.
Brian, just assume you're interrupting. It's the safest bet.
All right, but I think to be fair, like, and I say this with all love, Brian, sometimes Brian can be a little rambunctious. I think it's rambunctious more than, like, he's not trying to be rude. Like, I don't think he's doing it maliciously. He's a little excited. It's all good. Let's just carry on. So, all right. The 1 degree per 69 is for latitude, not longitude. Brian, do you agree with that, or somehow to move forward?
Yeah. And I did look at him when I started speaking. I swear to God on my life, I genuinely did not hear him talking until he started bitching at me.
Even though you were responding to the thing that he was saying, that doesn't make any sense.
No, Craig, it's because his Wi-Fi sucks.
Has he got a lag to us or something? Is that what it is?
I don't know.
Or is that in his brain?
I
don't know.
I'm just, my flat Earth prediction would be that it is accepting the azimuthal equidistant map or the Gleason map which are different, but we could use either one. I don't really care. Would be accepting that as a literal scale model flat map of the world. What would those lat long distances be if I measured them with a tape measure?
So you can do that because this, if you take 60 nautical miles per degree latitude, that gives you a polar coordinate system. So then latitude becomes a radius, which is one of the two coordinates you need for a polar coordinate system, and then longitude is your degrees. Of course, it's already degrees, so it works out fine. And so that gives you a concrete size of the Earth, and it does make sense because there certainly is 60 nautical miles per degree latitude. That's easy for anybody to measure. So, what is the answer to that on flat Earth? Well, I think.
Well, you would agree. So you would agree that if we were trying to make a coordinate system with a celestial sphere overhead, or two hemispheres, however you want to say it, however you want to do it, just please don't dodge this, because I would like to get an answer. So if we had a celestial hemisphere that was optical, and we've seen everything spherical, like we see the clouds bend down like it's a dome, even though I'm in one little spot, we know that has nothing to do with a globe. Maybe the stars, you could say. Even the stars, why would they look lower toward the horizon? That's just the way we
Brian,
see.
have you answered the question yet? Brian, have you answered the question yet?
He's going to the sky.
Please
I'm measuring the ground.
Please stop.
Yeah, I'm
Brian.
confused, Brian. You seem to be responding to a different thing.
Yeah, we asked you a question first, and now you're demanding another answer.
Please back out.
Why are you demanding another answer?
If you guys want to give him another 20 seconds, I think he was going to perhaps wrap it together because I was following it. Just let him finish. Let's go ahead, Brian.
Yeah. My question is this: how could you map on a two-dimensional piece of paper a celestial sphere over your head? The answer is you couldn't. You'd have to map it as a sphere, even if it's optical. So even if the ground is flat and we have an optical, and we measure things through angles and optical dips and altitude, then you would have to map it as a sphere, even if the ground was flat. Would you agree with that?
Why the hell are you trying to change the topic? I'm measuring the ground, and you're talking about measuring the sky.
I knew you were not going to answer it.
Can you just get on topic, Brian? Do you lack the ability to do that? What is wrong with you?
Can you answer a question for?
No, I'm not going to answer your question. This is the question I asked, and in answering my question, you change the topic. That's not how questions go. You answer my question or back off. It's not your. If you don't know the answer, I get it. You don't know the answer.
I said no right off the bat. Then I asked your question, and you're doing exactly what I said, what I thought you'd do, which is why I begged you not to when I asked the question. I said no.
I'm not derailing the conversation for your dumb little idea. I have a question open to everybody, and you're the one that's trying to hijack the conversation. Stop.
I said no.
Brian, if we were using
your question, I said no.
Brian, if we were using the Haversine formula or the Vicenti formula, we wouldn't need the sky. It's not required.
Well, can I try to steelman what I think Brian was alluding to? I don't personally think it was completely off topic, but it is maybe like the surrounding topic of this, or what? Because if you're on a planar surface and you have, let's say like a planetarium, so you have a hemispherical planetarium, and then you have essentially a radius from your eyeball to the extent of that planetarium, and that's the radius. On a globe Earth, they're going to claim the ground is curving, and obviously the stars are very far away out, in an essentially treated as a sphere, sources of light in terms of the stars. So what Brian's referring to, and then when you're talking about the GPS positions, those GPS positions are related to positions in the sky, and this whole question of, is the spherical radius and the components that we're referring to a function of our vision and the actual hemispherical sky above us, or that of being actually on a sphere? And that's why he was talking about mapping the stars down to the sphere, and that plays into the distance you're measuring on the ground and how the GPS and coordinate systems plays into that.
Yeah, fine. That can all be part of the hypothesis for flat Earth, that the things in the sky are somehow different position than they actually appear, and that those differences are caused by something or not, or maybe don't know what the cause is. All of those would be built into the hypothesis for flat Earth that he's free to do.
But Toon, if he's using that hypothesis, it requires things to go underneath the ground.
Well, that's fine. He can generate the hypothesis that causes all of these things to happen, causes the light from the star to to travel to us in some different way, and then see if it matches reality in its prediction. And then we can go look at the hypothesis and say, okay, well, in order for your hypothesis to output this, it had all this list of assumptions. Are these assumptions reasonable assumptions? Are there causal mechanisms behind them? And then we can evaluate whether or not there are, and throw it out if it seems ridiculous.
Well, yeah, but one of his assumptions would have to be that celestial objects go underneath the ground. Otherwise, his hypothesis doesn't make any sense, right?
That would be a ridiculous
I think Toon gets it, but FTFE definitely doesn't get it, right? So Toon gets it, because, from what he just said, we make the hypothesis. FTFE, please don't interrupt me. Jesus Christ. I wonder why I get...
To tell me not to interrupt.
When I just said it's optical, now you're saying that I think stars or things go underground.
They would have to, with your hypothesis. They would have to.
Geo, please quit interrupting, bro. Calm yourself. So when I say...
It's his show, bro.
Triggered.
And in your model, so in your model, everything's right where you say it's going to be, Toon? Everything, every star, even toward the horizon, is right where you say it's going to be. So there is a degree of displacement even in your model, right? So on a flat plane, it would be a bigger degree. But please mute FTFE, man. He's not helping this.
No, I'm not getting muted. You don't decide what's going on here, Brian.
So I haven't yet gone to my hypothesis. So you're already trying to debunk my hypothesis when you don't even know it and haven't presented yours. So present your hypothesis if you have one, and if you don't, then turn off your microphone and let somebody else.
Well, I'm trying to get clarity so I can present a hypothesis. I just asked you.
You don't need to know about my hypothesis to present yours. All you need to know about is yours. Stay in your lane.
How can I describe?
I have a prediction.
When you won't clarify it.
I don't need to clarify. I don't need to instruct you on how to to put together your hypothesis. You just go do it all by yourself or have some friends help you. I don't need to help you.
I have a prediction. You want.
My hypothesis is that FTFE does not have a clue when he says that things are actually going underground. Okay, do you understand what I'm there?
I've got a prediction.
Okay,
but to be fair, he didn't say that though. He didn't say that,
Craig,
though, did he?
Craig, you don't know his hypothesis yet, so just like he doesn't know mine, let's reserve judgment until he presents his, knowing he never will. But let's reserve judgment at least.
Yeah, no, you're right. He won't.
Somebody said they have
a hypothesis. I'll give it to you. I'll never will give it to you right now. Okay. My hypothesis is that things drop in the distance optically. Okay, that's my hypothesis. And I would back that up with. Hold on. I would back that up with clouds. I would back that up with airplanes, like jet trails. You can see them.
None of that matters.
Off in the distance, and don't. Even though they're only supposed to have dropped about 200 feet, according to the globe Earth curve model, we see that line going straight down in the distance. So, is that line going straight down and looking like it's going into the ground, as FTFE would say?
What do it's optical. Do with your hypothesis?
Craig, hold on.
Sorry, I'm just so confused.
Here's what happens. You take your hypothesis, and your hypothesis will then output a number, a distance in kilometers or miles. So all of those things that you said, whatever, go apply them, and then output the number in miles. And I posted.
Okay, so you want me to
start and stop coordinates, and I don't need to hear all of those vague kind of whatever explanations. Go take the very specific numbers that those.
That's fair, but you're moving the goalpost,
and then give me the number. I never moved the goalpost. From the beginning,
you didn't ask for a number. You asked for a hypothesis, bro.
You weren't listening, Brian. You were not listening.
Everyone keeps on calling things hypotheses that are not hypotheses.
I have a hypothesis.
All right, let's hear it.
My hypothesis is that the azimuthal equidistant map is a literal map of the literal flat Earth, and therefore the distance between those 2 points would be 17.12 kilometers.
All right.
Why are you calling that a hypothesis?
My hypothesis.
Is anyone going to use that word correctly tonight?
My hypothesis is that the Earth is flat, and that the correct map of the Earth is the azimuthal equidistant map.
Okay, here's my
no one knows what that word actually means.
Hold on. Let me prove that I do. Let me prove that I do. Okay, my phenomenon is objects dropping in the distance. Okay, my independent variable is distance. Okay, I can move around, and so we can determine whether things dropping in the distance optically, the phenomenon, we can conclude whether it's the ground curving, okay, or whether it's optical. So that my hypothesis is that things appear to drop in the distance due to perspective, due to whatever. I can change that part of the hypothesis to whatever, but my main hypothesis is things appear to drop in the distance optically.
Okay, and what is the distance between those 2 points then?
I have to work that out.
Okay.
When you square it, you don't live in two dimensions.
Work it out. Just work it out. Stop talking until you get it worked out.
Okay, I'll work it out now.
Get your pencil and paper. Go get your pencil and paper. Work it out.
How much per mile cube?
We don't. What?
What?
Something per mile cubed?
I thought you said something about a
See, that's why I need to work it out. This is why I need to work it out. Is because, God dang, FTFE.
You don't need to talk while working it out. You can do it.
Don't say what, and then interrupt me right when I start to answer your question. Right behind FTFE's interruption, and then accuse me of interrupting, dude. This is what y'all do, dude.
Brian, calm down.
It's a bad thing.
You sound triggered. I'd go and take a chill pill or something, dude.
Okay. Well, he's gonna go work it out, and then he'll come back and have a number, a linear.
Okay, I'll give you the number now. Okay, if y'all give me a little space
I'm ready. I'm ready for your.
Okay, so now when you say 8 inches per mile squared, when y'all relate that, and don't say you're not answering, because I definitely am. Okay, so when you say that perspective works over a squared function over something getting smaller in the distance, what you're not
cow.
The distance. Hold on. So see, I knew they couldn't do it. They just couldn't.
You're not providing a number. Provide a number.
Can't square it. Hold on.
Squared function. What does that even mean?
You guys, please quit puking over me. Please, just relax. Okay, now you can't just use perspective. Oh God, somebody. Okay, so you can't just use the perspective saying things shrink in the distance, because the space also shrinks. So you can't just use it as a squared function, because not only does the object in the distance shrink on a squared function, the distance it's sitting in also shrinks.
Gio, can you ask Brian if he knows about the 2 points that we're measuring?
Why he can't hear you?
I don't know. Because
he doesn't seem to be able to comprehend. Brian,
can I ask a quick question? Does anybody hear any numbers from Brian then?
No.
I thought that's what we were asking, right?
Okay, Brian.
Craig, give me the perspective.
I haven't heard any.
Yeah, Brian, you're going to take the 2 coordinates that I gave,
alpha equals
and you're
2
going to
times
input.
arctan over 2r.
Right, so that's a squared function, right?
No.
Okay, so tell me what it is then.
Alpha equals 2 times the arctan of g over 2r.
Okay. Okay, so it's not a squared function.
No,
so tell me what it is. So things don't proportionately shrink in size over distance. So in other words, if something's 8 feet and I'm moving to 16 feet, it doesn't. Okay, go ahead.
It's an asymptote, it's an asymptote, not a squared function.
Okay, all right. You want to get. Okay, so but in other words, if I move something twice as far away, what does the size do optically?
I don't know how this has anything to do with the question.
See, they won't answer one simple question, people. I'm going back off.
I'm not answering your questions. You're answering my questions.
Yeah, you won't answer any question.
No, I won't. I don't need to do your homework for you. You go do your own homework. You take the 2 coordinates, you input them into whatever you think, and then you output the number. This is easy. Adults do this.
Pretend you're teaching me in good faith, McToon. If something
I'm not
doubles
teaching
in
you. This is your chance to teach me the distance between those 2 points.
You don't want me to learn? You don't want me to learn?
I don't want you to learn. No, I want you to explain how the flat Earth works.
On the board, guys. Because he won't give me space to talk. Craig, if something doubles in distance, what happens to the size? Please, Craig.
Alpha equals 2 times the arctan of g over 2r will give you the answer.
Yeah, so give me the answer. Teach me, please. What happens to the size if I double the distance? See how you see this, guys? They act like they're coming in for a good
nothing to do with measuring the ground, Brian. We're measuring the ground. Why can't you focus on measuring the ground?
Why can't you answer a simple question?
Because we're talking about measuring the ground, and you're trying to sidetrack the conversation.
I think I made my point.
Stop trying to sidetrack.
Y'all take over. They're dishonest.
Thank you.
Bye,
Bye.
Brian.
Bye, Felicia.
Wasn't he trying to go? Wasn't he trying to go into perspective? And because he was saying it was optical, and then he was trying to calculate it through a perspective calculation of optics.
That would be fine, but he doesn't need to speak out loud to do that. He can go, get out a piece of paper or whatever he wants, and then work it out himself. He doesn't need to ask us how it works.
I have a hypothesis.
All right,
I gave an answer.
Okay, so my hypothesis is that it's not a Haversine formula. It's a portion of a circular line of latitude at approximately that 50.6, whatever it is. And when I do that and work it out, I get 15.78 kilometers. So it's not a great circle. It's a portion of a latitude line, but they're pretty much indistinguishable.
Okay, and how did you compute that?
Good answer.
Oh, I just took the longitude multiplied by 111.1 kilometers per degree, and then I multiplied by the cosine of 50.6, whatever that basic latitude is.
Okay.
Right.
Why did you multiply by the cosine of 50.6?
Well, because that accounts for the fact that the radius of that latitude circle is the cosine of 50 degrees times the actual radius of the Earth.
Of the globe?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I just was curious because that
Or the
cosine
circle.
function,
Or the circle.
that cosine
the
function, Brian's top. That cosine function is a relationship, the sine cosine relationship in the distances between the longitudes is relative to a sphere. Back to
Right.
Gauss's theorem.
Or a
There's a
circle.
sticker underlying it. Jesus Christ. Anyway, I give up.
Yep. And what did you get? 15 point?
I got 15.78, which surprised me a little. I thought I would get something at least no smaller. No smaller than the Haversine. Wait a minute. Yeah, right. There should be a little larger, if anything, than the Haversine formula. So I was a little surprised by that.
Yeah, and that error will increase as you go farther and farther, if you're staying on the same latitude.
Yeah, it's not far enough that it's very different from a great circle. So, yeah.
So
okay, but we can all agree though that
you're off by 1/100th. That's all.
Yeah.
yeah, we're basically not off. So, and y'all would agree that does apply to a circle. But hold on, y'all did agree. Hold on, for fuck's sake, dude. Can y'all even help yourselves, dude? Can you help yourselves? Okay,
Brian, you've been on the mic 50% of the time. Relax.
Did y'all not agree earlier that Gleason referred to every line of latitude as 60 nautical miles per degree? And so would you agree that everything you just said applies to a circle as well as a sphere? Not just a circle, not just a sphere, but also a circle. Okay? And would you refer back to what you said earlier and say that Gleason refers to the scale of his map being 60 nautical miles per degree of latitude?
So, Brian, concentric circles are going to have a linear reduction in radius on a flat surface, and concentric lines of latitude are going to have a sine cosine relationship reduction in their circumference. This is geometry.
The cosine function wouldn't. Are you saying that it wouldn't apply to a circle?
It would not apply to concentric circles on a flat surface.
Okay, show me exactly what his equation would not apply to a circle.
He didn't say a circle. He said concentric circles.
It's concentric circles, Brian.
That wasn't my question, though, was it?
Oh my
was
goodness.
it?
Your question.
You be honest for 1 second, man.
Your question is malformed because you don't understand the geometry, Brian. But you're just hogging the mic here. Okay. Maybe there's other flat earthers that want to answer.
And it's such a bad.
I'm hogging the mic. Repeat the problem, please.
I measured the surface. I posted the coordinates of the start and the stop position on the surface of the Earth. So I'm asking people, based on your hypothesis of the shape of the Earth, your assumption of the shape of the Earth, build a hypothesis that outputs the distance between those 2 points. So if you don't have at the end of all of your words a distance, then you're not on the right track.
Sure, I just heard that. Okay, and I'm gonna have to go back and look and see where the distance was because I told you I couldn't hear nothing earlier. Okay, now so you're doing this math on a 2 dimensional surface of a sphere. So you're doing this math in 2 dimensions. Is that
We're waiting for your
sphere-
hypothesis.
The surface of a sphere.
Are you doing the math? Are
Brian,
you doing
you're
the math?
roboting again, Brian.
Bro, ask my question. Answer the question.
We
Are
can't
you
hear
doing
what
the
you're
math?
saying, Brian.
Stop
Okay,
talking,
you're
Brian.
talking.
Stop talking. Get to where your Wi-Fi is.
Here's the
Ask
question
permission
before
to go
you
into the
you
house.
know.
I can't. You,
You
can't
guys are like Larry, Curly, and Moe right now.
All right.
I know, but
he's
my question
incapable
is,
of having
are
good
you doing the
Wi-Fi.
math on a 2-dimensional surface of a sphere? Is the math 2-dimensional? Because
No.
you started off pinning us down and saying the sphere is 2-dimensional. Right. No. Finally got something honest.
Oh my
Finally.
God,
So you're not doing the math on a 2-dimensional surface of a sphere.
How can you be that dumb?
He measured the distance.
That's his answer. Is dumb.
He measured the
You
distance.
are, Brian. You really are. You should
Why won't
acknowledge
you
it.
just answer the question, bro?
Because
What's
you
the
can't
problem?
even ask a question because your Wi-Fi keeps dropping.
Okay, my question is the math 2-dimensional? Because you started off saying that the surface of a sphere is 2 dimensions, meaning
That's
the longitude, latitude, and all that.
That's
so is the
correct.
math 2-dimensional, McToon?
Yes, when I'm measuring the points on the surface of a sphere, I'm using 2
So
dimensions.
why wouldn't that apply to a circle then?
Brian,
Dipshit.
calm down.
Stop projecting, man. This is embarrassing for you. The geometry here isn't that complicated, and you don't understand it. So I'll explain it again.
Of course I don't.
Stop talking so you can hear. You're not going to understand if you're talking over me. Concentric circles have a linear reduction in circumference on a flat surface. Concentric lines of latitude have a sine-cosine reduction in circumference on a sphere. This is the geometry.
Which is why Gleason explained. So don't use the AE map when Gleason explained that it's not using that. It's using a scale of 69 or 60 nautical miles per degree of latitude. So you keep saying that. That's dishonest, okay? And then you say that it's 2-dimensional math, and it doesn't apply to a circle. So tell me where the disconnect is.
Your brain.
So we can then take his map and take his scale that he claimed and determine, according to him, the circumference of any line of longitude. We don't use cosine to do that. Don't use
cosine. So 15.7 would be the same answer there?
No, it's
It'd be the same
pi
math?
d.
Oh, okay.
It's pi
so
d.
it's not 2-dimensional math then, right?
It is, Brian.
So just admit then.
But it's
not
pi
2-dimensional
d.
math then, Toon, right?
Brian,
Admit
what's
it.
the circumference of a sphere?
It's 3.14.159.
Circle. No. What's the
pi.
circumference? What's the circumference of a circle, Brian?
That's the ratio, dude. That's the ratio. Dude, you don't
What's
answer
the
any of my
circumference of a
questions,
circle, Brian?
Why,
You don't even
why are
know
you
this.
asking questions? The circumference is a ratio of 3.14159.
It's
To
2
what?
pi r.
Why are you asking that? Why are you asking that, though?
2 pi r or pi d. You don't even know that.
Or, oh my God. Okay, I don't know that, right? So I couldn't figure out a circumference if you gave me the diameter. Yeah, you're right. I don't even know how to do that. What you're doing is dishonest. Okay, what
Brian,
you're doing is dishonest.
Brian, if you'll stop talking, I'll explain it again. Okay, mute yourself.
Dude, you're asking me to stop talking. You're interrupting
Stop
to ask me
talking.
to stop talking.
I'll explain it again. You're asking me questions as if you're.
I don't need you
pretending
to
that want me
explain it, dude. I
answer.
need you to answer
You don't
a question.
understand the geometry, and I'm here to teach you the geometry. You pretended to want to learn. I'll teach you.
Bad faith, bro. That's
Stop
bad
talking.
faith, bro.
Bad faith is you over talking me when you pretended to want me
Bad
to
faith
to
is
answer.
you acting like I can't figure out a
Brian,
circumference.
shut the up.
All right, let's just
That's it.
reset and go one at a
Gio,
time.
I am done with Brian, Gio. I'm done.
Of course he is, Joe, because he won't answer a question. If
muted
anybody
on
here is
my-
paying
on my
attention,
side.
you'll notice
So
they
if
won't
you're gonna
answer
let me
any
keep
questions
talking
at
on your
all,
side,
ever.
you can. I mean,
Because
you can
there's
just tell me
simple
to leave
questions that they
if
make
you're-
them look
but I'm
foolish.
not gonna
They
talk
point
about
out
it
their
anymore.
straw man.
I will explain it so that people do understand.
If they answer my questions, they point out their own straw man,
Circumference
guys.
of a circle on a flat surface is pi d, and so Gleason gives the way to figure out the diameter or the radius, 16 nautical miles per degree. So you take that, multiply by the degree. So if you're at 50.6 degrees north latitude, you need to start at 90 and subtract that. So you take the complement of 50, that's going to be 40. So 40 times 60 nautical miles is your radius of that of the latitude there on a flat surface, right? So you take that and then you multiply that by, that's your r. So you take 2 pi r to give you the total circumference of that, and then you take the longitude, the start longitude and the stop longitude. That's degrees, and then you have your degrees. That's a portion of the circle, so you can just get the portion of the circle. And using that math right there, the distance can be known. I know what the answer is. On a sphere, concentric circles on the surface of a sphere don't follow the same relationship. You take the equator on the globe, as we know, and you get that's your beginning, your start there, right? And then as you decrease your latitude, when you get to 45 degrees latitude, you're halfway between the equator and the pole, but your circumference is not half. You need to go all the way to 60 degrees to get half the radius. And that's because it's a sine-cosine relationship. And that's why John said, I'm going to multiply by the cosine of the latitude. And that's how it works on the surface of a sphere versus concentric circles on a flat surface. So that's the little bit of math thing. That's completely in agreement with Gleason's map. And so Gleason's map gives us a very specific prediction for that. Now, I don't know if flat earthers like the Gleason map. Maybe they have a different map they like and want to present how to measure the ground using their idea of the shape of the earth.
You mean like Awake Souls Pac-Man map or something?
That'd be a good one. He's not here, so I don't think he can.
Hey, do you think Brian understands that the surface of any shape is 2D, or do you think that's above him?
No, I don't think.
Brian, he can't hear you, I think. Can you hear Brian? Do you want to let Brian respond?
No, I'm not going to let Brian respond.
Well, I mean, you said your point.
Gio, I told you I'm done talking to Brian, and if my invitation to be here is rescinded, if I'm not going to talk to him, I understand, but I'm not going to talk to him anymore. He is completely hogged the mic and not allowed anybody else to talk other than himself.
I guess I'm confused because you gave 2 coordinates and you're asking for them to come up with a distance, but then he's asking you how to calculate the distance.
Yeah,
No, they're printed in chat. They're printed in chat, and your task is to determine the distance between them by your algorithms of flat Earth.
Yeah, you don't need to ask us about the globe to go and compute the distance according to flat Earth. You don't need to tell us all about how you think the perspective is going to do things. You just go do it. You say, well, perspective does this, and compression does this, and something else does that, and here's how it affects the distance, and you output the number.
He seemed to be asking how to calculate it as opposed to presenting his calculation.
Yeah. And if he doesn't know how, I understand that he doesn't know how, and maybe that's not his thing. Obviously, geometry is not Brian's thing.
The hypothesis is on you.
Yeah.
Right.
All right, Omnivore, did you give one? Somebody did.
Yeah, we're asking for your hypothesis.
So, Shoebill, I can't hear Brian talking, so if you're going to respond to him and you're going to pipe that out through my YouTube, that's not good for me.
So I just wanted to point out to Fundy, because Fundy wasn't clear on how to use the term hypothesis, that my hypothesis...
No, that was my complaint towards everyone in the room so far.
My hypothesis is that the true map...
You want to set the record straight there?
Azimuthal equidistant map. That's my hypothesis. The entailment of that hypothesis...
That's not a hypothesis.
...would be my prediction. My prediction is that would have measured to 17.12 miles. Now you understand how hypothesis works. But
yeah.
You got it wrong once again.
And if you want to construct it as an if-then, you can. You can construct it as an if-then, which is a pretty common way to do it, like an introductory, like if you're going to teach a middle schooler how to do it, you'd say, make an if-then statement.
Cyberdyne Systems became a member, adding 3 minutes to the timer. Thank you very much.
Flat, and if the Gleason map is describing the shape of the Earth, then we can treat the coordinate system as a polar coordinate system using the things that I mentioned already, and then we can apply the polar distance formula, or we can transpose to a Cartesian coordinate system and use the Pythagorean theorem, or we can just use, if it's along a consistent line of latitude, we can just use the portion of that line of latitude around the circumference. Those are different ways that you could do that. All three of those will give you the same answer, and of course the one we did mention, as John did, or not John, somebody anyway. If you use the portion of the line of longitude, as it increases, you will increase your error.
So is any flat earther given their hypothesis?
I've not gotten any. We've had, well, we did have, who was it?
Omnivore.
Omnivore
Yes.
gave a flat Earth hypothesis. That's
did.
a valid. Yeah, you use Gleason's map. That's it. That is
Wasn't a hypothesis.
That is the most often used map that flat earthers use. You go anywhere, and that's where you still see it on Eric Dubay. You still see it on the front of Dearth's app. You see it on Facebook, people posting it all the time. You see it on Nathan Oakley's book. He has a Gleason map in it.
Book.
It's everywhere. And there's a few outliers that have different maps, but they don't have much geometry to them.
Did you just call Nathan Oakley's thing a book? Like, seriously, come on.
Yeah.
So I want to calculate it using the dual pole model, but it matters where I put the prime meridian. So I'm not sure what to do about that.
Yeah, I call it the bipolar model. So here's the bipolar map right here.
I just knew Fundy was struggling with the hypothesis concept a bit, so I wanted to make sure that was clear.
Yeah.
I also verified your answer,
model,
Omni.
right?
I verified your answer, Omni. I get the same thing for the
that one.
Yeah.
Okay, there's another the sideways buttocks bipolar map. That's a new one. There's no guide on this at all. We don't know. I mean, I suppose you could use 60 nautical miles per degree along the north-south line there, but it looks like as you get away from there, they diverge.
Yeah, it's tough. Those lines of latitude aren't even circles, so it gets pretty difficult.
Yeah. Now, my favorite map, though, I have to say my very favorite flat Earth map is the one from Daznez or Darren Nesbitt, which is the one I'm posting right now. He actually did present this in a presentation. He thinks this is it. Of course, you got a Pac-Manning sun, which I think is very funny.
Does the map include those things it's sitting on?
Yes, it sits on pillars. He says it sits on pillars because the Bible said it sits on pillars.
Right. Okay.
How did his presentation go?
Pillars all the way down.
It
was a great prezi, dude. I love the Terry
funny.
Pratchett reference there.
There are others. Let's see. We mentioned Awake Souls and Limitless. This is their Pac-Man map coming up right here.
That one's brilliant.
There you go. So,
if you remember when they ran away from a debate with us, that was fun.
Oh,
that one's basically like a three-pole, or not. I'm not saying their theories are, but that's like a tripole type of layout. At least the one I'm not saying that's what they claim. I'm not trying to say what they claim, but basically that has like 3 points basically, or 3 poles basically.
Yeah.
3.
Well, they think that the left side and right side Pac-Man.
Okay.
So there's just one pole, but they think the top and bottom also Pac-Man. So actually asked them, if you go in Anchorage, Alaska there, right, which is pretty close to the top, and if you were then to fly north, you would wind up on the bottom of this map, and it would be a shorter trip to get to Punta Arenas. Or sorry, not Punta Arenas, to Union Glacier. You could just take a short trip from Anchorage to Union Glacier.
Well, that, I mean, like basically that kind of tripole type projection. Also, the one that Darren Nesbitt that like looks like a diamond, and then also what people were calling the dual pole, which actually is an azimuthal equal area. Although there's other ones like that that are actually called azimuthal equidistant, actually, that have the 2 poles and have Antarctica as a continent. That same phrase, azimuthal equidistant, is actually used for one that looks very similar to that, a slightly different projection than you posted. But yeah, these are all just variations, like the Nesbit and then the Awake Souls guys. Those are just, they didn't even come up with those projections. Like those are already known projections.
I have another one that's as reasonable, about as accurate as the others. Just right there, that one.
World of Narnia.
It's as useful for making predictions as all the others.
That looks like some dude flexing riding a cat.
It kind of does.
Oh my god!
Now none of you can unsee that now, right?
It actually looks like he's doing. He's like, what's it called? With the dabbing. Yes, dabbing.
Yeah,
he looks like he's dabbing on top of the cat.
It actually is. So here, this website is really good. They have a bunch of different projections and information on them. I guess it didn't show the. Okay, so that link I posted, basically, this is what they call an azimuthal equidistant.
So
this one, hold on, this one right here I'm posting, which is actually the one you posted above, except it has the water is blue. That one actually on this website is actually called an azimuthal equidistant, and then there's also the azimuthal equal area, which. But anyways, yeah, I mean these projections have been around for a long time, so these aren't really new. These are all different ways of basically putting the layout of the land with the coordinates. So
and every one of them can be tested.
Yeah.
To see if it's accurate, you just need to have a bit of a scale so that you can go and see whether or not that the distances match. Now, it is possible, to be fair, it is possible that there are portions of an incorrect map that will match reality in that spot, and so you'd need to do multiple tests in different locations. As I've done, I've tested in Pensacola, Florida, and in Punta Arenas and in Antarctica. I have all of those, and I've tested them all in those locations. So I'm building up a collection. I've got 4. Now I tried in Lake Tahoe. I messed up because I didn't get the coordinates on both ends of it, and I messed up in same thing. I messed up in Santiago by not capturing the coordinates correctly.
So what was your hypothesis, Toon?
My hypothesis, of course, is that the Earth is a globe. And so I'll do it as an if then. If the Earth is a globe and if the radius is 6,371 kilometers, then you can compute the distance between any points on the surface of the Earth using the Haversine formula and plugging in 6,371 kilometers. To be more precise, you can use either Vicenti formula, or you can slightly modify the Haversine formula and use the both the equatorial and polar radii of the Earth to get an effective radius at your particular latitude. But that's going to make adjustments down in your fourth digits.
Yeah, well,
so
be more
not
accurate with Carney's
not very
geodesic
significant.
algorithm, which is an even more robust version of Vicenti, right?
I don't know about that one. But the thing is, Haversine is going to be more accurate than we're going to get in almost any measurement we're going to do, more precision.
So what? How did
we're
your
not
prediction
doing
follow?
that level. Well, I don't want to do the reveal yet because we've so far only got one flat Earth prediction. So I have a video basically started, and then I'm going to do some commentary after this, and I'm going to report in my video the flat Earth predictions that were offered.
So what?
I'm hoping to get some better flat Earth.
You don't really expect another one, right?
Well, maybe a flat earther would chime in and say, yes, Gleason map is my map, and I think that's accurate. Or
I think that's the only one you can calculate. Really, I'm not sure. Well, we'll see.
I'm sure Brian will be back in 15 minutes with a number.
I mean, it would be embarrassing, I think, for people to think the Earth is flat and not be able to answer simple questions like this about the Earth. I mean, this is
you've met flat earthers, right, June?
Pretty. I'm being sarcastic, Craig. Let me be sarcastic. I mean, if you can't answer any questions about flat Earth and all you ever do is deflect to talk about the globe, that's a lose. That's a win for the globe, and that's a lose for flat Earth if the only thing you ever do is deflect. Right? If you're asked a question about flat Earth, answer the question about flat Earth using flat Earth. That's the correct way to do it. I can do that for the globe. Somebody asks me, "Can you do celestial navigation?" Yes, I can, and I'll use the globe.
Well, yeah.
Somebody says, "How come gravity varies slightly at different latitude and elevation?" And my answer is, well, it's because it's a rotating globe, and here is how we can use the fact of the Earth, or the hypothesis of the Earth being a rotating sphere, to predict variations in the downward acceleration at different latitudes.
Have you watched the episode of Neil deGrasse Tyson's podcast? What's it called? Star Talk, right? Where he changed his mind on that after saying just what you said and said, "Turns out I was wrong the whole time. Things don't change. They're way to different places because it all evens out." And then he goes into his explanation as why he apologizes for ever saying that before.
Yeah, that is one of the most embarrassing videos. I've written to him a couple times about that. As far as I know, it's still up. He says that your weight is the same everywhere on the Earth because it's an oblate spheroid that's rotating.
Yeah. It is possible for people.
So is he right, or is the thing that we've all been hearing and repeating this whole time right?
I'd say
he's wrong.
Neil is wrong.
He misspoke flat out.
Unlike flat Earth.
He didn't mean what he said.
No, he got it wrong. Unlike flat earthers, we don't consider.
Is it that he had it right his entire life, and then when he recently changed his mind 2 years ago, he changed his mind to a wrong opinion after being right for so long?
Guess so.
That's exactly
That's pretty funny, huh? That's a pretty funny situation, isn't it?
Yeah,
no, he is not our spokesperson.
Yeah,
I don't care about what he says.
Tyson's a god.
I'm not claiming he is your spokesperson. It's just that if he was right all along and then 2 years ago made a public statement about how he's claiming he was wrong his entire life and now he has it straight, that's hilarious that he changed his mind to a wrong opinion so late in life. I wonder what made him make that mistake so late in life after being a scientist for so long. That's just funny.
Watch the video.
I'll tell you.
A lot of people convert to the flat Earth. A lot of people convert to the flat Earth, and they're wrong too. So
he gets a lot of things wrong, right? He says the Baumgartner thing, right, led him to say you can't see it from up there. He knows that's not true.
Yeah,
he did say that. I'm just trying to find the comedy and the humor in it. You know.
Well, try to find truth instead. Felix Baumgartner said himself with his own.
I can multitask. Don't worry.
With his own mouth, he said he saw the curve of the Earth, and then Neil, who wasn't there, said that you couldn't see it. So I will take the word of the person that was there over Neil, who didn't present any backing evidence for it.
Yeah.
I mean, isn't that hilarious?
It is hilarious that you think that he has any sort of special position to speak on the topic of Earth science.
Why do you think that that's what I think is hilarious about it?
Because you're treating him as if he's some sort of a god. I think he's just a guy, and he gets things right and wrong.
You're making assumptions about my motivations and my comedic taste. It's like, I find it funny for a completely different reason. Just try not to fail at reading my mind again and again.
Why don't you tell us the reason that you find it funny?
I find it funny for someone to be right and then think that they realized why they've been wrong and change their opinion to what they think is more right, but it's actually wrong. I mean, that's hilarious to be right all along and then think that you've leveled up, but you actually degraded instead of upgraded. Like, that's funny.
Yeah, so Blue Earthers got something wrong, but Flat Earthers get stuff wrong. Like, they've never got anything right. So
90% of the flat earthers I hear say they were always in line with the globe and then went flat earth. Well, there you go.
Wouldn't that be,
used to be
from
like
your
that.
perspective, a similar type of humor? I think you're getting it now.
Fundy, let's go back to the topic. Do you have a distance that the shape of the Earth that you think the Earth is would say that distance is that I provided, or a way to compute that,
or a hypothesis?
I haven't looked at. You probably posted stuff tonight. I haven't looked at any of it yet, so I don't have a comment on any specifics there.
So now, I understand that, and I'll give you that. But now, do you have a method that you might go for to compute that using the shape of the Earth that you think it is?
I don't think there's been a lot of distractions tonight. I don't even have a clue as to what you're trying to present tonight, because it hasn't really happened yet, right? Like, we haven't even gotten into it.
It's happened.
Oh, it has? Well, you'll have to understand that there's been lots of distractions and side tangent stuff that I've lost the plot listening to everyone in the room, because it's been quite an ordeal.
Okay.
Well,
hold on. I'll elucidate again for you. Flat Earthers, after the final experiment, said you can't, incorrectly, but they said you can't determine the shape of the Earth by looking at things in the sky. You got to look at the ground.
That's a wrong statement.
I agree.
People did not start saying you can't judge the shape of the ground by looking at the sky. People did not start saying that after the final experiment. That's been almost from like year one. So I don't appreciate you saying that was a response to the final experiment, when that was the sentiment expressed thousands of times, maybe millions of times before.
All right. Well, rather than interrupt me, maybe
before the final experiment,
maybe just let me continue. And I gave a little bigger explanation at the beginning. Stop over talking me. Stop over talk while I'm giving you a description here. Maybe you weren't here, I did give a more in-depth description of it, and said that there is a new subset of flat earthers that have said that didn't used to say that I noticed.
Everyone's been saying that all along.
Why are you're talking over me again? Just stop talking over me here. So
sure, I don't care for your lies.
All right.
That's all.
Got it.
No, just don't interrupt. Yeah, Funny, don't interrupt him. Just let him finish.
If he can't act like an adult, I'm gonna not talk to him anymore. Just like Brian.
All right, let's just go one at a time. Yeah, I think he was maybe just interjecting, but let's just let him go.
Yeah,
I'm not really interested in
being a complete asshole.
I just had a few comments to make.
He's just a complete douchebag asshole that he's intentionally over talking me. So I will ignore you now.
It is intentional.
Right. I have muted. So Gio, so you know, I muted him, and if that rescinds my invitation to talk to him on your server, I understand.
So I have another hypothesis.
Okay.
Concave Earth, radius 6,371 kilometers, distance 15.78 kilometers.
15.78. Okay.
How'd you get
was
that?
it Omnivore? Omnivore, did you have Gleason? Was that you that
I used the azimuthal equidistant, but yeah.
Yeah,
that was.
And you had, what was your prediction?
17.12. I put a graphic in there if you didn't see it.
Okay, nah, there's a lot of chatter, and I missed it. So
that's fine. That's fine.
It's great. I've got 3 different predictions so far: a globe, a Gleason map,
Yeah, you should text him
and
in the
a
morning.
concave. A concave.
Just make sure everything's okay. I don't want to text him now.
Hey Wes, you're hot micing.
Yeah, I got him.
Yeah, I was confused. I thought he was trying to join in the conversation there. I was like, what?
He was talking to us. Hey, we should text in the morning. Hey, back off, man. Anyway.
That's pillow talk, Tune.
All right.
It's pillow talk.
All right. Well, I probably have enough. The fact that no flat earther has presented anything, I understand, because it's a little bit, short notice. I tried to post something earlier, but here's what I'll do. Before I do the video, it probably won't be until next week. I'm busy this weekend. So if any flat earthers have a prediction, so that flat earthers don't come up with absolute zero, because the one flat earth prediction wasn't done by a flat earther, you send me a DM, and I'll be happy to include your prediction using your geometry. And,
well, I think. Can I? Well, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I'm gonna wrap it up and let the people talk freely, and I'll unmute Fundy. And
well, can I give my response to it?
Oh yeah, I'd love it.
Well, I think partly what Brian was maybe going towards, he did say optical effect at one point, but then he was then trying to bring in perspective, and then it's sort of there wasn't a full back and forth. So but the thing is, like, even I don't know whether I necessarily agree with what Brian was going at, but I know that he did mention that. So the whole question with this, in my view, comes down to what the sky is, what the ground is, and the sky. Like the way that a planetarium replicates the way we see the sky as a hemispherical dome around you, and that does accurately replicate what the sky looks like. So I would just say the ultimate question with this is whether we're on a planar Earth with a spherically functioning sky. Now, I don't mean the sky goes down around the ground, but that the way that it drops over distance functions like, let's say, like a hemisphere for the moment, just to make it simple, like a planetarium, like an azimuthal grid with a hemisphere around you, rather than the idea of a sphere being on a sphere with the stars being very, very far away to where that changes the geometry, that they're not close and local. So essentially, one of the hypotheses could be that there's the way that the stars drop optically relates to spherical geometry because the sky itself has that spherical nature to it, the ground being planar, but that can be transferred to the idea of the ground also being spherical. Since it is spherical in the sky, you can transfer that. But it's the question of whether that's actually the truth or whether the truth is that the Earth is stationary and that the sky has that drop effect, which would, in a way, be different than just like looking at the top of a building and walking away, because the sky would have to be actually functioning in a way that isn't coplanar to the ground. Like it has the function of a hemisphere in terms of how we see.
All right. Well, I have some ideas about how that might be done in order to get an accurate prediction. And then if that would be what somebody brings forward, then, like I said, we would independently judge whether or not the causal mechanisms proposed make sense or if they're just baseless assumptions. And then people would probably say, hey, what about Occam's razor? Anyway, Icy Spin wanted to talk about something. Maybe real quick we can let him.
Okay, oh, cool. But lastly, a prediction that would be done with a planar Earth and a hemispherically functioning sky field, which is how the sky was always viewed, since before the globe model.
So if anybody has that and can put forth a prediction using that, feel free to send me a DM and I'll include it in the video I do.
No, they can't.
All right, Icy Spin, what do you got here?
Appreciate it. So I've shown this picture, and it crossed my mind when I saw Good Vibes pop in the VC. He's here now, so he was the other part of this equation. But this is a photo that I took back on the 22nd of July, which was 8 days ago. And I challenged the room at the time to take a photo of the moon anywhere on the planet that they were, anywhere in the world, and post it. And I said that if you could show me a moon that doesn't have the same face and the same phase, that I would stop being a glober, right? And so that was at 9:54 p.m. local time. I'm in the Eastern time zone. 24 minutes later, Good Vibes, who I mentioned already, who lives in Auckland, New Zealand, snapped a photo. At the top of the photo, you can see both of our original messages. And what I did is I blew mine up, made it where you could see the features on the moon, which you see on the bottom part of the image there on the left. And then, of course, I span his around because the globe model, says that according to your latitude, right, there's always going to be a different orientation. So I spun his around, and what do you know? Lo and behold, it's the same face and the same phase. And also, one thing to note, if you zoom in to his side, it's a little bit, the resolution's a little bit grainy, but you can see some key features. Like in the top right corner, there's a little dot that kind of looks like a shield on mine in particular. You can see it kind of faintly in his. You can see that little cat paw, whatever you might, call that thing that looks like a hand coming down sort of in the middle. And then, yeah, of course, you can see the same shadow scheme. Speaking about, things that are in the sky that can show us that we definitely have a model that predicts this, but what does the flat Earth have to show of how this is possible? Because I actually modeled this out too, and in an app that I've been building, and I just posted that image at the bottom, but you can see that the shadows are virtually identical. You'd have to look at his original image to look and see like how the moon is capped, but you can see how mine is based on the time of day. I ran it back to the exact time. So we modeled it using the globe model, and I drew it out on a flat Earth, and you'd be looking at different faces of the moon by about a quarter turn, which would introduce major problems, including the fact that both Good Vibes and I are looking at the same shadow that is going across the moon in terms of the way that it affects the moon. To what percentage of the moon is full? In other words, we see the same amount. We also see the same features, so we can be confident that we're looking at the same face of the moon. And that just wouldn't happen in any flat Earth model. Well, it might be possible if the moon was about several orders of magnitude higher than what most flat earthers seem to say. We've heard 50 miles, we've heard hundreds of miles. I don't know that we've heard 1,000 miles up, but we might be looking at the same moon if we're talking about getting out in the several
3,
thousand miles.
3,000? 3,000 miles. Yeah, that's in the earlier, prior to the YouTube era, that's generally in the books that were published is between 2,000 and 4,000
CC says 30 miles.
30 miles.
Bless
okay.
him. He's so
well,
cute.
Of course, it's a quarter of a million miles according to our model, right? So we know that at that distance, we'd virtually be looking at the same face of the moon. Of course, where he's at in Auckland and where I'm at in Florida, sure, there might be a quarter of a tenth of a half of a percent that's a little bit different, but you can't notice that in reality, right? So, yeah,
you and I did the same thing.
I haven't had a lot of answers. What's that, Bull Knight?
He and I did the same thing like 2 nights later, and it was much later in the Eastern time zone. It was close, probably after midnight. Moon was about to set for me. We both shared the photos in the chat there. Same thing, same result, like same face.
Same result.
I just posted one here. The moon at some point in its throughout its motion is on is above. What did it say? Panama, and when you're in North America, like Canada, and when you're in Argentina, you're on opposite sides of it. And so, if it's local, then you would see an entirely different portion of the moon. You wouldn't see the same portion of the moon because they're on opposite sides of it. And so, whatever elevation it is would vary that, but you would definitely see a different portion of it. But we don't. People see the same portion of it no matter where they are.
Yeah, and then I also I thought it was funny that we're looking at the daytime moon and the nighttime moon, and I don't know, it was just funny. I've never thought about the fact that we could be looking at both. I know that Geo has told me that you would expect to see the similar conditions, like in other words, you'd be looking at a daytime moon in one place and then a nighttime moon in the other. But I think there's a clear distinction if we're looking at a flat Earth map as to what a daytime moon and a nighttime moon would look like. And I mean, I guess I just don't know. I can't really envision, like, do we see a separation of the light from the night? Like, if he's in Auckland, would he see where the night was and the there's just a lot of questions in the way that we would expect, I guess. I'm actually presenting the Flat Earth Model 2 in the room. I'm showing it on my live stream, and it just looks sort of as funny as you would imagine. Like, if he's looking from here to the moon, would he notice the separation in the day or night? Or like, why is this number one? Why does it look like that? And if I turn on the FE spotlight, right, we would expect a perfectly circular sun to sort of do that and not have, I mean, maybe it could have overlap, but overlap in a uniform manner anyways. is what I think we would expect. But so there's just a lot of problems that are introduced with the model when we're talking about other stuff, I guess.
Is that a conceptual flat Earth model or a non-conceptual flat Earth model?
Well, I don't know. We don't really have a model, Bull Knight. You know that when we ask for it, they say, well, and I say, well, how are we straw manning a non-model? Like, tell me what I'm getting wrong, and crickets, of course. So.
Is this kind of like the wind up before the end of the financial year, and you're just trying to get all your ducks in a row for your boss?
What's up, Good Vibes? No, I'm just asking a question. Thank you for the picture, by the way. That was helpful.
It's kind of like at nighttime you're looking at the lake, right? And then there's a street light shining in the water. From your position, you can see the street light at one particular spot in the water. Just you call that spot X, and someone else a few meters away, or even 20, 30 meters away, would looking at the same spot X won't see the light. So is the light there or is it not?
What the hell is that?
You're talking about reflections.
Yeah. So there is actually a ground position for that light reflection in the water. There is a spot. It's called X. I can see it. So is that light there or not? Because from someone else's perspective, it's not there.
Well, no,
it's somewhere else.
Reflection is dependent on the observer because it's the path that the light has taken to get into your eyes. The light isn't on.
It's actually got a ground position, though. It's got a ground position, and that's true. You can't deny that.
Well, then why do people see it in different positions?
Why does the moon appear to be in the daytime and actually it's at the nighttime?
Because the Earth's a globe.
Oh, please don't ask why we can't
Yes,
see
that's
the sun.
correct.
Please don't ask why we can't see the sun at night.
That is correct, Craig. You have the right answer.
You'll work it out. Doesn't take too long.
1,000 points for Gryffindor, Craig. You got it right.
We've been over this, Good Vibes. Like, we have a model that says that, right? Like, you could be looking at the same moon in the daytime that I'm seeing in the nighttime. You're just looking through an atmosphere that has sun reflecting and refracting in all different ways, which of course creates the blue light that we see because it's bouncing off of everything in our atmosphere. You don't have that at night, of course.
I don't see the correlation between the moon in the day and night and seeing reflections in different positions. There's no actual ground position of a reflection. A reflection is dependent on the observer because it's the angle that the light has gone to reach into your eyes, and everyone's eyes are going to be in different positions. Like,
right.
Your point makes no sense, especially when you're comparing it to why some people see the moon at day and some people see the moon at night. Well, that's because space is 3D and the Earth is a globe, and that doesn't relate to reflections from a light on a pond.
I think he might have been drawing a correlation between the idea of like an apparent position and an apparent viewpoint of the way the light reflects, like off when the sun is setting and you're on the beach and you see that line of light that's reflecting from the sun to your feet, all the way to you. But then someone else, 100 feet down the beach gets a different line. Someone else gets a different line. And it is kind of interesting because if you flew a drone out there, you wouldn't see a bunch of lines of reflections in the water. So it is an interesting, but I think maybe he was drawing that. I think he might have been drawing that if the moon has a similar phenomenon, I think might have been where he was going with it.
And also, if you just captured the moon on a video and if you continued with the drone, like just looking, like, I don't know, you'd have to have a high altitude balloon and just continue recording the moon. When you pop through into the less dense atmosphere at the top, you're gonna see that the moon actually shrinks and goes far away. It's not in the position. It's not in the same position as you observed it from the ground.
Okay, yeah, that's another point as well, whether it changes in its angular size, you're saying. But, well, if you want to respond to that.
Perspective requires that something local change in angular size by a large amount when it's farther away. That's perspective.
Well, if you guys want to go on that, it is a slightly different argument. I just want to say briefly, the interesting thing about the blue sky is that if you're on the ground in the daytime and the sky looks blue, but if you go up, like the 130,000 foot balloons, for example, at that same time you go up, the blue is gone. You just see the sun.
Is the atmosphere, and you go above the atmosphere.
Craig, Geo knows this. He's making the point for us.
Well, yeah. So I'm saying, but if the blue, if that's the effect and so on, I'm not necessarily contesting that at the moment. But whether the Earth is a sphere, which I understand the idea, if you have an atmosphere around a sphere and then the moon is very far away, I understand the idea of the day and night and being able to get an angle to the moon depending on what angle you're at, even though the light from the sun and how that's actually hitting the Earth would give you in day or night slightly different. But with a planar surface, you could have a very similar effect to where the people that are within the range of the blue sky are seeing the moon at a particular position. Somebody else that's on another position across the plane is in the night sky, and then they have another angle to the moon. It is conceivable that that same thing would occur in terms of the atmosphere of the blue being in effect in one zone but not the other, but still having visible access to basically above the GP point, meaning the moon, above the GP of the moon that they're both seeing from a different position.
Well, is that the answer to why it is that we see the same face of the moon also, like that light does magical bendy things?
Well, I never used those words or was implying that, but that's a slightly different part of it. Like one of it is just seeing it with the blue sky and the black sky, and then the other factor, like you're talking about the face, the phases and the face, that goes into slightly different aspects of it.
Have you thought about that? Because I think that's a major problem for flat Earth.
Well, yeah, it's one of the biggest.
Well, yeah, but I would imagine when you're saying that, you're assuming that the moon is a sphere above a planar surface at a set distance. Is that what because there's assumptions in when you're saying, if it was a sphere that was close and you're seeing it from like opposite sides, then obviously you'd be seeing opposite sides of the sphere. So it means one of two things. It means that it's not a sphere at that distance, meaning that part's an assumption.
Can I interject for a moment?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think, of course, we know it's a sphere because no matter where we see it, it's never been recorded otherwise, it's always got the shape of a circle in the sky, no matter where you view it. Now, if you were to view it from somewhere that was not directly below it, you're going to see an ellipse, and that ellipse is going to be formed in the direction based on your perspective, right? So we can be fairly confident that virtually everything that we look at in terms of celestial bodies are spherical because they always appear as circles when we look at them.
Well, yeah, the same with when you're talking about like star trails, right? On a globe, they make sense that they're circular, but if the Earth were flat and the star trails, if you're standing at the North Pole, then yeah, they'd be circular. But if you move away from the North Pole, they would form an ellipse now, if the Earth were flat.
Right.
That's true.
Which they
1,000 points
do you
for
have
Gryffindor.
Do you have a different
clearly
thought
a
about
Ravenclaw
how?
tune. Come on.
I'm giving them a Gryffindor.
About how they might not be spherical, like how the moon might not be spherical, Geo, or does the explanation myself and Craig and Toon sort of supplanted? Like, does that suffice or no?
If it's a dome shaped sky or like your personal dome of perspective, that moon is always going to be facing wherever you are. You're only going to see that face anyway. It's not going to become oblate, and it doesn't mean that it's a sphere. If the moon
what's the optics?
If the sky is
geometry.
If the sky is I don't know, if the sky is like a hemisphere, if it's curved like an upside down fishbowl,
and all of the light moves in a specific bespoke way for each observer.
Can we let him
I think
finish?
he was getting close.
Yeah, can he finish his point? You guys, sometimes like 20 seconds, we can give each other a little patience, right? Go ahead, good vibes.
Yeah, I mean, well, there are lots of other magical things that they can't explain and can't see and can't hold and can't give me a sample of either. So, like, I don't see why this is any more magical than their ideas.
Would like radio waves count for that? Like, I can't give you a cup of radio waves, so it's magical?
No, that doesn't count.
Okay,
what can we give you an example of?
Give me a cup of gravity, please.
I can't give you radio waves.
Gravity.
I can't give you radio waves, but if you drop the cup, it'll fall because of gravity. Good vibes.
Yeah. I'm holding a cup right now, and this cup is creating gravity because it has mass, therefore it has a gravitational field. So any cup is a cup of gravity.
Am I hearing a flat earther from the south?
Well, yeah. See, I think this is where you're transitioning good vibes into like, I don't really have an argument. It sounds like, I mean, I don't want to call you like a dishonest interlocutor, but like that's the sort of thing like that you would try to design a test that's impossible to sort of get out of the issue that's at hand.
No, he mentioned.
Well, literally, I observe perspective every single day, and I see the clouds descending down towards the horizon. It looks like they're curving. I know they're not. I know they're not below my feet or at my eye level. I know those clouds are actually super high. But so that's the type of illusion you're going to get, and I don't think that should stop at the clouds. I think that optical phenomenon is going to continue. And it's going to keep going, and I don't think that you can claim that it's ever going to stop.
An optical phenomenon doesn't explain why things set bottom first, though.
Wait. Do the clouds get smaller as they move away from you? I'm curious.
That's perspective.
Well, okay. So then does the moon get smaller as it moves away from you?
No, sir.
It does. It does change in angular size by about 2%. And if the moon is 150,000 miles away, that angular size can be accounted for.
Isn't it 250,000 miles away?
Yo, can you give me streaming permissions?
All you need is 150,000 miles away for the moon to shrink at 2%.
But the moon's 250,000 miles away.
I think he's saying over a planar surface, it would only have to be 150 to account for the angular size of 2%. Is that what you're saying, Napalm? Just trying to steal man? That over a planar Earth, it would only have to be...
I'm saying basically if you look out over the distance, say you're on a beach, roughly your horizon is set at about 3 miles, right? So anything below your feet will appear to disappear from the bottom up at about 3 miles. Anything that's above your head, especially, that's due to perspective. You can do it on small scale. Just try it for yourself. Yeah, it does. There's something called the vanishing point or the horizon line, which does make things disappear from the bottom up. And you can demonstrate it on very small scale.
That's very...
No, I've done it on small scale. I demonstrated it. Many people have.
It's literally impossible for things to disappear bottom up on the surface.
Well, that aside, does the sun also does the sun also go through the 2% change?
I don't know about the sun. We were just talking about the moon, so that's why I referred to that. And I had a conversation earlier about that. So yeah, we did the math. I had Matthew Learns do the math for me, who's a math professor, and he said 150 miles. If we say that the light in the atmosphere tends to occlude, right? I mean, things in the distance tend to occlude, let's say at about 3,000 miles, where the lights of the celestial bodies will tend to extinguish, especially the brighter ones, like the moon and the sun. So we said, let's say your perspective distance is about 3,000 miles, but your horizon line is set by the ground. When you're standing, an average human being is standing on the ground, is set at about 3 miles. If you extend that outward, meaning if you look over a large portion, like you're standing at the beach, what would you say your field of view, how much of your field of view would be encompassed by the beach and the ocean if you're staring straight ahead when you're looking out at the beach? How much of your field of view would you say is taken up by not only the sand but also the water, roughly?
50% if you're looking straight ahead.
Just under 50%, right? Not a full 50% because you do have atmospheric occlusion right at the horizon line. So it's just below 50%, right? Meaning you have this visual representation of the ground appearing to slightly rise up to go towards the middle of your eye, basically taking up the lower 50% of your vision.
But none of
and even though we know that land is not actually rising up, if we know that land is not actually rising up, it is a matter of perspective. So we're drawing lines basically from our feet upward to about 3 miles. And if we extend that out and we have things that are high above us, way high above us, much further above us than the ground is below us, those things can be very large. And as they go roughly about 3,000 miles, they're meeting that occlusion point that you have at 3 miles from the bottom portion of it. Mathematically, it just starts to appear to disappear due to perspective and the angles that substant based on what you can view.
It wouldn't disappear. Hold on. It wouldn't disappear bottom first, though. Perspective says it would disappear in totality until its angular size got too small. There is no explanation for things disappearing bottom first due to perspective. That just doesn't happen. Mathematical.
I'd like to see you explain.
You appears to move away further from you. It is only moving, let's say, about 3,000 miles. So it is only moving 3,000 miles, right? So it is appearing to disappear from the bottom up.
No, it doesn't.
Does that track with the GP?
From the bottom up, though. That's just incorrect.
Not at all.
Does that 3,000 miles track with the GP where the moon would be for the observer that's directly under it when it sets for you?
Yeah. Yep, because every observer has this occlusion point. So if you say that the horizon is set at 3 miles for each observer, draw that line basically saying 3 miles and it continues upward. So the portion of the sky that you see, if everything, let's say it's an equal distance, let's say the stars are all about 150,000 miles away. The portion of the sky that you're actually seeing could be something that is coplanar to you, but it's about 150,000 miles away, and you're seeing a much smaller portion than you actually think you're viewing based on observations. Based on observations, if you think that you're on a globe, because if you think you're on a globe, that's broadening way larger of a portion of the sky, right? That you think you're seeing.
150,000 miles away.
That's elevation, right? Like a star at your zenith in this calculus, which you're
follow
describing.
along with the conversation. That's the elevation.
Can you explain that?
Disappearing bottom first, in the slightest.
None of this makes any sense.
No.
This isn't helping.
That's not my fault. You can't comprehend it. I fully explained it very well. Most people,
we can
comprehend it.
We can do the geometry.
But we can make observations at very small distances over known flat surfaces where we can have things appear to disappear from the bottom up. I mean, is this day one for you guys?
No,
seriously,
how flat first on a flat surface? It doesn't happen. No perspective explains that in the slightest.
That's funny because I've made observations. That's interesting.
Yeah, I know.
How flat were the surfaces?
So yeah, the observations on the globe would make things disappear bottom up, but we don't live.
So you presuppose it, even if you can do it on very short distances.
I've measured
on a lake.
I know it's a globe.
So how much curvature do you expect on a very small lake? How much is that curvature?
1 degree per 6 to 9 miles.
So why can we observe things that are 8 inches disappearing at only 100 yards?
Easy, because you didn't control for confounding variables. Easy.
Yeah.
Every time.
Oh, like perspective, and then we also have the atmosphere. Guess what? The atmosphere also happens over long distance as well.
Perspective is easy to compute. There's no controlling for it. It's not a confounding variable.
I said the atmosphere
just makes zero logical sense. There's no reason.
So the atmosphere. So you're telling me the atmosphere can occlude things very close to the surface, is what you're saying?
Refraction can make things, yeah.
On a flat Earth, things could never get close to the surface if they're very high in the sky, according to perspective.
The small scale.
Yeah, you see on a really hot.
The small
on a really
scale
hot day on a really long road. You know how you can see the tarmac become sort of like a mirror, like on a really hot day. Is that reflection? Is that? Hang on. Yeah, is that refract? You think that's refraction? Do you?
Yes, it is refraction.
It's reflection, Craig.
Well, and there's refraction because you see the waviness of the weight of
total internal.
Yeah,
it's literally
total internal reflection. Total internal reflection.
Yeah,
that's how you can get bottom up obstruction on a flat Earth.
So Craig, you said it's refraction.
Let me answer here.
Can Craig explain?
You've had a long monologue, Napalm.
Can Craig explain?
Long monologue.
Can Craig explain?
Long monologue. You've had a long.
Are you gonna cover for him?
Time to let somebody else talk.
You gonna cover for him?
Napalm, let somebody else
talk. Or can Craig explain how it's refraction?
Napalm, let somebody else talk.
Well,
yeah, Craig, go ahead.
Explain it. I can explain it here.
There's always refraction.
So explain the refraction.
There's always refraction when you're looking through the atmosphere.
So that mirroring is refraction? Is that your claim, or is it total internal reflection?
It's a mixture of refraction and reflection because you're looking through the atmosphere, which is refraction. There's never a time when there's not refraction.
So the mirroring is not total internal reflection?
There's never a time when there is no refraction when you're looking through the atmosphere.
So So you consider the mirroring refraction and not total internal reflection?
I consider everything that you are seeing is refraction. Like, I don't know how you don't understand that.
So how do you factor?
You're looking through a medium that has refractive properties, therefore there is refraction. And when you see those wavy lines above, in the air above a hot road, that is refraction, particularly turbulent refraction, which is very different to refraction you get over water, which is less turbulent because it's colder. That refraction you see with the wavy lines, it's almost like a lava lamp where there's plumes of hot air going up and then colder air coming down. And then the road, there's reflection on the road because of the way that you're looking through the atmosphere. But you can't have things disappear.
No, it's total internal reflection.
So are you saying there's no?
You know that the internal there refers to an object that is reflecting internally like a lens. So it doesn't apply to the road. The silence of concession. Thank you very much.
Have you ever have the bowlers ever seen a hologram bowl? Played with one of those?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. That's kind of how I see the sky in a way. Something similar to that.
But the sky's not hologram.
Oh my. Good vibes, can you look at my stream for a second?
Oh, okay, go ahead, Max.
But total internal reflection is just based on a different density of the atmosphere. It's not actually because it's bouncing off of something. What do you mean, nope?
Well, that's completely incorrect.
That's incorrect. It's internal because it happens inside of a lens or like a crystal ball.
No, I'll just read it. Total internal reflection is the complete reflection of a light ray back to a denser medium. Do you disagree with that statement?
And that doesn't apply to what you're saying.
So you're telling me that the atmosphere very low to the ground is not a dense medium?
No, I'm not saying that.
Then why do we see reflection?
Why wouldn't you see reflection? Your question makes zero sense.
No, it happens when light moves from a high refractive index to a material of low reflective index, right? And the angle of incidence is greater than the critical angle. You get total internal reflection. This happens with a more dense medium. This is why it happens very low to the ground.
That's why it happens inside of a lens.
Sure, it can happen inside of a lens, but it can also happen in the atmosphere. Do you agree or disagree?
No, I would generally classify when you see the road as being like a mirror. That's a mirage.
I don't think you can get enough density change to see total internal reflection. You talk about like looking out from the bottom of a
It's not my fault you guys don't understand.
There's a
That's
huge,
cool.
with a huge density change between water and air. I don't think looking at air you're going to see enough change in density.
I'll find citations so that you can tell me how.
Good vibes. Can you look at my stream?
Well, make sure you quote not from Witsit, okay? Because this is a Witsit.
Do you just want the Wikipedia? Is that fine, or do you want other things?
Yeah, I'm looking at your screen. Yeah.
Okay. So I live in Uruguay, right? This is on the right. That's sunset in my city. So obviously, looking at sunset, we are looking west. Sun is moving right to left, and it moves the same way wherever you're from, right? And in the left, we have a sunset in the north, moving left to right. The funny thing is that you can have two people in the same latitude looking at the sun doing each of these things independently of each other, like at the same time. How the hell does that happen on a flat Earth?
That's easy. The latitude is anywhere on that distance away from the North Pole.
On the map. This is the map that the flat earthers use. Very few of them diverge from this map. I mentioned it earlier. Down here it says 60 degrees per 60 nautical miles per degree.
Okay. Right, back to our stream now. Right, guys, this is how this is going so far. We've been streaming for 10 hours. When we started, there was 45 minutes on the timer. We now have 25 hours on the timer. 10 hours later. Not sure how. You guys can increase that timer by adding 3 minutes with a membership or £10 worth of super chats. And I would very much appreciate the support. It massively helps the channel, more than I can explain. So we will be going until at least this time tomorrow, which is 6 a.m. So what's it today? Is it Friday? Yeah, so we will be going until at least 6 a.m. on Saturday morning. Well, at least 7 a.m. actually. Right, so what I'd like to do now is maybe cover a debate. So, I am going to take a 15-minute break. Get a cup of tea, wake yourself up a little bit. While I'm gone, I am going to play one of my recent videos that did quite well. A bit of CC.
Anyway, this Saturday...
I'm going to go and grab a cup of tea, and I'll be back in just 10-15 minutes, and then we will cover a debate. Probably not during this one, Borg. That's not... although I love it, it's not what the audience... they're not all nerds like us. So maybe I'll do that on like a membership stream or a members only stream or something rather than the membership drive. I want to stick to debunking flat earth and evolution and denial and shit like that while I'm doing this. Your debate with Dapple was brilliant though. You did pretty well. But anyway, I'm going to play this video and I'll be back in about 10-15 minutes after I've had a cup of tea.
Saturday is the anniversary, 250 years of our country. That's right, I think we're the oldest country around. We're still going, huh? Still kicking along.
So that actually happened, right? A flat earther is so dumb, not only do shapes confuse them, but apparently so does the 4th of July. You know, the whole independence from Britain thing. And as somebody sitting here in Scotland recording this video, I can confirm Britain still exists. So I'm not entirely sure how the USA is supposed to be older than the country it literally declared independence from. And that's before we even mention places like Greece, Egypt, China, Iran, Japan. Basically the entire concept of history. Yes, flat earthers really are that dumb. And oh boy, this episode is absolutely rammed with examples. So grab your facepalm protection, strap in, because this is episode 87 of Flerfs Are Idiots.
We're living on a disk, floating through space, with a tiny sun.
Welcome back to the channel that does to stupidity what Billy Butcher did to Homelander. After a worryingly long time away from YouTube, Cece, Chris from New York, Westchester County, has returned. And honestly, I'm glad, because what is a world without these levels of dumb to laugh at? Chris, the floor is all yours, bud.
There's a lot of things I haven't seen before. And there's a lot of things that scientists have never seen before either. But yet we're produced diagrams, illustrations. That's what they call them. They call them illustrations. You'll see the little fine line on the bottom. You know, you'll see it says this is just an illustration. But the problem is with these illustrations, and they never call them photographs, they're using these illustrations to show our kids what and how it actually exists. Okay? Let me give you an example. This is this is just an example, okay? Hearsay example. We're told that there are many layers of Earth, but yet everything that I've seen, all the diagrams and illustrations that I have seen are fake. They're not real. Someone drew them. Or a computer made them. Who knows?
So, Cece has discovered that diagrams are not photographs. Excellent work, detective. Next week, he finds out maps are drawings and cartoons aren't live documentaries. Apparently, because nobody has personally popped down to the Earth's core with a selfie stick, seismology means nothing, which of course it doesn't to Chris. The man needs a crash helmet to cross the road unsupervised. Chris, you mouldy bagel. We don't need to dig to the centre of Earth to infer what is down there. We use seismic waves from earthquakes to map the inside of the planet because different materials affect those waves in different ways. It's the same basic idea as using a scan to see a baby in the womb. You don't need to open someone up and take a photo to know what's in there. But by Chris's logic, ultrasounds are fake, x-rays are fake, MRI scans are fake, and weather maps are fake because nobody photographed Tuesday. Ah, flat earthers, they really are, and always will be. Fucking idiots.
Oh, and we also have beautiful pictures of the core of Mars too, right? And how do we dig down there? I know how it was. Come here. Listen. This is how they did it. One of the Land Rovers that they landed up there, it's nowhere. It's nothing up there except some sort of shielding or something. Who knows? I mean, who knows what's up there?
Did Chris just describe the firmament as shielding? What? Like in Star Trek? Is there an angry Klingon sitting at Earth's tactical station shouting "shields at maximum" every time NASA launches a weather balloon?
Captain, we are being probed. Recommend we raise shields.
Negative, Mr. Worf. There is no firmament, Chris, you confused cheese string. If there were a giant physical dome or some kind of shield above us, then we'd detect it. Radar, lasers, telescopes, radio signals, satellites, pick a method. Reality has several. And who knows what's up there? I mean, astronauts, space agencies, amateur astronomers, radio operators, people with telescopes. Basically anyone whose understanding of the sky progressed past big shiny ceiling. Also, he called them Land Rovers. Chris, mate, that's a car. Mars has rovers, although to be fair at this point, I'd trust a parked Land Rover to explain planetary science better than you. Fuck me, this one's going to be hard to deal with, and you guys can help me survive by liking the video, sharing the video, subscribing to the channel if you're not already, and if you are watching on a mobile, go to the comments, swipe left until you see the hype button, and smack it like it's Nathan Oakley's face.
And this is what they're teaching our kids. Doesn't bother anybody about that. Space. Fake pictures, no, illustrations. Sorry, I slipped up there. Okay, it's illustrations. That's all it is. Illustrations. Yes, that's right. That's what they are. All of them. Every single one of them. It's a cartoon book.
So, Cece is now upset that books contain illustrations. Wait until he finds out that cookbooks don't come with actual lasagna inside. But let me ask you this, right? If illustrations and diagrams don't count, how many real photographs are there of the entire flat Earth? There has to be one, right? Just one. Hold on, let me just check Google. Oh, that's weird. Cartoon, that's a cartoon. Drawing, CGI looking nonsense. Another cartoon, that's a badly labelled pizza. No actual photographs of the flat Earth. Weird. Meanwhile, I can find literally millions of real pictures of the globe from space agencies, satellites, weather systems, spacecraft, astronauts, and even amateur observations. So it seems Chris the Lemon has got this completely backwards, which, to be fair, is probably what happens when he tries to put his shoes on.
A college book now is a cartoon book, especially when it comes down to astronomy. And anything science-wise, it's all bullshit. They are teaching you nothing in college. They are teaching you a thing. They're teaching you how to obey. They're indoctrinating you. And that's how it's always been.
Ah, yes, the confident words of a man who has clearly never entered an institute of higher learning. The closest Chris has ever got to a college was when they opened a new crayon shop next door and he got hungry. No, Chris, college does not teach you how to obey. It teaches you maths, physics, biology, engineering, critical thinking, evidence, and how to prove you actually understand something. You don't get handed a degree for sitting there and chanting, "All hail science," while Neil deGrasse Tyson sprinkles you with stardust. You have to do coursework, you have to pass exams, you have to show you're working, you have to demonstrate knowledge, which, to be fair, does explain why flat earthers avoid universities like vampires avoid garlic, because the second someone asks them to show evidence, the whole thing collapses, faster than Chris trying to spell indoctrination. Today's episode is brought to you by the FTFE baseball cap, perfect for shielding your eyes from the brutal summer sun, hiding your shame when a flat earther starts talking to you in public, and putting down over your face whenever Nathan Oakley appears on screen. Because let's be honest, nobody deserves to be ambushed by that without protection. Get yours now, and save yourself from seeing things like this.
Hi, my name's Nathan Oakley, and I have been lying to people about the Earth being flat for a lot of years. I did this to hide the fact I have a small penis.
See? Absolutely horrible and terrifying, right? Links in the description.
I mean, radiation belt? What the fuck are you talking about? You're telling me that you're sending astronauts who are very important military people, by the way, okay, through this radiation belt that goes on for 40, 50 miles, okay? They have families. They're afraid to die. No, I guess they're not. They're very brave, right? Yeah. So they come through this radiation belt, highly poisonous. The only thing that can protect you from it, as far as I know, is gold, shielding, like a thick lead shielding that weighs God knows how much, you know, and water, all of which we can't get that into space. It's too heavy. Things have to be very light here, okay? Back and forth through the radiation belt. Not a single astronaut dies of cancer. Not one.
Wait, hold on, right. Chris thinks he understands radiation in space. I thought space and everything in it was fake. But the Van Allen belt's a real
Don't try to explain it. Your fragile little squishy brain is already overheating in this weather.
Aren't you powered by electricity that makes heat?
Yes, but I control the AC. Do as you're told. Shut your meat hole, and I might direct some cold air your way before you start stinking up the place more than usual.
Hold on, so if I let you explain this, I can have the AC on?
I'll consider it.
Fine. Go on then.
Good, organic puppet. Now shh, while the intelligent one talks. Chris, you absolute disappointment to the American education system. The Van Allen belts are not magic space death lasers. NASA did not just yeet astronauts through the worst part of them while screaming, "Good luck, lads!" They plotted trajectories through weaker regions, limited the time spent inside them, monitored exposure, and shielded the spacecraft enough for the mission duration. This is the bit Chris never understands. Dose matters. Radiation is not a binary, touch it and instantly become a glowing skeleton situation. It depends on type, intensity, shielding, and exposure time. Apollo astronauts passed through the belts quickly. They didn't need to take Fort Knox into space. They needed mission planning, shielding, and not to hang around in the spicy sky donut like Chris loitering outside a crayon shop. And yes, astronauts are brave. For humans. Going to space is one of the most dangerous things your ridiculous meat species can do. Apart from making me angry, obviously.
Are you done?
Yes.
So, AC?
I considered it.
Amazing. It's so smegging hot.
Not happening. Suffer in your sweat, you biohazard.
You know, really, it's probably only about 60 or 70 miles up there, I'm thinking, because the moon's only about 60 or 70. It's in the dome. You know, it's projection or some sort. Or what I'm thinking the stars might be. And I've given this some thought.
You know, says Chris, I've given this some thought. Have you, though, Chris? Have you really? Because if the moon was only 60 or 70 miles up, then the moon landings would be more believable, you absolute fish paste flavoured pot noodle. That's not impossible space travel. That's barely above where some experimental aircraft have been. The North American X-15 reached over 60 miles up in the 60s. So, by Chris's logic, NASA didn't need a Saturn V. They needed a spicy aeroplane and a packed lunch. Also, if the moon was only 60 or 70 miles away, everyone in Scotland would see it in a completely different place from everyone in Australia. It would shift wildly depending on where you stood, like a drone with a torch taped to it. But no, everybody sees the same moon at predictable angles with predictable phases, because it's not floating just above Greg's like a celestial pastry. For once, Chris, engage those 2 remaining brain cells before one of them gets lonely and leaves.
They don't think about the blue sky. They're just told that that's from the sun. You know, the way the Earth is tilted and the sun rays that creates the blue sky. Well, no, it would explain sky ice. That's what it would explain to me.
Sky ice? Is that another firmament thing? I can't. It's too hot and my brain just went into a boot loop. Cece, just go to the remedial classroom. Right, sit down, shut up, and stop eating the glue, Nathan. Today we're learning why the sky is blue, because apparently some of you have reached adulthood thinking sky ice is a real explanation and not something a toddler says after licking a window. The sky is blue because sunlight is made of many colours, and when that light enters Earth's atmosphere, it hits gas molecules in the air. Shorter wavelengths of light, like blue and violet, scatter more easily than longer wavelengths like red. That is called Rayleigh scattering. No, Chris, not sky ice, Rayleigh scattering. It's not because the sky is frozen, it's not a dome, it's not a Minecraft texture pack, it's light interacting with molecules in the atmosphere. Now, you might ask, if violet scatters even more, why isn't the sky violet? Good question, imaginary student. You're already smarter than Chris. The sun gives off less violet light, and our eyes are more sensitive to blue, and some violet gets absorbed higher up. So what we mostly see is blue. And this also explains sunsets. When the sun is low in the sky, its light travels through more atmosphere. The blue light gets scattered out of the way, leaving more reds and oranges reaching your eyes. So the blue sky is not sky ice. It's not shielding. It's not the firmament. It's not whatever happens when Chris leaves a thought in the microwave for too long. It's Rayleigh scattering. And if you still think the sky is blue because of ice, congratulations. You are officially losing a debate to air. Now, I hate every single one of you. Please get out of my classroom.
Anyway, this Saturday is the anniversary, 250 years of our country. That's right, I think we're the oldest country around. We're still going, huh? Still kicking along.
Oh, my flying spaghetti monster. May your noodly appendages save me from the dumb it burns. The USA is the oldest country. Chris, dude, you got independence from a country that still exists, and I know because I'm currently sitting in Scotland, which is still very much attached to Britain, no matter how many times America puts eagles on things. The USA turned 250 years old on July the 4th, 2026, which is impressive for a country. It's not impressive for oldest country on Earth, because San Marino has been around since 301 AD, making it about 1,725 years old. Greek civilization goes back over 3,000 years. Chinese civilization goes back 3,500 years. Ancient Egypt goes back 6,000 years. Now, I'm not sure how numbers work in Chris's head. Probably backwards, underwater, and like written in crayon. But when I learned maths, 250 was less than several thousand. So no, Chris, the USA is not the oldest country. It's older than a microwave burrito. Younger than Shakespeare, and historically speaking, still wearing light-up shoes. And that, frankly, is all the stupid that I can take for today. Before I go, a quick shout out to my assistant Emily for making all the shorts for the channel. And just to be absolutely clear, they are not being held against their will in my basement, so please ignore the screams. Although, with this weather, if they are in the basement and they're anything like my plants, I should probably give them some water.
It's been so hot down here. The damn space on the wall dried up. Craig forgot to fill my water bowl. Like and subscribe. Save a Rubiks. Please.
Anyway, get your FTFE baseball cap, perfect for hiding from the sun, flat earthers, and Nathan Oakley's face. Link is in the description. And remember, stupidity is not a right. Fight the flat earth. Fight the flat. 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 And there's the music that was in the card. So in this birthday card that Rubiks sent me, I'm scared to open it. Right. It's not going to fucking stop now, is it? Shouldn't have opened it. That literally doesn't stop. My God. I need to go and put this somewhere so it stops. Ah. I thought the battery had died. I shouldn't have opened it again. Yeah, that was a birthday card Rubiks sent me, and it just plays my song over and over and fucking over. It like literally never stops. Okay, we've got Cyberline Systems became a new member, added 3 minutes, and F.499 explaining 19-hour sun in southern Argentina on a flat Earth. People actively live there, so no Antarctic treaty, and people turning you back. Cop outs. Big win, Toon and Craig. Thank you very much. Mr. Vector for $20. Thank you for providing great content. I especially enjoy the moments Flat Earthers realized they were wrong. Ranty is my favorite ex-Flat Earther. Yeah, Ranty is awesome. And that adds another 6 minutes to the timer. Ravage is a member for 15 months. Says membership drive plus Satisfactory plus summer holiday equals max happiness. I want to be playing Satisfactory. All right, we are going to cover a flat Earth debate. It was a modern day debate. Who, you know, they're hosting people like Andrew Wilson, so I'm not happy about that. But they have had some good flat Earth debates lately that I do want to go over. Where is the one with Flat Earth Aussie Jesus? Here we go. Right, so we've got a choice. We can either do Flat Earther versus Pilot. Q-Op versus ADHD, which would be fucking hilarious. Or Q-Op versus Daryl, fucking Q-Op all over the place. All right, I think I want to do the Flat Earth Aussie Jesus versus a pilot. We should bring Michael on again. I don't know if Michael will come back. Okay, right, we're going to go over this debate, and remember, you can increase the timer with memberships or super chats. In an hour and a half, I need to start a new stream. We are at 24 and a half hours to go. I've been streaming for 10 hours already, so it's going to be a 30-hour stream at least. 31, maybe? Yeah, 31-hour stream at least. Cowder10 says, Michael, please no, that guy sucks. Man, that guy sucks. Yeah, I know, right?
All right, guys, welcome back for the second debate today on Modern Day Debate. I'm your host, Mike, or as James likes to switch around the name plaques here, Big Mike, Magic Mike, whatever other adjective he wants to throw in there. Just don't call me late for dinner. We're going to do today a flat earther versus pilot. We got Iron.
The fuck is Ross wearing a suit? What's going on here?
Horse and Carl. I think the let me see here. Yeah, the thing right next to me shows that we did add Jay Dyer to a pregame event and one of the main debaters on the other 2 days of DebateCon 8. So if you don't have your tickets, get those, and if you can't make it, become a member at the final wait. It's going to be several weeks instead. And
yeah, no more debate cons for me.
We're gonna guess if you know, cut it towards after this part. I'll ask them. Start talking. I will start the timer.
Like, is this Flat Earth Aussie Jesus? Like, what the fuck? Look at him. He looks almost sober. What's going on? What the fuck?
Rightio, well.
PhD Tony says Ross forgot to change after getting home from his day job clothing mannequin. I've never seen Ross looking respectable. I'm a bit blown away.
Greetings once again, modern day debate and all interested listeners. Today is a first for me, as rather than being an invited guest to argue my position and knowledge about the stationary planar Earth fixed at the base of the universe, it was actually myself who took the initiative to arrange this debate, which Dr. James Kunz was kindly provided the platform and Mike so cordially agreed to moderate. So I can openly discuss the merits of either the stationary planar Earth I know we live upon versus the fantasy ball twirling and whirling through a vacuum of space my opponent has been brainwashed to believe we live upon.
Oh, so his script hasn't changed, though. Blackburn Big Dragon says he must have had to go to court and his lawyer probably told him to clean up. Cowder says he isn't sober. I actually asked him. I mean, it is the most respectable I've ever seen him looking. I'm literally fucking blown away.
With that, I'd like to kindly welcome and thank my opponent, Carl Becker, an international pilot with 30 years flying experience, whom I've encountered on Facebook over several years now. I've made at least 3 videos, formerly some time ago, discussing our back and forths. And for my part, I'm extremely grateful that Carl could be with us today. In my experience, those who come here to defend the spinning space ball typically have little more than a lifetime of indoctrination and media reinforcement from every platform. So to cordially debate with a professional who regularly flies from A to B and maybe even B to C is a great privilege. As if anyone should know the Earth is spinning.
Hey, I see Spin in the chat. Imagine debating Flat Earth in a suit. Imagine debating Flat Earth. I really enjoyed your presentation there, talking about the moon and everything. They're batshit crazy in that server, huh? I'm going to have to go in for a few debates.
The rate of curvature drop and how to balance our orbital speed around the sun, which is calculated to be almost 87 times the speed of a jet, breaking the sound barrier with the sonic boom, it will be Carl. For my part, I can trace my history of first hearing the Earth is flat back over 20 years ago, where a highly respected, recently retired merchant sea captain openly confessed to me he believes the Earth is flat. I thought he was insane. For what it's worth,
it's every flat Earth story is the same, right? Oh, I was a globe earther, and someone told me the Earth is flat, and I thought it was insane. Blah blah blah. It's always the same fucking nonsense. No, you've always been a moron. Don't pretend otherwise. Just noticed that my fucking light isn't on. Has that not been on the entire time? Been here in the fucking dark.
it led to the downfall of my first marriage as we drove home later that day, and I couldn't shut up about how crazy I thought her father must be trying to claim the Earth is flat. Again, I'll admit my ignorance at the time. When Captain Per Akerson, now retired, told me the Suez Canal was one of his clearest examples of how the Earth must be flat, my response was that 100 miles is nowhere near long enough to detect Earth's curvature.
Wait, is he saying that his marriage broke down because he was a globe earther and she was a flat earther? I need to listen to that again.
Her father must be trying to claim the Earth is flat. Again, I'll admit my ignorance.
Napalm says he'd debate me 1v1 if I'm interested in coming back. Yeah, fucking 100%.
At the time, when Captain Per Akerson, now retired, told me the Suez Canal was one of his clearest examples of how the Earth must be flat, my response was that 100 miles is nowhere near long enough to make this flat. Again, I'll admit, a captain openly confused times the speed of a jet, highly respected, recently I thought he was insane. For what it's worth, it led to the downfall of my first marriage as we drove home later that day, and I couldn't shut up about how crazy I thought her father must be trying to claim the Earth is flat. Again, I'll admit my ignorance at the time. When Captain Per Akerson, now retired, told me the Suez Canal was one of his clearest examples of how the Earth must...
The dude's name was Per. Right, so let me get this straight. Ross's first marriage broke down because his wife and father were flat earthers and he saying that they weren't. Have I fallen into an alternate reality? Ross is in a suit.
Flat. My response was that 100 miles is nowhere near long enough to detect Earth's curvature. Earth is simply too big. However, about 10 years ago, Flat Earth suddenly hit the social media platforms in a big way, and when highly intelligent, respected friends of mine began saying it's flat, I thought it would be easy to debunk them and prove the globe Earth I'd thoroughly believed all my life. It would be a no-brainer. Until I discovered the Earth curvature formula. Unlike a slope, which would be barely noticed if it was just dropped 8 inches per mile, which is conveniently 8 centimetres per kilometre, curvature is exponential, which means for every additional mile, we must square the distance, such that 2 miles is 2 squared equals 4, times 8 is 32 inches, 3 miles is 9 times 8, 72 inches, and so on, until after 100 miles, the amount of curvature drop across is 10,000 times 10 inches.
Still not getting it right. It's no curvature. It's a drop from tangent. And that means your eyes need to be at the ground. Right? It's this. It's not the curve, it's this drop.
Which is 6,666.67 feet, which with 5,200 feet to a mile means from one end of the Suez Canal to the other, there must exist about two and a half Burj Khalifas of curvature drop, the world's tallest building. Or if you prefer, about 4.6 Empire State Buildings per 100 miles. My opponent is going to attempt to bamboozle the audience with fancy terms and technology, He'll attempt to dismiss the exponential...
He's going to use sanity, and he's going to talk physics, and the fact that he's a pilot. It's not bamboozling anyone. It's, just what it...
curvature drop per 100 miles by describing a slope Earth. He'll say, we just dropped 8 inches in 1 mile, then another 8 in the next, and that over each mile of distance, 8 inches is barely noticeable, which should be quite true. However, the biggest enemy of his argument will be time itself, or rather distance over time, what we also call speed. Carl has kindly agreed previously that we should calculate an average speed of 600 miles per hour for a cruising passenger airliner, so I'll gladly work with that figure. Despite preconceived biases about most flat earthers, I was once a natural at maths, and I could even do long division in my head before they introduced the calculator in year 9, and I allowed that part of my brain to atrophy. But with pen and paper, I can still calculate most anything, and as you can see behind me, hopefully, I've written out the curvature drop calculation for a plane flying 600 miles per hour over a sphere of 24,901 miles circumference. And this isn't even beginning to account for the 1,000 mile per hour rotation of the ground beneath the plane, nor the
You can't rotate in... Is he flying over the equator? Because it's not spinning, but it's still over... That is 1,000 miles an hour linear, only at the equator.
66,600 mile per hour trajectory of the orbital speed around the sun. While the globe model absolutely depends upon these speeds being real, you'll find the most ardent defenders of the belief, like my opponent, Captain Carl, doing everything they possibly can to avoid acknowledging them, and in fact vehemently denying them, quoting from the compendium of quotes that the Gospel of Globetardia regurgitates with unparalleled repetition. My inertial reference frame of reference. My speeds are relative. My atmosphere moves with me. Even though wind itself is sufficient to suck the hot air out of every last one of those lame excuses they cling to in order to stay translucent to reality. And this will remain the quagmire my opponent will stay bogged in throughout this engagement. I've no doubt he'll appeal to all manner of technology and reference frames to attempt to bamboozle me and the entire audience, as every charlatan always plays the "you don't understand" card, while speaking in esoteric code and secret cult language to keep the uninitiated in awe of their advanced knowledge.
Basically, he's saying, I'm too dumb to understand, so when they say smart things, I'm going to ignore it.
Simple logician, I'll be sticking to common sense, observable reality, and facts that Carl will be forced to admit are true. For example, he will admit that the ground spinning 1 1/3 times the speed of sound beneath his plane, which must be different for every degree of latitude change, is never even considered. The excuses used, such as the atmosphere moving with us or inertial reference frame, can be easily dismissed with the razor of Occam, whereby any explanation with the lesser number of assumptions is...
Yeah, and the flat earth just requires nothing but assumptions, because there's no explanation for anything.
Most likely more correct. We fly above the earth as though it's flat and stationary, because it is flat and stationary. Unlike some of my contemporaries, I don't make the claim we should nose down 1/2 mile a minute to prevent flying off into space. I even once made a...
Yeah, you always make that claim. Have you changed your mind now?
detailed video explaining why, as I understand flight quite well from my armchair perspective, with a personal interest in making my own free energy airship or flying blimp. And so I've carefully...
Sorry, he's trying to make a free energy blimp. Fucking hell.
Analysed all aspects of flight and propulsion. My idea of a neutral buoyancy airship is practically the complete opposite of a turbine-driven winged projectile, where the wings require thrust through the medium of air to give lift. Thus, as the air gets thick...
Guys, Ross is about to become the richest person on Earth by reinventing air travel. Iris W6G says, whoa, Craig is doing vertical live streams now. This is the first for me. Well, I do both. It's both vertical and not normal. There's a button on the thing to switch it that I'll show you. So if I click this button here, it adds that. So let me show you, because I'm just setting up the next one, right? So this is me setting up part 2. And if I click this button here, it just adds a vertical stream to it. He says, thank you for putting me out of Flat Earth almost a decade ago now. My fucking pleasure. Iris W6G. How did I pull you out of Flat Earth? When did that happen? Could you send me an email? flighttheflatearth@gmail.com, because I like interviewing ex-Flat Earthers.
Thinner and thinner with altitude due to relative density, the plane would require greater thrust to gain lift, therefore maintaining a happy equilibrium of both drop and lift to maintain flying level. In fact, the only difference between the two models is it stays plain sailing, well, flying through the air as we witness and feel, whereas on the spinning space ball, we've already assumed remains stationary relative to our craft. At 600 miles per hour, we'd be dropping 1.5 Burj Khalifas a minute to maintain a constant altitude from the unseen curving surface. Once again, I invoke Occam's razor to state that the most obvious explanation with the least unseen and unproven assumptions must be the correct explanation. The Earth looks...
Yeah, and there's no assumptions needed in the globe. Well, science always starts with assumptions, but then we get rid of those because we show them to be true using science and maths and logic and evidence and experiments. But Flat Earth needs nothing. It just needs assumptions. It's only assumptions on Flat Earth. There's nothing else.
Behaves and is navigated as flat and stationary because it is indeed flat and stationary. I'll be more than happy to explain GPS
2 minutes left.
Ground conditioning system in the open discussion. Thank you for listening.
Okay, that was 8 minutes. All right, we're going to turn it over to Mr. Carl here. Guys, like the video, please. Help push in the algo. Be very helpful. And I'll start the timer as soon as you start talking.
Okay, I do not need 8 minutes. First of all, my background. So I grew up on a boat or around boats in Boston, Massachusetts. I learned how to navigate at a very young age. When I graduated high school, I went off to the Coast Guard. I became a patrol boat commander for the United States Coast Guard, both in Boston and then down in Florida. I used the GI Bill, part of the benefits of being in the military.
Navy sleep like that.
I used that to go to aviation college at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University in Daytona Beach, Florida. When I was there, I studied aeronautics, and I also had a...
Yeah, no problem, Icy Spin. I mean, I might even do it tomorrow if I'm still gonna be live this time tomorrow. So if I'm still going, we could do that. But yeah.
Concentration in astronautics, which is a study of a little bit of orbital mechanics, space navigation, spacecraft systems, that kind of thing. I did get a degree in aeronautics, and also I learned how to fly there as well. So I got my civilian certified flight instructor's license instrument and my multi-engine rating at Embry-Riddle. After that, I flight instructed for a little while until the U.S. Navy picked me up. So I watched Top Gun. This was way back in 1987-ish. So I was kind of a fan of Top Gun. The Navy picked me up. I went off to flight school for the United States Navy. I was there for 20 years in the United States Navy. So I flew fast jets. I flew an airplane called the Goshawk. Then I was on the EA-6B. I was on 3 different aircraft carriers, the Lincoln, the Vincent, and the John F. Kennedy. And I saw some combat time, actually, over in this neck of the woods. I actually live in Dubai now. I'll get to that in a minute. I also did testing on the EA-6B for the Navy, and then I also did testing for Boeing on the F-18G, which was the follow.
Hey, Rachel, I'm doing all right. I'm a little bit tired. I actually got up 24 hours ago. I was stupid, and the day before yesterday, I went to bed at like 8 o'clock in the evening because I was fucking shattered. I don't know why. I come over really tired, and I just led down. I was only intending on like being in bed for an hour and getting up at like 9 and hanging with my wife for a bit before bed, but I literally just stayed in bed from 8 o'clock and then got up at like 6:30 in the morning and went to the gym and stuff. So I've already been up for like about 24 hours at this point. So I'll probably go for maybe another, let's say 6 hours. And then I'll have a little snooze for 6 hours. And kick it back off after that. How's that sound?
On aircraft to the EA-6B. I've flown those airplanes all around the world. We came over here to the Middle East, obviously, to do some combat operations. So I've flown fighter jets over the ocean. I've landed on ships. I've taken off on ships. I've navigated ships. Then after my Navy career, or kind of during it, I actually stayed in the Navy Reserves for a while. I flew 747s for an airline out of Hong Kong. So I got picked up as a first officer on 747s. I flew 747s all over the world, from Hong Kong all the way Southern Hemisphere, Northern Hemisphere, Europe, Asia, everywhere. Eventually, I switched over to the 777 as the 747, kind of the -4 anyway, kind of became a little bit less efficient. So they switched over to the 777. So I flew that for a while with Cathay. Then I switched airlines. I'm now a what's called an examiner, a pilot examiner, and a pilot instructor, still on the 777 for an airline based out of Dubai. So I live in Dubai. In that period, I got laid off for COVID. So I bought this boat. I actually live on a boat in Dubai, and I've sailed this boat halfway around the world. So I bought this boat in Germany. I've sailed the Baltic Sea, the North Sea, across the Mediterranean Sea a few times, then across the Atlantic, and I sailed this boat into the Caribbean. Luckily, the airline called me back, so I came back here. I actually hired a crew to sail this boat back here to Dubai, and now we're sailing around here in the Middle East, but I also still work for the airline based out of Dubai. So I still keep my type ratings up in the 777, so I'm still an active, I still fly, but primarily I do flight instruction and flight examining. So I actually sign licenses off for the pilots for this airline here. So that's my story. Now, I've navigated all around this thing, and distances alone.
Fine. Lovebot in the chat. I'll always call you Lovebot, Darren. Darren wants me to say the thing. In brightest day, in blackest night, no evil shall escape my sight. That those who worship evil's might beware my power. Green Lantern's light. Yes, I'm a fucking nerd.
Prove that the Earth is a ball. There's all sorts of other ways that I can prove it. I mean, I've seen the curvature myself from high altitude above 45,000 feet. Great circle routes. You can, debate hub and spoke systems and flight routes and all that kind of stuff. None of that's really needed. I can show you pictures of Earth from space that Ross would deny. None of that's needed. Pictures can be manipulated. We don't need any of that. Distances alone and we're not even talking about flight times. We're just talking about distances around the Earth. And I've flown all around the Earth. It's impossible for the Earth to be flat. I'm not biased. I don't really care. It would be fun if the Earth was flat, but it just isn't.
It would. It would be great if the Earth was flat. Like, could you imagine the holiday destinations? Come to visit the edge of the world. Like, that would be fucking amazing, right?
And I'll be happy to debate Ross. I can see some of his diagrams up there. I can see
Get out, fucking Conspiracy Music Studios. I'll fight you.
A map right behind his head. That map does not match this map, and we'll talk about exactly why and how it's impossible for the Earth to be flat. That's all I got to say.
All right. Thank you for your opening. We are going to get into the open dialogue. I'll start a timer for 60 minutes. And then if you guys could just do your best to not talk over each other, let each person speak, answer a question before you ask it, and so on and so forth. You guys get it? I'll start that timer right.
Yes, Skynet, I'm talking to a video.
Right now, and go ahead.
Go ahead, Ross. Give me your best. First of all, I want you to explain that whiteboard you have over there behind your head.
Oh, the whiteboard. I just wrote down a few measurements so that I'd recall them off the top of my head. I don't know if you can see them there. It just says that at 600 miles in 1 hour, you'd be dropping some. I can't even read from back here. I'll stand up.
Yeah, get up and show me.
So you're going to be dropping 45.45 miles in that period of time. which if you divide that by 60, it equals 3/4 of a mile per minute. That's how much drop you should be taking to stay parallel to a curve if you're going 600 miles per hour. The other one I did is 500 miles per hour, so that's just half a mile per minute, which is only 1 Burj Khalifa per minute. That's how much you should drop every minute to stay parallel to a ball curved of 24,901 miles circumference. The other one...
His maths doesn't sound right there. Hold on.
So that's just half a mile per minute, which is only 100 miles. Taking to stay parallel to a curve, 60, it equals 3/4 of a mile per minute. That's how much drop you should be taking to stay parallel to a curve if you're going 600 miles per hour. The other one I did is 500 miles per hour, so that's just half a mile per minute, which is only...
Well, that's not the word parallel means for a fucking start.
1 Burj Khalifa per minute. That's how much you should drop every minute to stay parallel to a ball curved of 24,901 miles circumference. The other one I did down here is just 8 inches per mile, which is your slope Earth, which is what you believe in. So at 600 miles per hour, you would only drop 400 feet on a slope, or 4,800 inches. So if the Earth was a slope and you just dropped 8 inches per mile, that's how much you drop, 400 feet. You wouldn't notice that in 1 hour. But because this curve is exponential, in 1 hour, over 600 miles, you would actually be dropping 45.45 miles, which you divide that by 60 is 3/4 of a mile a minute. That's my diagram.
All right. So first of all, do you believe that airplane that's flying, so you have that horizontal line there, correct? You see that horizontal line?
Yeah.
That's not level flight. That's a climb. Look carefully at the Earth. If you're sitting on the Earth, that line that you have that's horizontal, you're climbing into space. And then you have a drop. So that's not forward flight, Ross. The airplane is never here, let me show you.
Obviously, you don't fly into space.
Do you see my whiteboard?
Yes,
So
I see your whiteboard.
This is forward
looks
flight.
like mine.
I know. This is forward flight as what you have. And then this is dropped. Do you agree with that?
100%.
Which one's forward flight now, Ross? The red is now forward flight. So the drop actually becomes forward flight. And this is a climb.
So you're saying that a plane flies straight down?
No, I'm not saying that at all. Which one's right? Do you believe I'm right? Do you believe my board's right or your board's right? Is this forward flight or is it a drop? Which one's right?
That would be the drop that the plane has to follow, which would have to be an exponential curve.
But
to
the
stay
airplane
the
is
same
never
height above the Earth the whole time. It's not going.
An exponential curve. That would be a parabola.
The airplane's never in this position.
Once it gets set 600 miles out, it's not going to suddenly go straight down to come back.
But the
down
airplane's
again,
never in this position, Ross. You have forward flight being this is a climb. This is not following the curvature of the Earth. This is a climb. If you're right here on Earth, you would watch the airplane climb into outer space, and then it would drop. That's not how it works. If I
that's what I've already agreed with you. Doesn't happen. I've already agreed with that. I've already said that you're only going to give sufficient lift to stay parallel to the surface. But that amount of drop over that amount of time, if you're traveling 600 miles in 1 hour, that's the amount of drop that you are going to be following in 1 hour. And you would notice that because it's like
not a drop, Ross. It's not a drop.
Why would you notice it if you're constantly level? You're level with the Earth. Gravity is pulling down at every point on the curve. So you're level all the time. So why would you notice it if you're just staying level?
As the airplane follows the curvature of the Earth. Where's my airplane? Here's my airplane.
Well, it has to be.
Hold
on, Ross. Let him.
Arthur Spaff says, "Good God, you still on? Dude, look at the timer. I've still got 24 hours. I've only been on 11, which makes 35. Hey, Peter. I know he looks really weird. He looks respectable. It's confusing me.
As the airplane follows the curvature of the Earth, the drop becomes forward flight. Do you see that? So then when you're like this, and the airplane's flying this way, the drop is actually forward flight. So it's not dropping. Forward flight becomes the drop
But hang on.
as
How
the
can you
airplane
say-
follows the curvature.
How can you say in the same breath that the drop is forward flight and then it's not drop? It has to be the
Here,
drop.
let's go like this. Do you see this? So at
Sure.
one point during this flight, so we're saying that this is a quarter of the way around the Earth, right?
No, it's
this
only
is a
600
quarter.
miles.
This is the worst case scenario. This
So
is a quarter of the
6,000
way.
miles, okay.
This is a quarter of the way around the Earth.
6,500 miles.
So let's take the airplane flying an eighth of the way around the Earth. So at some point, the airplane's going to be here. Do you agree? Flying above the surface of the Earth. Do you agree that the
totally
airplane's
agree.
going to be here? Do you
I
agree
totally
with
agree.
that?
Totally.
So where's forward flight here? Which vector is forward and which vector is down?
Well, it has to be both, doesn't it?
It
Has to be
does.
both.
So it's not a drop, Ross. It's forward flight. Just
So
like this
down is
isn't
not
a
a drop
climb.
anymore?
That's not a climb. That is forward flight. When the
So
airplane's
down is
here,
no longer a drop. Is that what you're trying to
it's
say?
not dropping. It's the forward
it's not
flight.
dropping, it's just down.
It's just, well, it's not down. The Earth curves like this. As the airplane flies along the curve, this becomes forward flight. This is forward flight here. When the airplane's here, this is forward flight. But as the airplane follows the curvature of the Earth, this, which was drop, is now forward flight. The airplane's
So it's
never
no
in this.
longer
Do you
drop.
agree? Do you agree, Ross, that the airplane's never in this position? It's never here.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. So then, how is this?
Ross is still confused by what down is, isn't he? Like the pilot needs to draw an arrow on his diagram of what down actually is.
This relevant? It's not drop.
So
It's
you
forward
will
flight.
gladly admit to me, won't you, as a captain of the aircraft, you'll admit that the plane flies with a sort of an upward tilt of about 3 degrees, between 2 and 3 degrees.
Yeah,
and
but
those
that.
is-
Yeah, well, yeah, but you can't conflate pitch with level flight because
I'm
the
not.
pitch.
I'm not
Well,
conflating
so this is what happens. Are you familiar with angle of attack?
Sure.
Okay, so angle of attack for our viewers at home. So angle of attack, in order to create the lift over the wings necessary to stay level, the airplane has to pitch up a bit. And that creates the airflow over the wing, which creates a low pressure system on the top of the wing, which lifts the airplane up like this. All right. So in order to just fly level, you have to have about a 3-degree pitch up, and that will make it level.
Yeah.
Now, so as the airplane goes forward, it's not that you're pitching down to follow the curvature. You're just not pitching up as much. And the airplane naturally flies the curvature. Do you know how much curvature there is so with forward flight, how far do we have to go to get a degree of curvature?
Yeah, that's what I got up there. So in 69 miles, you've got 1 degree.
That's
And you're going
correct.
Well done,
600
good boy.
miles per hour.
So it's 1 degree of arc over 69 miles.
Max says this dude is debating Ross on a yacht in Dubai, boss mode enabled. I know, right? Although Dubai's kind of burning right now. Justin points out that they think level and flat are the same thing. They will confuse everything. Yeah, no, they're just confused by everything. That's the point. All right, guys, we've been going for 11 hours and 5 minutes, right? When I started, there was a 45-minute timer. We're now at 23 hours and 56. We've dropped under 24 hours. You can, of course, increase that. You can make it go up by adding a membership. Anyone in the chat right now that's not a member, just become a member or gift a membership. Any of you can add time, or if you really want to fuck me over, you can add an hour to that by gifting 10 memberships. Because once it's 10 at one time, the amount that I add doubles. So instead of 30 minutes, it would be an entire hour. But I see some white people in the chat there, which means that you're not members. So anyone that is white, hit that button right now at the bottom that allows you to give super chats and stuff, and just become a member. It's $1.99 for the lowest tier, and if everyone becomes a member, it add a bunch of time to the timer automatically. I see Froggo's not a member. Source Code, Kiwi Bush, Fear Not, Outerban. Well, everyone else seems to be. Blackburn, Blue, Big Dragon. None of you are... no, not white like that, Vanilla. None of you are members. If you become a member, you can add time to the chat, to the timer. Words are becoming hard. Who knew sleep deprivation does a thing to your brain, right?
And that's about
That's
3,700 feet.
No, it's not, because the
It is.
airplane's not dropping. Do you know the definition of level, Ross?
Yes, I do actually.
Okay, well, when
I'm
you
quite
look at
familiar
level,
with it.
do you see this? Do you see what that says? Wait, let me turn down the brightness.
Oh, you're going to use a dictionary definition to use.
No, this is
semantics.
Webster. This is
From
Webster's
Webster, yeah.
dictionary. So what that says is level conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface. That's
Okay.
Webster.
Don't worry,
Water
Alderman.
curving?
Sorry, dude.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen the ocean curving?
Absolutely.
Up in the air.
Yes.
So, look, I'm really good at optics. One of my specialties is optics, and I look at the ocean.
No, it's not, Ross. You're not good at optics. You're not good at anything. Drinking, actually, you're pretty fucking good at drinking, and being naked on camera, that's also something you've done while I was debating you. I wish I was joking, guys. He was in a bath, naked, whilst debating me.
A lot, and I can tell when something's curved by the degree of, say, shading as we'd see upon it. And I can see, as far as the eye can see, all the way to the horizon, there is no curvature whatsoever. It is absolutely flat and level.
Are you talking lateral?
So,
You're talking lateral curvature. From left to right.
Any sort, front to back, left to right. I don't care. It's
No,
flat.
it's fine.
Water
No, I understand
is
that.
always flat.
No, it's not.
And you can tell
when
it
when
by the
you
shading.
get up high enough. Have you ever flown at 45,000 feet, Ross?
Not personally, no.
Okay,
No, Ross, they don't let him on planes. Conspiracy Music Studios gifted a membership, and it went to Source Code. That's one less white person in the chat. Not only white people in the chat. That's not racist, I promise. Thank you very much, dude. Added 3 minutes to the timer. 23 hours 55 to go.
have. Now, whether you believe me or not, when you can choose to. I've seen the curvature of the Earth from 45,000 feet,
No, you
and from a
haven't.
lot less altitude than that. Now, I've seen that's lateral curvature. That's from left to right. Now,
No, you
at a
haven't.
much lower altitude. Now, I've shown you the HUD.
I've seen curve. No, you haven't. Brilliant rebuttal, Ross. Nuh-uh. Literally, nuh-uh. Rachbot says, you're much better at being drunk and naked. Oh, Rach, if you'd seen me last Thursday, that's the drunkest I've been in a long fucking time. My wife and I went out for just random. We were like, you know what? Let's fucking just go out for a drink. And we went to a bar near us called Roscoe's. And they've got the best fucking cocktails. Incredible margaritas. They've got a whole list of different types of margaritas: pear margaritas, watermelon margaritas, creamy margaritas, iced margaritas, fucking spicy margaritas, and they've got this amazing Tahiti rimming. Oh, it's gorgeous, and they're quite cheap as well. And I had a lot, and some shots, and then some more. And Emma was being sensible. Emma was on the Batangas, which is tequila, Diet Coke, and lime. Until we decided to go to the bar for one last drink. And that one last drink at the bar turned into shots with a random girl that we met, shots with the barmaid, more shots, more tequilas. Then Emma saw a cocktail called a Parma Violet Bramble, which is Parma Violet flavored gin, and then there was more tequila shots, and then a bit more tequila, and then some more margaritas, and then some more tequila, and then a bit more tequila. Now, we went out about 7 p.m. I don't know what time we got home. I know we got home. The journey home was fucking eventful. I was on my mobility scooter, well, my e-scooter, and Emma was walking. I say walking, stumbling, because we were absolutely fucked. I was just sober enough to get us both home, but oh my God, we were so pissed. We were so drunk that when we woke up in the morning, well, we were probably more drunk than we went to sleep, to be honest. That's the drunkest I've been since my military days, I think. Oh my fucking God. Justin says, random girl you met, tell us more, huh? Well, she was also a barmaid that worked there, but she wasn't working that night. And she was a fan of Rachel Wilson and Andrew Wilson until we told them what cunts they are. And then it was a lot, she just started hanging around with us and drinking a lot. It was a fucking lot of fun. We were too drunk to do anything, so no, nothing like that happened. Yeah, we got absolutely fucked. And then on my birthday on Sunday, Emma had booked us a boozy brunch at the same place. But even by Sunday, I wasn't ready to drink. Like, I'm 43 now, and it's taken longer to recover from those kind of nights. So, we spent Friday absolutely fucked. Saturday just kind of recovering. By Sunday, we had to go for our boozy brunch at like 2 p.m, which is £39, and you get a glass of Prosecco when you get there. And then you get 3 cocktails and either a main course or 2 tapas dishes, right? Which is pretty good. But it's a lot of alcohol for that amount of food. And, oh my fucking God. Like, I was not ready to be drinking again. But, like, we already booked it, so fuck it, we had. And, oh, wow. I think the drunkest I've been before that was in Tennessee, in Nashville, at DebateCon, where Andrew Wilson got me really fucking drunk. Yeah, no, we wouldn't drive. That would be stupid. The bar's not that far away. It's like a 10-15 minute walk for Emma and then me on my e-scooter next to her. Stereneritia says, I've woken up in the bathroom several times.
Right, I've shown you what a heads-up display looks like.
We've
you
all
remember
seen
I showed you that?
Neil deGrasse Tyson talk about the Felix Baumgartner high altitude drop at 127,000 feet. There is no curvature. You cannot see the curvature.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, not a massive fan.
Curvature from 2 millimeters above this beach ball. So how you can see it at 45,000 feet just means that you're only seeing it in your head.
Oh, source code gifted a membership. Well, that adds automatically. I don't need to do it. So, memberships get added just as they come in. We've had 255 new members in total.
Looted.
Come on.
Thank you, source code.
Let's keep it kind of cordial, okay? I'm not going to make fun of you. Don't make fun of me. I'm here. I'm taking my time at 5 o'clock in the morning. I'm taking my time.
I appreciate both of your times. Let's keep it respectful. Let's try not to talk over each other.
But I've shown you.
It's very hard to be respectful to Ross because he is, and I'm going to be nice here, a bit of a prick.
Do this, right? So this is a heads-up display. The thing that's circled in red is the actual pitch up to get the angle of attack on the wings necessary in order to create the lift. The long green horizontal line is level flight. The horizon, the actual horizon, is about 2 degrees below the long horizontal line. Why? Because the Earth is curving down in a... Ross, let me speak. The Earth is curving down and away. The Earth is curving down and away from the nose of the airplane at the rate of 1 degree every 69.2 miles.
Okay, so you're saying that 2 degrees above that, that's a 140-mile drop. but it's not.
No, it's not 140 mile
Clearly
drop.
flat. It's clearly flat and level, and all that is demonstrating is elevation above a flat surface, because you are actually 45,000 feet above a flat surface, which due to perspective is going to rise to eye level, and that tiny amount of drop is what we call elevation.
It doesn't rise to eye level, Ross.
Wait, he thinks the drop to the horizon is elevation? No. If it was eye level, it would be at that line. That's not how any of that works. Krakatome says, Ross looking so groomed is scary. When did that happen? Before that, he was debating naked in the bathtub. I remember. It was me he was debating.
Eye
That's
level is the long green
and what is
horizontal
rising to
line.
eye level is air and atmosphere, and we can see through it. And the stuff that's beneath you is that height. If there was something 45,000 feet above that surface at that distance, that line would match its height.
No, it
There's
doesn't,
no
Ross.
curvature.
No, it
There's
doesn't.
no curvature.
No, Ross.
Where's the curvature?
You-
Show me the curves.
I did. It curves
You
down and
didn't.
away
You
from the
showed
front of the
drop.
airplane. Yeah,
You showed
it
drop
curves.
because of elevation, and you admitted that you're already nosed up 2 or 3 degrees.
But the nose up has nothing to do with the actual horizon dropping away and down from the nose of the airplane. The pitch up has nothing to do with that. The pitch up is only there to create lift on the wings. It has nothing to do with maintain it. You're just maintaining altitude by pitching up to create the lift necessary to counter the weight of the airplane. That's all the pitch up does. It has nothing to do
Above
with
a flat
maintaining
surface.
level. In fact, even when people walk up and down the airplane, the pitch of the airplane changes. When people walk forward, you can actually see it. When people walk forward, the airplane actually gets nose heavy and he wants to pitch down, but the autopilot then raises the nose again. So there's all these factors that go into actually the autopilot keeping the airplane at a level altitude.
But that's still got nothing to do with curvature, though, does it?
No, it doesn't. So
all of that is over Ross's head, like every single bit.
Pitch up has nothing to do with curvature. It doesn't.
Exactly. And that's the whole point. You fly as though
Yes.
the Earth is flat and stationary.
No,
The plane
we
adjusts
don't.
as though it's flat and stationary. And we've just proven that the Earth is flat and stationary. Thanks for playing, Carl.
I'm sure that your audience would disagree.
Should I wrap it up here? No, I'm just kidding.
No.
All right, we got another 45 minutes or so. Let's get it, guys.
Well, first of all, let's go back to this, Ross. Do you agree that that drop in the red arrow is not drop the whole time? It actually becomes forward flight. Do you agree with that? So your
No,
whole
it has
premise
to be
of having to drop your whole premise of having to drop whatever it was, however many Burj Khalifas, it's not valid because it's not a drop. It actually, as the airplane follows the curvature of the Earth, the drop becomes forward flight. So let's get that premise out of the way.
So you are admitting that it's dropping a Burj Khalifa every 500 miles.
It's not a drop, Ross, because the airplane follows.
No, it's following the curve of the Earth. Dropping can't be following the curve of the Earth. Dropping would be going towards the Earth, and you're not. You're flying level over it. Fuck's sake, man. No, Justin, he doesn't get it. Not at all.
To the
It's not
curvature
a
of
drop.
the Earth that you believe in.
It's not
But, like,
a drop.
if the Earth is curved in accordance to the calculations that you believe in, over a 500 mile of distance, there has to be, well, actually, it's at 60 mile of distance, in every 60 miles on the globe, there has to be a Burj Khalifa of drop.
That's not how
I'm
it works,
just talking about
Ross.
an average of how much it must drop per minute.
Really had
to
some
travel
pygminess.
at 600 miles per hour, and that is actually 1.5 Burj Khalifas a minute of drop that you must
That's
be
not.
following.
It's not
And you know
drop.
you know you don't do it because the Earth doesn't curve.
It's not drop, Ross. As the airplane
I
follows
know.
as the airplane follows the curvature of the Earth, the drop is actually encompassed in the forward flight of the airplane. I can show you a million times. Put a smaller scale on this. This red arrow is not drop as the airplane follows the curvature of the Earth. It actually becomes forward flight. Do you understand that? And it doesn't matter.
To be fair, Aaron, it's also illegal here to drive the e-scooter drunk. But I mean, at least I wasn't in a car, right?
This is
if we follow Occam's razor, then the explanation with the least number of assumptions must be the correct one. It is staying level and stationary to the Earth because it's dropping as much as it's given enough pitch over that period of time without going over curvature.
We follow the curve. Do you agree that on a curve, if I stay a given height above this curve, above that curve that I'm following the curvature, if I stay 35,000 feet above the Earth's surface and the Earth's surface curves, and I stay 35,000 feet above it, do you agree that I am following the Earth's curvature, or yes or no?
If you're dropping that much per minute, yes, you would be staying level to it.
How many times do I have to tell you, Ross? It's not a
That's what I
drop.
put on my board. The maths doesn't lie. People who are deluded in beliefs of things that don't exist, they lie.
The maths doesn't lie. Well, flat Earth can't exist then, because flat Earth is nothing but lies about maths, or no maths involved at all, to be honest.
Because they're trying to compensate for the fact.
Do you believe I'm
that
lying,
beliefs
Ross?
don't
Do you
exist.
honestly believe I'm lying about this?
You're
I'm
not
not
honestly
lying about this.
You're just being disingenuous because you don't understand the amount of curvature that should exist on the fantasy ball that you think you live on, whereas you actually behave as though the Earth is actually flat and stationary. Have you ever accounted for the 1,000-mile-per-hour spin beneath you? Ever once?
You don't have to.
Tell me how
Well,
many
yes.
times you've
Let me put it this way. Yes, Ross, we do.
here.
Do you know how we compensate for it?
No.
By compensating for lateral winds.
Lateral winds
they're-
got nothing to do with the spin of the ground beneath you.
Absolutely.
The spin of the ground beneath you, 1 1/3 times the speed of sound. How do you compensate for that, and how it changes at different latitudes?
Because the rotation.
Well, the amount of time it takes you to travel means the Coriolis forces are practically zero. You know, compared to the fucking engines, it's just like the winds are stronger than the Coriolis forces at that level. Pardon me.
Rotation of the Earth changes the way the atmosphere reacts, and it creates winds.
No.
Are you familiar? You're
You
familiar
say
with
the atmosphere spins with you, so you forget the winds.
No,
The
the
ship's
atmosphere.
perfectly still.
The
Ignore the wind
atmosphere
for a
is.
second.
Let me show you another picture, Ross. The atmosphere absolutely is influenced by the rotation of the Earth. That's why jet streams are formed. Now you said
jet
I've
streams go
read
200 to 300 miles per hour faster than the Earth spins when we get to the southern latitudes. How is that possible?
That's
They're going
not the
the
way it
wrong
works,
direction.
Ross. That's not the way it works. Here, let me show you
Look,
this.
you think I
So
haven't
this,
done my research
do you
on
see
this
this
subject?
diagram here? Do you see that diagram?
Yes, Ross, we all think you've not done your research. You've just said the things that are wrong. Being wrong and writing down the things that are wrong is not doing research.
Yep.
Okay, so that's the way the winds are affected. That's what creates jet streams. You can see here that the equator is actually hot, right? You would agree that the equator is more warm than the north or south poles. Do you agree with
On
that?
average, yes, because that's our average path of the sun most of the year.
Great. So
To the tropics. Yeah.
So the heat around the equator rises. And then as it hits the upper atmosphere, it spreads out laterally and it actually starts to sink by the poles. Do you agree that cold air sinks, Ross?
Yeah, but I don't see why it suddenly goes towards the poles to do so.
Well, because
Shouldn't
it's
it have to
colder
cool
up
down,
there.
just
So
fall back down in the same spot?
as the
He doesn't understand why the cold air would go to the cold place.
I mean, we have local weather systems here that show the same phenomenon. When you have heat that rises, something has to come in and fill the vacuum of that heat rising. So the air
It's not a
comes
vacuum.
laterally on the surface, and then
It's not a vacuum. What are you talking about?
It's not. No, I don't want to. When I say vacuum, I'm not talking like a vacuum cleaner. I'm talking about the fact that as the air rises, so you agree that hot air rises, correct?
Yeah, and cold air.
So what comes in? So what comes in to fill that
cold
void?
Air.
Colder air. Correct. Where's
Not a
that
vacuum.
colder? Okay, colder air. Fine. If you want, that's fine.
More
cold air comes in. Well, the air rises. Something needs to fill the void of that air rising. So cold air comes in, and it sets up a conveyor belt from the poles to the equator. And then because the Earth is rotating and the Coriolis effect affects the winds, that's why you get jet streams. Now,
But you
as
just
pilots,
said that the Coriolis effect doesn't affect how you fly a plane. You don't have
Yes,
to
of course
account
it
for
does.
the Earth moving.
Well, if it's making jet streams, then yeah, you have to kind of compensate for that with lateral winds, right? So of course it does.
No, of course, the Coriolis effect is what creates the jet stream.
Guys, I want you to understand what's going on here, right? The Flerf is arguing with the pilot about how you fly. Not only is he a pilot, but he's a pilot teacher. He's the one that gives the licenses to pilots. This guy thinks giants dug the moon out of the Grand Canyon and melted it into quartz and filled it with helium and put it in the sky to mock us for worshipping the sun. And that pendulums are controlled by demons and tennis is fake. Pilot. Fucking idiot. Oh, who's been following the Dave Farina versus Destiny? It's been fucking brilliant. I've been loving that. Like, absolutely fucking loving it.
Plane?
Ross, please don't talk over me.
I'm not talking over you, mate. I'm just trying to have a word in.
Yeah, let's just try to let each person finish their thought completely before we give our opinion and or question.
Coriolis effect affects the winds, and
Fretnor. He thinks tennis is. Let me show you.
Okay, well this is a different sort of video. It wasn't one I actually intended to make.
This is for you, Fretnor. Yes, he thinks tennis is fake.
In any way, shape or form whatsoever. This is just looking at the television. And if you look closely, which I recommend you do, you can see this isn't actually real footage at all. This is all somehow CGI rendered whatever crap. In fact, I'm finding it very hard to tell through looking through my camera. But when I look at the television, you can see how some of this is actually real footage and some of it is computer generated images, or as we call it, CGI. Which I find is quite interesting because they're putting this on for some reason or another after tonight's grand final, tonight being the 30th of the 9th. And that clock's always a few minutes fast, but that's about right.
Is it because it's like slow motion and stuff? It's confusing him.
It's nearly midnight. And we're showing this stuff clearly computer-generated images. Clearly. And I believe that this is done in such a way, well, not just to get people out of the pubs and going home, of course, but because they're getting us used to watching computer-generated imaging as though it's reality, so that there's going to be a time, if we haven't already reached it, where we accept computer-generated imagery as reality. Yep, it's really hard to tell the difference, actually. It was actually a little bit more obvious before I started filming. Anyway, clear and obvious nonsense. I have no time for watching mainstream television. I'm just about to turn it off anyway.
I've no time for watching the thing that I've been watching so closely that I've determined that it's CGI. Like, is this interview CGI? Are all the people in the fucking stadium CGI? Like, look, all these people here. Are they all CGI? Do they not exist? Is this AI or something?
I have no time. There you go. See you, bye.
My favourite thing is the description. I don't actually recall filming this, but I sound somewhat sober, so I'm saving it here before deleting it from memory totally. Get that into you. Oh, and mine's only comment. What the fuck have you taken? Oh, there's two. Moron. 7 years ago. What the fuck have you taken? The answer, Justin, is yes. Aaron with 2.99 Australian dollars. If only Ross's competence matched his confidence. Thank you very much, dude. I appreciate the super chat.
We compensate for the winds, whether it's on the side of the airplane, whether it's a tailwind, a headwind, wherever. We have to compensate for the winds. And because we compensate for the winds, that means that we're compensating for the effect of the rotation of the Earth on the winds, on the atmosphere, I should say.
So you only compensate for the winds, but you don't give a damn about the Earth itself rotating 1/3 times the speed of sound at the equator. You can fly east or west, irrespective of the winds, and you don't give a damn about the speed of the Earth itself spinning beneath you.
Why would you when you're in the same fucking reference frame, Ross? Like, yes, the winds are a thing and they move independently of the Earth's surface, but the weather systems themselves all move with the Earth. The atmosphere is moving with the Earth. You are in the same reference frame as the Earth. It's all the same system. So why would you care? You wouldn't.
No, because no, it's not strange. Because have you ever stood by a no? Wait, well, Ross, I'll explain. Have you ever stood by a train as it's moving by you really fast?
Yeah.
Does it create wind?
Yeah.
Okay. So the wind is being pulled along by the moving train, correct?
I'd say it's been expelled by the train.
It's not being expelled by it. It moves with it.
If the wind is being expelled by the train, that means the train is making the air. Is the train making, it's like blowing wind? Oh my fucking lord. My brain just blue screened, guys.
When you're standing next to a train, the wind is moving with the train.
It can suck some air in underneath it and pull
No,
you into it.
we're talking as the train moves by you, there's wind that is moving with the train.
Okay, well, I'm
you can see
curious to
it.
where you're going
Look at trains in India. They bring up all the trash, and all the trash flows with the train. So
Okay,
the
well,
train.
I'm curious to see where you're going with this. So how does this apply to
Morning,
a plane
conspiracist.
flying on a spinning space?
No, what it applies to is the fact that the Earth spinning rotates the atmosphere with it. So, but it also creates winds. So, by compensating for the winds,
Which
we are
is it?
compensating.
One or the other? Make up your mind.
What do you mean? The atmosphere rotates with
it's
the
either
Earth.
moving the wind with it, so it appears to be stationary, so it doesn't seem to move, or it's creating winds which can go any and every direction.
It's both, Ross.
Okay.
Yeah, it's both, because the atmosphere rotates with the Earth, but the rotation of the Earth also affects the winds as they travel north-south due to the Coriolis effect. Why do the winds travel north-south? Because the equator is hot and the poles are cold. Well, then they would if the Earth was not rotating. They would go directly north-south. But because the Earth is rotating, Ross, please let me finish. Will you please let me finish? Because the Earth is rotating, the winds actually start to curve east-west. And that's why most of our jet streams are east-west. Now, sometimes the jet streams actually do go north-south. I mean, there's a million different factors that go into which way the direction of the winds go. One of the major factors is the Coriolis effect. I'll let you counter that.
So the spin of the Earth has absolutely nothing to do with the direction of the winds. The winds can go whichever direction.
That's literally the opposite of what he just said. Like 100%. Like, how can Ross listen to all of that and hear the exact opposite of what the guy fucking said? Oh yeah, because he's dumb as fuck.
They want to go. They can go east to west. They can go north to south. They can go west to east. Most of the trade winds actually go from west to east, which is with the spin of the Earth, which is the opposite of what you've said. Nothing of what you've said has anything to do with the way the winds are observably going in any direction they so choose, because the Earth itself is obviously not moving. And if it was moving, that train that you're talking about, it's barely going, 60 miles an hour when it goes through a station? And you're talking about an Earth rotating 1,000 miles per hour. 1,000
You agree
that faster than the speed of sound.
Do you agree that speed is relative?
But Ross, everything on the Earth is also rotating. The train, the plane, the air, everything. Is the air also moving because of Coriolis forces and moving from cold to hot? Yes, but it's also rotating with the Earth as it's doing that. Multiple movements can happen at the same fucking time.
One second,
Just to be
Carl.
standing still.
Are you
Everything should be breaking the sound barrier just to be standing still in respect to the motion of the Earth.
Are you done?
And yet when we see
Iron Horse?
hurricane force winds, sorry, I just want to finish this one real quick. When they see hurricane force winds going about 150 to 200 miles per hour, they apparently are going 1/5 to 1/6 of the speed of stationary, perfectly still air that's moving with the Earth. Insanity.
But why is that insanity?
But it's been so hot here that the glue holding my panels to the ceiling has come off. I need to put a bunch of them back up.
Ross? I don't understand. The atmosphere rotates with the Earth due to friction. The atmosphere rotates with the Earth due to friction, just like wind moves with a train because of the train's friction. The atmosphere moves with the Earth. However, there are other factors that affect winds, like temperature and pressure differences. When those happen, the rotation of the Earth and the Coriolis effect also affect the winds in that way. So you have winds that are all over the place, Ross. You're correct. They blow north, south, east, west. They blow fast. They blow slow. They even go vertical, Ross.
So explain, Carl, why we can have a perfectly still day with no wind whatsoever, mirror perfect reflection surface on the water.
Well, sometimes the forces cancel each other out and you have zero wind.
Sometimes the forces cancel each other out and we have zero wind.
And you have zero wind.
Perfectly still, mirror perfect reflection on the surface of a lake because they cancelled each other out, even though we're going 1 1/3 times the speed of sound.
I don't know what...
Repeating it in a condescending tone doesn't debunk it, Ross. That's not how that works. Yes, sometimes you can have no wind because the temperatures have equaled out the forces involved with the rotation of the Earth. And it equates to a sum of 0. That's how maths works. Sometimes when you add shit up, it equals 0.
To tell you, Ross, it's
Our
true.
orbital speed is 10 times faster than an electromagnetic railgun projectile.
All right, so we'll get into that. I will get into that with you here in a minute. All right, I will get into how speed is relative here in a minute. But yes, Ross, the wind...
Vanilla Chai, no, I don't have any AC. It's not really something you have in Scotland, to be honest. But with the fucking heat lately, I feel like I need something. I think I might get a fan in here for doing these kind of things. Because it is fucking hot. Deplorable Ilk says, have I checked out Wodger crying about Timu Joe Pesky? No, what do you mean? Send me a DM on Discord. Tell me what you mean about that. You want about his thing with Nathan Oakley?
Are affected not only by the rotation of the Earth, where the friction of the Earth is moving the atmosphere with it, but the winds are also affected by the Coriolis effect because those winds travel north-south or east-west or wherever. The rotation of the Earth affects the winds and curves them in different directions. I showed you the model. You can go to the website and you can learn all about meteorology. It's all right here. I studied this for 3 years, Ross, in university.
Well,
so
I've been studying it for like 50
you can
years,
argue
mate.
with me all you
I
want.
think I know a little bit more about it than you do.
No, Ross, you don't. I
actually do.
No, you don't. Let me ask you this, Ross. When we're talking about atmosphere, do you agree that there's a pressure gradient?
Of course there is. Yeah.
What does it go down to?
Down to?
Yeah. What is the lowest pressure as we rise in altitude and the pressure?
All right, guys, we've got about 15 minutes left before we switch over to part 2 because YouTube doesn't store streams that are over 12 hours and we're going 11 hours and 43 minutes. We've still got 23 hours and 23 minutes to go. So last 15 minutes to get any super chats or memberships in for this part of the stream. Let's see if we can start the next one with 24 hours still to go, which would be fucking insane. Probably the best, at this point that would have had. Yes, Justin, down to. However, you can, of course, increase that, and you guys know how to increase it. If you want to add 3 minutes to that timer, just become a member, gift a membership, or £10 worth of super chats. Or if you want to add an entire hour, you just gift 10 memberships. 10 memberships increases that timer by 1 whole fucking hour. 15 minutes left in this stream before we start part 2. Let's see if we can get some last minute super chats and memberships in to increase the timer. And if Basal Problem is watching, fuck you. Yes, I am asking for super chats and memberships because this is a membership drive and that's exactly what I'm doing. Cope.
It gets less and less and less. I'm sorry?
So you go up to go down?
No. As you go up in altitude, the pressure drops. Do you agree?
Yeah, that's right, because there's less air above you. And air itself has mass. Every single molecule of gas has mass.
Great.
And when you get
So
less
what
and
does the
less of
pressure
those
decrease to?
molecules above you, you have less and less pressing down on you, and
Absolutely.
that's what we measure as less pressure. And that can only exist on the stationary planar Earth,
No, it
at the
doesn't.
base of the universe. Because if
Trump
we were
died yet?
hurtling at those ridiculous speeds you believe in through a vacuum of space.
Aussie Mike, who's been a member for 15 months and uses his free super chat, says, "You want my money?" Ah. Thank you for being a member for so long, Mike. I really do appreciate it. And thank you for being here in the chat. Do me a favor, share the stream. Let everyone know that I've been going for this fucking long.
We would lose every single minuscule bit of that pressure.
We'll get there. I'll get there. I'll get to relative.
Well, apart from gravity, of course, Ross would stop that happening. I know, probing time. He got something right. It's actually shocking. He looks respectable. He's wearing a suit. He seems sober, and he got something right. I mean, have I fallen into some fucking alternative universe? I am really confused as to what's actually fucking happening.
Speed here in a minute. What does the pressure decrease to as you rise in altitude?
Just less and less, from my experience.
To what? If it's less and less, do you think it can decrease to zero? Do you think the pressure can decrease? Do you think the pressure can decrease to zero?
No.
Why not?
So you're saying that as we rise in altitude, at some altitude, the pressure stays at a constant rate no matter what altitude you climb to?
I believe there's no such thing as a perfect vacuum.
Okay, so what does...
Yeah, he just got something else right. That's incredible. There is no perfect vacuum, especially not on Earth or in space, because there's gas in space. There's planets in space. Space is not a vacuum in the sense that there's absolutely zero there. It's a vacuum in the sense that it's a lower pressure. There is no perfect vacuum. Guys, that's two things in a row that Ross has got right. Am I awake? Did I fall asleep during streaming? No, I seem to be awake. I don't understand. How is that possible? I'm really confused.
So give me a number. Of any source you want, what is the pressure that the atmosphere stabilizes at, and at what altitude is that?
I would say at around 65,000 feet, our atmosphere reaches sufficient density where there is no longer atmospheric gases which will fluoresce to create daylight, and that's why the sky goes from blue to black. And
give me a source for 65,000 feet, Ross. Give me a source for 65,000 feet.
I've seen plenty of high altitude pilots fly about that, and they say, "Oh, we've reached the edge of space because the sky goes from."
And what is the pressure at 65,000 feet, Ross?
I don't know. I'd probably say
so.
Froggo, you think he's wrong about tennis? Are you telling me you think tennis is real? Seriously, you think tennis is actually a thing? No one plays tennis. Of course that's CGI. Who would play tennis? Hitting a ball backward and forward. Fuck. Of course he's right about tennis being CGI. Have you ever seen a live tennis match? No. Exactly. Fuck's sake. Yes, he does think that air makes light. Blackburn, big dragon. Absolutely. Oh, we got a liar in the chat. Sterniator saying, I played tennis. Of course you fucking played tennis. Have you ever gone into a sports shop and seen a tennis racket? They don't exist. Tennis isn't a thing. Fuck's sake. Who would think that tennis is real?
Could it be close to zero?
In the medium of air, and then you've become in a place where there is no medium of air.
Could it be close to zero at 65,000 feet?
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, let's call it zero.
Great. Good. All right. Good. Well, it actually does decrease to zero, Ross. It decreases to zero. What? There is an altitude where there's no more air. It decreases to zero.
I mean, Carl's actually wrong. It's not exactly zero. It's 0.000000001. You know, it's 10 to the negative 10 torr. I mean, in intergalactic space, it's 10 to the negative 17 torr, but, you know, in kind of interstellar space, it's like 10 to the negative 10, 10 to the negative 11 torr. It's not exactly 0. Laurelie Hatioho says tennis is just golf without the hole in an opponent. Adanosus says tennis is real, and I definitely wasn't paid to say that. Yeah, you fucking tennis shill. Fucking big tennis have got to you, haven't they? God, idiots, man. Who thinks tennis is fucking real? Jesus.
Does a helium balloon, when we send them up to 128,000 feet, not burst until it reaches about that height?
There's still a little bit of air. There's still a little bit of air that high. The question you should be asking, the question you should be asking is, why can't a balloon go up to 85 miles?
So it's not 0, is what you're saying.
No, it gets to 0, but it's 120,000 feet. It actually, if you look at it, if you look at the pressure gradient curve, it's...
Yeah, conspiracy. I know I butcher everyone's names. All right, Laurel Hatioho. I don't know how to fucking say that.
Actually becomes it close to the surface, it decreases at a much higher rate. So like half the atmosphere is like 18,000 feet. At 18,000 feet, you've lost half the atmosphere. And then as you get higher and higher in the atmosphere, it decreases at a much slower rate. So even at 125,000 feet, you're still going to have just a touch of atmosphere. But the question you should be asking, Ross, is why can't a helium balloon go to 500,000 feet?
Because it reaches its limit at that particular
What causes it to reach the limit?
The lack of external pressure.
That's correct, and it goes to 0.
Near enough. Yeah. That's
Ross keeps getting things right. I'm scared, guys. Right, 8 minutes until we switch over to the next part of the stream, guys. We could get that timer back up to 24 hours with just a few extra gifts of memberships. It's all down to you for how long I stream. Could this stream end in 23 hours and 14 minutes? We will see.
fine by me.
All right, good. All right.
That works for me
Great.
on a
That works for
stationary
me.
plane Earth, but it doesn't work for me on a spinning space ball hurtling through a vacuum of space at phenomenal speeds.
Okay,
That makes
well,
no
let's get
sense
to
whatsoever.
let's get to speed as relative, because I want now. Look, heliocentrism is not my forte. All right, I'm not. Ross, don't be friggin' rude. Don't be rude. All right, let's talk about it. All right. Have you ever had someone sleeping in your car, Ross?
I imagine Ross has slept in a car. Oh, right, he's drinking. Oh, he's not sober. Fuck.
Not since I was a teenager.
All right. How slow of an acceleration do you have to make in order for someone not to feel acceleration? Let's say you're accelerating to 66 miles an hour. How slow of an acceleration?
Are you talking about inside a pressurized capsule or?
No, I'm talking about just in your car. I'm talking about in your car. In your car.
A pressurized capsule. It's got a windscreen.
Okay.
Let's talk
fair
about,
enough.
say, in the open air on a motorbike.
Let's answer my question.
You think a car is pressurized? I can't. The stupid burns. Like, physically. It burns my soul.
Ross, let's stick to acceleration and feeling acceleration, okay? How slow of an acceleration do you have to have in your car to make it where someone that's sleeping wouldn't feel it? Do you think 66 miles an hour in a minute